Chapter 1. That is, an ambulance. Ronin sat behind the counter, a magnifying glass in hand, scrutinizing the exquisite gem before him. A stunning, fist-sized object that was neither gold nor jade to Ronin's discerning eye. It was not a diamond, for such a colossal diamond had yet to be discovered in the world, nor did it resemble glass. After contemplating for quite some time, he remained baffled as to what material it was composed of, and he detected no signs of human craftsmanship. What on earth is this? Ronin mused, biting down on it with his teeth, but to no avail. Ronin was an employee at a pawnshop, a profession that had fallen out of favor in recent times, leading to lackluster business. Earlier that morning, a middle-aged man had brought this object to Ronin for appraisal. After careful consideration, Ronin casually offered a price of $100. To his astonishment, the man accepted. "I'll come back to redeem it in a few days," the middle-aged man remarked as he departed. Not only did he not appear to be in dire financial straits, but he also exuded the aura of a successful man. Ronin could not fathom why he would choose to pawn such an extraordinary item. However, the motivations of others were not his concern. Still planning to redeem it, Ronin mused, tossing the gem in his hand, murmuring, "I've never seen anyone come back for something once it's in the pawnshop." This was indeed true. Every individual who pawns an item would utter such words before leaving. Yet Ronin had yet to witness anyone following through. After all, if one had money, why would they visit a pawnshop? Just as he stood up to place the gem into storage, a bearded man unexpectedly entered through the door. "How may I assist you?" Ronin greeted with a professional smile. Thinking that business was surprisingly brisk today, the newcomer appeared somewhat flustered, but his eyes gleamed with excitement upon spotting the gem Ronin held. "Is there anything I can help you with?" Ronin patiently inquired once more. Instead of responding, the man reached into his coat and produced an object directed at Ronin. Taken aback, Ronin chuckled. "We don't accept toy guns here." The bearded man remained silent, merely adjusting the angle of the gun to point at Ronin beside him. With a sharp bang, the glass counter in front of Ronin shattered into pieces. Ronin distinctly saw smoke rising from the toy gun in the man's hand. Cold sweat poured down his brow. This was no toy. It was a real gun. "Brother, stay calm. Let us talk this through," Ronin said, wiping his sweat and attempting to soothe the man's frayed nerves. "Less chatter. Toss me what you have in hand," the bearded man growled, his voice low and raspy. Ronin knew it wise not to provoke him further, especially since the man had already fired the first shot without hesitation, indicating a ruthless disposition. Yet, was this gem truly worth the risk of robbery? Just as he prepared to comply, a sudden wail of sirens echoed from outside, startling both Ronin and the middle-aged man. Ronin had been keeping an eye on the man's finger poised on the trigger, and at the sound of the sirens, the man's finger twitched involuntarily. Without thinking, Ronin raised his hand in defense, and in that instant, the middle-aged man pulled the trigger. The sound of a gunshot reverberated, and the gem in Ronin's hand was obliterated into powder, showering him, while the bullet pierced through the gem, embedding itself in Ronin's chest, a burst of crimson blood blooming forth. Ronin felt as though struck by lightning, his strength rapidly waning as consciousness faded. Ronin caught a glimpse of a white vehicle speeding past the doorway, emblazoned with the emblem of a life star. "What the hell? That's an ambulance!" Ronin gasped, breathless. The bearded man, equally dismayed, muttered, "I thought it was the police." Upon closer inspection, the gem's powder seemed to merge into Ronin's body at an astonishing speed, disappearing entirely within mere moments. When Ronin finally regained consciousness, he found himself unable to distinguish whether he was dreaming or awake. His mind swirled with two distinctly different sets of memories, akin to mischievous children playfully tumbling about. As surreal scenes danced before his eyes, bewildered, Ronin pondered, what on earth happened? He rubbed his face vigorously, yet the memories from two entirely different worlds remained inextricably intertwined. A piercing pain surged through his head, lasting for what felt like a half hour, before he finally relaxed, drenched in sweat. The two memories had fused tightly, irrevocably intertwined. Turning his head, he realized he was sprawled across an opulent bed, adorned with luxurious silks and a soft golden pillow. While the floor was covered in a thick, red carpet, the room exuded an aura of extravagance. Ronin wiped the sweat from his brow and rose, approaching a copper mirror. Upon seeing the reflection staring back at him, his eyes widened in shock. The face was fair and unremarkable, neither ugly nor handsome, possessing a somewhat soft, youthful quality, a very ordinary face. Yet this countenance did not belong to him. Ronan felt as if he were gazing at someone else. A chilling sensation creeping over him. Yet the information flooding his mind suggested that this visage was familiar, echoing memories from a different life. The only remarkable feature was the eyes, resilient and spirited, glimmering even in darkness. Adding a touch of depth to this otherwise mundane visage, a sudden knock at the door jolted Ronan from his reverie. "Young master, are you awake?" came a sweet, youthful voice from outside. "Coming," Ronan replied. Wiping his face and moving to open the door, a rosy-cheeked girl of around 15 or 16 stood there, her features delicate and as pure as a white lotus, her large eyes shimmering with a smile directed at Ronan. "Xiaowu," Ronan furrowed his brow, pondering before tentatively asking. "Young master, you've slept in today?" Xiaowu teased, winking at him as she entered, deftly beginning to tidy the bed, everything appearing so natural. "You stayed up late practicing again, didn't you?" she inquired while folding the blankets. Ronan rubbed his aching forehead in silence. Yet within, a tumult of thoughts surged. This was not Earth. He was in an entirely different world, a land known as the Starry Continent. The place where Ronan found himself was a city called Noki in the Kadal Empire. And he was the young master of the Luo family. If that was all, it would be inconsequential, but Ronan bore another shameful identity. He was the illegitimate son of the family patriarch. Such a status was universally scorned, especially within a family as formidable as the Luo clan. What was this? Rebirth or a soul's reincarnation? Ronan distinctly remembered being shot in the chest. "Young master, you should sleep earlier and not practice too late," Xiaowu advised after finishing her chores, handing him a piece of animal hide parchment. "Don't misplace this. It would be troublesome if someone sees it." Ronan accepted the parchment and quietly tucked it into his pocket. Xiaowu, his personal maid, was the only one, aside from his father, who treated him kindly. His status as an illegitimate son inevitably drew enmity, particularly from those brothers who schemed for the Luo family fortune. In this world, strength reigned supreme. Not only was Ronan an illegitimate son, but he was also notorious for being a cultivation failure. As his resentful brothers grew stronger, he remained stagnant, unable to progress. These reasons were more than sufficient for others to despise him. While the Luo family employed thousands, only Xiaowu chose to stay with him. The Starry Continent lacked advanced technology, yet it boasted a myriad of professions: warriors, magicians, knights, archers, each possessing unique powers, all aspiring to make their mark in their respective fields. Every profession was strictly ranked. Those who practiced fighting energy were known as warriors. Ronan barely qualified as one, being of the lowest tier. Warriors were further classified into several ranks, with warriors above them categorized as fighters, masters, experts, sovereigns, kings, emperors, and even gods. Beyond warriors, each rank was divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels. Ronan was merely an ordinary warrior, capable of storing fighting energy within his body and sensing its presence. This was the extent of his abilities. Even achieving the status of a lowly warrior took him an entire decade, a rather tragic reality. His father, Luo Yingxiong, was a high-ranking warrior, nearing the realm of an emperor, a formidable figure, and a true powerhouse on the continent. Yet, in his old age, he had lost the competitive spirit that once drove him. Otherwise, he would have achieved the rank of emperor long ago. Among these professions, the most revered and respected were not the warriors or the feared magicians, nor the knights and archers, but a group known as gem artisans. They possessed no combat prowess, yet wherever they went, they were sought after by powerful factions for their unique abilities. They specialized in gem processing. On the Starry Continent, there existed a remarkable gem known as the Radiant Stone. The luminous stone, once deemed worthless, had been casually discarded by people for millennia, treated like any ordinary rock or mere refuse. However, unbeknownst to anyone, on a certain day in a particular year, a remarkable individual broke the seal of a luminous stone, revealing to the world that these seemingly insignificant stones were actually reservoirs of immense pure elemental energy. This energy could not only amplify the potency of magic and combat skills, but could also be utilized for alchemy, potion making, and even cultivation. Suddenly, the entire Starry Continent was abuzz with excitement. Nations scrambled to collect luminous stones. But upon amassing a substantial quantity, they encountered a perplexing issue. These stones were as devoid of elemental energy as before at this juncture. The extraordinary individual stepped forward to deliver even more astounding news. Each luminous stone was bound by a natural seal, one that could only be unlocked by the energy residing within him, which he termed luminous qi. This qi was innate and could awaken unexpectedly during an individual's growth. Aside from this, it was unattainable through any other means. In essence, those lacking luminous qi would never possess even the slightest trace of it, regardless of their efforts in cultivation. Such is the wonder of the world. If one is bestowed with a sealed luminous stone, it is only fitting that a person capable of unlocking it is also provided. Upon hearing this revelation, nations swiftly mobilized, scouring their populations for those possessing luminous qi, and indeed, some were found. Those who could unlock the seals of luminous stones came to be known as gem masters. To honor the discoverer of luminous qi, all nations of the starry continent conferred upon him a grand title, Masatlanki. This name signifies the brightest star in the heavens, a tribute to his selfless dedication. Moreover, gem masters were categorized into 5 ranks: gem artisan, gem craftsman, gem master, gem grandmaster, and gem supreme master, with each rank further divided into upper and lower tiers. The awakening of a gem master was often sudden, with a new master potentially emerging overnight. The amount of luminous qi within them would determine their rank, a status that would remain unchanged for life. The number of gem masters was exceedingly rare, far scarcer than even the rarest of sorcerers. Yet the luminous stones they unlocked were extensively utilized across various industries. Thus, within the starry continent, the most revered profession was singular, that of the gem master. Even the lowest-ranked gem artisan was a coveted individual whom various factions would vie to associate with. The Luo family had nurtured more than one, yet the most formidable among them was the upper-tier gem master. Capable of processing and unlocking luminous stones of 6 stars or below in exchange for their services, the Luo family offered a magnificent villa, 20 beautiful maids, and a substantial annual salary. Even Luo Yingxiong would greet this gem master with a warm smile. Naturally, such investment yielded considerable returns, with the gem master generating profits worth millions, if not tens of millions, of gold coins annually from the stones he unlocked. Chapter 2. Return, Young Master. What are you daydreaming about? Hurry outside. The young miss is about to return. Just as Luo Ning was lost in contemplation of these extraordinary revelations, Xiao Wu gently prodded his forehead with her slender finger. Luo Ning blinked in surprise, a hazy figure surfacing in his mind. Indeed, the master mentioned yesterday that everyone must gather to welcome her back. It has been a full decade since the young miss last returned. Xiao Wu grasped Luo Ning's hand, pulling him outside, her eyes sparkling with excitement. And I've heard she is incredibly beautiful. Luo Ning attempted to muster a smile, but it came out more grotesque than a frown, although he was aware of the vastness of the Luo family. The sheer scale of it left him awestruck upon arrival. This place transcended mere size. It was monumental. The grandiose architecture stretched out in a breathtaking expanse, with resplendent houses standing tall amidst lush greenery and fragrant blossoms. After running for several minutes, Luo Ning finally reached the entrance of the Luo estate. At this moment, the scene was teeming with people. From the eldest to the youngest, regardless of status, the entire family had assembled. The servants and mid-level managers formed 2 massive lines, men on the left and women on the right. A sea of dark heads, yet an eerie silence enveloped them. The senior management and the young masters and misses stood at the forefront. Luo Ning, the youngest master of the family, was about to greet the eldest daughter, who had been away for a decade. Eager to make the occasion as grand as possible, Luo Yingxiong disregarded others' objections and rallied the entire family for the welcome. Just as Luo Ning and Xiao Wu arrived at the entrance, a mocking voice broke through the air. Our little brother has finally arrived. The tone was laced with derision. Without needing to look up, Luo Ning knew the words originated from Luo Fu. His cousin, Luo Fu, merely 3 months older than Luo Ning, had already reached the rank of a junior martial artist, making him one of the most distinguished among the younger generation of the family. Luo Yingxiong waved at Luo Ning with a smile. Luo Ning, come here. Having lived under the protective shadow of Luo Yingxiong all his life, Luo Ning nodded and approached with Xiao Wu. What's wrong? Did you study late into the night again? Your eyes are bloodshot, Luo Yingxiong remarked, patting Luo Ning's shoulder. I'm fine, Luo Ning replied dismissively, still adjusting to his current status. Xiao Wu, do you not realize that maids should stand over there? Standing here, you truly think yourself important. Luo Fu's words dripped with condescension. Xiao Wu timidly lowered her head, preparing to step aside, but Luo Ning firmly held her back. Young master. Xiao Wu looked at him anxiously, and Luo Ning gently shook his head. I'm here. Luo Yingxiong regarded Luo Ning with surprise, admiration filling his gaze. Xiao Wu. Luo Fu's temper flared. If you want to heed my words, do you seek a beating? Try laying a finger on my people. Luo Ning shot back. His expression defiant. A surge of anger boiled within him. He had been unjustly subjected to ridicule and now found himself marginalized due to his illegitimate status. How could he endure such blatant disrespect? Luo Ning resolved that should this cousin continue his prattle, he would retaliate fiercely. Luo Fu appeared momentarily taken aback. He understood Luo Ning's temperament well, having bullied him in the past, yet he had never anticipated any resistance. However, today, Luo Ning's outcry erupted like a volcano, fierce and unyielding. Several elders of the Luo family exchanged glances, astonished by the unfolding drama. Luo Yingxiong laughed heartily. Ah, the youth are indeed full of vigor. Indeed, chimed in Luo Yingxiong's father. Luo Yinglai. Luo Fu cast a cold glance at Luo Ning and Xiao Wu, opting not to pursue the matter further, merely muttering, "You'll regret this." At that moment, a swift horse galloped towards them. And as it approached, a man dismounted and respectfully addressed Luo Yingxiong. Head of the family, the young miss is 3 miles out. Excellent. Luo Yingxiong exclaimed with uncontainable joy, finally, under the eager gazes of all. The young miss of the Luo family appeared on the horizon, leading her white horse at a leisurely pace towards them. Luo Ning, too, was curious to catch a glimpse of the sister he would soon meet. As she drew nearer, he finally discerned her features. Before him stood a youthful woman with cascading golden hair, elegantly tied up. Her delicate face seemed almost ethereal, with bright eyes, a petite nose, and lips perfectly shaped. Clad in a simple yet chic white blouse that accentuated her figure, and paired with black shorts that showcased her long, fair legs, she exuded a captivating allure, embodying both grace and confidence. Notably, a long sword adorned with a colossal sapphire hung at her waist. A striking combination of temptation and wildness, rendering her akin to a rose with thorns. She was a true embodiment of elegance, breathtakingly beautiful, drawing the gaze of nearly every man present, their eyes fixated upon her in greedy admiration. Afraid even to breathe for fear of shattering the enchanting scene. "Greetings, young miss." Suddenly, a voice rang out, and in an instant, over 1,000 members of the Luo family echoed in unison. "Greetings, young miss." The woman merely cast a fleeting glance at the 2 lines of people, her discerning gaze appraising them. A rabble. Luo Yingxiong, visibly excited, stepped forward to greet her. "Yuer, I never imagined I would lay eyes on you once more before my time comes." Luo Yuer shot her father a reproachful look, then composed herself. "Father." The young masters and misses of the Luo family hurriedly approached to pay their respects, especially Luo Fu, who was eager to flatter. "Elder sister, you have become even more beautiful." Luo Yuer acknowledged each greeting with a nod, but her keen eyes were scanning the crowd, ultimately resting on Luo Ning. She handed the reins to a nearby servant and approached him, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Speak candidly. Luo Ning did not harbor much of an impression of his elder sister. She had departed when he was merely 6 years old, and now, after a decade, they had not crossed paths. His sole memory of her was from childhood swimming lessons, during which Luo Yu had audaciously tossed him into a raging current, sternly admonishing him, "If you wish to survive, swim back." At that tender age of 5, he was astounded by her cruelty. Her methods were utterly reprehensible. "Why you're back, elder sister?" Luo Ning stammered, his cheeks flushing under her gaze. "What did you call me?" Luo Yu's cold glare pierced through him. "Yujia." He quickly corrected himself, the psychological scars of his childhood rendering him somewhat apprehensive of his sister. "You remain as fragile as you were in your youth," Luo Yu remarked incisively. "Elder sister, perhaps we should head inside first. You must be weary from your journey." Luo Fu interjected from the side. "What is your current standing?" Luo Yu disregarded Luo Fu and directed her attention to Luo Ning. Having been chastened twice, Luo Fu could only offer a hollow laugh from the sidelines. "Martial artist." Luo Ning recoiled slightly. It was an embarrassing label indeed as soon as he uttered those words. The younger members of the Luo family erupted into light-hearted laughter. Even some of the household servants could not suppress their amusement. "What of it? Aren't you all products of humble beginnings?" Luo Ning retorted brazenly. Casting an unapologetic glare at the assembly, Luo Yu, however, shot a frosty glance at those mocking him before softly encouraging, "Keep striving." Her words and gaze enveloped Luo Ning in an unexpected warmth, a heavy sense of comfort. Luo Fu, oblivious to the moment, jumped in again. "Elder sister, the family head has prepared a banquet to welcome you back. Let us proceed inside." Both Luo Yu and Luo Ning turned to glare at Luo Fu. Rebuking, "When did our conversation become your affair?" Luo Fu's face reddened in embarrassment. His elder sister was indeed formidable. In that instant, Luo Ning formed a new appraisal of Luo Yu, whom he had not seen in 10 years. Chapter 3. A decade of refinement at the welcome banquet. Luo Yingxiong raised his cup repeatedly, laughing heartily, likely due to the joy of his daughter's long-awaited return. Others joined in the revelry, indulging in food and drink, while Luo Ning sat beside Luo Yu, the two siblings sharing quiet familial exchanges, eliciting envy from the younger members of the clan, who were in the throes of youthful infatuation. As the banquet approached its conclusion, Luo Yingxiong cleared his throat and stood. "Tomorrow marks a significant occasion, for our family has another young master, Luo Fu, who will be celebrating his 16th birthday, thus becoming a man." All eyes turned to Luo Fu, who stood with an air of pride, nodding to those present. "According to our family's tradition, upon completing the coming-of-age ceremony, young Master Luo Fu may present a reasonable request to the family. Whatever the family can accommodate will be fulfilled. Luo Fu is a commendable lad, though still young. He has already attained the level of a junior martial master, placing him second among the youth of our clan. He shall undoubtedly become a pillar of the Luo family." Luo Yingxiong extolled. The first in talent was, of course, Luo Yu. At the age of 10, she had achieved the rank of warrior, and by 16, she had ascended to a senior martial master, 2 tiers above Luo Fu. Flattered by the praise, Luo Fu beamed with self-importance, standing there chuckling to himself. "I would have delayed my return had I known tomorrow was his coming-of-age ceremony." "Luo," you whispered to Luo Ning. "Luo Fu," Luo Yingxiong called. "Present, with only a day remaining. Contemplate the request you wish to present to the family. Even if you desire a property, the family shall grant it to you, provided it is not excessive." Luo Yingxiong advised. "I have already decided. I will reveal it tomorrow," Luo Fu said. Casting a knowing look at Luo Ning, a sly smile creeping across his lips, Luo Ning felt an unsettling sense that his cousin harbored ulterior motives. The banquet lingered on for quite some time before the guests dispersed, leaving Luo Yingxiong to speak privately with Luo Yu. Recognizing her father had something to convey, she poured him a glass of cool water to ease his inebriation. "Ah, I am growing old. Even a sip makes my head spin," Luo Yingxiong said, beckoning Luo Yu closer. "Come here. It has been 10 years since I last saw you." "Father," Luo Yu replied, her voice tinged with emotion. "My daughter has become even more beautiful," Luo Yingxiong remarked with a smile. "Drink less in the future," Luo Yu said, moving behind him to gently knead his forehead with her delicate fingers. After a moment of silence, Luo Yingxiong suddenly spoke. You must look after your younger brother." "I understand," Luo Yu nodded. "The younger generation in the Luo family is quite unsettled, particularly that Luo Fu. When I grow old and pass, he will inherit the family estate, leaving Luo Ning without a place in this family at that time. You must bring him to your side. If he dares to harm my brother, I will not hesitate to deal with him." A glint of coldness flashed in Luo Yu's eyes. "Ah, Luo Ning is indeed a fine child. His endurance and temperament are exceptional, yet his aptitude is lacking. After you left, it took him a decade to grasp the concept of fighting spirit. 10 long years, and any other would have surrendered. Yet he persevered." Luo Yingxiong lamented. "Why not pass the family estate to Luo Ning?" Luo Yu suggested. "You underestimate the complexity of family matters. The family estate cannot be decided unilaterally. Without strength, he cannot establish authority within the family. I would gladly hand it over to you. With your credentials and prowess, none would dare oppose you." "But would you wish to remain here?" Luo Yingxiong inquired. "Certainly not," Luo Yu scoffed. "Thus, you must ensure your brother is well cared for and does not suffer indignities again," Luo Yingxiong urged, upon returning to his room after the banquet. Luo Ning sat at the table in contemplation. Since awakening, he had yet to ponder the events that had transpired within him. Now was the time to seek answers. He withdrew the beast-skin parchment given to him by Xiao Wu from his pocket. Scrutinizing it closely, the parchment had faded significantly, its edges worn, adorned only with a singular figure striking an unusual pose. This was an artifact he had acquired 3 years prior. He recalled the day 3 years ago when the previous owner of this body had encountered a destitute elder who had fainted from hunger by the streets of Nuachi City. With a kind heart, Rong Ning had treated him to a meal, and in gratitude, the elder had bestowed upon him this parchment. I hear you are the most renowned cultivation failure in Nuachi City. Yet if you practice the posture inscribed here, one day you too may become powerful, the elder had said, his murky eyes gleaming. However, you must pay a steep price, your vitality. As your abilities grow, your lifespan will shorten. Think wisely before you begin, and keep this knowledge from all others. The Luo family, from father to sister, had always been gifted in cultivation, and Rong Ning did not wish to lag behind, clutching a glimmer of hope. He earnestly followed the instructions on the beast-skin parchment. Initially, he observed no results, but just as he was on the verge of giving up, he suddenly sensed the existence of fighting spirit. Overjoyed, he realized that in the Starry Continent, a person without the innate ability to cultivate fighting spirit could devote their entire life without success. Yet, he had achieved it, entirely due to the parchment's guidance. From that moment onward, he diligently practiced. The longer he trained, the more he recognized the veracity of the elder's warning. The stronger his abilities, the shorter his lifespan, but he often felt fatigued and lacked vitality. After many days of experimentation and observation, Rong Ning concluded that this method forcibly enhanced his physique at the cost of burning his soul's energy. Once the soul's power was exhausted, the individual would meet their end. Rong Ning yearned to cease his training, yet his competitive spirit would not allow him to do so. He would rather live gloriously than die in obscurity. Even if he only lived to 30, it would still be a glorious 30 years. Fate, however, played a cruel joke on him, culminating in his demise the previous night. The soul energy of this body had ignited in an instant, leading to his inevitable death. That moment, Rong Ning himself was oblivious to the reasons behind this, having inadvertently occupied this body. As for why their names were the same, Rong Ning could only lament with the beast-skin parchment in hand. Ah, destiny, dear brother, tears streaming down his face. After clarifying all the circumstances, Rong Ning hastily burned the beast-skin parchment. This secret was known only to him and Xiao Wu and must never reach others, lest it invite great trouble. Chapter 4. The following day dawned with unparalleled excitement, for it was the day of Luo Fu's coming-of-age ceremony. Early in the morning, the servants of the Luo family busied themselves, while the heirs dressed in their finery gathered in the ancestral hall. Rong Ning, experiencing such a spectacle for the first time, observed everything with curiosity. Today, as protagonist, Luo Fu was dressed immaculately, surrounded by a throng of admirers, animatedly conversing. In contrast, Rong Ning had only Xiao Wu silently accompanying him. The ceremony commenced swiftly, beginning with the ancestral worship, as the descendants of the Luo family, led by Luo Yingxiong, paid their respects to their forebears in the hall. Next, the protagonist Luo Fu underwent his bathing ceremony, receiving admonishments from his elders and swearing everlasting loyalty to the Luo family, vowing to share their fate. The entire ritual unfolded until midday. Aside from Luo Fu, all the younger generation stood rigidly in place. After enduring the lengthy ceremony, Rong Ning finally exhaled in relief, exchanging a glance with Luo Yu, both faces reflecting a shared sense of helplessness. 3 months from now, you'll also have your day, Luo Yu softly remarked. I returned this time specifically to attend your coming-of-age ceremony. Thank you, Rong Ning sincerely replied. The subsequent proceedings were less tedious than before, as the group followed Luo Yingxiong into the grand hall of the Luo family. Once everyone was seated in order, Luo Yingxiong, with a smile, addressed Luo Fu, saying, Luo Fu, according to the customs of the Luo family, you may present a reasonable request to the family today. You mentioned yesterday that you had already decided what to ask. Now is the time to share it. As long as it is reasonable, the family will grant it. Luo Yinglai looked at his son with pride that he felt a swell of pride for his son. He clearly understood that while he had never contested Luo Yingxiong for the inheritance rights in the past, fortunes do change, and this year it was their turn. Among the younger generation, his son was undoubtedly the most exceptional. I may not have bested you, but my son can certainly outshine your son, Luo Yinglai thought to himself. He speculated that his son might request a property, as it would be wise to practice management skills in anticipation of inheriting the Luo family's wealth. This was also a common choice among many Luo family descendants. Yes, patriarch, I have made up my mind, Luo Fu declared boldly. So, you wish for a property? Both Luo Yinglai and Luo Yingxiong presumed as much. No, Luo Fu smiled and shook his head. Oh, then what do you desire? Luo Yingxiong inquired. Puzzled. I only want one person, Luo Fu remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Luo Ning. What kind of person do you want? Luo Yingxiong furrowed his brow. A woman. Luo Fu's declaration left everyone in shock. Jaws dropping in disbelief. Luo Yinglai was the first to jump up in opposition, exclaiming, Madness! What woman do you want? What woman? With a property, one could acquire wealth, and with wealth, what kind of woman could not be found? How could his son make such a foolish request? Luo Yinglai nearly lunged at Luo Fu, grabbing a nearby stool to strike. Second elder, mind your image. This is the Luo family hall. Moreover, Luo Fu's request is his own will, and others must not interfere. Luo Yingxiong shouted sternly. Only then did Luo Yinglai relent, glaring fiercely at his son. You better change your mind. I want just one woman. Luo Fu's resolve stiffened. Luo Yingxiong laughed heartily. Luo Fu has reached this age. Holding a coming-of-age ceremony is also a mark of manhood. Wanting a woman is not unreasonable. However, I must remind you, you only have one chance. Are you certain you only want one woman? Yes, I am very certain, Luo Fu affirmed with a nod. Very well, what kind of woman do you desire? Which family's young lady? Does she consent? Luo Yingxiong continued to inquire. If she agrees, our Luo family can promptly prepare a dowry to welcome her into our home. She will undoubtedly agree because she is one of us. A member of the Luo family. A sly smile crept across Luo Fu's face as his gaze fixated on Xiao Wu, who was seated beside Luo Ning. Following his line of sight, everyone saw Xiao Wu's pale and panic-stricken face. Luo Yinglia's eyes nearly bulged out. If his son had chosen a prominent young lady from Nuachi City, it would have been understandable, but he had chosen a maid from the Luo family. More alarmingly, she was Luo Ning's personal maid. This was an outright provocation, a blatant and brazen challenge. You dare! Luo Ning slammed his hand on the table, finally comprehending the meaning behind Luo Fu's gaze from the previous day. It was all a cunning plan. In the entire Luo family, only Xiao Wu was willing to remain by Luo Ning's side, and Luo Fu was clearly intent on ensuring Luo Ning's solitude continued. Luo Ning fully understood what would happen if Xiao Wu fell into this person's hands. It was merely that he found Luo Ning displeasing and had dragged Xiao Wu into this mess. He was a despicable villain. What I want is Xiao Wu, Luo Fu sneered. Luo Yingxiong's expression darkened as well, realizing that someone was bullying his son right before his eyes. Little bastard, Luo Yu cursed loudly, drawing his sword with a swift motion, causing the temperature in the hall to plummet. What do you intend to do? Second elder Luo Yinglai rushed to his son's side, his clothing rustling loudly. As tensions escalated, Luo Yingxiong bellowed at a critical moment. Everyone, step back. What do you think you're doing? Luo Yu, filled with rage, reluctantly sheathed his sword, while Luo Yinglai coldly snorted and returned to his seat. Luo Yingxiong narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Luo Fu as he asked coldly, Luo Fu, are you certain you wish to proceed this way? Patriarch, Luo Fu adjusted his attire, according to the customs of the Luo family. I may present a reasonable request today. May I ask, is it unreasonable for me to request a maid from the Luo family? Luo Yingxiong could only grit his teeth and reply, It is a reasonable request. Reasonable. My foot. Luo Ning exploded with a curse. The entire hall fell silent, with Luo Yu's long eyelashes fluttering slightly. Luo Yinglai trembled with rage. Uncultured, utterly uncultured. Luo Ning glared coldly at Luo Fu. Xiao Wu is mine in life and in death. Dare you touch her? This is my right on my coming-of-age day. Even the elders cannot obstruct it. Let alone you. Luo Fu proclaimed arrogantly. I want to beat you. Luo Ning's fists crackled ominously. Do you have the ability? Luo Fu mocked. You are merely the lowest tier warrior. Not even a knight. I could defeat you with a single finger. Shall we test that? Luo Ning's eyes gleamed like blades. If you insist on humiliating yourself, I can certainly oblige. Luo Fu adopted a combative stance, declaring, In this world, only strength grants one a voice, my brother. A waste like you, even if you trained for another 10 years, would still remain a mere warrior. The elders of the Luo family stood aghast. While Luo Yinglai shot furtive glances at his son, Everyone knew it was true that Luo Ning was a bastard child, and that he was indeed a cultivation failure. This was a fact. However, even if it was a fact, it should never be spoken in his presence. The term failure was Luo Ning's Achilles heel. Once touched, the consequences would be dire. The elders watched Luo Ning with bated breath, fearing he might react violently. But after a long wait, they realized Luo Ning stood still, albeit trembling violently. Luo Ning himself was bewildered. Upon hearing the term failure, his emotions spiraled out of control, after much effort to suppress the rage surging within him. Luo Ning opened his eyes and grinned maliciously. Today, I shall show you how a failure fights. Simultaneously, an indescribable sensation surged forth from within him, akin to a long-blocked drain suddenly being cleared, bringing unparalleled relief. Chapter 5. Ascending to warrior status. The younger generation in the hall may not have perceived the change in Luo Ning at that moment, but the elders all stood up in astonishment, gazing in shock at Luo Ning. Luo Yingxiong, in particular, trembled with excitement. Waves of invisible energy swirled around Luo Ning's body, flowing rapidly, even stirring the hair of both him and Luo Fu. The flow of battle energy throughout the body. Luo Yinglai was also stunned. However, this was highly improbable. Such a phenomenon could only occur when battle energy was released, something achievable only by those who had attained the warrior level. Luo Ning was merely a low-level warrior. The flow of battle energy throughout the body. Luo Yingxiong murmured in a tone of affirmation, moving closer to Luo Ning. At this moment, Luo Ning also sensed the transformation within him. Waves of energy surged through his body, exuberant and unrestrained, as if he were filled with strength in that instant. Clenching his fists, Luo Ning offered no friendly gestures and directed a punch straight at Luo Fu's relatively handsome face. Luo Fu was completely unprepared, letting out a cry as he fell to the ground, blood streaming from his nose. Just as Luo Fu attempted to rise and retaliate, he was astonished to find Luo Yingxiong standing between him and Luo Ning, forcing him to hold back. Luo Yingxiong scrutinized Luo Ning, tentatively grasping his wrist, circulating battle energy through his body, before suddenly bursting into hearty laughter. After 10 years of nurturing, it is finally time for the fruits to blossom. The flow of battle energy throughout the body signifies your ascension to warrior status. My son, from this day forth, you shall shed the stagnant aura of a warrior and proudly advance to the rank of a junior warrior. Luo Yingxiong patted Luo Ning's shoulder vigorously. Luo Ning found himself overwhelmed by this sudden wave of happiness. Utterly disoriented, he couldn't quite grasp what had transpired. Earlier, he had merely been consumed by anger, followed by an overwhelming sense of clarity. It turned out he had ascended to warrior status, successfully allowing the battle energy to flow throughout his body. In the Starry Radiance continent, whether one was suited for training in battle energy depended solely on one's constitution. If there were too many blockages within the body, it would be unsuitable for the flow of battle energy, making cultivation impossible. Conversely, if there were no obstructions and battle energy flowed smoothly, it could be cultivated. Luo Ning's physique had originally been quite poor, filled with countless obstacles, rendering him incapable of cultivating battle energy. However, after being transformed at the cost of burning the original owner's soul power, this body has improved significantly. Today, by sheer coincidence, all obstacles have been utterly cleared away. It can be said that this body has been reshaped from one that was entirely unsuitable for cultivation into one perfectly suited for the practice of fighting spirit. All at the expense of a person's life. One can only describe this as a miracle. Had it not been for Luo Ning's unexpected arrival, even if this body had been successfully transformed, it would have remained futile, for the soul within it had already perished. In the Grand Hall, a martial artist of poor aptitude suddenly ascended to the rank of warrior, creating a scene so astonishing that the elders of the Luo family could not help but regard Luo Ning with newfound respect. It is worth noting that when they themselves circulated their fighting spirit and achieved the rank of warrior, there was hardly such a commotion. Before Luo Ning could recover from his joy, Luo Fu, who had just received a punch, protested, "I want to duel with you." "What nonsense is this?" Luo Yinglai chided. "He hit me." Luo Fu gritted his teeth. "He is now also a warrior, and I must challenge him to uphold my honor and dignity as a man. Besides, he is merely a warrior. I will make him understand that some people are not to be trifled with. He is still a child, not a man." Luo Yinglai reminded Luo Fu in 3 months. Luo Ning would officially become a man of the Luo family. Then let it be 3 months from now, on the day of your coming-of-age ceremony. Luo Fu glared at Luo Ning. Luo Ning glanced at him indifferently before turning to his father, family head. According to the rules of the Luo family, may I make a reasonable request at the coming-of-age ceremony 3 months from now? Yes, Luo Yinglai replied, unsure of what scheme his son was concocting. Can I use this right in advance? Luo Ning continued to inquire. Luo Yinglai, unable to show favoritism towards his son in front of the elders, turned his questioning gaze towards them. The elders, not wishing to offend the family head, nodded in agreement. What is your request? Once the elders had no objections, Luo Yinglai finally asked. My request is to annul Luo Fu's unreasonable challenge from today. Luo Ning stated coldly, fixing his gaze on Luo Fu. You can't just declare it annulled. Luo Fu retorted, displeased. What do you want? Xiao Wu will never go with you. Luo Ning turned to glance at the panicking Xiao Wu, who vigorously nodded. It's simple. Luo Fu laughed. Let us duel, on the day of your coming-of-age ceremony. Absolutely. Luo Ning, brimming with youthful vigor, nodded without hesitation. I have another condition. If you do not agree, I will not withdraw my request today. What condition? The loser must leave the Luo family forever. Luo Fu declared sternly. Nonsense. Almost all the elders jumped in to prevent this absurd duel condition. After all, Luo Ning was the family head's son, and Luo Fu was a standout among the younger generation of the Luo family. Regardless of who lost, there would surely be consequences. Yet, before the elders could say anything further, Luo Fu firmly stated, then it is settled. With the elders and family head as witnesses, prepare to leave the Luo family, for you are not one of us. Of course, he whispered the last part to Luo Ning. Luo Yinglai clapped his hands and declared, youth is marked by impulsive outbursts. Let it be so. What began as a coming-of-age ceremony ended in discord. Yet regardless, Luo Yinglai was exceptionally pleased. He led Luo Ning and Luo Yu to his chamber, maintaining a cheerful demeanor, showing no concern for his son's fate 3 months hence. You have finally ascended to warrior. This is a momentous occasion. Luo Yinglai beamed. Son, whatever you desire, speak freely, and your father shall fulfill it. I have no particular requests. Luo Ning waved his hand dismissively. Luo Yinglai raised an eyebrow at Luo Ning, a profound smile gracing his features, and whispered, how about I reward you with 2 beautiful female servants? They were originally intended as gifts for your coming-of-age ceremony. That would be too embarrassing. I'm not that kind of person. Luo Ning scratched his head, though his heart brimmed with anticipation. Are they truly beautiful? Of course. Do you doubt your father's judgment? I raised them from childhood. They are twins. No less. Luo Yinglia's expression grew even more animated. How come I didn't know about this? Luo Ning exclaimed in surprise. I already mentioned they were gifts for your coming-of-age ceremony, Luo Yinglai said, patting Luo Ning's shoulder. The two shared a knowing glance, feeling a bond of camaraderie, and burst into laughter. Clang! A glint of cold light flashed in their eyes as Luo Yu, standing nearby, delicately wiped the edge of her sword with her slender fingers. Speaking in a low, determined tone, I will slice them into pieces and toss them onto your bed. I was just joking earlier. Luo Yinglia's expression shifted as he turned to Luo Ning. Son, you did well. But as a man of the Luo family, this is not enough. You must strive harder. Do not let me down. Yes, Luo Ning replied resolutely. Chapter 6. The Fighting Spirit Technique. However, you should not have recklessly accepted Luo Fu's challenge. You've landed yourself in trouble, Luo Yinglai remarked, retrieving a box from a hidden compartment in his room. But I couldn't just stand by and watch Xiao Wu be taken away. Luo Ning murmured, turning to the box and asking, what is this? It has been nearly 20 years since I last opened it. I thought I would never get the chance again. Luo Yinglai carefully brushed away the dust from the box. The last time I opened it was when you were ascended to warrior. Wasn't it? Luo Yu nodded. 18 years ago. I became a warrior when I was 10. Luo Ning chuckled at Sister Yu. Sister Yu, you are already 28. You little rascal. Luo Yu glared at him. Luo Ning, unabashed, quickly corrected himself. A woman at 28 is like a flower in full bloom. How come you still look just 18? Luo Yu's lips curled up slightly, wanting to laugh, but feeling shy. What is inside this box? Luo Ning diverted the conversation. Looking at Luo Yinglai. I never told you before because you had not yet ascended to warrior. Inside, There are techniques for cultivating fighting spirit. As he spoke, Luo Yinglai opened the box. Luo Ning was momentarily speechless. So many. The box was filled to the brim with small booklets. Luo Ning estimated there were at least 20. Aside from the two of you, these items are my proudest treasures, Luo Yinglai said, his face brimming with pride. They were either obtained through my youthful adventures or seized from others. Everything stored here is top-notch fighting spirit techniques. Wow, Luo Ning's eyes widened in amazement. A warrior can only circulate their fighting spirit throughout their body after ascending to the rank of warrior, at which point they can practice the techniques. Each fighting spirit technique serves a different purpose. A good one can even enhance the speed of cultivation, and some also come with advanced martial skills. Luo Yinglai explained. What technique do you practice? Luo Ning asked, not rushing to choose, but instead looking at Luo Yinglai. The family heirloom, the Blaze Sun technique. Luo Yinglai replied. However, I do not recommend you practice this. Although it is a family technique, it may not suit your temperament. Forcing yourself to cultivate it could yield poor results. Upon hearing the name, Luo Ning began to understand. Given his father's fiery demeanor, it surely had a connection with the Blaze Sun technique. What about you, sister you? Luo Ning asked. Luo Yu replied. The Ice Petal technique, accompanied by the martial skill Ice Petal Bloom. As she spoke, she circulated her fighting spirit, and in an instant, a lifelike flower made of solid ice appeared in her delicate white hand. Exquisite and eye-catching, causing the room's temperature to drop significantly. This is just a miniature version, Luo Yinglai explained. In true combat, the flower will not be so small. Those sharp petals are lethal weapons. Wow, Luo Ning's mouth fell open again. The fighting spirit technique is like another half of a warrior's life. So it is crucial to choose one that aligns with your temperament and is suitable for you. Luo Yinglai told Luo Ning very earnestly. But I don't understand. Why don't you help me choose? Luo Ning looked at Luo Yinglai. Very well. Luo Yinglai emptied the box and began to examine each technique, finally tossing one in front of Luo Ning. The Overlord technique, once cultivated, envelopes you in an aura of dominance, showcasing a man's true essence. Its formidable presence can make women swoon, especially those who are timid and lack a sense of security. Truly the man's choice. The Shura technique, when practiced, grants an agile body and exceptional speed, often allowing one to defeat the enemy with a mere gesture. This is the essence of the Sing. Overt flamboyance is easy to evade, but subtle treachery is hard to guard against. The Star Radiance technique, shining with divine grace, enhances both cultivation speed and your charm, making you more handsome and suave, accompanied by the martial skill Star Radiance manifestation. With overwhelming destructive power, a deal too good to pass up. As Luo Ning listened, he felt an irresistible urge. Although his father merely provided a brief overview, he knew that every technique contained within was of exceptional quality. Is there a technique that becomes more powerful the further one progresses? Despite appearing captivated by all the techniques, Luo Ning surprisingly had his own thoughts. Every fighting spirit technique grows stronger as it is cultivated, Luo Yinglai responded, somewhat perplexed by Luo Ning's inquiry. I wish to express my desire for a combat technique that can enhance endurance and stamina, explained Rong Ning. Luo Yingxiong laughed heartily. Indeed, you are my son. Understanding that a man's persistence is paramount. The few combat techniques I introduced to you earlier, while commendable, have their evident drawbacks. For instance, the Overlord technique, once mastered. Engaging in combat, especially with opponents of equal rank, requires swift resolution. One must finish the fight decisively, for prolonging the battle is detrimental to the practitioner. Every situation bears its pros and cons. Perfection is an elusive concept, a realization already anticipated by Rong Ning. Luo Yingxiong furrowed his brow in contemplation before retrieving a tome of combat techniques and tossing it before Rong Ning. Given your patience and temperament, you are indeed suited for a methodical and gradual approach to mastering a combat technique. Initially, I had no intention of recommending this to you, considering you have already spent a decade merely ascending to the rank of warrior. Why is that? Rong Ning inquired, picking up the tome and noticing it bore no title. Because your aptitude is lacking, Luo Yu bluntly pointed out the issue. Luo Yingxiong hesitated to voice. I too am unaware of this technique's name, Luo Yingxiong remarked while seated. It was acquired from a foe of mine. Oh, both Rong Ning and Luo Yu turned to look at Luo Yingxiong. Pray tell. What transpired? It was many years ago, and the details are somewhat hazy. Luo Yingxiong sipped his tea. At that time, I was merely a mid-level martial artist, while this adversary was even less formidable, possessing only the strength of a high-level warrior. We engaged in a duel. Can you guess the outcome? In theory, with a 2-rank advantage, Luo Yingxiong could easily dispatch his opponent. Yet both Rong Ning and Luo Yu, being astute individuals, understood that the reality was likely far more complex. After an entire day of combat, we were both utterly exhausted, and in the end, I did indeed slay him. Seeing the silence of the two children, Luo Yingxiong continued, casually pulling aside his clothing to reveal a 2-finger-wide scar on his chest. However, he left me a memento. A blade pierced through here and nearly cost me my life. How could that be? Luo Yu's complexion shifted, while Rong Ning was uncertain of the disparity between the ranks of martial artists. She was acutely aware. The leap from high-level warrior to martial artist represents a qualitative shift. At the time, I was oblivious. However, once I healed and studied this tome of combat techniques, clarity dawned upon me. Luo Yingxiong's expression grew grave as he declared, "This technique is extraordinarily challenging to master in the early stages. Far more so than any I have encountered, yet despite its significant drawbacks, it possesses tremendous advantages. Practitioners can wield strength beyond their rank. Their internal energy is abundant. Recovery is notably swifter than with other techniques. And as one progresses, mastery becomes increasingly effortless." Chapter 7. The youth must be reckless. The notion of a martial artist possessing strength beyond their rank is indeed remarkable. Upon hearing this, Rong Ning resolved firmly. "The reason I have refrained from recommending this to you has already been addressed by your sister. Your aptitude is lacking. Logically, one should pursue a technique that facilitates rapid progress in the early stages. This is a reasonable conclusion. To choose a difficult technique with poor aptitude would only serve to create obstacles on the path forward." Luo Yingxiong regarded Rong Ning. "However, despite being your father, I shall not impose my will upon you regarding which technique to pursue. The choice is ultimately yours, and you must bear the consequences of your decision." Luo Yingxiong spoke with an unusual gravity. "I have made my decision," Rong Ning smiled. Reaching for the nameless tome, "I shall choose this one." "Brother." Luo Yu's anxiety flared. Her only brother had only just ascended to warrior. Should he spend another decade on this nameless technique without advancement? It would surely sap his patience and enthusiasm, potentially leaving him despondent. "Are you certain?" Luo Yingxiong interrupted Luo Yu, fixing his gaze upon Rong Ning. "Certain." Rong Ning nodded resolutely, stating, "A youth must dare to be reckless when old. Where will one find material to reminisce about their youth?" In light of this proclamation, Luo Yu scrutinized her brother intently, while Luo Yingxiong's eyes sparkled with approval. "Well said. The tome of combat techniques is of paramount importance to a martial artist. Once a practitioner commits to a particular technique, they cannot change course." Rong Ning had some understanding of why only after ascending to warrior could one begin to train in combat techniques. The purpose of these techniques is to regulate the flow of internal energy according to specific principles, forming an intricate system within the practitioner that perpetuates itself. If one cannot circulate their energy throughout their body, how can they practice combat techniques? Thus, on the Starry Continent, the ability to circulate energy throughout the body is considered the hallmark of ascension to warrior. Permitting the practice of combat techniques, the differing patterns of energy circulation give rise to a myriad of combat techniques across the continent. These techniques can be both beneficial and detrimental, primarily reflected in the systems of energy circulation they embody. Superior combat techniques simplify and enhance this system, while inferior ones do the opposite. Not everyone possesses the opportunity Rong Ning has, with dozens of techniques laid before him for selection. Only a figure like Luo Yingxiong could amass such a collection. Should Rong Ning choose to train in this nameless technique for a decade and later wish to adopt another, it would be utterly impossible. His internal energy would have adapted to its specific circulation, and a sudden shift would only lead to adverse effects, causing significant harm to the practitioner. After acquiring the nameless technique, Luo Yingxiong did not immediately send Rong Ning away. Instead, he meticulously shared his experiences with combat techniques and his insights into the nameless tome. Believing this guidance would significantly reduce Rong Ning's learning curve, the father and son engaged in discussion for half the day before Rong Ning finally departed. Upon returning to his chamber, Rong Ning felt a surge of excitement. For the first time, he possessed a combat technique of his own, and he was eager to commence his training. With a determined spirit, he secured the door, perusing the nameless tome while contemplating his father's earlier words, validating each one in his mind and simulating the internal circulation of energy. After an entire afternoon of diligent study, Rong Ning finally grasped the essentials of his training. He gently set the tome aside, inhaling deeply to calm his exhilaration, attuning himself to the flow of energy within. An invisible yet cohesive force surged wildly within him. Though chaotic, it pulsed with vitality. The obstacles that once existed within his body had transformed into a clear path, permitting this energy to surge freely. This was combat energy. This was true combat energy. Compared to the meager energy he once possessed, the current flow was undoubtedly more vibrant and potent, from head to toe. Every pore and inch of his skin felt as if it were basking in a gentle spring rain, invigorating him to the core. Rong Ning was even tempted to let out a triumphant roar. Joy and excitement, along with unexplainable emotions, made it difficult for him to contain himself. Amidst this elation, Rong Ning keenly sensed a trace of melancholy and a sense of relief. This emotion stemmed from the memories embedded within his body. He had poured his entire being, igniting his soul, to render this wretched vessel capable of harnessing combat energy. Regrettably, he could not personally experience the glory that accompanied strength. Rong Ning endeavored to control a wisp of combat energy, following his father's teachings. Every novice martial artist encounters the issue of unruly energy. It is not merely a matter of will. Initially, one must work with a small fragment, allowing this wisp to lead the charge. Once he could freely manipulate this small fragment, he would be able to guide additional wisps into circulation, gradually encompassing all of his internal energy. This methodical approach is suitable for every novice encountering combat techniques for the first time. It sounded simple. Focus and command that minuscule fragment to circulate within according to the nameless technique. Rong Ning had mentally rehearsed this dozens of times, yet when he attempted to implement it, he found the task exceedingly cumbersome. First, he sought to command just a small wisp, while the remaining 99% of his energy floundered aimlessly within him, akin to a headless chicken darting about. Whenever Rong Ning finally succeeded in seizing a wisp and prepared to guide it, it would invariably be disrupted by the surrounding energy, resulting in all his efforts being for naught. This sensation was akin to searching tirelessly for something amidst a myriad of distractions, only to find the energy slipping away into obscurity once more. Rong Ning felt his frustration boiling over. After an entire night of fruitless endeavor, he remained at an impasse. The following morning, Rong Ning sat upon his bed, eyes reddened, resting while reflecting on the previous night's trials. The lack of progress in his training illuminated a crucial realization. Though this body had been modified at the cost of his soul's strength, its innate aptitude might still be quite lacking, compounded by the inherent difficulty of mastering the nameless technique in its early stages. Chapter 8. Radiant Stone. While lost in thought, a gentle knock interrupted him as Xiao Wu entered, her eyes widening in concern at the sight of Rong Ning's red-rimmed eyes. "Did you sleep late again? Why won't you heed my advice?" Rong Ning could only respond with a forced chuckle, lamenting to himself that he had not merely slept late, he had not slept at all. After the events of yesterday, Rong Ning noticed that Xiao Wu had become noticeably more dependent on and close to him. "I have a bit of a headache, so please don't scold me," Rong Ning said with a hint of resignation. "Sit still, I will give you a massage," Xiao Wu replied. Unable to do anything about him, she allowed him to sit in a chair while she moved behind him and gently kneaded his head. Having a youthful girl attend to him was, in itself, a rather enjoyable experience. Rong Ning simply closed his eyes and let Xiao Wu continue her ministrations. However, as time passed, he found himself opening his eyes again. For some inexplicable reason, he experienced intense reactions from the energy within him while Xiao Wu was massaging his head, as if it were surging towards his mind. This was not the stirrings of youthful passion. Rong Ning considered himself not to be a lecherous man, and he harbored no impure thoughts towards Xiao Wu. After carefully sensing the situation, Rong Ning finally realized that something hard was brushing against him as Xiao Wu kneaded his head, and at the moment of contact, his energy reacted distinctly. "Wait a moment," Rong Ning turned around, pulling Xiao Wu in front of him, and closely examined her hands. "Young master, what are you doing?" Xiao Wu blinked her large, watery eyes and asked, "Is that it?" Rong Ning seemed to disregard her question. His gaze fixated on a colorful bracelet adorning her wrist. Tentatively, he reached out to touch the bracelet, and as expected, the energy within him surged forth once more. Would you be willing to give this to me? Luo Ning inquired, pointing at the bracelet on Xiaowu's wrist. If the young master likes it, you may have it, Xiaowu replied, her cheeks flushed and her gaze lowered, her voice barely above a whisper. I will return you another one another day, Luo Ning said, taking the bracelet from her hand. Why speak of returning? What is mine is yours, Xiaowu stammered, feeling too embarrassed to remain there any longer, and hurriedly made an excuse to leave. Luo Ning noticed the redness creeping up to her ears. What a little girl, he thought, shaking his head with a wry smile as he stood up to close the door, eager to explore his newfound discovery. The stones in the bracelet were certainly familiar to Luo Ning. They were called Yao stones. Yao stones are the most precious treasures of the Starry Continent. Before being processed by jewelers, Yao stones are encased in a natural seal, referred to as raw Yao stones. The Yao stones in this bracelet were all raw Yao stones, meaning they had not been unsealed, and their value was relatively low, making it quite normal for them to be crafted into a bracelet. Luo Ning decided to dismantle the bracelet and remove all the raw Yao stones. Each Yao stone contained elemental energy with distinct attributes, represented by their colors. For instance, the red Yao stone possessed fire attributes, encasing the energy of fire. The blue Yao stone, on the other hand, was associated with ice. The collection of Yao stones in Luo Ning's hand exhibited a variety of colors. Yao stones not only had attributes, but also varied in quality, from the lowest 1-star Yao stones to the highest 10-star Yao stones. Their prices and effects differed vastly. However, high-quality Yao stones were quite rare. For example, the blue Yao stone embedded in Yu Jie's sword was likely at least of 6-star quality. The pile in front of Luo Ning, however, consisted of the most basic 1-star Yao stones that he casually picked up a red Yao stone. He felt a sudden reaction from the thin energy within him, as if it were instinctively drawn to his hand. Much like a cat sensing the scent of fish, this sensation mirrored the one he had just experienced. What is happening? Luo Ning found himself perplexed. Instinctively channeling his energy, an extraordinary occurrence unfolded. The energy that had previously been difficult to control now obediently gathered in his hand and extended outward toward the red Yao stone. The thin energy wrapped tightly around the red Yao stone, and before Luo Ning could process it, a stream of faint energy flowed from the red Yao stone into his body. This sensation felt akin to a silkworm consuming mulberry leaves. As the faint energy entered him, the red Yao stone in his hand grew increasingly luminous. Within less than a minute, the energy that had once stabilized in his hand dispersed, returning to his body. Simultaneously, Luo Ning experienced a peculiar illusion, sensing that the energy within him had slightly intensified, albeit the change was hardly noticeable. Observing the red Yao stone in his hand closely, Luo Ning's eyes widened in astonishment. By the heavens! The seal on the red Yao stone had vanished. It now radiated a faint elemental fluctuation, resembling a fully unsealed Yao stone. How could he, a mere martial artist, unseal a raw Yao stone? This was a skill typically reserved for jewelers, yet the energy within him was undeniably that of martial energy. Although both martial and Yao energies represented forms of energy, they were fundamentally different, akin to the impossibility of warriors casting magic. Moreover, in the Starry Continent, jewelers possessed no combat prowess, and the Yao energy within them could not be cultivated. This contradicted Luo Ning's current circumstances, as he had only recently advanced from a martial artist to a warrior. Let me try again. Luo Ning set down the red Yao stone and picked up another, determined to uncover the source of his confusion. This time, he focused even more intently. The moment he touched the Yao stone, the energy within him became exceptionally vibrant, obediently responding to his will, and spreading to the Yao stone, unsealing it. Time passed slowly as Luo Ning refined his focus, ultimately concluding that the seal on the Yao stone was being eroded by his martial energy. In return, he benefited from this process, as his martial energy gradually increased, albeit in limited amounts, yet he could indeed feel the change. Could it be that the seal on the Yao stone is merely an external manifestation of energy? Luo Ning speculated, for it was improbable that his martial energy could consume it otherwise. Given that martial energy was also a form of energy, an idea struck him. Recalling his training, he realized that due to his inadequate talent and the challenges posed by the nameless martial energy technique, he could not establish a regular cycle of energy within him in a short period. Since his martial energy had been so cooperative while unsealing the Yao stones, why not attempt to cultivate during that process? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Convinced that this method was feasible, he quickly picked up a raw Yao stone, gently channeled his martial energy, and to his surprise, it surged into the hand holding the Yao stone as if it were a famished silkworm devouring the seal. Meanwhile, Rong Ning exerted his will, selecting a thin strand from the obedient martial energy and slowly guiding it to circulate according to the nameless martial energy technique. As he had predicted, the martial energy no longer exhibited its previous rebellious nature. It had become extraordinarily docile. With just a slight nudge, the chosen strand of martial energy began to flow in accordance with the principles of the nameless martial energy technique within him. Chapter 9. Technique: a single strand propelled 2 strands. 2 strands propelled 3 strands, until the martial energy transformed into a torrent, flowing rapidly and joyfully through the river within him, endlessly cycling. The sensation of indescribable comfort enveloped his body, his limbs tingling with vitality. As he felt an overwhelming sense of power, the martial energy coursed through his head, neck, chest, hands, thighs, toes, and even his back. It was akin to the gentle rain after a prolonged drought, revitalizing every part of him. Just as Rong Ning became engrossed in this captivating practice, his martial energy suddenly scattered, surging chaotically once more. He let out a muffled groan, feeling a wave of pain wash over him, prompting him to halt immediately. Upon looking down closely, he discovered that the seal on the Yao stone in his hand had been completely lifted. Once the seal was broken, the martial energy reverted to its original nature, leaving Rong Ning somewhat disheartened that it seemed he would need to ensure an ample supply of Yao stones during future training sessions. But why did this happen? Most perplexing to Rong Ning was how, as a martial artist, he managed to unseal the Yao stones. The image of a mesmerizing, fist-sized gem being shattered by a bullet by a middle-aged man flashed in his mind. Rong Ning remained uncertain about what transpired within him. However, he was certain that the gem struck by the bullet was no mere ornament. Perhaps it was precisely because of that incident that he gained the ability to unseal Yao stones and absorb their energy, for he distinctly felt something merging with his body just before losing consciousness. Having tasted the sweetness of this cultivation method, Rong Ning naturally wished to continue. Yet, the door was abruptly kicked open. Yu Jie entered, summoning Rong Ning with a wave of her hand. "Come with me." "Where to?" Rong Ning asked, somewhat reluctant. "Just come with me," Yu Jie replied, turning to leave. The destination was her training ground, a spacious and tranquil area that Rong Ning had built for her many years ago. However, since Yu Jie had departed a decade ago, the place had grown desolate, with only Rong Ning occasionally visiting to practice aimlessly. This was not due to Rong Ning withholding teachings. Rather, it was because Rong Ning lacked martial energy, rendering any instruction futile. Before Rong Ning could voice his complaints, Yu Jie inquired, "Do you know the classification of martial artist ranks?" "I'm well acquainted with it." Rong Ning nodded. Even 3-year-old children on the Starry Continent were aware of such things. Martial artist, martial warrior, martial master, martial hero, martial sovereign, martial king, martial emperor, and martial god. Then do you know why these classifications exist? What are the signs of promotion? Yu Jie pressed on. At this, Rong Ning genuinely found himself at a loss. Shaking his head in response, Rong Ning offered a faint smile and explained, "Each level possesses its own distinct insignia of promotion. The warrior is the lowest rank, as long as one harbors fighting spirit within. They are deemed a warrior, serving as a massive foundational stone." After a brief pause, Rong Ning continued, "When all obstructions within one's body are cleared and the fighting spirit circulates throughout, the warrior ascends to become a martial artist." "What about the others?" Rong Ning inquired eagerly, for he had already achieved this yesterday. "The martial artist releases their fighting spirit, the martial master separates from their body, and the martial sovereign liquefies it. These are the most evident signs of promotion and the standards for categorization." "My goodness." Rong Ning was taken aback. "Fighting spirit can even liquefy?" "Indeed. The fighting spirit you currently possess is so scant that you cannot perceive it." "What is the promotion insignia after the martial sovereign?" Rong Ning asked curiously. "That is not a concern for you at present," Rong Ning replied, casting a sidelong glance at him. "Then, what level are you at, sister Yu?" Rong Ning pressed. "Me." Rong Ning scoffed, turning her gaze towards a certain house at the entrance of the training ground, her delicate fingers resting on the hilt of her sword. In the next instant, with a soft swish, her blade was unsheathed as her fair hand gently swept forward. Rong Ning witnessed a blinding white light, imbued with a chilling aura, slicing forth like an arrow released from its bow. The white light reached the house in an instant, transforming it into a magnificent ice sculpture. Crash! The ice sculpture shattered, and the house collapsed, revealing a Luo family servant standing there, panic-stricken, trembling as he stared foolishly in the direction of Luo Yu and Luo Ning. Blood trickled down his forehead, clearly a result of the debris. Go back and inform your master that if he engages in such underhanded tricks again, I will cut him down along with you. Luo Yu commanded coldly. Ah! The servant screamed in terror, stumbling away in haste. Luo Ning recognized him. This servant had always been at Luo Fu's side. This fellow is truly insufferable. Luo Yu sheathed her sword. Indeed, Luo Ning gazed at the collapsed house. His mind filled with fantasies. When will I ever become this formidable? He envisioned a young hero clad in white, wielding a sword capable of slicing through iron as though it were mud, effortlessly dispatching foes as if they were mere tofu, his hair fluttering in the wind. What a picture of elegance and charisma! Luo Ning found himself utterly captivated. With your aptitude and performance over the past decade, it is impossible for you to reach such heights in your lifetime. Luo Yu unflinchingly undermined his aspirations. Sister Yu, could you be a tad more tactful? Luo Ning sniffled. To be honest, diligence and perseverance can somewhat compensate for your mediocre talent. You could achieve my current level. But that would require at least a century, Luo Yu remarked with an indifferent expression. Enough of this idle chatter. Luo Yu inserted her sword back into its sheath. I understand your desire to grow stronger and to win the duel 3 months from now. However, with your current strength, victory is utterly beyond your reach, for your opponent is a junior martial master. Luo Ning nodded. A newly promoted warrior faced a junior martial master. There existed a clear 3-tier gap, rendering the outcome a foregone conclusion. You cannot rely on the meager fighting spirit within you to vanquish your foes, and even if you were exceptionally gifted, you would not reach Luo Fu's level within 3 months. Therefore, to triumph over him, you must approach the matter from another angle and strengthen yourself in that regard. Luo Yu's words pricked at Luo Ning's vulnerabilities like needles. What angle? Technique. Luo Ning's lips curled upwards. Technique refers to martial skills that do not deplete fighting spirit. They are the simplest, most applicable, yet simultaneously the most profound martial arts. Teach me quickly, teach me. Luo Ning's eyes sparkled. Now he understood why Sister Yu had brought him to this place. It was to provide him with specialized training. Theory will always pale in comparison to practice. Come, strike me with your fists. Luo Yu boldly positioned herself a meter away from Luo Ning. Luo Ning recognized that with Sister Yu's prowess, he would not be able to land a hit. So he harbored no intention of holding back. However, where should he strike? The face? Inappropriate. The chest? Too unethical, for Sister Yu was after all his own sister. After a brief contemplation, Luo Ning set his sights on her flat stomach. Though he had not accumulated much fighting spirit over the past decade, his physical fitness was not lacking, certainly superior to that of an average person. When he threw a punch, it was infused with tremendous momentum. Sister Yu stood there, unperturbed, as his fist approached her abdomen. But just as he was about to connect, he felt a blur before his eyes. His fist struck nothing but air, causing him to stumble forward 2 steps, barely avoiding a fall. Where is she? Luo Ning was astonished. Sister Yu had vanished from right before him. Too slow. Her voice suddenly echoed from behind him. Luo Ning whipped around to find Sister Yu standing mere inches away. Did you use fighting spirit? Luo Ning asked. Do I need to deal with you? Luo Yu scoffed. Just now, your punch revealed 3 fatal flaws. What flaws? Luo Ning humbly inquired. First, you failed to control your own strength. Your punch did not connect with the enemy. Yet your body was propelled forward. Such a clumsy approach is not even worthy of street thugs' brawls. A reckless attack like that is the hallmark of a brute. Second, your reflexes are too dull when your enemy vanishes before you. You should not be pondering where they went, but rather immediately assume a defensive stance. Third, and most importantly, Luo Yu admonished loudly. An enemy is an enemy. There is no distinction between genders. Remember, when striking a woman, aim for the chest. It is the most vulnerable point for most women. Let us go again. Pay close attention. I will attempt to slow my movements for you to observe closely. Luo Yu removed her sword from her waist and tossed it aside. All right, Luo Ning, invigorated by Sister Yu's lecture, clenched his fists tightly and launched another assault towards her as before. Just as his fist was about to reach her, the same blurring phenomenon occurred. and her voice once more came from behind him. Observe with your eyes, and comprehend with your heart. This was not the use of fighting spirit, for Luo Ning felt no trace of it. It was entirely a technique, a profound one at that. I in the training ground. Luo Ning was drenched in sweat, while Luo Yu moved with leisurely grace, effortlessly evading his punches while calmly instructing him. This state of affairs persisted for a full hour, yet Luo Ning still could not discern how Sister Yu had managed to appear behind him. Inheriting the will and patience of this body's former owner, he did not feel frustrated. Instead, he focused more intently on observing. Concentrate. In your surroundings, there is nothing. Only the enemy before you exists. Luo Yu's voice remained rich and commanding. Sweat trickled down his forehead, stinging his eyes, prompting Luo Ning to squint involuntarily as he threw another punch. A remarkable occurrence transpired. As he swung his fist, he seemed to catch a glimpse of Sister Yu's body, making a slight adjustment. And just as his fist was about to connect, a shadow darted past him from the left, and Sister Yu vanished once again. Without hesitation, Luo Ning pivoted and delivered a punch. Sister Yu gently grasped his fist, looking at him with a mix of amusement and seriousness. What did you observe? A very coordinated movement. Luo Ning withdrew his fist, his mind filled with the image of what he had just witnessed. Sister Yu had lightly tapped her right foot, tilting her body to the right, and as his punch neared her, she had spun like a nimble top, swiftly evading to his rear. The entire motion was seamless and executed with astonishing speed, an almost divine grace. How did you do that? Luo Ning attempted to replicate the movement, but found himself utterly incapable of matching Sister Yu's coordination. Good eye, you grasped the key points rather quickly. Luo Yu commended him, then slowed down the movement he had just observed, demonstrating it once more. Like this, like this. As she spoke, she executed the demonstration, and by the time she finished, Luo Ning realized she had mysteriously positioned herself behind him. The crux of this technique lies in timing. The challenge is in controlling your body's center of gravity. When engaged in close combat, at the moment your opponent launches their attack, you must shift your entire body's weight towards the direction where your center of gravity tilts. This allows you to swiftly move behind your opponent and strike unexpectedly. No matter how skilled a martial artist may be, their rear will always be their weak point. This technique is called Shui Bu. Luo Yu's expression turned serious. If you can master it, it will significantly compensate for the deficiency of fighting spirit within you. Shui Bu, as the name suggests, involves a sense of gracefully flinging oneself away from the enemy, moving from their front to their rear. Catching them off guard in their moment of confusion. It is an exceedingly practical technique. Both simple yet profound. It may appear straightforward, yet executing it proves to be extraordinarily challenging. Luo Ning now deeply understood this. First, the positioning of his feet was crucial, one in front and one behind. When the enemy launched their attack, he would keep the front foot stationary while raising and rotating the back foot to propel his body forward. Furthermore, it is crucial to grasp the concept of the center of gravity, concentrating all one's strength in an instant to the point where the center lies, leveraging the body weight to achieve an extraordinary velocity. Rong Ning perceived this clearly with his eyes, yet upon attempting it himself, he discovered that mastering this technique was far from simple. During the execution of the swinging step, Rong Ning would either stumble awkwardly or collide his back foot against his front heel, tumbling down in a most undignified manner. Again, imagine yourself as light as a feather, roared Luo Yu mercilessly from the side. If you lack talent, you must compensate with tenfold effort. Covered in dirt and disheveled, Rong Ning rose, only to fall again with renewed vigor, the cycle repeating endlessly. I refuse to believe this. Rong Ning silently vowed, his inherent stubbornness preventing any thoughts of surrender. After numerous failures and countless falls, he spent the entire day practicing the swinging step. Until nightfall, when Luo Yu finally allowed him to leave. After dinner and a refreshing bath, Rong Ning lay in bed, his mind racing. Sister Yu was indeed correct. Lacking talent necessitated compensatory diligence. Now was the time to cultivate the inner fighting energy. As usual, he retrieved a raw, radiant stone, and following the methods learned during the day, he began to unseal the stone's enchantment with his fighting energy, while simultaneously guiding the energy to flow according to the principles of the unnamed fighting technique. As his entire body's energy surged forth, rushing and gasping within, Rong Ning once again experienced that delightful tingling sensation, an intoxicating feeling that rendered him spellbound. The fatigue and bruises from the day's practice seemed to dissipate considerably. and the strength he had lost returned to him once more. It seems that cultivating fighting energy can also aid in recovering from injuries and fatigue, Rong Ning mused. Chapter 11. The graceful and agile butterfly fairy at the crack of dawn. Well before the sun had risen, Rong Ning made his way to the training ground. To his surprise, Luo Yu had already arrived. Upon seeing Rong Ning, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in her eyes. Did you sleep well? Luo Yu inquired, casting a sideways glance at him. Logically, after the intense training of the previous day, Rong Ning, being a novice, should have been utterly exhausted. Yet here he was, brimming with energy, showing no signs of fatigue whatsoever. Yes, indeed, Rong Ning nodded vigorously. His thoughts consumed with the need to procure more raw radiant stones. The few he had on his bracelet were simply insufficient. He had unsealed 6 stones enchantments throughout the night, and had only succumbed to sleep out of sheer exhaustion. Let us begin the practice, Luo Yu said coolly. The training remained as monotonous and repetitive as ever, yet Rong Ning found joy in it. As he gradually began to grasp the sensation of the swinging step, albeit still clumsily. After all, no one becomes exceptional overnight. Every journey requires a process. Lunchtime arrived, and Rong Ning personally brought the meal. Observing his precious son diligently perspiring as he repeated the same motion, Rong Ning felt a surge of pride. Just like me in my youth, hard-working and willing to endure hardships. But I've heard that in your youth, you chased after girls everywhere. Luo Yu shot him a sidelong glance. Rong Ning erupted in indignation. Who said that? Who spread such rumors? I'll tear their mouths apart. My mother told me, Rong Yu replied with a smirk. Isn't it a bit too strict to teach him this skill? Rong Ning, a master of deflecting conversations, asked with a serious expression. This is merely an appetizer. The real rigor lies ahead, Luo Yu said, a mysterious smile gracing her beautiful face. Does he truly believe that the swinging step is just this one action? That would be a grave misunderstanding. Son, stop practicing for now and come eat, Rong Ning called over. Rong Ning turned, his face lighting up as he rushed over. Father, what brings you here? Just came to see you that you're a good lad, working hard like I did in my youth. Rong Ning laughed heartily. The outdoor picnic had a unique charm. Rong Ning quickly finished his meal, sitting on the grass, patting his belly while sipping water. A rustling sound came from the entrance of the training ground. And Rong Ning glanced over, puzzled. What brings this little girl here? Rong Ning followed his gaze and spotted an elegant figure approaching. Even from a distance, he could see the girl's flawless, fair complexion and her naturally exquisite features. Her attire was unremarkable, yet it could not conceal the graceful aura that surrounded her. Her hair cascaded gently over her shoulders, and as a breeze swept by, a few strands veiled her eyes. She delicately brushed them aside, embodying the essence of beauty in every movement. If Luo Yu was a thorny rose, this girl was a blooming peony, different in allure, yet equally breathtaking, with each step she took. Her hair swayed gently, akin to a butterfly gliding gracefully, imbued with an ethereal charm. Who is she? Luo Yu's eyes sparkled with admiration as she appraised the approaching girl. When a beauty encounters another beauty, such gazes are common. The eldest daughter of the Su family. They are our rivals, Rong Ning explained, aware that Luo Yu had just returned and was unfamiliar with some matters in Noki City. The Su family arrived in Noki City a few years ago, yet their strength has rapidly grown, now rivaling that of the Luo family. She is stunning. Luo Yu's tone betrayed a hint of envy mingled with admiration. She is not merely beautiful, her talent is also among the best in Noki City. Same age as Rong Ning, yet she advanced to the level of an intermediate mage 3 years ago, Rong Ning remarked softly. A 13-year-old intermediate mage? Luo Yu was equally taken aback. She is likely nearing the advancement to high mage now, Rong Ning added, teasing Rong Ning. If you could win her heart, you would be quite fortunate. Nonsense. Rong Ning rolled his eyes, setting aside his lack of striking looks and mediocre talent. Why would a paragon like her ever notice him? Beauties are typically meant for admiration. Since they are rivals, why has she come to our Luo family? Luo Yu questioned. Though our families are adversaries, there is still some cooperation on the surface. Rong Ning explained while laughing as he approached the newcomer. If you come, just have the servants notify me. There's no need for you to come in person. Uncle Luo, Su replied with a radiant smile. Her gaze swept over Rong Ning, offering him a fleeting smile before settling on Luo Yu. Her eyes sparkling with admiration. You must be Sister Luo Yu. Indeed, Luo Yu responded with an air of pride, her tone laced with haughtiness. Sister Luo Yu, You are so beautiful. Sui offered a genuine compliment. You are not too shabby yourself. Luo Yu was compelled to smile. You two can be said to be the most beautiful girls in all of Noki City. You should grow closer. Rong Ning laughed heartily. What brings you here today? It's a personal matter, Sui replied. Sister Yu, I have errands to run this afternoon, and I wish to request a leave. Rong Ning pulled Luo Yu aside to speak. Go ahead, just return early. Luo Yu patted her brother's head. Meanwhile, Rong Ning was inquiring of Sui. Is there anything I can assist you with, my dear? Sui produced a deep blue raw radiant stone from her pocket. The stone was about the size of an infant's fist, completely free of impurities and remarkably beautiful. A 6-star ice radiant stone. Rong Ning was taken aback. Such stones are rare at higher tiers. 1 or 2-star stones are commonplace. 3 to 4 stars are not too abundant. But 5 stars and above are quite valuable, especially this one in Sui's possession, which was evidently a premium 6-star stone devoid of any impurities. Indeed, Sui maintained her smile. I wish to craft a magic staff. But no one in my family can unseal this 6-star radiant stone that I can only come to ask Uncle Luo for help. Magic staffs typically incorporate radiant stones to amplify a mage's spells. Upon hearing this, Rong Ning realized the purpose of her visit, in all of Noki City. Only the Luo family's top jeweler could unseal a 6-star radiant stone. Meanwhile, the jewelers of the Su family, even the most skilled, were merely low-tier jewelers, capable of unsealing only 5-star stones. If a 6-star stone were placed in their hands, they would only be left staring in dismay. Chapter 12. Seeking him amidst thousands of searches, unsealing a 6-star radiant stone is quite a troublesome task, Rong Ning pondered. Realizing he could not make a hasty promise, the family's jeweler was merely a top-tier one, and aside from the possibility of failure, even if successful, it would consume an entire day. An entire day meant significant losses for the Luo family. Uncle Luo, regardless of whether the unsealing is successful or not, I will take full responsibility for the consequences, and I can also offer the Luo family 100 3-star radiant stones. Would that be acceptable? Sui spoke almost pleadingly. 100. Rong Ning pondered. Since you possess such ambition, it would be remiss of me not to agree. Follow me. I will write you a letter, and you can take it to Master Ma at the jewelry shop. He will naturally assist you upon seeing it. Thank you, Uncle Luo. Sui exclaimed joyfully. Once she received Rong Ning's handwritten letter, her face lit up with glee as she promised to send 100 3-star radiant stones to the Luo family immediately upon her return. Bidding farewell to Luo Ningxiang, Sui tenderly placed the letter into her bosom, her heart fluttering with excitement as she made her way towards the Luo family's jewelry store in Noki City. The 6-star ice gleam stone nestled in her pocket held immense significance for her, compelling her to seek Luo Ningxiang's assistance at a considerable cost of 100 3-star original gleam stones. Each 3-star original gleam stone was valued at approximately 100 gold coins, totaling a hefty sum of 10,000. No trifling amount. Generally, the price of a 6-star original gleam stone ranged between 20 to 30,000 gold coins, with its value likely to increase by 1 or 2-fold once unsealed. However, Sui's stone was distinct. It had been procured at a staggering price of 100,000 gold coins. Not solely because it was a premium among 6-star stones, but also due to its perfect compatibility with her magical attributes. Exceptional treasures are often fortuitous finds, and the elevated price was inconsequential to Sui. Her primary concern was the success of the unsealing process. Upon exiting the Luo residence, Sui unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure ahead. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was none other than the individual she had encountered at the training grounds earlier. Luo Ning. Sui recalled him as the most ineffectual young master of the Luo family, rumored to be the illegitimate son of the family head. Although they had crossed paths before, they had never exchanged words. The illustrious daughter and the inconsequential illegitimate son had little reason to intersect. Thus, Sui had no intention of greeting him, choosing instead to stroll forward. Yet, the further she walked, the more awkward she felt, for their paths were inexplicably aligned, even upon entering Noki City. The streets of Noki City branched out in all directions. Yet at every fork, they coincidentally chose the same path. Prior to entering the city, Sui thought little of it, as the roads were expansive and allowed for separate journeys. However, once inside, the situation shifted. Both Sui and Luo Ning were notable figures in Noki City. Trailing closely behind one another, and curious glances were cast their way as onlookers speculated on the nature of their encounter. Luo Ning found the situation puzzling as well. It was his first time in the city since arriving in this world, and he had hoped to observe the differences between it and his previous life. However, the whispers of the crowd began to feel unsettling. Following their gazes, Luo Ning turned to see a pair of bright, captivating eyes fixed upon him. In an instant, Su Yi's cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly averted her gaze, feigning interest in a nearby stall. Is it her? Luo Ning mused to himself, momentarily taken aback, but he soon shook his head with a smile. This celestial beauty would surely have no interest in him. She must be in Noki City for her own purposes. And their meeting was merely coincidental. Ignoring the stares of those around him, Luo Ning continued onward, his destination the Luo family's jewelry store. After a night of training, he had come to realize that he required a substantial quantity of original gleam stones, and the most effective means of acquiring them was through the Luo family's establishment. Additionally, he sought to consult the esteemed jeweler of the Luo family regarding the unsealing of gleam stones. For the scarcity of jewelers in this world rendered the profession an object of intrigue. Luo Ning was eager to learn how a jeweler managed the unsealing process. Once Luo Ning's figure gradually faded from view, Su Yi took a deep breath, her demeanor significantly more composed. After pondering for a moment, she resolved to abandon the path she had been following and instead opted for a more circuitous route. This should prevent me from trailing behind him any longer, she thought. Feeling slightly embarrassed, the Luo family's jewelry store dominated half a street in Noki City, its facade grand and imposing, flanked by two stone lions that gazed imperiously at passers-by, while colorful banners fluttered in the breeze. Exuding an air of majesty, this jewelry store was a primary source of income for the Luo family, a coveted management project that several family elders aspired to control. Unfortunately, the establishment was currently overseen by the second uncle, Luo Yinglai, who happened to be the father of that troublesome Luo Fu. Gazing up at the jewelry store for a protracted moment, Luo Ning observed a bustling crowd inside, throngs of customers eager to purchase gleam stones, indicating exceptional business. Just as Luo Ning was about to enter, his peripheral vision caught sight of a graceful figure approaching, accompanied by a waft of fragrant air, stopping before the jewelry store. Turning to look, he beheld that breathtakingly flawless face once more. It seemed as if she sensed his gaze, for Su Yi turned to meet Luo Ning's eyes, and in an instant, her face flushed with color. What a coincidence, Luo Ning remarked to himself, bemused by the frequency of their encounters. Is it? Su Yi stammered, her lips twitching slightly. Let us go inside, Luo Ning suggested, finally understanding why she had been following him. Their objectives aligned, both destined for the Luo family's jewelry store. Upon finishing his statement, Luo Ning stepped forward into the establishment. Su Yi felt a warmth rise to her cheeks as she watched the figure before her for a moment, and then a faint smile graced her lips. He was not a man who judged by appearances. His gaze held a serene appreciation, devoid of lingering desire or covetousness. Chapter 13. Master Ma, the esteemed jeweler, as Luo Ning entered the jewelry store. He barely had time to absorb his surroundings when a middle-aged voice rang out. Oh, young Master Luo Ning, what brings you here? Following the voice, he encountered a sharp-featured man, Luo Sihai, a mid-level manager within the Luo family, closely associated with the second uncle, Luo Yinglai, and assigned to oversee this jewelry store. I'm here to procure some original gleam stones, Luo Ning stated plainly, expressing his intent without preamble. Luo Sihai scrutinized Luo Ning with a hint of amusement, taking his time before smiling and replying. Young Master Luo Ning, while it is true that the jewelry store belongs to the Luo family, it remains a family enterprise, without the second elder's permission. I cannot simply give you the original gleam stones. Prior to arriving, Luo Ning had already anticipated that acquiring gleam stones without compensation would be impossible, especially since Luo Sihai was aligned with his second uncle and given the recent conflict with Luo Fu. Luo Sihai was unlikely to extend any special privileges to the illegitimate son of the family. Hence, Luo Ning had previously retrieved his modest savings from his private stash, remaining unperturbed by Luo Sihai's words. Luo Ning produced a bag from his pocket and nonchalantly tossed it before him. I wish to purchase. Luo Sihai regarded the bag with mild surprise, weighing it in his hand before donning a beaming smile. Young Master Luo Ning, how many stars worth of original gleam stones do you wish to acquire? 2 stars will suffice. It was not that Luo Ning lacked the desire for higher-grade stones, but rather that his gold coins were limited. 2-star stones were approximately 5 gold coins each, whereas 3-star stones commanded a hefty 100 coins, a stark disparity. Luo Sihai nodded in understanding and summoned an attendant, handing over the coins with instructions. Please fetch young Master Luo Ning an equivalent weight of 2-star original gleam stones. As he has graced us with his presence, let us extend a 10% discount. Understood, the attendant responded respectfully. Additionally, I would like to meet Master Ma, Luo Ning added, referring to the esteemed jeweler of the Luo family. Luo Sihai's smile broadened. Young Master Luo Ning, Master Ma is quite busy. If you have any messages, I can relay them for you. Who do you think you are? Luo Ning shot him a cold glance. Such words are inappropriate. Luo Sihai maintained his smile. Master Ma holds a prestigious position. It is not customary for anyone to simply request an audience. As the two engaged in this verbal sparring, an attendant rushed over, whispering something urgently. Luo Sihai's expression shifted at once, and he turned to see Su Yi approaching, his face lighting up. Miss Su, it is an honor to welcome you. Manager Luo, Su Yi replied, casting a glance at Luo Ning before offering him a subtle smile. This exchange sent a jolt of surprise through Luo Sihai. Could it be that this celestial beauty held some connection with Luo Ning? What brings you here today? Miss Su, Luo Sihai inquired, his curiosity piqued. I would like Master Ma to assist me in unsealing a gleam stone. Uncle Luo has already consented. Here is his handwritten letter, Su Yi explained, presenting the letter to Luo Sihai. Familiar with the handwriting of Luo Yingxiong, Luo Sihai recognized the significance of the request. Given Su Yi's promising future and her multitude of admirers, he understood the importance of treating her with respect. After a brief glance, he adopted a more humble demeanor. Since the family head has granted approval, please, Miss Su, write this way. Thank you. Su Yi responded, but after taking a few steps with Luo Sihai, she paused and turned to Luo Ning. Luo Ning, didn't you mention wanting to see Master Ma as well? Why are you just standing there? Come along. Luo Ning was taken aback, but quickly realized that Su Yi had witnessed the earlier confrontation with Luo Sihai and was now offering her support. I'm coming, he replied, hastily following her lead. You, Luo Sihai frowned slightly. We came from the Luo family together, Su Yi remarked, her brows forming a crescent shape. With her presence, Luo Sihai could not insist further, and he begrudgingly led the way ahead. As one traverses the backyard of the jewelry shop and ventures a little further, one arrives at the workspace of the esteemed jeweler, Master Ma. The ambience here is tranquil, a serene refuge from the clamor of the bustling city. Which is precisely what Master Ma requested. Luo Sihai, accompanied by Luo Ning and Su Yi, arrived before a door that was firmly shut. After adjusting his attire, he gently rapped on the door. Master Ma. What is it? Came a somewhat weak voice from within. The young lady of the Su family wishes for your assistance in unsealing a luminous stone. And she has already obtained the consent of the family head. I have a handwritten letter from the head of the family here. There was a prolonged silence within before Master Ma finally spoke. Come in. Miss Su. You may enter now. I shall not accompany you any further, Luo Sihai said respectfully, casting a meaningful glance at Luo Ning before turning to depart. Thank you. Once Luo Sihai had left, Luo Ning softly expressed her gratitude to Su Yi. I simply cannot abide their disdainful attitude, Su Yi retorted, sticking out her tongue. Luo Ning immediately regarded her with newfound admiration. This enchanting girl, akin to a fairy, was capable of uttering such coarse words, proving herself to be genuine and unpretentious. Upon pushing the door open, the sight that greeted them left both in a state of astonishment. The room was expansive and airy, yet at its center stood a massive table, brimming with a kaleidoscope of luminous stones, no fewer than several hundred. The stones were categorized into two distinct sections. One side bore a dull hue, evidently the unsealed original stones, while the other gleamed vibrantly, showcasing the stones that had been unsealed. At the table's forefront sat a middle-aged man with a sallow complexion. His eyes closed as his gloved left hand delicately held a luminous stone. Su Yi and Luo Ning dared not disturb him and quietly stood to the side. This was the esteemed jeweler of the Luo family. Master M. At it was apparent that he was currently engaged in the unsealing of an original luminous stone, and Luo Ning was filled with curiosity as he fixated on the stone in Master Ma's grasp. It appeared to be a 3-star luminous stone of modest grade. Gradually, the stone in Master Ma's hand transformed from dark to bright, akin to a dust-laden glass being polished, when the stone reached its utmost brilliance. Master Ma opened his eyes and casually tossed it into a pile of bright stones. For him, unsealing a 3-star original luminous stone posed no challenge. Luo Ning and Su Yi hastened to greet him. Master Ma. Master Ma cast a fleeting glance at Luo Ning before turning his attention to Su Yi. You wish to unseal a 6-star luminous stone? How did you know? Su Yi asked. Perplexed, Master Ma erupted into hearty laughter. If it were not a 6-star luminous stone, would it warrant the young lady of the Su family to personally come here? Please show me the family head's letter first. Chapter 14. Unsealing the original luminous stone, Su Yi promptly handed over the letter. And after a quick scan, Master Ma extended his hand towards her. Hand me the original luminous stone. With great care, Su Yi retrieved the 6-star ice luminous stone from her pocket and presented it to Master Ma. At that moment, Master Ma's eyes gleamed with admiration as he exclaimed, a superb specimen. I awakened my luminous energy at the age of 20 and became a jeweler. It has now been over 20 years. Though I have encountered a fair number of 6-star luminous stones, none possess the purity of this one. Miss Su. This stone must have cost a considerable sum. Am I correct? 100,000 gold coins, Su Yi replied. An absolute bargain, Master Ma exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Oh, Su Yi inquired, puzzled. A 7-star luminous stone typically only costs around 100,000 gold coins, does it not? One cannot merely price luminous stones based on their grade. Master Ma replied with a knowing smile. This stone contains no impurities and is entirely composed of elemental energy. It is no less valuable than an ordinary 7-star luminous stone. The value of a luminous stone hinges on the amount of elemental energy it harbors. Now I understand, Su Yi nodded. But this exquisite stone will also entail a greater expenditure on my part. Master Ma regarded the original luminous stone with a mix of admiration and concern. Why is that? Su Yi asked, puzzled. Because this stone contains more sealing energy than a typical 6-star luminous stone. To unseal it, more luminous energy will be required. Luo Ning, who had remained silent until now, voiced his speculation. Master Ma looked at Luo Ning with a hint of surprise and admiration. How did you know that? I guessed, Luo Ning admitted. Scratching his head, he had indeed speculated that the seal on the stone might represent energy, though he was not entirely sure. Your guess is quite accurate, Master Ma nodded. The seal present on the luminous stone is a unique form of energy, and only the luminous energy within a jeweler can dismantle it. This is the principle behind unsealing luminous stones. Since your 6-star luminous stone is devoid of impurities, it harbors a greater amount of sealing energy, thus requiring more luminous energy from me. Luo Ning noted that Master Ma used the term dismantle instead of consume. This presents a challenge for me, Master Ma said, gazing at the 6-star luminous stone with concern. If it were any other 6-star luminous stone, I would have a 90% chance of unsealing it. However, for yours, I can only guarantee 50%. Such a low probability. Su Yi expressed her hesitation. Is there truly a possibility of failure when unsealing a luminous stone? Now it was Luo Ning's turn to be puzzled. Certainly. Failures do occur. Unsealing a luminous stone must be executed with unwavering focus. The luminous energy must completely dismantle the sealing energy. Should one's internal luminous energy prove insufficient, the risk of failure looms, Master Ma patiently explained. What are the consequences of failure? Luo Ning continued to inquire. Su Yi smiled wryly. The repercussions are not severe. The luminous stone will simply become a semi-finished product, unable to exhibit its full potential. Unsealing a luminous stone offers but a single opportunity. Luo Ning finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. The decision lies in your hands. Miss Sud, you still wish for me to unseal it? Master Ma gazed intently at Su Yi. I am fully prepared, both mentally and emotionally, Su Yi stated resolutely. Then I shall wager my very essence and engage in this endeavor with you. Master Ma laughed heartily, subsequently retrieving a pair of gloves from his pocket and donning them on his right hand. This process may take considerable time, if you find it tedious. Miss Su, you may choose to return tomorrow, by which time the outcome should be evident. I wish to remain here. Su Yi shook her head. Master Ma turned to Luo Ning, who quickly added, I shall also stay. Master Ma paid them no further mind. After donning the gloves, he seated himself and began to gently rotate the 6-star ice luminous stone between his fingers. These gloves are a product of alchemy. They enable jewelers to maximize their luminous energy. thereby enhancing the likelihood of success in unsealing. Noticing that Master Ma had commenced his work, Su Yi and Luo Ning refrained from further conversation, each taking a seat at the table and anxiously observing Master Ma's actions. Luo Ning, in particular, scrutinized the process closely, as opportunities to witness a master jeweler unseal a 6-star original luminous stone were rare, and he hoped to glean some knowledge from the experience. The 6-star ice luminous stone spun slowly on Master Ma's fingertips, methodical in its motion. Gradually, Luo Ning found that the only things occupying his vision were the 6-star original luminous stone and Master Ma's hands. In his intense focus, he became aware of a subtle energy emanating from Master Ma's hands, incessantly striking the ice luminous stone. It was evident that the luminous energy was breaking through the sealing energy. Minutes turned into a quarter of an hour. Then, too, the vast room fell into silence, and the 6-star ice luminous stone and Master Ma's hands faded from view, replaced by a clash of black and white energies. It was a peculiar sensation, yet Luo Ning keenly sensed that, aside from the sealing energy on the luminous stone and Master Ma's luminous energy, nothing else existed in this realm. The black energy represented the seal, while the white energy embodied the luminous energy. Each time the luminous energy made contact with the seal, both would dissolve a portion of each other, and the elemental energy stored within the 6-star ice luminous stone was gradually stripped away with the passage of time. Time seemed to crawl, at least for Su Yi. Ever since Master Ma began the unsealing process, she felt as though she were sitting on pins and needles, though she had prepared herself mentally. The agonizing weight was becoming increasingly intolerable. Stealing a glance at Luo Ning, Su Yi couldn't help but find him a curious figure. He remained perfectly still, fixated on the ice luminous stone, his eyes unblinking, resembling a wax statue. There existed treasures more beautiful and radiant than the ice luminous stone within the room, yet he had never once cast her a glance. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the veil of night descended. Ultimately, Su Yi succumbed to the encroaching weariness and dozed off at the table. However, upon awakening, she found that everything in the room remained unchanged. Master Ma was still rotating the ice luminous stone, and Luo Ning maintained his waxen posture. Su Yi discreetly wiped her mouth, her cheeks slightly flushed. Thankfully, she had not drooled in her sleep. Turning to glance out the window, she was astonished to see that dawn was breaking. She had slept through the entire night. Chapter 15. The unsealing failure. Everything in the room had not escaped Master Ma's keen observation, although he was engrossed in unsealing the luminous stone. It did not imply that he was oblivious to his surroundings. To be frank, he had no notion of why Luo Ning had come to seek him. However, this spineless young man from the Luo family had sat before him throughout the night without moving, as though the act of unsealing the luminous stone was an irresistibly captivating affair. Truly, the legends held some truth. He possessed remarkable perseverance. For that alone, Master Ma felt that he could not look down upon this illegitimate son. Individuals with tenacity often achieve great things. Continuing in this manner will lead to failure. Suddenly, Luo Ning raised his head to gaze at Master Ma, whose complexion had turned an even more sallow hue. Su Yi was taken aback and quickly turned her attention to Luo Ning. "I have no idea what the outcome will be. How could you possibly know?" Master Ma inquired softly. Luo Ning was startled. He had just blurted out his observations without a moment's contemplation. In his assessment, after a night of collisions, although both the black and white energies had been significantly depleted, the black energy was evidently more abundant than the white. This implied that even if Master Ma exhausted all his radiant energy, he would be unable to completely dismantle the seal. "You have gone an entire day without food or rest. Your physical and mental strength is severely drained. Most importantly, your heart is restless," Luo Ning mused, conjuring a plausible reason. Was this truly a 16-year-old child? Master Ma regarded Luo Ning with a fluctuating expression, only now realizing that this illegitimate child was vastly different from the spineless figure of legend. With such a unique perspective and accurate judgment, could he even discern the agitation in his own heart? Even without power, he will surely achieve something significant when he grows up, Master Ma thought to himself. Feeling increasingly unsettled, it had been a long time since he had faced such a grueling task of unsealing the radiant stone, and doubts about his own success began to creep in. Luo Ning had neither erred in his observations nor his assertions. When the sky brightened completely, Master Ma, having exhausted all his radiant energy, forced a grim smile and staggered to his feet, removing his gloves. "What is the result?" Although Su Yi had already gleaned some hints from Master Ma's expression, she still inquired with a glimmer of hope. I regret to disappoint you. Master Ma replied apologetically, handing her the ice radiant stone. The unsealing has failed. It's all right. Su Yi managed a strained smile. As she accepted the ice radiant stone, Master Ma suddenly collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, Rong Ning was right beside him and quickly caught him. I am fine. I'm fine. Master Ma waved his hand dismissively, blinking rapidly as he leaned against the edge of the table to sit down, gasping for breath. I apologize, Miss Su. I have let you down. You did your best, Su Yi quickly reassured him, although the unsealing has failed. The power of this ice radiant stone far exceeds that of a 5-star radiant stone. You may certainly embed it into a magical staff. Master Ma coughed lightly, his face paling slightly. You should rest immediately, Rong Ning remarked, his concern for Master Ma's pallor evident. Do not worry. While the radiant energy within a jeweler cannot be cultivated or increased, its recovery speed is unparalleled. That a mere nap will suffice for me. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, and the door was flung open, revealing Rong Ning's scornful visage. He regarded Rong Ning with disdain and asked without the slightest hint of mercy, Rong Ning, what are you doing here? Do you not realize that this disrupts Master Ma's work? Rong Ning had learned from Luo Sihai earlier that morning of Rong Ning's absence from home the previous night, having stayed with Master Ma. He had immediately berated Luo Sihai without restraint. Regardless of Rong Ning's intentions for being there, Master Ma's esteemed status as a jeweler was reason enough to keep him at a distance. This Luo family was destined for his son. Any interactions should be conducted between Luo Fu and Master Ma. Rong Ning lacked the qualifications. Rong Ning harbored a deep-seated disdain for his second uncle and had not yet begun to defend himself when Rong Ning launched into a tirade. If Master Ma fails to unseal the radiant stone, can you bear the responsibility? Such a heavy accusation struck a nerve with Master Ma, who had just experienced failure and felt immense guilt. Rong Ning's words transformed that guilt into a surge of anger. I invited him in. What of it? Master Ma coughed and slammed his hand on the arm of the chair. Rong Ning was momentarily taken aback but quickly donned a conciliatory smile, for he dared not offend Master Ma. Since it was you who invited him in, I have no objections. I merely worry that the child may be naive and disturb you. It is your incessant prattle that truly disrupts my work. Master Ma's mood was exceptionally foul. Offering no regard for the second master of the Luo family, Rong Ning's expression shifted through various shades of embarrassment as he stood awkwardly for a moment before retreating. Wait, Master Ma called darkly. Is there anything else? Rong Ning was compelled to halt. Next time you enter, remember to knock. You act more thoughtlessly than a child. If this continues, I shall no longer work for your Luo family. Master Ma fumed. Rong Ning recoiled and hastily exited. Rong Ning watched this exchange with a sense of exhilaration. This was the stature of a top jeweler. Even though Rong Ning was ostensibly his employer, he had to submit to Master Ma's authority. If he possessed such a status, who would dare to look down upon him? Even as an illegitimate child, others would have to treat him like royalty. No reprimand, no satisfaction. Master Ma resumed his seat. Thank you, Master Ma. Rong Ning expressed his gratitude. No need for thanks, after a whole night of observation. Master Ma's impression of this previously perceived ineffectual illegitimate child began to shift. Perhaps he was not so terrible after all and displayed considerable tenacity. Miss Su, as compensation for this failure, should you wish to unseal a radiant stone in the future, feel free to seek me out, within my means, Master Ma said, turning to Su Yi. Thank you, Master Ma. You may leave. I too must rest properly. Master Ma gestured dismissively. Chapter 16. A bowl of noodles. An egg. As Rong Ning exited the jewelry shop, he clutched a bag of 2-star radiant stones for which he had spent a considerable sum of gold coins. Su Yi, who walked alongside him, appeared somewhat distracted, likely due to the failure of the 6-star ice radiant stone's unsealing. I am so hungry. Would you like to grab a bite to eat together? Rong Ning thought the girl was quite nice and extended an invitation. Oh. No, I think I'll head back first, Su Yi replied, snapping back to reality. But just as she spoke, her stomach let out a loud grumble that it was still early in the morning, and with few people bustling about. The sound, though soft, was distinctly audible to both of them. Rong Ning erupted in laughter. Su Yi's face flushed crimson as she scolded. No laughing. It was hardly surprising. The two had not eaten since leaving the Luo residence together the previous day. So feeling hungry was only natural. Come on, let us go together, Luo Ning insisted. Embarrassed, Su Yi led the way into a nearby eatery. This small incident immediately fostered a sense of closeness between them. Upon entering the restaurant, they ordered 2 bowls of noodles, and Luo Ning, still unsatisfied, requested several more fried eggs. Soon, their breakfast was served with utmost respect by the waiter, placed before them. Famished, Luo Ning wasted no time in diving into his meal, devouring it with abandon. After finishing his portion, he glanced up to see Su Yi still frowning, lost in thought, her food untouched. If you don't eat soon, it will get cold, Luo Ning reminded her. Only then did Su Yi seem to snap back to reality, glancing down at her meal and whispering, "So much. Why are there fried eggs too?" Faced with the half-cooked yellow yolks, Su Yi suddenly found herself at a loss. If you can't finish it, give it to me. Luo Ning licked his lips, sliding his bowl toward her. Under normal circumstances, Su Yi would have ignored such an offer, but seeing Luo Ning's eager expression, as if he were a starving ghost, she couldn't help but find it amusing. Her previously gloomy mood lightened considerably. She divided her food, giving him half, and Luo Ning resumed his ravenous eating. The nearby waitstaff and early diners were left astonished. The most infamous illegitimate child of Nuachi City and the celebrated daughter of the Su family were not only sharing a table but also eating from the same bowl. This news was nothing short of explosive. Shocking to the core. Once they had eaten their fill, Luo Ning leaned back in his chair and remarked, "Dining with a beauty certainly whets the appetite." Su Yi shot him a curious glance. "So, your eyes are not blind after all." Luo Ning chuckled and leaned in closer, whispering, "Did you bring any money?" Su Yi shook her head gently. "I never carry money." "Excellent." Luo Ning nodded solemnly. "Neither do I." Su Yi coughed lightly, her face reddening as she hesitantly asked, "What shall we do then?" One was the young master of the Luo family, and the other was the young miss of the Su family. To be out in the morning and eating 2 bowls of noodles without any money would surely turn them into a laughingstock throughout Nuachi City if word got out. "Let us dine and dash," Luo Ning suggested with a serious face. "Ive observed, when they're not paying attention, we can leap out that window and make our escape." Su Yi took a deep breath, her delicate features a mix of amusement and exasperation. "You want me, a girl, to jump out of a window? Don't worry. I'll jump down first and catch you," Luo Ning promised, slapping his chest. "That's not happening." Su Yi shook her head vigorously. "How about I keep you here as collateral while I go fetch the money to redeem you?" Luo Ning said with a straight face. Su Yi shot him a playful glare. "You heartless wolf." Luo Ning laughed. "I was just teasing you because you looked so glum. It was merely a failure to unseal. That radiant stone can still serve its purpose, so there is no need to dwell on it." Su Yi remarked with a wry smile. "I wish I could disregard it, but one must learn to take things lightly and let them go. After all, you are still the pride of Nochi City. If I were in your position, what would be the point of living?" Su Yi stared blankly at Luo Ning, recalling the illustrious reputation and treatment this man was said to possess in legends. And she couldn't help but feel a tinge of sympathy for him. "You are right," she conceded, smiling at Luo Ning's fortitude. "You're quite the young man, having come to terms with it so swiftly. You have a promising future ahead. Keep up the good work. And I have faith in you," Luo Ning responded. "But I am a girl." Su Yi felt utterly wronged as the two emerged from the restaurant. Su Yi truly grasped the extent of Luo Ning's audacity. He truly had no money. Faced with a bill of several silver coins, Luo Ning exhibited no embarrassment whatsoever. "Just put it on my tab. I shall return to settle it another day." Su Yi wished she could find a hole to hide in. This was her first time accepting an invitation from a man, and the outcome was utterly unexpected. The restaurant owner, of course, was all smiles, expressing that having Miss Su dine on a bowl of noodles was a tremendous honor, and how could one quibble over a trivial matter of a few silver coins? "What? Today's breakfast is on me. Are you afraid I can't afford it? Saying I'll pay you back another day is perfectly acceptable," Luo Ning declared with a glare. Sue could bear it no longer and hastily pulled Luo Ning away in haste. When they parted ways within the city, there was no need for insincere farewells. After all, they both resided in Nochi City, and their families had cooperative projects, so they were bound to cross paths again. As Luo Ning strolled home, he reflected on everything he had observed the previous night. Though his night of watchfulness yielded little, it nonetheless enlightened him about several matters. The fighting energy within him bore striking similarities to the radiant energy within jewelers, such as the ability to unseal radiant stones and their rapid recovery rates. Although jewelers could not cultivate or increase their radiant energy, they possessed an enviable advantage that made warriors and mages green with envy: the speed at which their radiant energy replenished. No matter how severely it was depleted, a mere night's sleep would restore their vitality. Luo Ning noted that his own fighting energy also recovered rather swiftly. Yet there were many differences. Master Mai utilized radiant energy to shatter seals when unsealing radiant stones, whereas Luo Ning consumed it. His fighting energy not only did not diminish, but gradually increased. This highlighted another distinction, the most significant one. Luo Ning could cultivate and grow stronger, while jewelers could not. What did this mean? Was he truly a jeweler? Or was the fighting energy within him a mutated form of radiant energy? And what exactly was that gem shattered on Earth? These questions eluded his comprehension. Chapter 17. The bolder the man, the greater the harvest. After enjoying a delightful slumber during the day, Luo Ning awoke at night to lay out the 2-star raw radiant stones he had purchased from the jeweler. Spreading them across his bed, their vibrant colors sparkled brilliantly, casting enchanting hues in the pitch-black night. There were at least 100 2-star raw radiant stones here, which should suffice for a considerable period. Moreover, the 1-star raw radiant stone he had removed from the bracelet belonging to Xiao Wu was still not exhausted. After some contemplation, Luo Ning decided to unseal the 1-star raw radiant stone belonging to Xiao Wu first before attending to the 2-star ones. The following morning, Luo Ning beamed as he gazed at the bracelet, now restored to its original glory. Although the stones remained the same, they were now all unsealed. I can return this to Xiao Wu, Luo Ning mused. He placed the bracelet on the table, leaving a note, knowing that Xiao Wu would surely see it when she came to tidy the room. By the time Luo Ning hurried to the training ground, Luo Yu had already arrived. You are late, Luo Yu scolded, thrusting her long sword into the ground. I was caught up with some minor matters. Luo Ning scratched his head sheepishly. And you were slacking off yesterday. Luo Yu's tone was stern. No matter your reasons, there is no room for laziness under my command. To punish you. Your training regimen will intensify from today onward. What? How will it intensify? Luo Ning was taken aback by her ferocity. Luo Yu kicked a few objects towards him, her voice cold. Put these on. Luo Ning bent down to pick them up, his eyes widening as he realized they were iron plates fashioned into leg weights, for in total, weighing considerably, that he felt the weight pull at his hands as he lifted them. From now on, you must wear these during training, Luo Yu instructed. Luo Ning tested the weight, looking up at her. How heavy are they? Not heavy. Luo Yu smirked slightly. Only 5 pounds each. Luo Ning nodded. That totals 20 pounds. Weight training was not foreign to Luo Ning, although he had never done it. He had at least seen it. Luo Yu beamed with approval, patting him on the shoulder. I appreciate your determination and drive. From now on, you will run a lap around Nochi City every morning wearing these. What? Luo Ning's eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't this supposed to be about footwork training? Why running? The bolder the man, the greater the harvest. Your body is a vessel. The larger the capacity, the more fighting energy it can hold. To accommodate substantial fighting energy, your body must be robust. As she spoke, Luo Yu loosened her belt, revealing not a mere belt, but a long whip resembling a serpent's fang. With a crack of the whip, dust flew from the ground. Put it on now. Luo Ning recoiled, daunted by the prospect of further confrontation with this commanding sister, and hastily donned the 4 iron plates, 2 on his legs, 2 on his arms, though he felt little at that moment. He knew that running a lap around Nochi City with this added weight would be a true test of endurance. Lost in thought, he suddenly felt a sharp sting on his backside. Luo Yu's whip had struck him. Still not running. Show me the extent of your resolve and patience as a man. Think of 3 months from now, of how Xiao Wu might be taken by Luo Fu. These 2 statements hit Luo Ning hard. Once hesitant, he immediately sprang into action, racing forward with vigor. An impressive sight unfolded as Luo Ning dashed ahead bearing the 20-pound weights, while Luo Yu followed leisurely behind. The moment he exhibited even a hint of slacking, a whip would come flying his way. Luo Yu wielded her whip with perfect precision, ensuring Luo Ning felt the sting without sustaining any real harm, akin to a fiery burn. As he passed his room, he spotted Xiao Wu adorning the bracelet, her face alight with joy as she waved at him. Young master, thank you for the new bracelet. Luo Ning's expression turned despondent. Let us discuss it tonight, if I'm still alive. Xiao clenched her fist in encouragement. Go for it. Young master. The people of Nochi City were treated to a spectacle that day as the scion of the Luo family, drenched in sweat, labored to run within the city while a stunningly beautiful woman trailed them, whip in hand, occasionally lashing out at him. What did young Master Luo do to deserve such treatment? Those unfamiliar with Luo Yu wondered aloud. It's simply pitiful. Many sympathized with Luo Ning. Luo Yu's beauty and charisma ensured she would always be the center of attention. Just yesterday, rumors circulated of Luo Ning sharing a table with Su Yi, both partaking of a bowl of noodles, and now this incident unfolded. The common thread between the two events was too pronounced. The male lead was the same, while both female leads were equally enchanting. Why was it that the ineffectual scion of the Luo family, lacking in other skills, had the good fortune to know so many beautiful women? Why was it that despite his own handsomeness, Su Yi chose not to dine with him, nor did this beauty strike him? Jealousy burned brightly in the eyes of many young men, just as Luo Ning had completed half a lap around Nochi City. Some men approached Luo Yu, attempting to flirt. A few confident men, emboldened by their slight prowess, leaped onto the rooftops, calling out, "Hey there, lovely. You seem new around here. How come I haven't seen you before? Get lost." Luo Yu spat out the single syllable with utmost disdain. "Oh, quite the feisty one." One man laughed heartily. "I like a woman with spirit," another chimed in. Luo Yu shot them a cold glare, swiftly cracking her whip in their direction. "You're certainly fiery," one man laughed. "Let's see if I can tame this wild mare." Ouch! The man struck by the whip stumbled backward in disbelief, howling as he fell to the ground. The others laughed derisively. "Amateur." Dusting himself off, the man shouted in frustration as he attempted to leap back onto the rooftop, only to be met with another lash from Luo Yu's whip, sending him crashing down once more. Chapter 18. Is there progress or not? The merchants of Nochi City were treated to a comical display, as one man repeatedly leaped into the air, only to come crashing down with a cry, over and over again. "With such meager strength as a man, you might as well perish," Luo Yu scoffed. The other men following her were taken aback. If the first strike was due to the man's unpreparedness, the subsequent strikes were nothing short of masterful. The long whip danced through the air with the grace of a woman's agile hand, striking wherever it pleased, impervious to the defensive efforts of others, no matter how fiercely they exerted their energy. Even more impressively, Luo Yu wielded her strength with finesse, merely sending him tumbling without inflicting any harm. This woman is beyond the reach of our kind. Her prowess likely far surpasses that of us all. The men around Luo Yu ultimately arrived at this conclusion, discreetly stepping aside. Freed from distractions, Luo Yu focused intently on urging Luo Ning forward. For the first time, he carried an additional 20 pounds as he circled around Nochi City. Initially, Luo Ning managed to keep pace, but gradually, his legs grew increasingly heavy and numb, as if they were no longer his own. The sting of the whip against his body became a distant sensation at a crucial moment. The resilience and determination inherited from his flesh proved vital, and Luo Ning stubbornly completed the lap despite his stiffened gait. By the time he and Luo Yu returned to the Luo family estate, it was already midday. After a hasty lunch, which allowed Luo Ning to regain a modicum of strength and spirit, he was once again led by Luo Yu to the training grounds. The afternoon's task was to practice the technique of the whip step, for it was essential for facing Luo Fu in 3 months' time. Thus, no slackening could be afforded. However, when he truly began to train, Luo Ning discovered that the fleeting understanding he had recently grasped about the whip step had vanished without a trace. The reason was simple. Carrying the extra 20 pounds made it far more challenging to control his body's direction when shifting his center of gravity. Everything had to be learned anew, from the very beginning, as he sought to rediscover the essence of the whip step. If you can execute the whip step while carrying this weight, it signifies that you can apply the technique in actual combat, Luo Yu remarked to Luo Ning. The grueling day finally came to a close as night fell, with Luo Yu retrieving the 4 iron plates while Luo Ning trudged back to his room, his body weary and marked by bruises. "I can't believe I'm still alive," Luo Ning murmured in disbelief. Every part of his body ached, his hands and thighs trembled uncontrollably, yet undeniably, it had been a fulfilling day. He retrieved a few 2-star original radiant stones and climbed into bed, preparing to cultivate the nameless energy technique. Luo Ning did not rush to unseal the radiant stones, for he understood that in his current state, It was not yet suitable that he needed to cultivate a calm mind, allowing his body to settle and cease trembling before the energy could flow smoothly. He endeavored to clear his thoughts, diminishing the various sensations coursing through his body, and gradually, his shaking hands stilled, and the pain seemed to dissipate. A profound emptiness filled him, a longing and yearning for energy. Without hesitation, Rong Ning recognized that it was the perfect moment to cultivate his energy. After an entire day's exertion, the energy within him was nearly depleted. Practicing now would undoubtedly yield significant results. He reached for a radiant stone beside him, enveloping it with the scant energy he had left, drawing forth the sealed energy within and returning it to his body, all in accordance with the principles of the nameless energy technique. As the energy began to flow through him, Rong Ning realized his judgment had been correct. His body craved energy with an intensity he had not experienced before, causing the energy to circulate more rapidly than in his previous attempts. Absorbing the sealed energy with fervor, waves of energy surged into his body, transforming into part of his energy, gradually strengthening and invigorating him, restoring his vitality and fortifying his wounds. It was a wondrous and mysterious sensation, one that ensnared him in its embrace. The sealed energy within the 2-star radiant stones was indeed far more powerful than that of the 1-star variety. Rong Ning estimated it to be at least 3 times as potent. It took him a considerable amount of time to completely unseal one 2-star radiant stone and absorb all its sealed energy. The strength he had lost returned to him, and Rong Ning felt invigorated, ready to press on as he picked up the second radiant stone. Only when he could no longer bear it did he drift into a hazy slumber. Upon awakening the next day, though his body still bore some soreness, it was far more tolerable than he had anticipated. Rong Ning first went to the training grounds to retrieve the 4 iron plates from Luo Yu. Strapping them to his arms and legs, Luo Yu looked at her brother with a mix of astonishment and admiration. "How is it that no matter how fatigued you are, a single night's sleep seems to revive you?" "I don't know," Rong Ning replied with a chuckle. Glancing over to find himself taken aback, the training grounds had been adorned with numerous sturdy wooden stakes, firmly anchored to the ground. These had not been there the previous day, so it was clear that Luo Yu had procured them overnight. A wave of gratitude washed over Luo Ning. "What are these stakes for?" he inquired. "They are for you to practice the whip step," Luo Yu replied nonchalantly. "Having a practice target makes mastering the whip step much easier than without one." "I see." Luo Ning nodded. "All right. Let us begin." Luo Yu cracked the whip with enthusiasm, her spirit soaring. Time passed steadily in the midst of Luo Yu's grueling training regimen. Each morning, Luo Ning would rise to collect the 4 iron plates from Luo Yu. Fastening them to himself before embarking on his run around Nuchi City by afternoon, he would begin practicing the whip step against the wooden stakes, maintaining an orderly routine. Despite the arduous training, Luo Ning showed no signs of slackening. However, the results of his training ultimately left him feeling disheartened on the first day. Upon returning home after a lap, it had already been noon, and now, after 2 weeks had passed, he believed that this duration of training should have made him stronger. Yet, when he completed the lap and returned to the Luo residence, it was once again midday, and he felt just as exhausted as before. This meant that the time spent had not changed in the slightest, and the energy expended remained the same. Was it possible that he had made no progress whatsoever? Otherwise, how could he experience the same fatigue daily, with the time taken to return home remaining unchanged? Chapter 19. Graduation from the first stage. Luo Yu keenly sensed his growing despondency, and during one of their breaks, she observed the deflated Luo Ning and asked, "Do you feel as though you haven't made any progress in becoming stronger?" "How did you know?" Luo Ning blinked in surprise. "Am I really that useless?" "Rain's sister." "Fool." For once, the typically stern Luo Yu displayed rare tenderness, ruffling Luo Ning's hair as she remarked, "In truth, you have grown significantly stronger." "Yet I can't feel it at all," Luo Ning replied, puzzled. "When I say you've grown stronger, you should simply accept it," Luo Yu said with an enigmatic smile. Had he truly grown stronger? Luo Ning cast his gaze down at his bare torso. After days of training, his muscles had indeed become more defined and robust, their contours sharp and pronounced. Clenching his fists, he felt a newfound strength in them. However, why was it that no matter how hard he tried, he still required half a day to complete a lap around Nuchi City? "By the way, Rain's sister, does that whip of yours possess any secrets?" Luo Ning suddenly recalled something. After being whipped by her for half a month, he had initially failed to notice any mysteries, but in recent days, He had felt a surge of energy within him whenever she struck him. As if his energy had increased inexplicably, he was unsure if this was merely a figment of his imagination. Did you feel it? Luo Yu's eyes lit up. Indeed, Luo Ning replied, rolling his shoulders. Though you strike different areas each time, it ultimately revolves around just a few points. Luo Yu nodded, a look of satisfaction crossing her face. Your powers of observation are commendable. The whip itself is not particularly special. I simply soak it in a unique potion each night. However, the locations I strike you were chosen with care. What do you mean by that? Luo Ning asked as he picked up the whip, bringing it close to his nose to catch a faint metallic scent. Every part of a person's body harbors different strengths. For example, one hand may be stronger than the other due to varying levels of usage and training that if you frequently rely on your right hand, it will naturally become stronger. I understand that, Luo Ning nodded. Given your current level of training, you have yet to activate every part of your body, and there will always be certain areas that remain underdeveloped. Consequently, the energy dormant in those areas cannot be utilized due to their lack of vitality. When I strike you, I infuse the essence of the potion into your body, revitalizing the muscles in those neglected areas. I see, Luo Ning said. A light bulb going off in his mind. In a wonder, he felt a slight increase in energy each time he was struck. It was not a mere illusion, but rather the dormant energy being awakened. Enough resting. It's time to train, Luo Yu declared, rising from her seat and gesturing toward the wooden stakes. Let us continue practicing the whip step. Understood. Luo Ning clenched his fists and approached one of the stakes, envisioning it as his adversary as he sought to immerse himself in the unique sensation of the whip step. He imagined himself as a spinning top, poised to evade the enemy's attack at the last moment. Slipping from their front to their rear as he savored the essence of the whip step. He repeated the motions again and again. Carrying 4 iron plates while practicing the swinging step indeed places a considerable burden upon oneself. During the motion, both legs and arms often exhibit involuntary excess movements. However, after half a month of weighted training, Luo Ning has gradually begun to grasp the essence of the swinging step. The iron plates have become an integral part of his body, rather than mere encumbrances. Once Luo Ning realizes this, he can start to manage the weight of the iron plates. Brother, you have truly grown much stronger. I simply haven't told you why, and you yourself have yet to discover it, Luo Yu remarked. Gazing at Luo Ning, who was diligently practicing the swinging step with meticulous focus, she was deeply moved by his resilience and determination. For the first time, Luo Yu genuinely believed that hard work could indeed compensate for innate talent. Time swiftly passed, and another half-month had gone by. At the Luo family's martial arts training ground, Luo Ning stood before a wooden post, holding his breath and concentrating intently on his imaginary opponent. The world around him faded away, leaving only himself and the wooden post. He envisioned himself as a featherlight spinning top. Suddenly, Luo Ning stepped forward with his right toe, lightly tapping the ground, while simultaneously swinging his left leg, executing a graceful 180-degree turn. Once his feet landed firmly and his body stabilized, he found himself standing behind the wooden post. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, devoid of any sluggishness, showcasing an ethereal elegance. Luo Ning could no longer contain his exhilaration and burst into joyous laughter. Without needing Luo Yu's assessment, he knew that he had executed the swinging step perfectly this time. That unique sensation could only arise when performing the swinging step. Well done, Luo Yu praised. After a month of training, you have finally grasped its essence. It's all thanks to your guidance, Sister Yu. Luo Ning expressed his gratitude. Throughout the month, despite enduring hardships, Luo Yu had tirelessly supported him, remaining by his side through wind and rain. You have essentially mastered the fundamentals of the swinging step. But remember, no technique is rigid. Your future opponents will not remain stationary, allowing you to execute the swinging step at will, so you must learn to use it flexibly to unleash its full potential. Understood. Regardless, I must congratulate you. You have graduated from the first stage of training, Sister Yu said with a smile, gently patting Luo Ning on the head. The first stage. Luo Ning was taken aback. As a reward, I am granting you a day off today. Rest well and adjust your mindset. Tomorrow, we will commence the second phase of training. Sister Yu smiled enigmatically. Luo Ning felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain about what the second phase entailed. However, despite his attempts to pry, Sister Yu remained tight-lipped about its contents, solidifying his belief that the second stage would likely be more grueling than the first. Upon returning to his room from the training ground, Rong Ning found himself in a predicament. The 2-star elemental stones he had purchased from the jewelry shop a month ago were nearly depleted, and he urgently needed to replenish his supply. Yet, a significant obstacle loomed before him. He was out of money. It was a matter of great embarrassment, yet undeniably true. The offspring of the Luo family received a monthly allowance of 10 gold coins until reaching adulthood. Rong Ning had painstakingly saved over 500 gold coins, but his last expenditure on 100 2-star elemental stones had depleted his funds. 100 elemental stones would only suffice for a month of unsealing. Initially, Rong Ning could only unseal 3 stones each night, but as his internal energy increased, he had now progressed to 4 stones. Along with the enhancement of his physique, his internal energy was gradually rising, and the time required to unseal each stone was diminishing. This brought him a modicum of confidence. Of course, if he were to sell the 100 unsealed 2-star elemental stones, he could fetch over 1,000 gold coins. However, Rong Ning was reluctant to reveal his ability to unseal stones that he could easily ask Sister Yu or his father for money, and they would surely comply. However, if he wished to purchase numerous elemental stones, or even higher quality ones, it would require a substantial amount of gold, and he felt embarrassed to ask. The thought of robbing someone even crossed his mind. Just as he was mulling over his predicament, another person's visage suddenly flashed before him. This might be a solution. After considerable contemplation, Rong Ning decided to venture out. With the situation as it stood, he could only approach this young lady with a desperate hope. The person he intended to find was Su Yi, the eldest daughter of the Su family, who was far wealthier than he. She had failed to unseal a 6-star ice elemental stone during her last attempt, rendering it a mere semi-finished product. Rong Ning speculated that with his abilities, he could completely devour the remaining sealed. If he succeeded, he could naturally request some remuneration from Su Yi. If he failed, it would simply serve as an experiment. Being young, Su Yi likely harbored little guile and would be easier to deal with than Sister Yu or his father. Moreover, even if she had suspicions, her perception of him as a martial artist would prevent her from suspecting anything amiss. Naturally, this could not be done overtly. A subtle approach was necessary. The Su family, as the second largest power in Noki City, was not to be outdone by the Luo family in terms of prestige. Their residence was situated across from the Luo family, creating a subtle rivalry. Rong Ning traversed through Noki City, walking a considerable distance before arriving at the Su family's domain, relying on his memory. The architecture of the Su family was indeed grand and imposing, stretching endlessly. Upon reaching the entrance, Rong Ning was taken aback by the scene before him. A throng of people had gathered at the Su family's entrance. And upon closer inspection, he realized that they were all young elites from Noki City, impeccably dressed and adorned, clustering together and glaring at another group. Following their gaze, Rong Ning's eyes nearly bulged. This other group was surrounding a strikingly handsome youth, who, clad in flowing garments, possessed a captivating aura under the sun's rays. What the hell? Why do I keep running into him? Rong Ning muttered under his breath, recognizing the young man as his cousin. Luo Fu.As, the illustrious daughter of Noki City, Su Yi had countless admirers, and Luo Fu, as a standout among the younger generation, was undoubtedly one of them. At this moment, Luo Fu was commanding a group of Luo family's servants to arrange an array of colorful flowers at the entrance, directing them to form a specific pattern. Upon closer inspection, Rong Ning realized that the pattern was taking the shape of a heart. Over here, place more flowers. Make that heart tip stand out. Are you an idiot? How can you be so foolish? Luo Fu shouted exasperatedly at one of the servants, then turned to the Su family entrance, his expression softening as he reached for an alchemical product, a magic iron horn. Magic iron is a peculiar metal known for its exceptional sound amplification properties, which alchemists from the stellar continent have utilized to craft this horn designed specifically for projecting one's voice. Luo Fu adjusted his attire and slowly brought the magic iron horn to his lips, inhaling deeply before proclaiming, This time I do not wish to shower you with childish sweet nothings. I merely want to tell you that while you are but one person in this vast world, to me, you are my entire universe. Your future is my endeavor, and your happiness is my joy. Rong Ning felt a wave of goosebumps wash over him. The young elites nearby were nearly driven to fury. They too were admirers of Su Yi, yet they found themselves utterly overshadowed in terms of appearance and status. Luo Fu towered above them all. My heart is like the myriad flowers below, each petal inscribed with my affection and sincerity, longing only to wither at your fingertips. Luo Fu's voice was filled with heartfelt anguish and sincerity. Come out and meet me. All I seek is a singular opportunity. Standing nearby, Luo Ning could not help but admire his cousin for his audacity. In terms of shamelessness, he would undoubtedly take the crown. However, one could not deny that Luo Fu was willing to invest significantly in his pursuit of love. The flowers strewn about must have cost him quite a sum of gold. Just as Luo Fu cleared his throat and prepared to continue his declarations, he caught sight of Luo Ning standing nearby, a bemused expression on his face. Luo Ning, what brings you here? Luo Fu scoffed, his voice amplified by the magic iron horn. Why can't I come where you are? Luo Ning replied with a smile. Luo Fu stared at him in disbelief for a moment before asking, Are you sure you're not lost? This is the Su family. The Luo family is directly across. I am here to see Sui, Luo Ning stated, taking a breath. Luo Fu was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter, his tone dripping with disdain and mockery. After a lengthy pause, he collected himself, bringing the magic iron horn to his lips once more, addressing Luo Ning. Look at those people behind me. They are all distinguished young gentlemen of Noki City. More handsome and capable than you. They are waiting in line over their do you know why? Because I am here. The expressions of the group of young gentlemen soured at Luo Fu's arrogance. Feeling insulted. Yet, if I cannot even meet you, how do you think you can? Luo Fu taunted. I am merely here to find her. Whether she sees me is her decision, Luo Ning shrugged. Come. Suddenly, Luo Fu affectionately seized Luo Ning's shoulder, exclaiming, Brother Luo Fu's horn shall be borrowed for your use, lest you be rebuffed at the threshold by the servants of the Su family, which would be quite embarrassing for you, considering you are, after all, a member of the Luo clan. Luo Fu's face was alight with amusement. Luo Ning accepted the enchanted iron horn he offered, placed it to his lips, and blew into it, discovering that it indeed amplified sound impressively well. Chapter 21. Farewell, Sui, go ahead and call out, Luo Fu urged. What's the hurry? Luo Ning shot him a glance before finally shouting, Miss Su, Luo Ning has matters to discuss with you. After finishing his proclamation, Luo Ning returned the enchanted horn to Luo Fu. Is that it? Luo Fu stared blankly at Luo Ning. What more is needed? I've employed this tactic countless times. He has never acknowledged me. If you manage to see her today, I will consume this horn later. Pursuing a woman requires a good excuse, as well as some means. You see these flowers. Women are invariably fond of such things. Luo Fu scoffed. Thus, is not someone you are worthy of. You lack the qualification. Seeing that Luo Ning ignored him, Luo Fu huffed and turned away, busying himself with directing the servants to arrange the heart-shaped designs once more. Time drifted as they waited, and Luo Ning gazed expectantly at the entrance of the Su family estate. However, apart from a few guards peering curiously, there was no other sign of activity. Luo Ning couldn't help but feel disheartened. It seemed that Sui was indeed not so easily accessible. After all, she was the jewel of Noki City, and judging by the scene today, it was likely that many awaited her presence outside the Su residence daily. I told you. How could he possibly meet you? Luo Fu approached again. You might as well return home, wash up, and sleep, rather than embarrass yourself here. Luo Ning shot him a sidelong glance, remained silent, and simply turned to leave. After taking only a few steps, he heard someone calling out urgently behind him. Young Master Luo, young Master Luo. Luo Ning halted, turning to see a maid sprinting out from the Su residence towards him. Luo Fu immediately sprang into action, rushing to meet her, exclaiming, It's me. It's me. Does he wish to see me? To his astonishment, the maid shot him a disdainful look. Miss has instructed that none named Luo Fu are to be received. But I am young Master Luo? Luo Fu clung desperately to the maid's arm. Miss wishes to see a young Master Luo Ning. The maid vigorously swatted at Luo Fu's hand. Let go. Luo Fu's expression transformed in an instant, darting between the maid and Luo Ning, his nostrils flaring with indignation. If you don't let go, I will bite you. The maid, undeterred, threatened back, and with a swift bite, she sank her teeth into Luo Fu's hand, causing him to yelp in pain and fury. You little girl, you must be tired of living. Luo Fu raised his hand to strike. Try hitting me. I dare you. The maid stood her ground, chest puffed defiantly as she gazed at Luo Fu. Luo Fu, unable to follow through, changed his expression, looking at her with forced charm. Are you certain that the person your mistress wishes to see is indeed Luo Ning and not Luo Fu? Think carefully. This is of great importance. Our names differ by just one character. Do you take me for a fool? The maid shot him a withering glare. then walked over to Luo Ning, pulling him towards the Su residence, saying, "Miss," said the one who is rather unattractive as Luo Ning, "it appears you are indeed the one." In an instant, Luo Ning was overcome with emotion. "Sui, must you be so blunt?" As he passed by Luo Fu, Luo Ning paused, glancing at the dazed Luo Fu, and tapped the enchanted horn. "This item is rather sturdy. I suggest boiling it in hot water a few times once you return home. After gnawing on it, you will surely develop a fine set of teeth." Luo Fu's teeth ground together in rage as he glared daggers at Luo Ning, who walked away with an air of triumph. Several servants engaged in arranging heart-shaped designs approached Luo Fu with puzzled expressions. "Young master, what shall we do with these flowers? Should we continue arranging them?" "Arrange, arrange, arrange. What nonsense!" Luo Fu bellowed in frustration. "Take them back and boil them for consumption." "No, please, young master," the servants pleaded, terrified in the midst of the Su family's guards and maids' reverent gazes. Luo Ning was led into a room by the maid. "Young master Luo Ning, please wait a moment. I shall summon the young lady right away." The maid smiled as she arranged for him. The room was adorned with a cozy ambience, suffused with soft pink and cream hues, and a delicate fragrance lingered in the air. It was not the scent of perfume, but rather reminiscent of a woman's natural essence. Might this be her private chamber? Luo Ning felt a flutter of excitement, rising to explore, hoping to uncover something of value. After wandering about for a short time, the door swung open, and Sui entered. A serene smile gracing her face as she walked in. She covered her mouth, giggling softly. "Stop searching. This is not my bedroom." Caught off guard, Luo Ning felt his face flush with embarrassment, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. Indeed, a beautiful lady, unflinchingly confronting an unattractive man. Luo Ning stammered. Sui's cheeks flushed as she realized her personal maid had betrayed her earlier words. "Petty man, not only are you not handsome, but you also don't allow others to speak the truth," she playfully chided. Glaring at Luo Ning. "Just teasing," Luo Ning chuckled. "But is it always this lively at your doorstep?" Sui, while pouring tea, expressed her mild annoyance. "It's about the same most days, if you were willing to mar your own beauty. I assure you, no one would pay you any mind," Luo Ning remarked earnestly. "I would never," Sui exclaimed, spilling tea across the table in her agitation. "It infuriates me. Why must you always jest at my expense?" Although teased, Sui found herself not disliking such harmless banter. Once the tea was prepared and they settled down, Sui adopted a serious expression and asked Luo Ning, "What brings you to seek me today? What if I said I came to assist you with something? Would you believe me?" Luo Ning retorted, "Unlikely. For I have no need for your assistance." Sui shook her head. "Do you still possess the 6-star ice radiant stone that Master Ma unsealed for you last time?" Luo Ning was not inclined to beat around the bush, having come this far. He had to place his hopes on her. "Yes, I do," Sui replied, her brow furrowing in curiosity. "Could you show it to me?" Sui nodded, rising to retrieve the half-finished 6-star ice radiant stone. Once she returned, she inquired, "What do you intend to do with it?" Luo Ning did not answer her directly, instead turning the radiant stone in his hands, keenly sensing the flow of his inner energy. The energy was as vibrant as ever, enveloping the ice radiant stone through his fingertips, meticulously beginning to absorb the residual sealing energy. "This is promising." Luo Ning felt a surge of joy, although he had anticipated this outcome. Witnessing it firsthand elicited an uncontrollable ecstasy. The fact that a precious gem, which a skilled jeweler had failed to unseal, could be released in his hands was undeniably a point of pride. Suppressing his elation, he handed the radiant stone back to Sui. "If I were to tell you that someone in this world could fully unseal your ice radiant stone and restore it to its original capabilities, what would you think?" After careful consideration, Luo Ning finally expressed his intent. "What?" Sui nearly sputtered out her tea, quickly wiping her mouth and gazing intently at Luo Ning. "That cannot be true." Chapter 22. A gift. Luo Ning nodded solemnly. "It is indeed true." Sui could discern no hint of jest on Luo Ning's countenance. All she saw was confidence, aside from Master Ma. "Is there a more advanced jeweler in your family?" Her beautiful eyes sparkled with intelligence. The radiant stone had but a single opportunity for unsealing, a well-known fact in the Star Radiant continent. Yet Luo Ning asserted that the half-finished ice radiant stone still had a chance to fulfill its potential. Sui surmised that there must be another jeweler hidden within the Luo family. What of even greater expertise than Master Ma, a master jeweler? What a shocking revelation. While many jewelers might exist across the Star Radiant continent, those of Master Ma's caliber numbered no more than 30. The highest level, an upper-tier master jeweler, was rumored to possess the ability to unseal 8-star primal radiant stones. The Luo family's might was indeed justified. Sui couldn't help but exclaim. Whether or not there exists a higher-grade jeweler is of little importance. What matters is whether you are willing to take the risk. Luo Ning's voice was laden with persuasion. Absolutely, Sui replied without hesitation. The 6-star ice radiant stone was a rare find, particularly one as exquisite as hers. After the last unsealing attempt had failed, Sui had mourned for many days. Now, with the opportunity to restore its former glory, she scarcely hesitated to voice her thoughts. However, she quickly considered another question. Are there any conditions? This girl is quite astute, Luo Ning assessed. Naturally, there are conditions. He took a leisurely sip of tea, while Sui grew increasingly anxious. Wishing to pry open his mouth to pour the entire cup down his throat, this matter must remain between us. No one else can know. If it does, we will both be in serious trouble, Luo Ning warned gravely. The extent of the power possessed by a master jeweler remained unclear to Sui. However, she was acutely aware that such strength was not something the Su family could contend with. Nodding gravely, she affirmed, of course. Luo Ning, somewhat bashful, rubbed his large hands together, as a price for assisting you in breaking the seal. He currently requires some original radiant stones. Would 100 3-star original radiant stones suffice? Sui inquired anxiously, recalling that the last time she sought Luo Ingxiong's help, the price was similarly set. Yes, that would be more than adequate, Luo Ning replied, nodding vigorously. Initially, he intended to propose 100 2-star stones, but Sui's opening bid of 3-star stones took him by surprise. This woman was indeed quite affluent. However, if he cannot break the seal, I will have to reclaim these items. Sui, not one to be taken lightly, was well aware of the value of her investments. Trust me, it will work. If it doesn't, I will offer myself to you, Luo Ning declared, slapping his chest with conviction. I would prefer not to, Sui retorted, rolling her eyes dramatically. After meticulously packaging the 6-star ice radiant stone along with the 100 3-star original radiant stones, Sui cautiously asked, how long will it take? That's hard to say, but no more than 7 days at most. You can come to the Luo residence to collect it then. I may be quite busy during this period, Luo Ning stated, lifting the heavy package. All right, Sui nodded. Just as she took a few steps forward, Luo Ning abruptly turned, scrutinizing her from head to toe. What are you looking at? Sui asked, puzzled. If I wish to purchase something for a woman, what would you suggest? Luo Ning inquired. Is it for a woman you hold dear? Sui chuckled unexpectedly. It's for my sister, Luo Yu, the one you've met. Her. Sui tilted her head thoughtfully. Generally, women are fond of shiny objects, such as rings, necklaces, and earrings, as well as vibrant clothing. They need not be expensive. Suitability is key. Luo Ning broke into a cold sweat. I can't help but think that a sword or a suit of armor would be more fitting. If you truly bought such items, I could only conclude that you are a fool, Sui critiqued. Even the most assertive woman is still a woman. You have a point. Thank you for the reminder, Luo Ning nodded, departing from Sui's room with his heavy burden. Having trained diligently under Sister Yu for a month, Luo Ning felt it was necessary to express his gratitude. Hence he prepared a small gift for her before heading out. Upon exiting the Su residence, he found that all the people at the entrance had dispersed, leaving only scattered petals dancing in the wind. Upon reaching Noki City, Luo Ning browsed numerous shops before finally discovering what he sought, a pair of exquisite red radiant stone earrings. These earrings would complement Sister Yu's complexion and facial features perfectly, and being crafted from red radiant stone, they would serve to soften her icy demeanor. Luo Ning mused that if Sister Yu were less stern, she would surely be a great beauty. How much? Luo Ning inquired as he placed the earrings before the shopkeeper. 300 gold coins. 200. Luo Ning countered without batting an eye. Do you really need to haggle? This small shop operates on a modest scale, offering genuine goods without deception, the shopkeeper retorted. This red radiant stone was cut from a 3-star stone. The cost of materials is no more than 50 gold coins. I've already been generous by pricing the labor at 150 gold coins. Are you buying or not? Luo Ning tossed the earrings back onto the counter. A discerning eye, the shopkeeper praised, giving Luo Ning a thumbs up. Wrap it up for me. It's a gift. Luo Ning reached into his pack, producing 3 original radiant stones and placing them on the counter, stating clearly, I'm short on gold coins. So I'll use these as collateral. A 3-star original radiant stone is worth about 100 gold coins, and I'm not trying to cheat you. Just wrap it up and return me 50 gold coins, and we'll be even. The shopkeeper blinked rapidly at Rong Ning. You're not losing anything. Why the hesitation? Rong Ning urged. Fine, considering you are the young master of the Luo family, I'll accept this deal today. The shopkeeper relented, shaking his head while retrieving a small packaging box to place the earrings inside. Oh, you recognize me. Everyone in Noki City knows you, the one causing all the commotion every day, the shopkeeper replied dismissively, leaving Rong Ning sweating. After exiting the store, Rong Ning made his way towards the Luo family jewelry store, not to shop, but to repay the debt for the breakfast he owed Sui. It is vital to uphold one's integrity in life. Upon locating the restaurant from last time, under the astonished gaze of the owner, Rong Ning dropped a gold coin on the table, stating, "This is for last time's breakfast. Consider the remainder as interest." After returning home, Rong Ning first secured the bundle of 3-star original radiant stones before eagerly heading to find Sister Yu with the packaging box in hand. However, after searching for quite some time, he could not locate her. Asking the servants yielded no results either. Reluctantly, he placed the box in Sister Yu's room, leaving a note behind. Chapter 23. The second phase of training begins as night fell and tranquility enveloped the surroundings. Rong Ning could hardly contain his excitement as he retrieved the 6-star ice radiant stone entrusted to him by Sui. The differences between high-level and low-level radiant stones were indeed stark. Their colors, sizes, and purity were all of a significantly superior caliber, easily discernible to the naked eye. Furthermore, Rong Ning could even perceive a faint chill emanating from this radiant stone. Such sensations only arise when the energy contained within a radiant stone reaches a certain threshold. Cradling the ice radiant stone in his palms, he pressed his hands together, enveloping it with his fighting energy. Although he was confident in his ability to absorb the residual sealing energy, having conducted a brief attempt during the day, the actual endeavor still caused him to break into a cold sweat. The sealing energy within this ice radiant stone was not only vast but also of a quality far exceeding that of 2-star stones. The challenge Rong Ning faced was specifically that it was quite laborious to digest. After a considerable duration, he finally sensed that he had successfully absorbed a minuscule amount of the sealing energy. The distinct sensation he experienced was unlike anything before. Even this tiny fragment of sealing energy yielded tremendous benefits within him. His internal fighting energy surged slightly, a palpable reality, a feat unattainable with the 2-star original radiant stones. Grateful that he had not overly boasted, Rong Ning felt a wave of relief. Having agreed with Sui to return in 7 days, he believed that the time would be sufficient to fully unseal the ice radiant stone. A month of training had seen Rong Ning practicing the unsealing of original radiant stones while simultaneously channeling the unnamed fighting energy technique. His internal fighting energy had expanded exponentially, and it no longer exhibited the unruly characteristics it once did. Controlling it had become considerably easier. Rong Ning recognized that he had successfully navigated a crucial phase in his fighting energy training. His internal energy had adapted to a cyclic pattern governed by the unnamed fighting energy technique. Yet, he knew that this was not enough. Only when his fighting energy could operate autonomously, following the principles of the unnamed technique without his conscious control, would his cultivation reach new heights. At that point, he would be able to practice the unnamed technique at any time and place. The next morning, as Rong Ning sprinted towards the training grounds, he pondered what new training content might emerge that day. Sister Yu, as always, arrived a tad early, standing there with her sword, exuding a commanding presence. The gentle morning breeze tousled her golden hair, rendering her a breathtaking vision akin to a goddess of war from myth. Upon closer inspection, Rong Ning noted that her ears were still unadorned, lacking the earrings he had gifted her, a revelation that left him somewhat disheartened. Sister Yu evidently still had no fondness for such trinkets. He should have purchased a sword for her instead. "Good morning," Rong Yu greeted. Kicking 4 iron plates towards him, Rong Ning sat down and secured the plates to his limbs. "Sister Yu, what does the second phase of training entail?" Rong Ning asked eagerly. "Are you looking forward to it?" Rong Yu replied with a rather enigmatic smile. "Just a bit." Rong Ning hesitated to express too much enthusiasm. "While your enthusiasm is commendable, for now, you will run a lap around Noki City," Rong Yu declared, uncoiling the whip that was wrapped around her slender waist. "Huh, isn't this the second phase?" Rong Ning questioned in surprise. "Did I say the second phase wouldn't involve physical training?" Rong Yu flicked her whip. "Physical conditioning must never cease. Only with a robust body can one accommodate more fighting energy, as I should have already informed you. I understand. Luo Ning nodded earnestly. Additionally, Sister Yu's tone unexpectedly softened, catching Luo Ning off guard as he stared at her wide-eyed. Her face appeared slightly flushed as she brushed her hair back with her delicate hand before gently stating, "Thank you for your gift. I truly like it." Luo Ning smiled, aware that Sister Yu's words were genuine. Not mere pleasantries. Her blush was the clearest evidence. No laughing. Sister Yu shot him a glare, cracking the whip again. "Why aren't you running?" Despite a month of continuous training, after completing a lap around Noki City and returning to the Luo residence, Luo Ning felt utterly exhausted, taking a considerable time to recuperate. Did he truly grow stronger? Doubt crept into his mind that in terms of physical strength and the increase of internal energy, I have undoubtedly become much stronger. However, the reality is quite peculiar. No matter how much I train or how hard I work, the time and energy required to complete the run around Noki City remain unchanged. Luo Ning racked his brains to understand the reasons behind this. After lunch, the siblings returned to the training ground, and Luo Ning was finally confronted with the content of the second stage of training. "Come over." Luo Yu gently beckoned him while standing in front of a wooden post. "What is it?" Luo Ning complied and walked over. "Take off your clothes," Luo Yu said nonchalantly. Luo Ning glanced down at himself. He had already removed his upper garment, revealing a physique adorned with well-defined muscles, leaving only his trousers. "Take off my pants." Luo Ning's face flushed instantly, although they were siblings. He was now nearly an adult, and he felt a bit hesitant to act immodestly before his sister. "Yes, take off your pants." "Is this part of the second stage of training?" Luo Ning asked, clutching his waistband with a grimace. "It's a preparatory step. If I say take them off, then take them off. You're a grown man. Stop being so fussy," Luo Yu scolded. Reluctantly, Luo Ning slowly removed his trousers, feeling quite awkward as he inquired, "I don't need to take off my underwear, right?" Now it was Luo Yu's turn to blush, hastily waving her hands. No. Come over here." Luo Yu pointed to where she stood. As soon as Luo Ning positioned himself, he saw Luo Yu slowly extend a delicate finger, tapping gently on his forehead and giving it a light flick that a surge of agile, immense power emanated from his forehead. And Luo Ning could hardly fathom the terrifying strength concealed within Luo Yu's seemingly slender frame. His body instinctively propelled backward, and an icy, bone-chilling sensation spread throughout him. With a resounding thud, Luo Ning collided with a wooden post and was pinned there. The force exerted by Luo Yu being perfectly calibrated. "You used internal energy." Luo Ning shivered, trying to circulate his internal energy to fend off the chill, but it was futile. Chapter 24. The three yellow bees. Luo Yu leisurely approached, extracting a long whip from her waist, and began to wrap Luo Ning and the wooden post together. "Yujia, what are you tying me up for?" Luo Ning noticed a strange smile curling at Luo Yu's lips, sending a shiver down his spine. "The second stage of training officially begins now," Luo Yu declared, binding Luo Ning with the whip while slowly explaining. "In the first stage, you executed the whip step perfectly. However, I must inform you that this is merely the beginning. The whip step is not a simple technique, and there is much more for you to learn. A true whip step consists of 4 key points. You have successfully completed the first point, which is impeccable coordination. Congratulations. In the upcoming second stage, we will focus on the other 2 points." "What are those 2 points?" Luo Ning asked, now serious. "Precise judgment and rapid reflexes." After securing Luo Ning, leaving only his hands free to move, Luo Yu walked back slowly and brought over a jar, dipping her hand inside to scoop out globs of amber-colored, translucent, viscous substance. The fragrant aroma wafted into Luo Ning's nostrils. There was no mistaking it. It was honey. Luo Yu smiled at Luo Ning, then gently smeared the honey over his bare skin, saying, "The enemies you will face are not static wooden posts but living beings or magical beasts. They will not stand still for you to strike. Hence, you must judge the direction of their attacks before they strike, determining whether to execute the whip step to their left or right, which requires precise judgment. Once you accurately assess this, you must possess rapid reflexes to perform the whip step and evade to their rear before they can reach you. These 2 points are paramount, and they embody the essence of the whip step," Luo Yu added. Luo Ning felt a mix of exhilaration and trepidation. The sensation of Luo Yu's delicate hands gliding over his skin sent tingles through him. Yet he was apprehensive about what further surprises she had in store. Luo Yu meticulously applied honey to various parts of Luo Ning's body before setting the jar down, sucking her fingers briefly before nodding. It's quite sweet. Luo Yu's enchanting demeanor left Luo Ning feeling dizzy. At that moment, she produced two slender wooden sticks about the length of her fingers and solemnly placed them in Luo Ning's hands, stating, "Hold these, they are your weapons." Weapons? Luo Ning stared at the two wooden sticks, which were hardly fit for chopsticks, utterly speechless. However, the term weapons triggered a realization in him. If there are weapons, does that mean there are enemies? Very astute. Luo Yu smiled and nodded. Where are the enemies? Luo Ning looked around, unable to spot any foes, and wondered what use these flimsy sticks would serve. Right here. Luo Yu leaped to one side and returned with a box covered in red cloth. Luo Ning could distinctly hear a buzzing sound emanating from within, sending chills down his spine. Indeed, when Luo Yu unveiled the box, he beheld a sight he had hoped to avoid. Bees, a swarm of them, densely packed within the box, numbering in the thousands, small in stature with golden stripes adorning their backs. Luo Yu gently opened a small gap in the wooden box, and one bee slowly crawled out, taking to the air. Luo Yu quickly closed the gap, turning to Luo Ning to explain, "These are 3 yellow bees, named for the 3 yellow stripes on their backs. They are exceptionally sensitive to the scent of sweat. If you're sweating, they will not hesitate to sting you. Just a friendly reminder, they possess a certain level of toxicity. If you were stung multiple times, you could suffer from poisoning." Luo Ning could no longer afford to heed Luo Yu's detailed explanations, as the first 3 yellow bee, having circled twice in the air, zoomed straight for him, coated in honey. He was an irresistible target. Having just completed a run around Noki City earlier that morning, he was drenched in sweat. If it latched onto him, he would surely be stung. Observe its flight path carefully. Eliminate it before it can sting you, Luo Yu commanded sharply. Though her words sounded straightforward, executing them was another matter entirely. His weapons were short and thin, while the 3 yellow bee was both small and agile, weaving through the air with intricate patterns. Occasionally darting in an S shape or an 8 shape, Luo Ning attempted to strike multiple times but failed, only to have the bee swiftly breach his defenses and attach itself to his chest. A sharp pain shot through his chest, and with a swift motion, Luo Ning slapped it dead. However, as he looked down, he noticed a small bump rapidly forming on his chest, accompanied by a burning sensation. "Well done," Luo Yu teased from the side. "But these 3 yellow bees are quite vengeful. You now carry the scent of their kind, which means you're in trouble. You should have mentioned that sooner," Luo Ning lamented, feeling utterly defeated. Luo Yu opened the box again, releasing a second 3 yellow bee. "To avoid injury, it's simple. Eliminate it before it can hurt you." "Don't tell me you can't do that. No one is born a champion. We all hone our skills through trials and tribulations." Luo Yu reprimanded him like a general lecturing his troops. Now, Luo Ning understood the intent behind the second stage of training. Precise judgment and rapid reflexes could indeed be cultivated through this method. If he could use those 2 wooden sticks to capture the incoming 3 yellow bees, what techniques would be beyond his grasp in future battles? A competent martial artist can masterfully control all dynamics within a 2-meter radius, disassemble and defend against opponents' attacks, turning the tide in dire situations. To achieve this, one must cultivate a tranquil heart. Your mind should resemble a still lake. All attacks that intrude within your 2-meter range are like stones thrown into the lake, and you must grasp the ripples they create to expel those stones. Luo Ning realized this represented a lofty realm, one he currently could not attain, but it did not hinder him from absorbing the wisdom conveyed by his sister. With a sharp smack, Luo Ning was once again compelled to swat down the second 3 yellow bee that had alighted on him. "Bring it on." Ignoring the stinging pain on his body, he tightened his grip on the wooden sticks. One after another, the 3 yellow bees were released from the box, and one after another, they met their demise at Luo Ning's hands, their deaths quite dramatic. The toll on Luo Ning manifested as an array of small lumps on his body. Although the toxicity of the 3 yellow bees was not high, it was not negligible either. In the areas where he had been stung blossomed with purplish bruises. By the end, Luo Ning felt nauseous, his vision spinning. "That will be all for today. Reflect on why you failed after you return." Luo Yu concluded the training early for the first time. "I've instructed the servants to prepare bathwater. After you return, take a good soak. I've added various herbs to it that will detoxify and strengthen your body." Chapter 25, Progress. Dragging his battered body back to the room, Luo Ning indeed found a tub filled with greenish bathwater. He could hardly concern himself with the concoction's ingredients. He hurriedly stripped off his clothes and jumped in. The moment he submerged, the area stung by the 3 yellow bees erupted in an overwhelming sensation of itchiness. Tempting him to scratch, Luo Ning resisted. The willpower of this body was not to be taken lightly. Reclining in the bathtub, immersed in the medicinal liquid, Luo Ning closed his eyes, reflecting on the day's training. The technique of the whip step encompasses 4 key elements: perfect coordination, precise judgment, and rapid reflexes. These are 3.as for the final element. Luo Yu remained silent. Yet Luo Ning surmised it must pertain to the subsequent training. Can every warrior flawlessly control the attacks that encroach within a 2-meter radius, dismantle, defend, then counterattack? However, those diminutive 3 yellow wasps invariably manage to breach his defenses and sting him. Their small size is one factor. The lack of focus and insufficient decisiveness in his strikes are another. If he could discern the flight path of the wasps, he believed he could always seize them the moment they approached their next destination. Your heart is like a tranquil lake, and an attack is akin to stones thrown into that lake. The words of Sister Yu echoed in his mind. A heart like still water. This was the essence of her message. The ripples that disturbed the lake within his heart undoubtedly stemmed from the awareness of the impending attacks. Luo Ning felt he was vaguely grasping a sense of understanding. It was only when the bathwater had completely cooled that he finally rose. Looking down, he noticed that although the spots where the 3 yellow wasps had stung him were still slightly red and swollen, the horrific bruises had subsided. After another night of rest, he should be back to normal. Yet there were more pressing matters at hand. He had promised Sui that he would present her with an unsealed ice radiant stone in 7 days. As a man, he could not go back on his word. The unsealing process of the 6-star ice radiant stone was progressing slowly, but there was progress each day. Luo Ning understood that this was related to the insufficient amount of fighting energy within his body. If he possessed ample fighting energy, unsealing the 6-star stone would be but a matter of minutes. The following morning, he once again donned iron plates and ran around Nuachi City. In the afternoon, he was bound to a wooden post by Sister Yu and coated in honey. 3 yellow wasps slowly emerged from a wooden box, cautiously surveying its surroundings. After confirming there was no danger, it unfurled its wings and soared into the air. The unique scent of the honey lured the wasp, compelling it to dart toward Luo Ning without hesitation. Grasping 2 slender wooden sticks, Luo Ning took a deep breath. Striving to clear his mind of distractions and focused intently on the approaching wasp, it drew closer, ever nearer. The small bee, adorned with 3 yellow stripes on its back, soon hovered before him, exhibiting a keen interest in the honey. Strike! Luo Ning swiftly extended the wooden sticks, clamping down with force. The sticks grazed the wasp's wings, and the next moment, he felt a sharp sting on his body, prompting him to quickly swat away the wasp that had attached itself to him. Do you understand why you failed? Luo Yu said nonchalantly as she released another wasp. Because you were oblivious to the threat to your life. Consequently, your focus was insufficient. Without concentration, you cannot succeed. Imagine these wasps as blades aimed at you. If you cannot fend them off, the only outcome is death. When you grasp this awareness, success will follow. Human potential often emerges only in moments of crisis. Upon hearing Sister Yu's words, Luo Ning felt a shiver down his spine that if these wasps were indeed enemies, he would have perished countless times. The training continued, yet Luo Ning experienced no progress, which made him feel increasingly restless and devoid of any sense of timing in his strikes. Where is your patience and perseverance? Sister Yu keenly observed this and gently reminded him. Use your eyes to closely observe the wings of the wasps. When they turn, you can accurately judge their direction of movement by their wing shifts. And let me tell you one more thing, Sister Yu added with a slight smile. The wings of the wasps are akin to human shoulders. When someone attacks, their shoulders will exhibit slight movement. If you can discern the direction of the wasp's wing movements, you will naturally be able to predict the enemy's attack direction. Another 3 yellow wasp approached. Luo Ning inhaled deeply, dispelling his agitation, squinting as he focused on the incoming bee, envisioning it as a sword aimed at him. The world faded away, leaving only himself and that blade, with a heart like still water. A stone was cast into the tranquil lake, creating ripples. Suddenly, Luo Ning felt as though the approaching 3 yellow wasp had grown significantly larger. Its right wing's vibration frequency had sharply increased, indicating a turn was imminent. Without hesitation, Luo Ning extended the wooden sticks the moment the wasp's turning speed began to slow. Easy. When Luo Ning regained his senses, he was astonished to find he had captured the wasp. The creature thrashed its wings in a futile attempt to escape the wooden stick's grip. Did I succeed? Luo Ning found it hard to believe, turning to Sister Yu, who was smiling at him with evident pride. I really did succeed. Luo Ning erupted in joyous laughter. It became clear that although Sister Yu had not explicitly stated it, she had given ample hints. When the wasp turned, its speed naturally decreased, making it the perfect moment to strike. Likewise, when a person has exhausted their initial attacks and prepares to unleash a follow-up, that is the moment for executing the whip step. Many phenomena share similar characteristics. It simply depends on how astute individuals are in uncovering them. Release it. Let the next one come. Sister Yu instructed Luo Ning. Nodding, Luo Ning freed the captured 3-yellow wasp. True to its nature, the wasp, once liberated, charged at Luo Ning with a vengeful fervor. Before he could brace himself, it had stung him. That was unexpected. Luo Ning grimaced in pain. This is no accident. It's a consequence of your overconfidence. This serves as a lesson. Never let your guard down until your enemy is vanquished. You did that on purpose, Sister Yu. Only pain will etch these lessons into your memory, Sister Yu chuckled. Chapter 26. Sui's magic. Although the second phase of training did not demand excessive physical exertion, it was nonetheless quite exhausting. If Luo Ning wished to capture the 3 yellow wasps with the wooden sticks, he had to maintain a high level of concentration at all times, which posed a significant mental challenge. Moreover, failing to capture a wasp meant he would inevitably be stung, and the venom would impair his movements and cloud his awareness. Since the day he successfully captured a wasp, Luo Ning had made significant strides. While he could not ensnare every wasp, he had achieved a 50% success rate out of 10 wasps released by Luo Yu. He could capture 5 as time progressed. Luo Ning's proficiency continued to improve, and by today, he had reached a point where he could capture every single one without fail. Capturing wasps had become a rather straightforward task, and he felt a swell of pride as the day's training drew to a close. A visitor arrived at the training ground. Is she here for you? Luo Yu inquired, gazing at the girl approaching like a graceful butterfly. Yes, Luo Ning nodded. When did you two become so close? Luo Yu remarked with a playful smirk. It's quite the honor for this young lady to seek you out personally. Could you please untie me first? Luo Ning said, feeling a bit embarrassed. After days of being in the presence of Sister Yu in a state of undress, wearing only a pair of shorts felt inconsequential. However, he had not anticipated that Sui would come here. With a gentle laugh, Sister Yu stepped forward and untied the ropes binding Luo Ning. Sui, standing a short distance away, was blushing profusely. Initially, as she approached from afar, she had not discerned his state of undress. But as she drew nearer, she realized Luo Ning was clad only in a pair of baggy shorts, nearly nude. This pair of siblings was rather outrageous. Biting her lip, Sui felt a mix of indignation and curiosity. Stealing glances at Luo Ning, it must be said that while he was not particularly handsome, his physique was quite robust, with glistening, coffee-colored skin and well-defined muscles that exuded a distinctly masculine aura. Luo Ning hurriedly donned his pants and, while putting on his shirt, walked towards Sui, saying, Miss Su, you've come. Sui nodded and gently inquired, is my item ready? Yes, Luo Ning replied with a slight smile. Just last night, he had fully unsealed the 6-star ice radiant stone that he had to admit that setting a 7-day time frame had proven to be quite prescient. Really, despite her anticipation, the confirmation from Luo Ning left Sui both astonished and exhilarated. It was shocking that someone could completely unseal a semi-finished 6-star stone, and thrilling that it belonged to her. What are you two discussing? Luo Yu asked curiously. Nothing. Sui quickly waved her hand. The presence of a secret made Luo Yu glare at Luo Ning with annoyance. Luo Ning clearly saw Sister Yu's lips move a few times, if he deciphered the shape correctly. She was likely saying, you're doomed. Sister Yu, let us call it a day for training, Luo Ning said, scratching his head. All right, Luo Yu nodded. You two go ahead. After bidding farewell to Luo Yu, as they walked toward Luo Ning's quarters, Sui asked with curiosity, were you two training just now? What else would you think we were doing? Luo Ning teased. Sui's face flushed again, prompting her to swiftly change the subject. Did my ice radiant stone really get fully unsealed? Is it necessary for me to repeat that? Ronan found Sui's anxious demeanor somewhat amusing. I can never truly believe until I see the results, she mused. Sui felt as though she were in a dream. Could it be that the Luo family truly concealed a figure of the Jewel Master level? Yet, she had never heard of such a person. Who could it possibly be? Miss Su. There are many things in this world that you have yet to experience, came the reply. Please, don't call me Miss Su. Just refer to me as E, she insisted, feeling that this individual would make a fitting companion. I fear that someone might seek to trouble me, Ronan remarked, halting in his tracks with a sardonic laugh. Following his gaze, Sui glanced over her shoulder and instinctively rubbed her forehead, sighing, "That person is quite bothersome." "Indeed, he is," Ronan fervently nodded. Luofu exclaimed excitedly as he sprinted over, waving exuberantly at Sui, his face radiating with joy. "Why didn't you inform me of your arrival at the Luo residence? If it weren't for the servants, I would have remained oblivious. I missed the chance to meet you last time." While Ronan pondered how to deal with his tenacious cousin, he suddenly heard Sui softly reciting something beside him. Turning to look, Ronan's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. Sui was holding a delicate magical staff, its tip adorned with a shimmering, deep blue gemstone that she gently chanted. Ronan distinctly sensed an irregular gathering of elemental energy in the air, a chill enveloping the atmosphere. This girl, was she about to cast magic here? The thought barely formed when Sui waved her staff, and in the next instant, a formidable barrier of ice, spanning over 10 zhang in length and 5 to 6 meters in width, emerged, completely obstructing Luofu's path. It was magnificent, resplendent. Words alone could scarcely encapsulate the grandeur of the scene. Ronan stood dumbfounded, witnessing the birth of magic up close for the first time. If he were to describe it in 2 words, it would be nothing short of a miracle. So this is magic. Ronan had truly seen it now. Although Sister Yu's earlier display of energy had frozen an entire room, it paled in comparison to the awe-inspiring sight before him. "What are you still dawdling for? Run!" Sui exclaimed, tugging Ronan forward with urgency. "I don't want to talk to him." "Haha. Do you really believe that these barriers can impede my pursuit? That is utterly impossible, even if it means traversing mountains of blades or seas of fire. Luofu will charge through." As Ronan glanced back while running, he saw Luofu had reached the icy barrier. With a leap akin to an eagle soaring through the skies, he jumped 6 to 7 meters high, striking a rather flamboyant pose midair. "He is coming over." Ronan couldn't help but warn, bending down to pick up a clod of dirt and hurling it toward Luofu. Without looking back, Sui flicked her staff, releasing a sharp ice arrow that shot forth like a bolt of lightning toward Luofu. As he reveled in his airborne pose, a glimmer of light unexpectedly rushed toward him, in a panic. He hastily unleashed his energy, striking at the ice arrow. With a resounding crack, Sui's ice arrow shattered, and Luofu boasted, "A mere trick. You cannot halt my steps." Oh no. Though the ice arrow missed its target, the clod of dirt Ronan threw struck Luofu directly, sending him crashing down from the air. How ruthless you are!" Luofu cried out in anguish. Ronan and Sui paused their escape, turning to look back. "Serves you right." Ronan laughed heartily. "That's what you get for showing off, falling like a dog in the dirt." As a junior martial artist, Luofu was not in any danger from such an attack, and Ronan felt assured of that. Chapter 27. The woman beneath the night sky. The two ran to Ronan's room and shut the door, finally managing to shake off the clingy Luofu. How annoying. Sui fanned herself with her hand. Having worked up a light sweat from their hurried escape, the enclosed space quickly filled with a faint, pleasant fragrance, and paired with her flushed cheeks, it exuded a captivating allure that made Ronan steal a few extra glances. "I think next time I come to see you, I should wear a bit of makeup. How do you suggest I do that?" Ronan asked, turning to prepare her a cup of tea. "Put your hair up and wear men's clothing," Sui replied matter-of-factly. "However, your proud curves would surely betray your identity," Ronan remarked. Realizing too late the impropriety of his words, Sui's face flushed crimson. "Look at my mouth." Ronan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "Show me my ice gemstone." Sui deftly shifted the topic. Placing her tea aside, Ronan approached the bedside, opened a hidden compartment, and retrieved the fully unsealed 6-star ice gemstone. Its dazzling brilliance and gentle chill were remarkable. The remnants of its previous seal had vanished, replaced by pure elemental energy. "This?" Sui stood up in awe, extending her delicate hand to receive the ice gemstone, closing her beautiful eyes to sense its energy. Ronan leisurely sat down, sipping his tea. After a moment, Sui opened her eyes, exhaling softly and exclaiming, "I cannot believe there truly exists someone capable of completely unsealing a semi-finished gemstone. This is nothing short of a miracle. Just this alone is enough to immortalize the jeweler behind you in history, earning admiration from all. If he were to reveal his name, I believe he could become the greatest jeweler of all." Ronan discerned the underlying implications in her words and waved his hand dismissively. "He merely wishes to lead a tranquil life, free from disturbances." "I see," Sui replied, a hint of disappointment evident in her tone. "If I ever wish to have him assist me in unsealing high-grade gemstones, could you pass on a message for me?" Ronan remained silent. merely rubbing his fingers together with a smile as he watched her. The once ethereal image of that reclusive jeweler in Su Yi's mind had all but dissipated. It seemed this hidden master was, after all, rather motivated by material gain. However, having a connection was indeed beneficial, as one could never know when they might need assistance in unsealing high-grade gemstones, Sue thought to herself. The two continued their conversation, engaging in various topics for most of the day. After peeking through the door to ensure Luo Fu was not lurking, Sue rose to take her leave. Following her departure, Ronan lay on his bed, resting his arms behind his head in contemplation. This transaction had proven worthwhile. For the unsealing of a single gemstone, he had received 100 3-star elemental stones, enough to sustain him for an extended period. As for whether Sue would uphold her end of the agreement and keep this matter confidential, Ronan believed she was still a trustworthy individual. One thing, however, had become apparent to Ronan. Sue was quite intrigued by the elusive jeweler hidden away behind him. Subtly probing for information, yet he had skillfully diverted her inquiries. Ronan had no intention of revealing his ability to unseal gemstones to anyone just yet. The combination of being able to unseal gemstones and cultivate strength was far too extraordinary. Typically, individuals or phenomena that were astonishing in nature did not meet favorable outcomes. Lost in thought, Ronan eventually drifted into a deep slumber, only to awaken later to the grumbling of his stomach. Realizing he had been roused by hunger, after searching his room for something to eat and finding nothing, he reluctantly opened his door and headed toward the kitchen. Why now? The night was deep and quiet. With everyone in the Luo residence fast asleep, that a bright moon hung high in the sky, and the sounds of insects filled the air, Ronan meandered through the shadows, eventually reaching the kitchen. When he emerged, he cradled 2 large, melon-like fruits in his arms, gnawing on one as he made his way back to his room. What splendid weather! Ronan savored the sweet juice, glancing up at the sky to his astonishment. He spotted a slender figure standing gracefully atop a nearby rooftop. This silhouette exuded a distinctly feminine allure. Slender, delicate, with long hair dancing in the breeze beneath the bright moonlight, she appeared ethereal, as if she were a vision from another realm. Ronan's mouth fell agape. Who was this person? What could she possibly be doing on the rooftop at such an hour? Blinking once, he turned to look again, only to find the rooftop empty. Where did she go? Ronan swallowed the morsel in his mouth with some difficulty, glancing around in confusion, unable to find the figure he had just seen. Am I imagining things? He rubbed his eyes vigorously, feeling bewildered. A chilling breeze swept past, causing Ronan to shiver involuntarily as he hurried back to his room. The following morning, when Ronan arrived at the training grounds, he had initially intended to share his nighttime encounter with Sister Yu, but upon reflection, he decided against it. Perhaps he had truly been seeing things. Given Ronan's significant progress, it was only a few days into the second phase of training, and he had already managed to capture every last one of the 3 yellow bees released. By the afternoon, Luo Yu announced new training rules. She unleashed 2 3 yellow bees at once, and this time, Ronan found himself flustered, as while he focused on one, the other slipped past his defenses and landed a painful bite on his exposed skin. Luo Yu spoke softly from the side. True masters are always observant of their surroundings and attuned to all sounds. Your adversaries will not exhibit mercy by challenging you one-on-one every time. There will inevitably be moments when you face a multitude. Defeating a single foe does not equate to victory. Only when all your enemies lie defeated can you truly claim to be the victor. Today it may be 2, but next time it could be 3, 4, or even more. Gradual training, akin to one's own cultivation of combat energy, must progress from the simple to the complex. Luo Ning reminded himself not to panic. After all, they were merely 2 bees. They could not attack simultaneously. There would always be an order of approach. As long as he could capture the first one before the second launched its assault, the remaining matters would be manageable. His gaze needed to be sharp, and his actions decisive. Luo Ning gripped 2 wooden sticks tightly, his full attention focused on the approaching yellow bees. The results of their initial training did not satisfy Luo Ning and Luo Yu. But gradually, as Luo Ning found his rhythm, the situation began to improve. The moment the first yellow bee flew towards him, Luo Ning extended the wooden stick and accurately captured it, without any pause. He flicked his wrist, sending the captured bee flying away, and swiftly captured the second one in the same motion. Just then, the agitated first bee returned, and Luo Ning repeated the monotonous motions with precision. Luo Yu watched from the side, feeling a sense of pride. Very good. As long as you grasp the rhythm of battle, you shall prevail. While they trained, an unexpected visitor arrived in the training arena. A young man dressed in white robes, holding a fan, approached slowly with one hand behind his back. He used the fan to obscure much of his face, revealing only his bright, expressive eyes. His complexion was notably fair. And though he was not tall, he had a well-proportioned physique, moving with an air of grace. The siblings exchanged a glance filled with suspicion. As the yellow bees buzzed closer, Rong Ning no longer held back. With a swift motion, he struck down two of the bees. This fellow seems rather reserved. Rong Ning whispered to Luo Yu, "Sister Yu, could he be your admirer?" "If I had such an admirer, I would eliminate him first," Luo Yu retorted. Her jealousy evident as she observed the young man's fair skin, which surpassed her own. The young man finally approached them, not removing the fan, but playfully narrowing his bright eyes at Rong Ning. Rong Ning couldn't suppress a shiver, his face turning slightly pale. "Who are you?" Luo Yu struggled to contain her laughter. "Guess." The young man's voice had an unusual tone, likely due to him deliberately lowering it. Rong Ning couldn't discern it. "Sister Yu, please untie me first," he said, suppressing his discomfort. "Why?" Luo Yu inquired. "I want to give this fellow a pair of panda eyes," Rong Ning declared with determination, certain he did not know this individual. "Why are you so fierce?" the young man retorted, stamping his foot in indignation before lightly tapping Rong Ning's forehead with the fan. Upon seeing the playful expression on his face, Rong Ning's mouth dropped open in shock, pointing at the young man. You, Sui. Luo Yu exclaimed in surprise, scrutinizing her closely. This young man was none other than Sui, the eldest daughter of the Su family, in disguise. "What do you think? My disguise is quite successful, isn't it?" Sui twirled around proudly, one hand holding the fan while gently patting her other hand. "It resembles a man too much," Luo Ning remarked, his gaze fixated on Sui's chest, where once stood towering peaks. Now there was naught but a flat facade. No matter how loose the clothing, there should still be some indication of elevation. Luo Ning was taken aback. Sui was indeed bold, having claimed she would disguise herself as a man if she sought him out again. And here she was, following through. Luo Ning's gaze lingered, while Luo Yu, unrestrained, reached out to touch. "Ah!" Sui gasped, caught off guard by Luo Yu's sudden grasp, her face flushing bright red. Luo Yu's small hand rested on Sui's chest, gently rubbing it. Luo Ning's eyes widened, his throat dry as he swallowed hard. "You must have wrapped them with cloth, right?" Luo Yu surmised, deducing the truth. "Yes," Sui replied, her cheeks flushed. "That's a clever idea. I might try it too," Luo Yu pondered. Being a beauty herself, often plagued by unwanted attention from ill-mannered men. "You mustn't wrap them," Luo Ning interjected urgently. "Why not?" the two beauties asked in unison. "I've heard of a woman who, due to her ample endowment, found it cumbersome to walk and thus wrapped them with cloth, only to find out what happened next." Sui, initially bashful about discussing such matters with a man, was piqued with curiosity. "What happened?" she asked softly. That woman no longer had to worry about hindrance while walking. For those two became as flat as pancakes, stuck to her chest, round and flat. Luo Ning exaggerated, contemplating how to satisfy his own visual desires. The shocking revelation left both girls aghast, with Luo Yu exclaiming, "How disgusting!" Sui, flustered, asked, "What should I do then?" "Fear not," Luo Ning reassured them nonchalantly. "The human body possesses remarkable resilience. As long as you do not maintain a single form for too long, it will revert to its natural state. You need only wrap them during the journey when you fear being accosted, and you can unbind them once you are safe. Then, I'll go untie the cloth now," Sui, ever the diligent student, declared. "Not so fast." Luo Ning halted her, seizing the opportunity to impart a lesson on human anatomy. As the most important and proud part of a woman, this area requires constant care and maintenance. "How should we care for it?" Luo Yu, intrigued, inquired, while Sui listened intently, her face still flushed. As one ages, skin and muscle lose their elasticity. You may have observed older women with sagging flesh, due to the abundance of tissue in a woman's chest. It tends to droop over time. While you may not feel it now, if neglected in a decade or so, it could sag to the navel, and when running, you might inadvertently bump your knees. This particularly happens to women with larger busts, Luo Ning added. Casting a glance at Sui's chest, the girl's expression soured, their imaginations struggling to conjure such an image. "What should we do to maintain it?" Sui asked, now fully reliant on Luo Ning, shedding her modesty and boldly seeking advice. "Simple," Rong Ning adopted an air of scholarly authority. If they are prone to sagging, we simply need something to support them. In a world devoid of modern technology, the concept of a bra was unimaginable. Rong Ning knew that young women typically resorted to using a cloth wrap. When a sapling grows, we can support it with a stake to ensure it grows straight and tall. Similarly, as long as something supports them, they will remain upright. What is that something? Luo Yu inquired curiously. That's something. Rong Ning pondered, struggling to articulate the structure of a bra. Just make us a few and bring them over, Luo Yu suggested, resolving the dilemma for both girls. Rong Ning's eyes nearly popped out. Incredulously pointing at himself, me? Make them for you? Sui, eager for chaos, nodded enthusiastically from the side. Is there a problem? Luo Yu glared at her brother, her expression conveying a warning of dire consequences should he refuse. The issue isn't significant, Rong Ning smirked mischievously, it's just that everyone's measurements differ, so the sizes needed will vary, and making such items requires precise measurements. Whatever size you need, just tell us, Luo Yu replied casually. With both girls so willing to cooperate, Rong Ning felt compelled to proceed. He first instructed them to measure their dimensions with a string, including the underbust and fullest part, then visually estimated their sizes, gaining a better understanding. Once this was done, Luo Yu suddenly realized, casting a suspicious look at Rong Ning. How do you know all this? His theories had clearly indicated an in-depth knowledge of the subject, leaving Luo Yu perplexed. From some chivalric novels I have read, Rong Ning replied with a forced bravado, then deftly shifted the conversation, inquiring of Sui, is there something specific you wish to discuss with me? Not at all, Sui shook her head. I merely noticed the vast training grounds at your residence and thought to practice my magic here. The Ron family possessed a training ground. It was inconceivable that the Su family did not have one as well. This young girl seemed keen to uncover any traces left by the elusive jeweler. Rong Ning's mind was as clear as day. Nevertheless, he thought it best to let her be, apart from indulging his own eyes. He was confident that Sui would not glean any significant discoveries here. From that day forth, Rong Ning's life became increasingly bustling. Mornings were dedicated to running and physical conditioning. Afternoons were spent honing his reflexes and judgment, while evenings required him to seek out a seamstress to craft items needed by the two girls. Rong Ning meticulously drafted a design. The seamstress of the Ron family possessed commendable skills. And with only this somewhat vague blueprint and Rong Ning's explanations, she managed to create a brassiere. Naturally, the initial attempt was not without its flaws. However, as time progressed, the seamstress's craft improved remarkably. Rong Ning had chosen the fabric with great care, opting for a relatively expensive runic cloth, and even had several sponge cups specially made. Overall, the endeavor was quite successful. 5 days later, when Rong Ning presented the 4 brassieres to the two girls, both Rong Yu and Sui were elated. The runic cloth is breathable, ensuring you won't feel suffocated, and these sponge cups serve a stabilizing purpose. Moreover, they absorb sweat, so you need not endure the discomfort of dampness while perspiring, Rong Ning explained as he distributed the brassieres. This contraption. How does one use it? Rong Yu inquired, fiddling with the brassiere for quite some time without success. Rong Ning took one, demonstrating on himself. Like this, then wrap the straps around to the back and fasten them. Is it truly that simple? Sui exclaimed, astonished. With this, you can wear lighter clothing in summer without worrying about any unfortunate slips. Rong Ning waved his hand dismissively. Of course, you may find it a tad uncomfortable at first, but for the sake of your youth and happiness, it is a small price to pay. In time, you will acclimatize. You may now go and don them. When the two girls returned, Rong Ning nearly burst into laughter. Both Rong Yu and Sui walked with an unnatural gait, fidgeting awkwardly. Rong Yu was constantly tugging at the fabric over her chest. Sui, too, wore a frown, and had it not been for Rong Ning's presence, she would have likely mirrored Rong Yu's gestures. I feel quite constricted. How about you? Rong Yu turned to Sui. Indeed. Indeed, Sui nodded vigorously. Fear not. For the sake of future happiness, a little discomfort is to be endured, Rong Ning said, suppressing his laughter. If this discomfort persists, I shall hold you accountable. Sui shot Rong Ning a glare. The initial experience is always like this. Soon, you will adapt, Rong Ning replied subtly. His estimation was not unfounded. For anyone, the first use of such an item would indeed be an adjustment. Yet within 3 days, both girls had grown accustomed to it. The garment that constrained their chests had become akin to a second skin, not only safeguarding their delicate areas, but also absorbing perspiration. The sole dissatisfaction the girls harbored was regarding the colors. Rong Ning had chosen vibrant hues of crimson, deep black, beige, and dark purple according to his own preferences. Now, the girls refrained from wearing lighter garments, as the braziers would be distinctly visible beneath such attire. Yet, it is truly a marvelous item, Rong Ning remarked after 3 days of personal experience. During this time, Sui diligently visited daily. While Rong Ning trained, she would practice her magic nearby. Rong Ning's tenacity and perceptiveness left Sui in awe, while similarly, the magic she wielded astonished Rong Ning. Ice arrows, ice spears, ice prison locks, and the formidable ice spike spell, the resplendence of magic and the immense destructive power it unleashed filled Rong Ning with longing. Magic had always been synonymous with devastation, cataclysmic floods, searing magma, lightning strikes from the heavens, and impenetrable ice shards. All transcended Rong Ning's imagination, with only snippets gleaned from casual conversations with Sui. Amidst their discussions, Rong Ning received a shocking revelation. Sui had been promoted to a high-level mage a month prior, which was precisely why she had come to the Ron residence, to have Master Ma unseal the 6-star primordial gem for crafting her magic wand. 8T merely 16, a tender age barely touching adulthood. Sui had already ascended to a pinnacle that most people would toil a lifetime to attain. Rong Ning felt an acute pang of jealousy. What manner of woman was she? Chapter 30. Gem processing. The difficulty of training escalated day by day, from initially facing a single 3 yellow bee. Rong Ning now confronted 10 of them. It had only been a fortnight. It continued to frequent the Ron residence. Though she had yet to uncover any hidden traces of the jeweler, her determination remained undeterred. While Rong Ning trained, she often stood by, clapping her hands in admiration, exclaiming, "Incredible, truly incredible." Each time, Rong Ning felt his posture straighten significantly, his image elevated in an instant. Being praised by a beautiful woman was undeniably uplifting. One day, after completing his training and returning to his room, Rong Ning began to delve into the course on unsealing primordial gems. The energy within him had grown tremendously since his initial days. Yet, as Rong Ning stated, this was merely a quantitative accumulation, not yet a qualitative transformation. His energy now responded obediently to his commands, flowing seamlessly according to the principles of the nameless energy technique. However, Rong Ning finally grasped that the nameless technique was exceptionally challenging to cultivate. Despite his utilization of the primordial gem as a convenient means to absorb vast amounts of elemental energy and convert it into his internal energy, he still had not managed to break through the limits and ascend to the ranks of an intermediate warrior. Yet, he could faintly sense that he was on the cusp of a breakthrough. If only he could pierce through that imperceptible membrane. A more splendid tomorrow awaited him. Damn it, when will this end? Rong Ning silently cursed. The primordial gems he worked with were the same 3-star ones that Sui had provided. Rong Ning skillfully unsealed one, intending to draw back the energy he had absorbed, when suddenly an idea struck him, prompting him to cover the gem with his energy once more. Ever since he discovered his ability to unseal primordial gems, he had exclusively employed that power for his cultivation. Once the sealed energy was completely devoured, it signified that the gem was of no further use to him. Yet just moments ago, a peculiar thought flashed through his mind. Sealed energy is energy, and the energy stored within the unsealed gem is also energy. If he could consume the sealed energy, could he not also absorb the energy contained within the gem? Once this notion took root, Rong Ning immediately set to test it. Fortune favors the bold. After all, even if he failed, no one would demand recompense from him. His energy surged forth vigorously, enveloping the unsealed gem like silken threads. This particular gem was a red gem, harboring elemental fire energy, brimming with ferocity and destructive traits. While the idea was promising, reality dealt Rong Ning a harsh blow. He found himself unable to absorb the energy within the gem, although his energy could extend into it. The elemental energy stored within did not resonate with his own and could not be assimilated. After a quarter of an hour of futile experimentation, Rong Ning had no choice but to concede defeat. It seemed his internal energy was rather finicky, only consuming sealed energy, displaying no inclination towards the energy within the gem. Just as he contemplated giving up, Rong Ning was taken aback. The 3-star gem in his hand had inexplicably softened, resembling clay. What the hell? Rong Ning stared in disbelief at the transformation of the 3-star gem, utterly baffled. Gently rubbing it with his fingers, the gem, once a hexagonal shape, had miraculously morphed into a noodle-like form. Words failed him in expressing the shock coursing through him. Having been in this world for some time, he had gleaned some understanding of the jeweler's unique abilities and was aware of how resilient gems could be. These treasures from the starry continent could withstand even the mightiest of hammers without yielding a scratch. The only force capable of manipulating them was the energy of the jeweler. Jewelry artisans not only bore the responsibility of unsealing primordial gems, but some of the more adept and skilled artisans could also utilize their energy to process the gems, refining them into commodities. For instance, the red gem earrings he had previously purchased for Rong Ning were not whole gems, but rather sections cut from a larger red gem. Cut gems boasted neat facets, and even the most skilled jeweler could not erase the remnants of the cutting process. This was common knowledge throughout the continent. Yet, what lay before Rong Ning now transcended all his expectations that a remarkably hard radiant stone, which now astonishingly transformed into a soft and malleable substance, can be kneaded at will to assume a myriad of shapes. Moreover, as time progresses and the output of fighting spirit continues, this radiant stone has become increasingly pliable. What has transpired remains a mystery to Rong Ning, who, with a few swift motions, deftly molded the pliable substance in his hands into a semicircular form, creatively pinching a small protrusion at the apex. Rong Ning's craftsmanship has always been commendable, a testament to his meticulous nature. Once the task was complete, Rong Ning withdrew his fighting spirit. In that fleeting moment of separation, a glimmering radiance erupted from the pliable material, which, in an instant, regained its formidable hardness, reverting to the characteristics of the radiant stone. "Goodness gracious!" Rong Ning exclaimed, utterly astonished that he scrutinized his handiwork from various angles, and the more he examined it, the more it resembled a certain object. Round, plump, towering, and erect, especially with that small protrusion, which glowed a blood-red hue, as if engorged after being sucked upon. Rong Ning felt his cheeks flush, chastising himself for his base and shameless thoughts. Just as he contemplated discarding this lewd creation, a peculiar idea struck him. If he could craft such an object from a radiant stone, surely he could create other items as well. The single radiant stone may be insufficient for larger creations, but smaller ones, such as rings, earrings, or hair ornaments, are not only beloved by women, but could also entice mages and warriors alike when fashioned from radiant stones. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. Even the fatigue that had just begun to creep in vanished without a trace. Rong Ning possessed a considerable number of liberated radiant stones, accumulated over recent days. If he were to craft all these stones into jewelry and sell them, he would undoubtedly achieve great wealth. Rong Ning had developed a particular obsession with gold coins, for he needed to purchase original radiant stones for his training. Chapter 31. Truth and lies. Human creativity and imagination have always been the driving forces behind the advancement of the world. 3 days later, at the conclusion of training, Rong Ning mysteriously summoned Sui to his room. Rong Ning's older sister, Luoyu, harbored a deep resentment for her younger brother's secretive actions. However, as children grow, they inevitably require their privacy, a fact that Yu Jie could understand. The more she observed Sui, the more she found her increasingly likable, resembling her own younger sibling. "Why did you call me? What are you scheming?" Sui inquired. "Puzzled. Take a look at this," Rong Ning said, adopting an air of superiority as he placed an object on the table. It was a deep blue ring, emanating a captivating azure light, its gentle curves and delicate design a testament to exquisite craftsmanship, instantly captivating Sui's attention. Unable to resist, she reached out to grasp the ring, exclaiming, "It's so beautiful." "Feel it more carefully," Rong Ning replied, leaning back with a hint of smugness, though inwardly he felt a flutter of anxiety. If this creation lacked any merit, it would be a tremendous waste of effort, especially after the numerous pieces he had crafted in recent nights. Yet Sui's expression reassured him. From initial admiration, her demeanor shifted to astonishment, and then to shock as she sprang to her feet, staring at Rong Ning. "Is this entirely crafted from radiant stone?" Her face bore an expression of disbelief. Rong Ning nodded solemnly, giving her a thumbs up. "Impressive, isn't it? How is that possible?" Sui's eyes widened in disbelief, as this exceeded her imagination and understanding. Radiant stone is the most durable substance known. Who could transform a radiant stone into a complete ring without leaving any signs of cutting? While radiant stone rings exist in the Starry Continent, they are entirely different from this one. The rings available on the market are typically crafted from other metals, with the radiant stone set into them. However, this ring was pure radiant stone, devoid of any other materials. Sui lowered her gaze, examining it closely for some time, yet still found no evidence of cutting. The ring's smooth curves indicated it was not merely a product of cutting. "You didn't acquire this radiant stone from somewhere, did you? It must have grown into this shape naturally, right?" Sui speculated. Radiant stones can indeed take on irregular forms, so it wouldn't be surprising for one to grow in such a manner. albeit it would be quite rare. You underestimate me, Rong Ning retorted, feeling slighted, as he pulled another object from his pocket and placed it before Sui. The confident expression on Sui's face crumbled instantly. This was an earring, also a deep blue, with a delicate arc at the top designed to fit through the ear, while below, a pea-sized drop dangled like a tear of love, seamlessly connected to the arc. Like the ring, it bore no signs of artificial cutting, appearing as if it had naturally formed. However, while it was conceivable for a radiant stone to resemble a ring, the notion of it naturally assuming the shape of an earring was far-fetched. Sui held both exquisite ornaments in her palm, studying them for a while before she had to concede that these items were not naturally formed, but rather the result of skilled craftsmanship. The ability to shape radiant stone in such a manner indicated a jeweler's prowess and rank that far surpassed common understanding. Sui was certain that just these two small items could ignite a fervor across the starry continent. The object itself is not the key. It is the creator of the object that holds the true significance. This could very well be a jeweler rivaling the legendary Miso Chalanki, the progenitor of radiant stones. Sui immediately realized she had previously underestimated the talent of the jeweler hidden behind Rong Ning. Can you tell me who crafted these items? After a prolonged silence, Sui managed to suppress her excitement and turned to Rong Ning with her inquiry. Initially, she had no intention of directly asking about the jeweler, but now she could no longer contain her curiosity. It was me, Rong Ning replied with a grin. Pointing to himself, Sui shot him a reproachful glare. Then can you tell me how you accomplished this? Rong Ning candidly explained his ability to liberate original radiant stones. Embellishing his account of how he crafted the ring and earring, Sui scoffed and nodded in agreement, her expression clearly indicating, "You're just boasting. How could radiant stone possibly become as pliable as noodles? How could a jeweler cultivate their strength?" Sui recognized that Rong Ning was merely spinning tales, brushing her off. The truth often lies hidden within the fabric of lies. Tell me, if you can arrange for me to meet that jeweler, I would gladly offer you 100,000 gold coins that aren't you in need of money. Sui bit her lip, pressing on. I told you, the one who made these items is me. Rong Ning thought to himself that not even 1,000,000 gold coins could persuade him to reveal the true secret. Rong Ning, please, just tell me who it is, I beg you. Sui pleaded, momentarily shedding her noble demeanor as she clutched Rong Ning's sleeve, her tone sweetening as she batted her eyelashes at him. Rong Ning felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine. Such flirtation does not suit a woman of your stature. Elegance and grace are your true strengths. Rong Ning gently patted Sui's head. Blushing, she released her grip, stamping her foot in frustration. If you won't tell me who it is, why did you call me here? You silly goose, Rong Ning chuckled. I called you for a reason. Well, I won't let you meet that powerful jeweler. As his representative, I can oversee all matters concerning him. Representative? Sui was bewildered. That means I make all the decisions regarding his affairs, Rong Ning declared confidently. And then, Sui still didn't grasp the full meaning. We can collaborate. Rong Ning laid it out plainly. I can provide you with these items crafted entirely from radiant stone. And I trust that with the strength of your Su family, I need not elaborate on what comes next. Sui's eyes sparkled. You would allow the Su family to sell these items? If this were the case, it would not only bring profits, but also honor and prestige to the Su family. But you are from the Luo family. Sui believed the Luo family was not inferior to the Su family, perhaps even slightly superior. Many from the Luo family look down on me, and I reciprocate those sentiments, Rong Ning replied. Thus, these items are unlikely to find a market in the Luo family, unless they were to vanish. The jewelry business was managed by his uncle, Luo Yinglai, and if these ornaments were to be sold within the Luo family, he would inevitably take the lion's share of the profits, something Rong Ning was unwilling to accept. Chapter 32. Collaboration. However, crafting such items is quite time-consuming. Isn't it? How much can that jeweler produce? Sui pondered another dilemma. Since these were commodities, they needed to be produced in bulk, and creating such intricately designed ornaments from radiant stone would surely demand considerable time and effort. Rong Ning's index finger played with a palm-sized cloth bag, from which the delightful sound of clinking echoed. Youth must possess audacious imagination, Luo Ning exclaimed, tossing the cloth bag onto the table. Sui eagerly snatched it up. And as she opened it, a dazzling array of colors burst forth, momentarily blinding her eyes. Red, yellow, blue, green, purple, a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues, resplendent and captivating, the most exquisite colors in the world. Oh my goodness, Su-yi exclaimed, enchanted as she played with the small trinkets that emerged from the bag. There were rings, earrings, and hairpins. Although the variety was limited, the small pouch astonishingly contained over 30 pieces of jewelry. What about bracelets? I would love to have a bracelet like that. Wearing it on my wrist would not only enhance my magical recovery speed, but would also look exquisite. Sui searched high and low but could not find what she desired. Rong Ning rolled his eyes. The weight of a single 3-star luminous stone was minimal, and even if it could be fashioned into a bracelet, it would likely be too small for anyone to wear. What are you afraid of? Rong Ning scoffed, selecting a handful of rings and placing them on Sui's fingers one by one. If you want to boost your magical recovery speed, just wear 10 rings. Sui was momentarily left speechless. Am I not turning into a nouveau riche? She pondered, gazing at the 10 rings adorning her small hands, her brow furrowing in dismay. Nouveau riche or not? Rong Ning laughed heartily. As long as it enhances your strength, who cares about idle gossip? These are truly remarkable items, Sui admitted with a sigh. The luminous stone jewelry on the market, while it does aid mages and warriors in recovering their magical energy, cannot be compared to these pieces under the same quality conditions. It was a simple truth. Those pieces were made with a substantial amount of other metals during production, rendering their effects negligible. Many people use them merely for decorative purposes. However, the advent of these exquisite pieces shattered Sui's conventional thinking. All right, I concede that these items have completely captivated me. Collaborating with that jeweler is something the entire Su family has longed for. Sui abandoned her demure demeanor and assumed the posture of a shrewd businesswoman. However, we must discuss the details of our collaboration thoroughly. Naturally, Rong Ning nodded in agreement. The most critical aspect, of course, was the division of profits. The two did not shy away from their friendship. Rather, their debate was quite spirited. Rong Ning proposed a 90-10 split, adopting a stance akin to a merchant demanding exorbitant prices. After all, he bore the full responsibility for the materials and craftsmanship, while the Su family merely provided a venue and sales channel. Sui insisted on a 70-30 division, with Rong Ning taking 70% and the Su family 30%. Rong Ning nearly spat out his drink in disbelief at the audacity of the beautiful young lady. After a heated battle of wits, both made certain concessions, eventually agreeing on an 80-20 split of the final profits. This little girl is indeed no mere ornament, Rong Ning thought to himself, having heard of her management of the family business. He was finally witnessing it firsthand. She was articulate and assertive. Whoever claimed that women were inferior to men had spoken too soon. However, I have a suggestion. Sui grinned mischievously. Consider it a piece of advice for our collaboration. Do tell, Rong Ning replied, quenching his thirst with a glass of water. You could have that jeweler leave a distinctive mark on these pieces during production. Once these items hit the market, the entire continent will recognize that mark. While I can assure you these items have never been seen before, I cannot guarantee that they won't appear in the future. If a competitor does emerge, that special mark would enhance the trust of the people across the continent. Brilliant. The little girl was quite astute, recognizing the power of brand recognition. If, as Sui suggested, others were able to produce similar jewelry in the future, those adorned with a special mark would undoubtedly become the preferred choice. Let's proceed with that, Rong Ning nodded. However, it is a pity that the luminous stones used in these pieces are of low grade. If they were crafted from 5- or 6-star stones, each piece could fetch an astronomical price. Rong Ning grimaced, thinking if he could use 5- or 6-star luminous stones to create such items, he wouldn't need to engage in such trivial matters. He would have already soared to great heights. The speed of unsealing luminous stones was related to the energy within him. Crafting these pieces was even more so. At his current level, while he could gradually unseal 5- or 6-star stones, actually producing them would likely take more than just a couple of days. Then these items would be of no use. Rong Ning lamented, gazing at the dozens of pieces he had crafted over the past few days. How could they be useless? Sui laughed, lowering her head as she rummaged through the bag. Moments later, she produced 2 rings, a pair of earrings, and a hairpin, all made from deep blue ice attribute luminous stones. Once these items hit the market, and the entire continent learns that there is someone capable of crafting luminous stone jewelry, they will sell for a higher price than any other jewelry. Sui winked at Rong Ning. Because luminous stone jewelry with a special mark will be available, while those without the mark will be sought after but unattainable. Damn. Rong Ning couldn't help but exclaim. This little girl had an extraordinary vision. Even conceptualizing the idea of limited editions. It was impossible not to be impressed. As a token of gratitude for your advice, I shall accept these 4 items, Sui said, carefully tucking the chosen pieces into her embrace. They're a gift, Luo Ning declared grandly, waving his hand. However, there is one thing you must remember. Is it confidentiality? Sui laughed. Of course, I would never reveal your secret or that of the jeweler, even if my life depended on it. No, I would be heartbroken if you were harmed. Luo Ning jested, his demeanor growing more relaxed. Sui playfully spat, her cheeks flushed, turning to glance out the window. It's getting late. I shall take my leave. Tomorrow, I will return to formalize our collaboration. Watching the enchanting figure of the young woman gradually disappear into the night, Luo Ning felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Could it be that this young lady had developed feelings for him? Her cheeks were so red. Yet he thought to himself, but I'm not even handsome. Surely, it must be my inner charm that has captivated her. Chapter 33. Shaping energy. The following day, Sui brought the collaboration agreement. Clearly having put considerable thought into it, the 5 sheets of parchment were densely filled with clauses, leaving Luo Ning feeling overwhelmed. After a cursory glance, he signed his name on the document. Aren't you worried I might trick you if you don't read it carefully? Sui teased. If I didn't trust you, I wouldn't have sought your collaboration, Luo Ning replied sincerely, which touched Sui slightly. Then I would appreciate it if you could have that jeweler produce a few pieces, ensuring they are crafted with great precision. I plan to arrange an auction in the coming days to create some buzz. In truth, Luo Ning had been contemplating the issue of the special mark since last night. Leaving a mark on a piece of jewelry could not be too large, lest it detract from its beauty. Thus, he had only 2 options, a word or a symbol. Luo Ning leaned towards the latter choice. However, he had no clear idea of what kind of symbol to choose. Just as he was hesitating, an indelible image appeared in his mind, one he could never forget. The Star of Life, a blue hexagram with a staff at its center, coiled by a serpent. It was the very image he had seen the moment he was shot. He decided to use the staff and serpent for the design. Quickly, Luo Ning began to regret his hasty agreement to Sui's suggestion. Leaving a special mark on luminous stone jewelry sounded simple in theory, but when Luo Ning actually attempted it, he realized it was a grave mistake. All the pieces were handcrafted and already minute, and adding a coiled serpent around a staff proved to be exceedingly challenging. Initially, Luo Ning intended to use his fingernail to carve the soft luminous stone, but he soon discovered that it was impossible. The resulting pattern was a chaotic mess, lacking precision and aesthetic appeal. The more anxious he became, the angrier he grew, and with that anger, his energy output increased significantly. An astonishing phenomenon unfolded in the Starshine continent. The already softened luminous stones began to change shape in response to the flow of energy, as if an invisible giant hand was manipulating the softened stones. Luo Ning gaped in astonishment, eyes wide, keenly observing the transformation of the luminous stones while maintaining his energy output. That moment, his intangible energy seemed to take on form, and Luo Ning quickly directed it to shape the stones. The greatest advantage of shaping energy became evident. Luo Ning found he need not lift a finger. By merely focusing his thoughts, the way the energy flowed dictated the form the luminous stone would take. In mere moments, a delicate ring materialized in his hand. But that wasn't all. Luo Ning continued to manipulate the energy along the curved edge of the ring, gradually forming the shapes of a staff and a serpent. The masterpiece was complete. Luo Ning hastily withdrew his energy and examined his new creation closely. Not bad. Not bad at all, compared to the pieces shaped by hand. This newly birthed ring was undoubtedly smoother and imbued with a greater artistic flair. Especially the serpent entwined around the scepter, exhaling and inhaling with its forked tongue, displaying its fearsome fangs in a vivid manner. The advantages extend beyond this. There is also the significant saving of time. Previously, crafting a piece of jewelry from the luminous stone took Rong Ning at least a quarter of an hour, but now it has become a matter of mere minutes. These are trivial matters. After all, Rong Ning is not a merchant. What pleases Rong Ning the most is that during the process of jewelry creation, he has gained some insights into controlling his fighting spirit. Given time, this understanding is likely to enhance his cultivation, allowing him to wield his fighting spirit with increasing finesse, as if it were an extension of himself. How am I such a genius? Rong Ning praised himself. Caught up in his enthusiasm, Rong Ning decided to forego sleep that night. Pouring all his energy into crafting jewelry, it was of no concern if his internal fighting spirit was depleted. He had plenty of raw luminous stones, and a mere morsel of devoured sealing energy would suffice. When Su Yi arrived as scheduled to retrieve these items, she was taken aback by the dazzling array of jewelry. There were no less than 100 pieces. "How many jewelers does your family have?" Su Yi asked mechanically, astonished at the sheer volume produced in just a few days. Each piece more exquisite and refined than the last. It was hard to believe that all of this had been accomplished by a single individual. Moreover, the selection had expanded beyond rings, earrings, and hairpins to include bracelets and necklaces. Rong Ning had ingeniously fashioned some of the similarly attributed luminous stones into beads, leaving a hole at the center of each, threading them with beast hide to create bracelets and necklaces. Each of these two kinds of jewelry was unique, and remarkably, the beads used in the bracelets and necklaces were identical in size and hue. Variance was of no concern. Rong Ning would ensure they appeared uniform. The bracelet was crafted from 10 ice-type 3-star luminous stones, while the necklace was made from 30 fire-type 3-star luminous stones, with each bead being the size of a pinky nail, exuding a commanding presence akin to that of a nouveau riche. Merely from a cost perspective, these two pieces were already quite valuable. "This is truly a masterpiece of genius." Su Yi gazed at the bracelet for a long time. Her eyes filled with admiration and nostalgia. Rong Ning, buoyed by Su Yi's praise, felt a surge of pride, as if he could rival the heavens. "I really love it," Su Yi said, attempting to slip the bracelet onto her wrist, but ultimately refraining. "If you like it, I'll gift it to you." Rong Ning could hardly withstand the longing reflected in Su Yi's beautiful eyes. "No." Su Yi took a deep breath. "Creating these items must have been quite challenging, though I adore it. It serves an even more significant purpose." "What purpose?" Rong Ning mused, believing that such treasures would undoubtedly complement a beauty like her. "The auction has been prepared, and tonight, it along with this necklace will incite a frenzy throughout Nuachi City." Confidence gleamed in Su Yi's eyes. As the most crucial strategic partner of the Su family, Rong Ning was honored to accept Su Yi's invitation to attend the auction that evening and witness the birth of a miracle. For this occasion, Rong Ning had taken special care to dress elegantly, with Xiao Wu serving as both his personal maid and life advisor, providing him with valuable suggestions. Clothing makes the man, and once attired, Rong Ning realized he looked quite handsome. He couldn't help but wonder how Su Yi would adorn herself that evening. His imagination conjured images of her in a luxurious princess gown, gracefully linking arms with him as they strolled into the auction hall amidst the cheers of the crowd. A thought that stirred his blood with excitement. Rong Ning found himself filled with anticipation for the auction that night. Chapter 34. The Su family auction house with his hair meticulously styled and clad in a straight-cut cloak. Rong Ning arrived at the Su family auction house in Nuachi City, striking a cool pose. However, upon his arrival, he quickly realized that reality did not align with his expectations. There were no opulent princess gowns, no lovely ladies affectionately linking arms with him, and certainly no jubilant cheers to his surprise. Su Yi had come in disguise, dressed in men's robes and holding a fan to obscure her poetically delicate features. She stood quietly at the entrance of the auction house. Rong Ning recognized her from a distance. "Why are you dressed like this?" Rong Ning asked in astonishment. "This way, I can avoid unnecessary disturbances," Su Yi replied playfully, winking at him. "Let us go in. The auction is about to begin." Rong Ning felt a pang of disappointment. He had hoped for some compliment regarding his dashing appearance. "You look quite dashing today," Su Yi remarked. "I've always been this way. It's just that the world has yet to take notice," Rong Ning replied nonchalantly. Feeling a surge of pride despite his casual demeanor, the auction house was divided into two levels, with the outer layer being quite expansive. Rong Ning followed Su Yi through the side corridor. The excited voice of the auctioneer and the crowd's bidding echoed around them, creating a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling market. The outer layer is for items of lesser value, which naturally attracts more attendees, Su Yi explained as they walked. Nuachi City had two auction houses. The Su family had one, and the Luo family had the other, but this was Rong Ning's first visit to such a venue, and he found the bidding process quite fascinating. This auctioneer truly possesses remarkable eloquence. Rong Ning couldn't help but commend. "It is essential," Su Yi giggled, "without exceptional oratory skills. How could one pique the interest of the bidders below? If you were to auction, I'm sure they would eagerly raise their bids for anything you presented." After traversing the outer layer and walking further, they arrived at the inner auction house, which was noticeably smaller, yet filled with the dignitaries and affluent elite of Nuachi City. These individuals gathered in small clusters, whispering to one another, despite the crowd. The atmosphere remained remarkably serene without much noise. There are no seats left. Where shall we sit? Rong Ning asked, glancing around. Follow me. Sui beckoned, leading him towards the stairs. Upon reaching the second floor, Rong Ning noted that the layout of the inner auction house differed slightly from the outer layer. The second floor's corridor was circular, with railings around the perimeter and tables placed at intervals, adorned with fruit platters and tea. Lovely maidens stood quietly beside the tables. Most tables were occupied, except for one that remained empty. Sui led Rong Ning directly to that table, where a maid quickly pulled out a chair for them. Only the most important figures of Nuachi City are permitted on the second floor, Sui whispered. Seated on the second floor, looking down at the auction house below, Rong Ning felt a natural sense of superiority. As he glanced at the other patrons on the second floor, his gaze abruptly halted. Directly across from him sat a man so familiar he could hardly forget. We are of the same root. Why must we vie so fiercely? Rong Ning sighed. Sui, pouring water, suddenly looked at him anew. Realizing for the first time that this not-so-handsome, muscular man was, in fact, quite cultured. Such a succinct phrase, laden with meaning, was not something just anyone could articulate. Sui detected significant undertones of helplessness in his words. Following his gaze to the opposite side, Sui chuckled. Your Luo family is indeed the most powerful force in Nuachi City. We always invite members of your family to our major auctions. The Luo family representative was none other than Luo Fu, who sat directly across from Rong Ning, merely 20 meters apart. Under the bright lights, Rong Ning could clearly see the mockery in his cousin's eyes and the smirk on his lips. The Su family is losing its standards. It seems anyone can ascend to the second floor now, Luo Fu sneered. His voice not loud but audible enough for everyone in the auction house to hear. Instantly, all eyes turned to Rong Ning. Truth be told, Luo Fu's incessant targeting of him felt juvenile and exasperating. However, Rong Ning had never feared him. He understood that their conflict did not stem from Xiao Wu and would not from now on either. She was merely a pawn for Luo Fu to exploit. Luo Fu was eager to seize this opportunity to oust Rong Ning, paving the way for himself to inherit the Luo family's fortune without worry. Those who associate with garbage are surely garbage themselves. Hiding behind a fan, could it be that he is engaged in some unspeakable act? Ha! Luo Fu laughed, fixating on the disguised Sui. Lady Su was nearly incensed, her delicate shoulders trembling as she inhaled deeply, her chest rising and falling in agitation. Stay calm. Just consider him a fool, Rong Ning urged, gripping Sui's small hand. Should Luo Fu realize that the person he was deriding was the very lady he longed for, he might find himself regretting his words. I wish to pierce an ice arrow through his mouth, Sui seethed. Why are you not angry at his insults? Aren't men typically impulsive? Sui asked, perplexed. A true man never engages in verbal disputes, Rong Ning replied with a cold smirk. He simply hasn't matured yet. Verbal skirmishes bore no fruit. Rong Ning awaited the opportunity to resolve matters with his cousin once and for all. Trash. Shameless. Scum. Sui is certainly not a man, she muttered under her breath, hurling insults at Luo Fu. Yet, as she scolded him, her vocabulary proved to be rather lacking, devoid of any originality. The commencement of the auction swiftly captured everyone's attention. The auctioneer, a middle-aged gentleman, was impeccably dressed and possessed an engaging oratory skill, a trait never in short supply among auctioneers. The items up for bid were incredibly diverse, ranging from armor and weapons to everyday necessities and cultivation materials. Rong Ning even spotted an auction for a martial arts manual. This naturally stirred a wave of excitement among the attendees, with bids echoing throughout the hall. Ultimately, the martial arts manual was acquired by a wealthy merchant for the sum of 150,000 gold coins. Chapter 35. The greatest treasure. To be frank, Rong Ning did not find the martial arts manual particularly exquisite, but not everyone shared his luxury of choice among numerous manuals, those warriors without a foundation or background. If they sought a quality martial arts manual, had to expend considerable effort, time, and money to procure one. In this regard, Rong Ning felt a twinge of gratitude towards his father. The auction escalated into a fervor with each item presented. Everything showcased was meticulously selected by the Su family, inevitably attracting throngs of eager bidders. Occasionally, Luo Fu displayed interest in certain items, joining in the bidding. If I wish to bid on something, how do I go about it? Rong Ning inquired, turning to Sui. There's a sign here, Sui replied, retrieving a conspicuous placard from the table. When you raise it once, it signifies a minimum bid increase. Of course, you can also shout it out, but that method is typically reserved for significant price hikes. Understood, Rong Ning nodded. Well then, what piques your interest? I am particularly intrigued by my esteemed brother, Rong Ning replied with a sinister smile, causing Sui to sense an air of conspiracy enveloping them. As time passed, Luo Fu occasionally raised a bid. And each time, Rong Ning would follow suit, raising his sign once more. After a couple of rounds, Luo Fu finally grasped that Rong Ning was deliberately targeting him, driving up his bid. The haughty Luo Fu sneered. If it were someone else raising the price, he might consider backing down, as those items were not of great necessity to him. However, with Rong Ning, he could not afford to concede. Yet, an odd occurrence transpired. Whenever Luo Fu raised his bid, Rong Ning remained silent. Challenge me. Luo Fu scoffed repeatedly, confident that Rong Ning was short on funds. Rong Ning cursed under his breath. Damn it, where does he get so much gold? As a scion of the Luo family, Rong Ning was currently devoid of funds, having barely amassed a few hundred gold coins, which he had recently expended on original luminous stones. That in stark contrast, Luo Fu had already spent no less than 20,000 gold coins within half a day. Wearing a nonchalant expression, the only explanation for this disparity was the support from his uncle, Luo Yinglai. How shameless and despicable, Rong Ning seethed, his teeth gritting in frustration at the injustice he faced. Just as he was mired in grievances, the auctioneer's voice suddenly rose in pitch. The next item presented before you is the greatest marvel of the starry continent. Prepare to behold this miraculous spectacle. Since the time of Masatralki, countless revered jewelers have emerged on our continent, each leaving an indelible mark in history. However, the auctioneer's tone shifted, growing louder as he spoke, his facial muscles quivering with intensity. I can assert with certainty that none of those jewelers could transform luminous stones into such a piece of artistry. Even Masatralki himself could not compare. Instantly, the auction hall erupted in excitement, many individuals rising from their seats, their eyes fixated on the stage. The name of the progenitor of luminous stones, Masatralki, was sacred, yet now the auctioneer proclaimed that someone in this world surpassed even him. What a bewildering concept, utterly unbelievable. On the stage, beside the auctioneer, two elegantly dressed maidens held a pure gold tray, draped with exquisite crimson fabric, concealing the mystery of its contents and heightening the curiosity of the crowd. You may find it hard to believe my words, the auctioneer said with a smile. Taking a deep breath, truth be told, I scarcely dare to believe it myself, yet when presented with the facts, disbelief is no longer an option. Now, let us witness the greatest treasure of the starry continent. At the opportune moment, the auctioneer unveiled the crimson cloth, revealing the objects on the tray to the audience's astonished gaze. One blue, one red, the blue dazzling, the red blinding. Is this processed from luminous stone? Murmurs of disbelief rippled through the crowd. The auctioneer smiled subtly, retrieving a shimmering blue bracelet from the tray. 10 three-star ice luminous stones have been crafted into this exquisite bracelet, regardless of size or hue. Each is identical, but I understand the skepticism in your hearts. I too shared it initially. The question arises, is this bracelet truly fashioned from luminous stone? The auctioneer paused, then proclaimed with fervor, I can now solemnly inform you that this was crafted by a great jeweler, not merely a naturally occurring stone. Impossible. A voice from the crowd immediately protested. How could a jeweler shape irregular luminous stones into such perfection? This sentiment resonated with many, as it exceeded the bounds of their imagination and understanding. Without substantial evidence, I would never dare to utter such claims, the auctioneer replied with calm assurance. Not only this bracelet, but the necklace crafted from 33-star fire luminous stones also bears the mark of this exceptional jeweler. The auctioneer placed the bracelet back on the tray, gesturing for the maidens to carry it away. The crowd surged forward, eager to scrutinize the jewelry, their eyes wide with anticipation as they searched for the legendary mark, when they beheld the emblem of a staff entwined with a serpent. The once boisterous auction hall fell into an astonished silence. Incredibly, there existed a jeweler capable of transforming luminous stones in such a manner, leaving their indelible mark upon the unyielding stones with no visible signs of cutting. Everything appeared to be naturally formed. The craftsmanship was nothing short of divine. As the crowd marveled at these masterpieces, respect and curiosity for the mysterious jeweler burgeoned immensely. A jeweler of such caliber had transcended the progenitor of luminous stones, reaching an entirely new pinnacle. It was certain that, given time, this jeweler would wield a tremendous influence across the starry continent. Surely, You have all witnessed and now believe my words. The auctioneer resumed, lifting the bracelet crafted from 10 3-star ice luminous stones once more. Let us commence the bidding with this bracelet. While it is made from 3-star luminous stones, it is undeniable that such a work of art possesses value beyond measure. Do any of you not wish to acquire this for the woman you cherish? This is the first work of that illustrious jeweler. The final two statements were potent enough to ignite the fervor of those present. Luo Ning observed as Luo Fu became increasingly animated. Chapter 36. A Clash of Wits. The starting bid is 10,000 gold coins, with increments of 500 coins. Please place your bids. The auctioneer cleared his throat and called out loudly. 10,000. 20,000. I bid 25,000. 30,000. The esteemed nobles and affluent merchants in the audience had entirely abandoned the refined practice of raising placards, each one eagerly shouting their bids. Within a brief span, the price of the ice luminous stone bracelet soared to 40,000 gold coins. Luo Ning's breath quickened, his eyes reddening. This is overwhelming, too intense, too exhilarating, Luo Ning murmured. Clutching his chest, he had never imagined that a mere bracelet could fetch such a price. Surely these individuals were driven mad by their wealth. This is what these wealthy individuals call a matter of face. Su Yi leaned back in her chair, commenting, everyone knows that the cost price of this bracelet is only 1,000 gold coins. However, they are not purchasing the bracelet itself. They are acquiring the first work of that powerful, mysterious jeweler. As a collector's item and a status symbol, this bracelet commands such a price. Pausing briefly, Su Yi added, however, I suspect we are nearing the limit. The bracelet is merely the prelude. Those present may place greater value on the necklace. Indeed. As the price climbed to 41,000, the fervor of bidding began to wane. 41,000. Is there any higher bid? If not, merely raising your placard could secure you the first work of that extraordinary jeweler. The auctioneer implored, his mouth frothing with enthusiasm. 42,000. A youthful yet confident voice rang out from the second floor. Luo Ning's expression turned mocking. Young Master Luo Fu of the Luo family bids 42,000, the auctioneer declared. Raising his gavel with verve, Luo Fu, brimming with self-satisfaction, surveyed the room, attempting to exude the demeanor of a scion from a prestigious family. The true masters often made their appearances last, and Luo Fu felt exceptionally pleased with himself. Upon seeing a member of the Luo family placing a bid, the attendees naturally retreated, for it was unwise to provoke the Luo family over such an item, especially with more valuable treasures forthcoming. 42,000. Is there any higher bid? The auctioneer paused for a moment before raising the gavel. 42,000 once, 42,000 twice, 42,000. Luo Ning slowly raised his paddle, just as the auctioneer was about to bring the gavel down. It froze in midair. Young Master Luo Ning of the Luo family bids 42,500. Luo Fu sneered at Luo Ning and boldly shouted, I bid 45,000. Damn it, he really does have a lot of money. Luo Ning cursed under his breath and raised his paddle again. Luo Fu slammed his hand on the table, glaring at Luo Ning in a fit of rage as he shouted, 50,000. 50,500. Luo Fu was nearly driven mad. He finally realized that not only was he targeting Luo Ning, but Luo Ning was also targeting him. Nevertheless, he had to obtain this bracelet at all costs. It was not just about pride. It held an even more significant purpose for him, weighing the contents of his pockets. Luo Fu gritted his teeth and shouted, 53,000. Almost there. Luo Ning had been observing Luo Fu's expression, and when he called out that price, the muscles in his face clearly twitched. This was likely his limit. It's time to know when to stop. Luo Ning shrugged and lowered his paddle. It's yours now. Luo Fu could not help but let out a sigh of relief. That moment, a servant beside him whispered something, and Luo Fu's face turned as purple as a pig's liver as he roared at Luo Ning. Where did you get so much money? In his excitement, Luo Fu had forgotten that the scions of the Luo family could not possibly possess a large amount of gold coins before reaching adulthood. He only had these due to having undergone the coming-of-age ceremony. Luo Ning shrugged. I don't have a single coin. I'm just raising a paddle. In an instant, Luo Fu felt dizzy, wishing he could strangle Luo Ning. Just because he raised his paddle twice, he had caused himself to spend an extra 10,000 gold coins. I protest, he has no money, and his previous bids should be invalid. Luo Fu shouted to the auctioneer below. The auctioneer shook his head, saying, but the highest bid now is from you. young Master Luo Fu. Not him that if you insist on canceling your previous bid. It may only tarnish the reputation of the Luo family. The last statement made Luo Fu reconsider his position. Reluctantly, he glared at Luo Ning. You're quite ruthless. Everyone initially thought the auction for the bracelet was over. However, when another individual raised their paddle and called out the price of 55,000 in a peculiar voice, the room fell into a stunned silence. Even Luo Ning was momentarily taken aback. The one calling out the bid was none other than Su Yi. The auctioneer hesitated slightly before repeating Su Yi's bid, unsure of the identity of the person whose face was obscured by a fan. All he knew was that a distinguished guest from the Su family was seated at that table. Luo Fu was utterly devastated. If it weren't for the bracelet's immense importance to him, he might have given up right then and there. 60,000. Luo Fu's heart was bleeding. The gold coins his father had given him after the coming-of-age ceremony were nearly squandered in one go. 65,000. Su Yi was relentless, clearly determined to see this through. What do you want this for? Luo Ning whispered to Su Yi. Just like you, to drive up the price. Su Yi winked at Luo Ning. Oh, my little fool. Luo Ning was exasperated. You need to consider the situation when raising the price. He's nearly out of steam. What if it ends up in your hands? Don't worry, he'll definitely raise the bid again, Su Yi said with a sly smile. Luo Ning could not fathom where her confidence came from. Meanwhile, Luo Fu had fallen into silence. The auction amount had surpassed his limit, and he was contemplating whether to truly give up. If I buy this bracelet for Yi, she will surely be delighted, Su Yi said in a hushed tone, her voice dripping with sarcasm, yet loud enough for the entire auction house to hear. Luo Ning nearly laughed out loud. He finally understood Su Yi's intentions, provoked by her words. Luo Fu, who had been hesitant, immediately jumped up and shouted, 70,000. That damned rival. Luo Fu glared at the partially concealed Su Yi, wanting to see what kind of face this person had, daring to play the same game as him. Observing the delighted Su Yi, Luo Ning could not help but exclaim, Women, your name is venomous. Chapter 37. The Sharp Edge of a Sword. Ultimately, the bracelet crafted from 10 ice sparkle stones was purchased by Luo Fu for the staggering price of 70,000 gold coins. In the final stages of the auction, Luo Fu's eyes bore a predatory glare as he fixed his gaze upon Luo Ning and the half-hidden Su Yi, as if they were his mortal enemies. Meanwhile, Luo Ning and Su Yi chatted and laughed, further infuriating young Master Luo Fu. Just wait, Luo Fu silently vowed. With Luo Fu out of the competition, the attendees felt liberated to shout their bids, ultimately culminating in a price that left Luo Ning utterly astonished. 150,000. I'm rich now. I truly am wealthy, and I'll no longer have to worry about gold coins. Luo Ning could not comprehend how something made of mere 3-star sparkle stones could fetch such an exorbitant price. Upon exiting the auction house, Luo Ning felt an exhilarating sense of newfound wealth. According to the agreement with Su Yi, he would receive a share of 176,000 gold coins. What a concept! Even if Luo Ning did nothing for the rest of his life, he could live comfortably. This auction was quite successful, Su Yi said happily. Tomorrow, news of the sparkle stones being available for jewelry will spread throughout Noki City. At that time, the Su family will take the opportunity to release those small ornaments. I believe that regardless of their utility, wealthy individuals will surely buy one or two for gifting or collecting. How much can those things sell for? 10,000. Luo Ning's mind was filled with the sound of clinking gold coins. Su Yi shot him a reproachful glance. Not that much. Auctions are different, and today these people bought it for its rarity. Once such items flood the market, they won't sell for such high prices. That's why we brought the 2 most valuable ornaments today, to create a buzz and make a good start. You merchants have so many tricks up your sleeves. Luo Ning could not help but admire Su Yi's business acumen. The moon hung high, and the stars were sparse. It was already late at night as Luo Ning and Su Yi walked along, conversing cheerfully. As a man, he felt obliged to see Su Yi home. It was a delightful task. The night in Noki City exuded an indescribable tranquility, with only the chirping of insects and the rustling of footsteps filling the air. To take a shortcut, the two chose a secluded alley. However, just as they were about to cross the alley, 2 dark figures suddenly emerged ahead, blocking their path. Although Su Yi was already a high-ranking magician, she was still just a 16-year-old girl, startled by the sudden appearance. She trembled. Initially, Luo Ning did not pay much attention. After all, Noki City was not his home. Was he not allowed to walk while others could? But when he heard the rustling sounds behind him and saw the two men ahead standing with their arms crossed, clearly harboring ill intentions, Rong Ning realized the situation was not so simple. Tactically, this was called encirclement. In layman's terms, it was an ambush. Rong Ning saw the two men pull out objects as thick as arms from behind. Reflecting a dazzling cold light under the moon, that he quickly grabbed Su Yi by the collar and pulled her to his side. Miss Su was no fool, who would block their path in the dead of night. The other party was clearly up to no good. "Oh no, I forgot my magic staff," Su Yi whispered, biting her lip. Without her staff, although Su Yi could still cast spells, fighting in such a narrow alley was disadvantageous for a magician. "Just stay put." Rong Ning glanced back at the two behind him. "Just a couple of punks. You don't need to get involved." The four men were all burly, wielding steel rods that clanged against the walls ominously. The two facing Rong Ning wasted no time with words and charged at him with their steel rods. The rods whistled through the air, exuding a dangerous aura. They were warriors. Rong Ning had become quite sensitive to the aura of fighting spirit, immediately overturning his earlier assumption that they were ordinary people. The results of nearly 2 months of rigorous training under Rain Sister were now manifesting. Facing the two rods brimming with fighting spirit, Rong Ning did not dodge. Instead, he charged directly forward. The two men exchanged cruel smiles, but in the next moment, their grins froze, just as the steel rods were about to strike Rong Ning. The two men felt a blur before their eyes, and the enemy suddenly vanished without a trace. "Behind you!" The two who had come from behind shouted in alarm, but it was too late. Although Rong Ning had only trained for dodging attacks these past 2 months, the basic instincts of fighting were inherent in men. With his fighting spirit fully ignited, Rong Ning seized one man's hair and yanked him backward fiercely. The man stumbled, losing his balance and falling backward. Simultaneously, Rong Ning leaped high, his right knee colliding hard with the back of the man's head. With a resounding crash, the chilling sound echoed, sending shivers down everyone's spine. The man immediately succumbed to a state of unconsciousness. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. Rong Ning delivered a powerful kick to the nearly lifeless figure, sending him soaring like a released kite, crashing into the two individuals rushing from behind. The force of that kick was almost absurd. Rong Ning had no time to ponder how his strength had become so formidable. He struck another assailant squarely on the temple with his elbow, while simultaneously seizing his throat. The veins in his arm bulging as he slammed him violently against the wall. The ochre wall instantly blossomed with a vivid crimson. With a resounding thud, the second assailant crumpled to the ground. Convulsing uncontrollably, Sue blinked in disbelief. The rapid sequence of events unfolded too swiftly for her to grasp, and before she could comprehend what had transpired, the two men who had obstructed their path lay defeated on the ground. Rong Ning bent down to retrieve the steel rods from their hands, inhaling deeply as he remarked, "My apologies, I was unaware of my own strength." The two remaining assailants, standing in shock, were on the verge of madness. They exchanged glances, uncertain whether to attack or retreat. The fate of their comrades weighed heavily upon them, leaving them at a loss regarding the capabilities of this seemingly youthful opponent. Ultimately, they decided to uphold their honor. They had accepted payment to resolve this conflict. After a brief moment of silent communication, they simultaneously roared. Their collective auras suddenly intensified. Under the pure white moonlight, Rong Ning could even perceive a faint, translucent layer enveloping their bodies. Advanced warriors? Rong Ning felt a touch of bewilderment. Although he had suspected they were warriors, it was only upon witnessing their transformation that he could definitively ascertain their status as advanced warriors. The ability to manifest their fighting spirit externally marked them as martial masters. It was evident that their prowess was barely sufficient, indicating they were on the verge of ascending to the realm of martial masters. Meanwhile, he was merely a low-level warrior. Fortuitously, he had incapacitated 2 of them in their initial encounter. Otherwise, this battle would undoubtedly have posed a significant challenge, and Rong Ning couldn't help but feel a wave of relief. As he circulated his fighting spirit throughout his body, the 2 opponents across from him found a semblance of confidence. Despite having lost 2 comrades, they maintained their composure. One of them nimbly leapt to Rong Ning's rear, gripping his steel rod tightly, clearly intent on executing a classic pincer maneuver. This time, Rong Ning would not allow them to strike first. Armed with weapons, he felt emboldened. Wielding 2 rods as thick as his arms, he charged toward the one in front of him at the same moment. The enemy launched their attack. In an instant, the narrow alley was filled with the glint of cold steel as 3 individuals swung for steel rods. The sound of clashing metal ringing like exploding beans. Rong Ning's initial training enabled him to execute evasive maneuvers during critical moments, and his advanced training allowed him to anticipate the enemy's strikes. Even in a 1-against-2 situation, he fought with an air of leisure, never losing his advantage. If he could catch something as small as a 3 yellow bee, how much easier would it be to manage these thick rods? Rong Ning remained unfazed, growing more exhilarated with each exchange, eager to put his 2 months of training to the test. While his adversaries struggled under the pressure of their flanking assault, they soon realized the young man's reflexes were astonishing. Almost none of their attacks landed. It was as if he had eyes in the back of his head, effortlessly parrying their blows left and right. Yet, that was not the most astonishing part. They could hardly believe the sheer magnitude of his strength. Lacking any visible signs of fighting spirit, each collision of their weapons sent jolts of numbness through their hands, as if each of his strikes carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. Both men were advanced warriors, having channeled their fighting spirit into their hands to enhance their power, yet even so, they struggled to withstand his onslaught. Could this young man be a martial master? They pondered, contemplating retreat. Advanced warriors aren't that impressive, Rong Ning mused internally as he continued to fight. Meanwhile, Sui was in a state of panic, witnessing Rong Ning engage in a seemingly perilous 1 versus 2 confrontation. She had already begun reciting a spell, yet hesitated to unleash it for fear of accidentally harming him. In the brief moments since the battle began, the 2 assailants found their confidence waning. At this juncture, they resorted to a desperate tactic. One of them exchanged a knowing glance with the other, swiftly leaping out of the fray, propelling himself off the wall like a released arrow aimed at Rong Ning. A dazzling spectacle unfolded. While airborne, the man spun like a top, generating a gust of wind. To his astonishment, the modest amount of fighting spirit around him released dramatically, shimmering in a myriad of colors under the moonlight, creating a mesmerizing haze that dazzled the eyes. The sound of scraping echoed as the hard wall bore the marks of countless blades, deep grooves etched into its surface. In that moment, he transformed into a whirlwind of energy, descending upon Rong Ning with an overwhelming force. Rong Ning, dodge, that's a martial technique. Sui shouted urgently. Rong Ning gazed intently at the brilliant display of martial prowess, realizing for the first time that martial techniques could possess an allure akin to magic. Spiral slash, the airborne assailant called out. The other adversary entangled with Rong Ning promptly jumped away, evidently aware of the formidable nature of his companion's technique. Rong Ning also sought to escape, but there was no time. The 2 enemies coordinated their efforts, leaving him with no choice but to face the attack head-on. Crossing the 2 steel rods before him, he braced himself as the spinning assault bore down on him. The clanging of metal resonated incessantly. Rong Ning was continuously forced downward, yet he remained steadfast, his arms numbed but unwavering. Gradually, the spinning began to decelerate, just as Rong Ning felt himself on the verge of collapsing to the ground. The opponent finally ceased his rotation. Rong Ning's clothing lay shredded, resembling a beggar. The one who had unleashed the spiral slash was not faring much better. He appeared drained of energy, swaying unsteadily, his expression rife with disbelief. How could this be? How could this young man withstand his martial technique head-on? The sheer strength and physical resilience required were unimaginable. Each of his rotations had been a calculated strike, using the force of his spinning to unleash a barrage of fighting spirit. Yet this young man had absorbed it all. It was utterly astounding. Rong Ning understood now that this martial technique, though intimidating in appearance, came with a considerable cost to the user's body. Without hesitation, Rong Ning straightened up and aimed a rod at the enemy standing before him, like a mere stalk of straw caught in a storm. The man was sent crashing into the wall, the aftermath of his technique combined with the impact of Rong Ning's strike, leaving him unable to rise again. The last remaining assailant was struck with terror. Faced with the dazzling martial technique of his comrade, even a warrior of equal strength could not withstand it. Yet this young man had done so, and still had the strength to retaliate. He must be a martial master, perhaps even more formidable. For the first time, he regretted taking on this task. That he realized that if he did not flee now, his fate would mirror that of his fallen comrades. Thus, when Rong Ning's gaze fell upon him, His instinctive reaction was to leap towards Su Yi. From the onset, Su Yi had remained stationary, which sent a misleading signal to the enemy that she posed no threat. As long as he captured her, he could escape unharmed. This was the thought that guided his actions. However, as he leapt before Su Yi, he was met with a grand surprise she had prepared for him. Ice binding. Su Yi commanded sharply. Unleashing the magic she had long since readied, in an instant, the last assailant felt a chilling grip encase his feet, rendering him immobile as he collapsed to the ground. Glancing down, he discovered his feet encased in a massive block of ice. "Hey, a mage?" he stammered, his face a mask of despair. Though mages were rare, their ability to unleash catastrophic spells instilled fear in all the lower-tier warriors. Stood little chance against mages, as only those who had ascended to martial masters, capable of externalizing their fighting spirit, could hope to resist a mage's might. Upon witnessing Su Yi unleash such a formidable spell, the last assailant realized he and his companions had indeed bitten off more than they could chew. Setting aside the formidable young man who had single-handedly taken down 4 foes, this mage was more than enough to vanquish him and his comrades. Who on earth were these 2 young individuals? As Rong Ning approached him step by step, steel rods in hand, the man felt his heart plummet. He was gripped by a bone-chilling fear, as though Rong Ning's gaze pierced through him like that of a butcher eyeing a lamb for slaughter. Rong Ning stood before him, towering in stature, casting a shadow over the trembling figure. The man was consumed by terror, unable to fathom how a youthful visage could evoke such profound dread within him. With a resounding clang, Rong Ning discarded the 2 steel rods in his hands, his palms stained with blood, a testament to the dazzling martial skills he had just witnessed. "Tell me, why did you ambush us?" Rong Ning's large foot pressed against the throat of his adversary. Applying just enough pressure, the man turned his head away, choosing silence over response. "Speak now." Rong Ning crouched down and delivered a swift slap across the man's face. "Is there someone orchestrating your actions?" His tone softened, his expression radiating an unsettling kindliness. "Kill me if you must. I shall reveal nothing." The man glared defiantly at Rong Ning, for no man could tolerate being struck, especially not by someone significantly younger. "Do you think I lack the courage?" Rong Ning scoffed, swiftly extracting a dagger from the man's boot and placing it against his throat. Miss Su turned her head away, unwilling to witness the unfolding scene. "I possess little patience, and I can deduce the answers without your words." With a slight increase in pressure, a trickle of blood began to seep from the man's neck, and fear flickered in his eyes, overwhelmed by Rong Ning's audacious gaze. "It appears you are indeed a tough nut to crack. I can respect your loyalty and principles." As he spoke, Rong Ning raised the dagger, preparing to plunge it down. "I will talk." The man immediately capitulated, but first, removed the dagger. Satisfied, Rong Ning stood up, dusting off his clothes as he awaited the man's confession. "You guessed correctly. We were indeed hired." After a brief pause, the man recounted the events. "Someone found us in the tavern, offered us 1,000 gold coins to teach someone a lesson tonight." 1,000 gold coins? Am I worth so little?" Rong Ning sneered. "Not you." The man timidly glanced at Rong Ning before turning to Miss Su. "They said to teach a lesson to a person wielding a fan." Su Yi blinked rapidly, pointing to herself. "Me? It must be you," the man confirmed, looking back at Rong Ning. "It wasn't meant to be you, but you incapacitated both my brothers, and we couldn't complete our task without taking you down first." Upon hearing this, a chill ran down Su Yi's spine. Had Rong Ning not been present, even as a high-level mage, her lack of combat experience could have left her vulnerable against 4 seasoned warriors in a narrow alley. "Do you know the person who hired you?" Rong Ning continued his inquiry. "No. And what about me? Do you recognize me?" "No." The man shook his head. "We only arrived from another city a few days ago. Had we known you, we wouldn't have taken this job." As he spoke, tears welled in his eyes. The employer had merely informed them that this young man was a low-level warrior. Low-level warrior, my foot. How could a low-level warrior take down 2 high-level warriors in a single encounter? How could he withstand the spiral/technique? "I have been deceived." The man looked at Rong Ning with a pitiful expression, conveying his dismay. "Enough. I know everything you do, and I am aware of what you do not." Rong Ning stood and delivered a kick, knocking the man unconscious. Su Yi silently observed the entire exchange, saying nothing. "This time, you are the target, not me," Rong Ning remarked, rubbing his numb palm as he addressed Su Yi. "Besides, These 4 men carried daggers yet chose to wield steel rods, indicating their intent was not to kill us, but merely to teach a lesson that I believe you can deduce who the mastermind is. Su-yi stepped forward, tearing a strip of cloth from her garment, taking Luo Ning's large hand to carefully bandage his wounds. It's nothing. Just a small injury, Luo Ning replied nonchalantly. How could this person be so shameless? I merely raised his price a bit at the auction. Su-yi fumed as she bandaged him. That is not the crux of the matter, Luo Ning chuckled. The focal point lies in your declaration of my yi, a statement potent enough to drive him mad. Su-yi's face flushed instantly. I wonder what expression Luo Fu would wear upon discovering this colossal misunderstanding, Luo Ning mused. Finding humor in the fact that the cousin he intended to teach a lesson to was none other than the very Miss Su he had longed for. Not only that, but he had also scolded her at the auction earlier. Let's go. I'll escort you home. Luo Ning waved his arm. Feeling much better now, the earlier numbness dissipating. What shall we do with these men? Should we hand them over to the guard? Su-yi innocently inquired. It would be rather impolite to disturb the captain at this hour. They were merely following orders for a few coins. Let's show mercy where we can, Luo Ning replied. His magnanimity won Su-yi over. A true man should indeed be like this. After escorting Su-yi home, Luo Ning stealthily returned, finding the 4 unconscious men still sprawled on the ground. One by one, he hoisted them back to the Luo residence, stripping them of their clothing and unceremoniously depositing them at Luo Fu's door. Showing mercy must be contingent on the individual. Luo Ning felt it necessary for his cousin to understand that he was not someone to be trifled with. Once he had concluded this task, Luo Ning finally had time to return to his room and collapse onto his bed, oblivious to the commotion the 4 men would cause the following morning. Chapter 40. The mystery of the iron plate. The next day, during training, Luo Ning recounted the previous night's events to Luo Yu. She exploded in rage, brandishing her sword, vowing to slice Luo Fu into pieces. Luo Ning clung desperately to her. There's no evidence. What will you accomplish? He urged. Besides, I can handle my own affairs. This statement slightly quelled Luo Yu's fury as she turned to her brother. Did you really defeat 4 high-level warriors? That is precisely what perplexes me, Luo Ning admitted, having pondered for quite some time why he had been able to best those 4 men. Avoiding enemy attacks was not surprising, considering he had trained for 2 months and should have achieved some results. Yet my strength seems to have become extraordinary. Reflecting on last night's battle, he noted how effortlessly he had countered their attacks, confronting them head-on. They appeared to struggle against him. Thus, I assert that you have grown significantly stronger, Luo Yu said, affectionately patting Luo Ning's head. If my strength has indeed increased, then why does it still take me the same amount of time to run a lap around Nuachi City, leaving me utterly exhausted? Luo Ning found this matter troubling. 2 months had passed, yet he felt no improvement in his running. Well, there is a substantial reason for that, Luo Yu said, turning her face away, her finger idly scratching her chin. Observing her demeanor, Luo Ning's suspicions grew. Was there some hidden truth? The more Luo Yu withheld information, the more curious he became, scratching at his mind like a cat. Luo Yu, feeling flustered under his gaze, pointed to a nearby wooden post and instructed, use all your strength to strike that post. Heeding her words, Luo Ning approached the post, drew back his fist, and unleashed a powerful blow. With a sharp crack, the post, thick as a man's waist, cleanly split in 2 at the point of impact, the severed piece flying several meters away before coming to a halt. Luo Ning's jaw dropped in disbelief. If he had previously harbored doubts about his strength, the shattered post now confirmed the truth. His power had indeed grown immensely. Next, just as Luo Ning reveled in his triumph, Luo Yu called from behind. Without needing to turn, he caught the object she hurled his way, feeling its weight in his hand. Looking down, he discovered it was the iron plate he used each morning during his runs. What is it? He asked. Puzzled. How heavy is this? Luo Yu inquired, playing with another iron plate in her hand. 5 pounds, Luo Ning answered, recalling this detail from 2 months prior when Luo Yu had informed him. Luo Yu smiled slightly, raising one of the plates high before releasing it. The plate fell from a height of 2 meters, crashing into the ground with a resounding thud, sending dust swirling into the air as Luo Yu quickly jumped aside. Cough. Cough. Luo Ning failed to dodge in time, choking on the dust that enveloped him. When the haze finally cleared, what he saw left him in disbelief. The 5-pound iron plate had embedded itself halfway into the hard ground. Impossible. Luo Ning stood in shock. He was well aware of the ground's hardness. Yet how could a mere 5-pound plate penetrate so deeply after falling from such a height? Suddenly, another perplexing thought crossed his mind: if his strength had indeed increased so dramatically, then why had his arms sunk when catching the iron plate? This piece must weigh more than 5 pounds. Luo Ning realized the crux of the matter. Luo Yu chuckled, nodding her head in affirmation. What? Luo Ning was astounded. When did you switch them out? He had been carrying them each day while running laps around Nuachi City, completely unaware of when Luo Yu had swapped them. I have not replaced them. They are still the original iron plates, Luo Yu began to explain. However, take a closer look at the side. Luo Ning brought the iron plate before him, scrutinizing it from every angle until he finally discovered a rather peculiar spot, in a location not easily noticeable. There was a complex and mysterious pattern. Upon further examination, it seemed as if an indescribable energy flowed within this pattern, distinct from the energy of fighting spirit, reminiscent instead of the sensation when Su Yi cast her magic. What is this? Luo Ning inquired. It is a magic array. A gravity spell magic array. Realizing that he could no longer conceal the truth from Luo Ning, Luo Yu decided to reveal everything, depending on the amount of magical power infused by the mage. This magic array can produce varying multiples of gravitational effects. Luo Ning felt a bit confused, but one thing was clear to him. This is already more than 5 gene. What is the current gravitational effect? Luo Yu raised 2 slender fingers. Luo Ning was momentarily taken aback. 20 times? Luo Yu nodded gravely. As of today, it is indeed 20 times. The corners of Luo Ning's mouth twitched repeatedly. It turned out he had been running every day with 4 plates weighing 100 gene each. No wonder he felt utterly exhausted. And the time he consumed had not changed much. This could also explain why his strength had increased so dramatically. I never imagined your progress would be so substantial, Luo Yu remarked, rubbing her forehead. In just 2 short months, you are capable of bearing the burden of a gravity spell multiplied by 20 times. When I was trained by our father, I only achieved half of what you've accomplished. Brother, you are a genius. But my perception ability is still rather weak. Carrying 400 gene and being completely unaware of it is quite disheartening, Luo Ning said, feeling somewhat dejected. You cannot blame yourself for that. Luo Yu chuckled slyly. To prevent you from noticing these changes, I've been adding certain substances to your nightly bathing solution. Moreover, the gravity multiplier has been gradually increasing. It's entirely normal that you haven't detected it. You deceived me, Luo Ning said with a wounded expression, squatting on the ground. Why did you not let me know? I was merely concerned about the pressure it might place on you. There was no other intention. Seeing her brother's expression, Luo Yu felt a pang of sympathy. Am I that kind of person? Do you not understand the resilience of my will? Luo Ning continued to display a demeanor of having been hurt. All right, I apologize, dear sister, Luo Yu said softly. I should not have kept this from you. No way. Luo Ning turned his head defiantly, throwing a tantrum. Then tell me what I should do. Luo Yu affectionately ruffled Luo Ning's hair. Teach me some lethal martial techniques. Luo Ning's eyes sparkled as he articulated his desire. Chapter 41. Ice Flower. Is it because you witnessed someone else performing martial techniques last night? Luo Yu, astute and perceptive, instantly grasped Luo Ning's thoughts. Luo Ning nodded that he was truly enamored with the dazzling and powerfully destructive martial techniques, so much so that he dreamt about them the previous night. Let me show you what true martial techniques are, Luo Yu said with a gentle smile. She, too, had once been in his position and understood his current feelings. All right, let's do this. Luo Ning eagerly nodded. Stand back, Luo Yu instructed, and Luo Ning quickly leapt back several steps. Further still, Luo Yu added, and Luo Ning retreated again, contemplating, before hiding behind a nearby mound of earth, poking his head out to say, Okay. Luo Yu smiled slightly. The process may be brief, so pay close attention. Luo Ning immediately widened his eyes, not daring to blink. Luo Yu stood quietly, but gradually, Luo Ning sensed a tremendous flow of energy moving through the air. Centered around Luo Yu, the temperature of the entire training ground began to plummet in mere moments. He found himself shivering uncontrollably at that moment. Luo Ning noticed a change in Luo Yu. A delicate white flower bud subtly appeared on her forehead, identical to the ice flower she had summoned in their father's chamber. Beautiful yet slightly eerie. Before Luo Ning could fully admire it, Luo Yu sharply called out, and the once faint flower bud suddenly expanded, transforming instantly from an illusion into reality. with a resounding crack when the transformation ceased. Luo Ning could hardly believe his eyes. The spot where Luo Yu had stood was now occupied by a massive ice flower, which, by his estimation, had a diameter of at least 3 zhang and towered 3 or 4 meters high. It resembled a blooming white peony, radiating an unparalleled brilliance. Each petal of the ice flower reflected a biting cold light, and the edges of the petals appeared like finely honed blades, sharp and deadly. Luo Ning was left dumbfounded. He had never imagined that martial techniques could reach such heights. So enchanting, so intoxicating. Crackle. Another series of crisp sounds rang out as the colossal ice flower shattered into countless pieces. Petals detaching from the main body, swirling around the center where Luo Yu had stood, carrying with them a chilling aura and flashes of cold light. When the last petal broke away, Luo Yu's figure became visible once more. Upon seeing Luo Yu's current appearance, Luo Ning's heart raced with excitement, the sequence of stimuli leaving him exhilarated. Luo Yu held her sword at an angle, her head tilted to one side, her charming face adorned with a frosty expression. This was not surprising, as she often wore such a countenance toward strangers. What was most striking, however, were the 2 ethereal blue wings that extended over 3 meters from her back, shimmering with waves of cold light, elevating her presence to something almost otherworldly. An angel, Luo Ning murmured. Those wings were undoubtedly made of solid ice. Initially, Luo Ning thought they were merely decorative, but Luo Yu's subsequent actions shattered that assumption. While Luo Ning was lost in thought, the wings behind Luo Yu began to flap gently, and she herself started to ascend slowly into the air with each beat of her wings. This cannot be real. Luo Ning's jealousy surged uncontrollably. How could such miraculous phenomena exist in this world? As Luo Yu soared into the sky, the sharp petals surrounding her continued to whirl around her in a dizzying dance, their speed too great for the naked eye to follow, with only the sound of rushing wind filling the air. This is true martial technique, my brother. Pay close attention. Do not confine your gaze to those performances akin to mere gestures. One day, you will encounter foes wielding such formidable martial arts. Luo Yu spoke gently from her lofty perch. This was the martial technique that accompanied the fighting spirit formula she practiced. Ice Bloom. Luo Ning recalled the small flower she had summoned on her hand 2 months ago, and in comparison to the spectacle before him, it was as if he were viewing 2 entirely different realms. The swirling petals could not only defend against attacks, but were also lethal weapons in their own right. Luo Ning was convinced that had the warriors he encountered last night possessed such martial techniques, even his immense strength would have been futile against them. Those petals, when in motion, represented an all-encompassing assault. Who could withstand such an onslaught? They would undoubtedly be reduced to mere fragments. While Luo Ning was entranced by the display, Luo Yu suddenly smiled softly, giving her wings a gentle flap, sending a flurry of petals hurtling towards him. Before they could reach him, the wings on Luo Yu's back and the petals swirling around her suddenly transformed into specks of glowing light, dissipating into the air. Are you mesmerized? Luo Yu lightly poked Luo Ning's forehead. Taking a deep breath, Luo Ning nodded stiffly. I want to learn this, he declared, clenching his fist with determination. You are still too inexperienced. Luo Yu shook her head. What do you mean? Luo Ning pressed. Today, I wanted you to see this to prevent your focus from being limited to some inferior martial techniques. It was not intended as a lesson for you, Luo Yu explained, noticing Luo Ning's disappointed expression. The technique I taught you, the spinning step, is also a martial art, albeit of a different nature. Since you are so eager to learn, allow me to explain why you are not yet qualified. There are few technique-based martial arts, and they tend to be somewhat similar. In general, they emphasize how to defend perfectly when advantageous opportunities for offense arise. The spinning step incorporates these 2 elements, and not every warrior can master it. Only those with considerable insight possess the ability to execute it. In contrast, there are countless combat-oriented martial arts, each warrior having their own unique techniques. The spiral slash you witnessed last night and the ice bloom I just demonstrated are examples. However, a fundamental criterion for performing combat-oriented martial techniques is that one must possess a sufficient amount of fighting spirit within. Martial techniques require fighting spirit to be executed. Correct? Luo Ning asked. Indeed, without adequate fighting spirit, how can one manifest martial techniques? Combat-oriented martial arts involve materializing the fighting spirit within one's body according to one's will. Thus, having sufficient fighting spirit is an essential prerequisite. When will I be able to learn? Luo Ning asked eagerly. Since you are so eager, we shall commence the third stage of training today, Luo Yu smiled. Only a month remains until your appointment with Luo Fu. It is time to enter this next phase of training. What will we train? Luo Ning pressed. A martial technique. A very simple one. Chapter 42. When a wastrel becomes a genius, hailed as Sister Yu. Upon hearing Yu Jie proclaim her intention to impart martial skills, Luo Ning could not restrain his exuberant exclamation. Do not harbor excessive expectations, after all. The amount of fighting spirit within you is still insufficient for the cultivation of advanced martial techniques. What I shall teach you today is merely a fundamental concept. Even the tiniest mosquito is still flesh, no matter how simple the martial skill. It is still a martial skill. After several months of training, Luo Ning had yet to develop any formidable offensive technique. Last night's skirmish had merely resembled a street brawl, leaving him considerably disheartened. A warrior, after all, should unleash magnificently powerful and captivating martial arts. In the first month of training, you attained perfect coordination. In the second month, you completed the training for precise judgment and swift reflexes. Yu Jie brushed her smooth golden hair back. Now, let us proceed to the final aspect of training, the devastating power of a single strike. Luo Ning comprehended. The four essential points of the strike had been thoroughly ingrained during these 3 months of training. Only by harmonizing his body and anticipating the enemy's movements could he safely execute the strike. After employing this technique, delivering a crippling blow to the opponent was the essence of the third stage of training, the lethal destructive force. Yu Jie led Luo Ning to a wooden post, gesturing towards it. Observe closely. She then extended a delicate finger, slowly prodding the wooden post. The moment her finger made contact, Luo Ning witnessed the power of martial skills. Having experienced enough stimulation for one day, he did not react markedly to the scene before him. The sturdy wooden post, at that moment, resembled tender tofu, easily pierced through by Yu Jie's gentle poke. This reminded Luo Ning of Mei Chao Feng's 9-in white bone claw. Once Yu Jie's entire finger had penetrated the post, she lightly flicked it, producing a muffled thud as it struck the ground. In the next instant, a circular hollow, roughly the size of a bowl, appeared around Yu Jie's fingertip on the wooden post. Luo Ning could see through the hollow to the other side, while Yu Jie retracted her finger and turned to Luo Ning. Do you see this martial skill has 2 stages? Luo Ning nodded. Yu Jie's finger piercing the post constituted one stage, while the appearance of the circular hollow represented the other. However, Luo Ning was unsure how this was accomplished, especially since the hollow bore no splinters, appearing as though it had been polished to perfection. At your current level, it is naturally impossible to so effortlessly pierce your finger into the post that I merely wish for you to see clearly. While training, you need only to establish contact between your finger and the post, channeling your fighting spirit into it, and then control that fighting spirit to cause an explosion. Explosion? Luo Ning was somewhat perplexed. After all, fighting spirit was not akin to explosives. The term explosion is merely a figurative expression. The fighting spirit is yours. You can manipulate its form at will. This is the foundation of martial arts. Consider this, my lad. When you infuse your fighting spirit into an enemy's body, and then suddenly transform that spirit into a piercing thorn, it will undoubtedly inflict internal injuries upon your foe. What a brilliant underhanded tactic! Luo Ning exclaimed with delight. This martial skill is named the Soul Piercer. Of course, once you master it, you will be able to control the fighting spirit to morph into any shape you desire, as long as it inflicts sufficient damage upon the enemy. Understood. Let us commence training. Luo Ning twisted his neck and cracked his knuckles, producing a series of sharp sounds that Yu Jie stood by, ever ready to guide Luo Ning through any challenges he encountered during his practice. Initially, she had anticipated that Luo Ning, encountering martial skills for the first time, would flounder. However, the reality astonished Yu Jie. Luo Ning's control over his fighting spirit was astonishingly mismatched with his level. He effortlessly infused his fighting spirit into the wooden post, and an immediate sizzle resonated from it. The solid post visibly bulged outward, a testament to the internal pressure exerted by the fighting spirit. The effectiveness, of course, paled in comparison to Yu Jie's earlier demonstration, yet she was thoroughly astounded by her brother's prowess. The mastery of one's fighting spirit had historically vexed many warriors. Had everyone been able to control it flawlessly, martial arts would not have been so challenging to cultivate, becoming commonplace instead. Yu Jie had stumbled through this hurdle in her own training, barely managing to overcome it. Yet her brother seemed to control his fighting spirit with such ease. Luo Ning, have you trained in martial skills before? Yu Jie could not contain her curiosity and inquired. No, this is my first time, Luo Ning replied, turning to Yu Jie. What's the matter? Yu Jie's lips twitched slightly as she quickly shook her head. It's nothing, continue practicing. Yu Jie felt a mix of envy and pride. She had been labeled a genius since childhood, while Luo Ning bore the title of wastrel. Yet, in this moment, she felt that the title of genius was more fitting for her brother. Although Yu Jie concealed her astonishment, Luo Ning perceptively noticed. While he had indeed never practiced martial arts, he had honed precise control over fighting spirit through activities such as unsealing radiant stones and crafting jewelry. Thus, once Luo Ning grasped the two explosive phases of the soul piercer, he was able to execute it with ease. Naturally, the current results were not ideal as Luo Ning diligently trained. A cacophony of hurried footsteps and raucous shouts erupted from outside the training ground. Unable to resist, Yu Jie turned to glance outside. What is happening? Luo Ning shook his head. The sounds of footsteps and cries grew ever closer, as if a group was barreling straight toward the training ground. The siblings gazed curiously, their eyes widening in anticipation. Before long, the individuals indeed reached the area outside the training ground. Leading the charge were 4 burly men, yet they appeared disheveled and frantic, utterly exposed. Their state of undress a testament to their chaos. Following them was a throng of Luo family servants, wielding various tools and shouting in pursuit. In their panic, the 4 naked giants dashed straight into the training ground. Luo Ning smacked his forehead, almost forgetting that he had left these 4 at Luo Fu's doorstep the previous night. Upon witnessing the flailing flesh, Yu Jie felt dizzy, nearly fainting. She had never imagined anyone would be audacious enough to stage a collective nude run within the Luo household. Infuriated, Yu Jie drew her sword, swinging it forward with her eyes closed. A crescent-shaped arc of icy sword energy slashed across the path of the 4 men, leaving a deep gouge in the ground. Cross this line and die, Yu Jie declared coldly. The fleeing quartet was petrified by the sword energy, fully aware of the caliber of an individual capable of such a feat, an echelon far beyond their reach. Chapter 43. The Gravity Magic Circle, seizing the moment of their fright. The Luo family servants surged forward, attacking with fists, feet, brooms, mops, and wooden sticks, raining blows upon the 4 men in no time. The culprits were left battered and bruised. Only then did the servants hurriedly bind the instigators of the commotion. Hey, they have writing on their backs. One servant seemed to discover a new continent, pointing at one of the burly men. The others quickly huddled close. An illiterate servant volunteered to read aloud. Luo Fu's brat. Debts must be repaid, a matter of course. This is a proclamation. Each of the 4 bore 4 characters on their backs, which collectively formed this statement. The servants exchanged glances, all pondering just whose money Luo Fu had borrowed. This is slander. Pure slander. Just as they were puzzled, Luo Fu's voice resonated through the crowd. Having been awakened by the commotion outside, Luo Fu had rushed over to investigate, only to hear such a declaration. His anger was palpable, and upon recognizing the faces of the 4 men, his heart sank as he cast a perplexed glance toward Luo Ning, who was cheerfully waving at his cousin. Luo Ning had not directly involved himself. He had merely instructed his subordinates to find some muscle. Yet he was aware that the 4 men were seasoned warriors, each robust in stature. Could it truly be them? Luo Fu was incredulous, for seasoned warriors were a formidable challenge even for himself. Let alone Luo Ning, whom he deemed a wastrel. Could the one wielding the fan be an undiscovered master? What are you waiting for? Hurry and throw these people outside. Luo Fu commanded, adamant that this incident should not implicate him. Those words on their backs were far too sensitive. Debts must be repaid. Hand them over to the family head. Yu Jie interjected with a cold snort. Luo Fu recoiled, hesitant to confront Yu Jie. As the young mistress had spoken, the servants naturally obeyed her. They swiftly combined their efforts to carry the 4 men away. Noting the unmistakable aura of menace etched on the young mistress's face. This is slander. Luo Fu lamented, his face drawn. Whether it is slander or not, the family head will determine that. Now get out of my training ground. Once Luo Fu stormed off in frustration, Yu Jie turned her gaze toward Luo Ning. Look at the mess you've caused. I had no idea they would come to the training ground. Luo Ning protested, equally aggrieved. Later, Rong Ning learned from Xiaowu about the outcome of the matter. Although the allegations against Lu Fu regarding debts were confirmed to be slanderous, Luofu nonetheless received a stern reprimand from Luo Yingxiu. The reason cited was his association with dubious characters, if that were not enough. Luofu's father also gave his son a thorough scolding for spending nearly 100,000 gold coins in a single night, a quintessential wasteful act. Luo Yinglai imposed house arrest on Luofu, ordering him not to leave the Luo household until after his duel with Rong Ning. These incidents only intensified Luofu's animosity towards Rong Ning. The occurrence of a third event plunged Luofu into utter despair. His luck had been consistently poor during this period. That night, he had spent 70,000 gold coins on an extravagant ice crystal bracelet, intending to gift it to Su Yi, a mage of the ice element, as the bracelet perfectly matched her elemental affinity. However, after several attempts to present it, Su Yi returned it each time. Luofu blamed all his misfortunes on Rong Ning, believing that had it not been for him and the fan-wielding individual, he would never have squandered such a fortune. Rong Ning, just wait. In a month, I will make you regret it. The auction's publicity yielded excellent results. The day after the event, nearly everyone in Noki City learned of the existence of a remarkable jeweler who could transform radiant stones into exquisite jewelry. Moreover, this jewelry was available at the Su family's jewelry store. Consequently, throngs of people flocked there, as the jewelry was not merely ornamental. The elemental energy contained within the radiant stones could replenish a mage's magical power and a warrior's fighting spirit. Priced affordably, a piece crafted from a 3-star radiant stone typically cost only 500 gold coins on the very first day of its launch. The radiant stone jewelry sold out completely, in response. Su Yi had to seek out Rong Ning urgently, urging him to supply more stock, lest the Su family's jewelry store be overwhelmed by the crowd. However, Rong Ning found himself at a loss. He was exceedingly busy, training with Sister Yu during the day and working on unlocking radiant stones to strengthen his fighting spirit at night. All things considered, he could produce at most 20 pieces of radiant stone jewelry in an entire evening. The scarcity of the jewelry further inflated its price. Despite the Su family repeatedly raising their prices, demand still outstripped supply in the black market. A piece of radiant stone jewelry had skyrocketed to 2,000 gold coins. The emblem of a staff entwined with a serpent commanded great admiration from all. Many began to delve into the intricacies of this design, hoping to uncover any clues about the illustrious jeweler. While Noki City was in a frenzy over radiant stone jewelry, Rong Ning found himself inexplicably intrigued by the gravitational magic array inscribed on a metal plate. The power encapsulated within such a seemingly simple pattern was astonishing. Rong Ning had to admit that this was indeed a wondrous continent, and there was still so much he had yet to grasp. He pondered whether creating a magic array from radiant stone would prove useful. The notion of combining martial and magical prowess had long been considered a joke, and Rong Ning was not naive enough to expect he could cast spells. His martial skills were not inferior to magic. His interest lay purely in the magic array itself. To further investigate, Rong Ning meticulously researched various materials in the Luo family's library. Upon discovering that the operation of a magic array required magical energy, he felt a glimmer of hope. Radiant stones contained a vast reservoir of elemental energy, which could naturally serve as magical power. With preparations fully in place, one night, Rong Ning carefully replicated the gravitational magic array onto a red radiant stone. This task was not particularly challenging for him, as he had successfully inscribed the staff and serpent design onto the jewelry, and he could control his fighting spirit to ensure the magic array remained intact. The gravitational magic array was not overly complex, at least not to Rong Ning, and he was confident he had made no mistakes. However, after completing the task, Rong Ning was disheartened to discover that the gravitational magic array had failed to manifest its intended effects. Why, he wondered. Perplexed, did the array require a mage to inscribe it for it to work? That could not be the case, for some alchemists could also inscribe magic arrays, and their creations were equally effective. Determined not to concede defeat, Rong Ning picked up a blue radiant stone, attempting once more to engrave the gravitational magic array upon it. This time, he was even more meticulous. He studied every design and line of the magic array in great detail, convinced he had made no errors this time. Yet, again, it proved futile. Was his entire premise flawed? However, Sister Yu had once said that the boldness of a person determined the magnitude of their achievements. Humanity must possess creative thinking and daring endeavors. With renewed resolve, Rong Ning seized another radiant stone. This is the last attempt. If it fails, then that will be the end of it, he reassured himself. After all, He did not rely on magic arrays for his livelihood. He was merely interested in exploring this concept. Success often gleams unexpectedly, and although Rong Ning had felt hopeful during the first 2 attempts, the magic array had not activated at all. This time, however, he held little expectation, yet it was precisely then that he succeeded. As the magic array was flawlessly etched onto the radiant stone, he distinctly felt the elemental energy within it begin to surge. Simultaneously, the once lightweight stone suddenly weighed heavily in his hand, almost causing him to drop it. "Goodness!" Rong Ning exclaimed. Quickly grasping the stone, he gauged that it now weighed at least several dozen pounds. I did it." Rong Ning could hardly believe that this final trial had actually succeeded. The elemental energy stored within the radiant stone had transformed into the very source of power for the gravitational magic array, continuously feeding it and sustaining its function. After a moment of exhilaration, Rong Ning fell into contemplation. How had he achieved success? The first 2 attempts had been utterly disastrous. As he laid out the 3 radiant stones inscribed with the gravitational magic array. The issue became clear to him in an instant. The first stone had been red, associated with fire. The second, blue, linked to ice. Yet the third stone was yellow-brown, corresponding to earth. The gravitational magic was inherently an earth-based auxiliary magic, necessitating support from earth element energy to function. Naturally, it would be ineffective when placed upon fire or ice stones. Each type of magic corresponded to its elemental energy, and the 2 were inextricably linked. How could I have made such a foolish mistake? Rong Ning slapped himself, though he quickly sought to excuse his error, reminding himself that he was not a mage and thus had limited understanding of such matters. With the source of the problem identified, Rong Ning felt a sense of accomplishment. From unlocking radiant stones to crafting radiant stone jewelry, and finally inscribing magic arrays onto those stones. Who in the entire starry continent could claim to have achieved such feats? I can't. Rong Ning reveled in his own brilliance, his laughter echoing through the room. However, after a brief moment of joy, Rong Ning found himself disheartened again that he suddenly realized that even if he could inscribe magic arrays, the gravitational technique had no practical value for him. He had labored all night for naught. Utterly frustrated, he resolved to search for other magic array designs the following day. If he could replicate offensive magic in this manner, he would truly strike it rich. Although Rong Ning had much to occupy his time, he dared not relax in his training, for he understood that the day of his duel with Luofu was drawing ever closer, facing a junior warrior. Rong Ning harbored little confidence, especially after witnessing the advanced warrior's formidable skills that night. If advanced warriors possessed such potent techniques, who could guarantee that Luofu did not? Moreover, Luofu could unleash his fighting spirit, further widening the chasm between them. The soul-piercing stab was the only rudimentary technique he had mastered thus far, and he could only place his hopes upon it, prompting him to train with even greater fervor. Sister Yu, on the other hand, often reflected on how fortunate teachers would be if every student were like Rong Ning. Truth be told, witnessing Rong Ning's progress left her feeling somewhat inferior. The soul-piercing stab had been mastered by her younger brother in less than 5 days, while its lethality was not particularly formidable. The limited fighting spirit within him posed an insurmountable issue. Reflecting on her own past and comparing it to Rong Ning's present, Sister Yu could not help but sigh at the passage of time and the weight of memories. While lost in thought, Sister Yu was suddenly startled by a loud crash emanating from Rong Ning's direction. What happened? What happened? She exclaimed, rushing to his side with concern. Rong Ning stood there, blinking in disbelief. Before him, the wooden post he had been using to practice the soul-piercing stab now sported a colossal round hole. As if blasted open by some tremendous force, its surface uneven and jagged. Rong Ning himself was covered in splinters from the shattered post, looking thoroughly disheveled. I don't know. I was just practicing the soul-piercing stab when an overwhelming surge of fighting spirit suddenly erupted. And then this happened, he explained, smacking his lips. But I feel amazing right now, like a river choked with mud suddenly flowing freely. As he spoke, he punched the air, each strike more rapid and powerful than before, his internal fighting spirit having grown immensely. Congratulations, my boy. You are now a junior warrior. Sister Yu observed him for a moment, a smile gracing her face. Really? Rong Ning exclaimed, astonished. Rong Ning was taken aback, quickly turning his head to look at Sister Yu, pointing at himself in disbelief, and exclaimed, I have been promoted to an intermediate warrior. Based on your description and your current reaction, it is indeed a promotion to an intermediate warrior, Sister Yu nodded. Every advancement, as a warrior significantly amplifies the internal battle energy. Sometimes by several times, or even dozens of times. Do you feel any such sensation now? Yes, yes. Ronin nodded vigorously. The battle energy within him was indeed much more substantial and denser than before. Initially, the soul-piercing strike had little effect, but just moments ago, it had created a large hole in the wooden post. But I was merely practicing my martial skills. I didn't deliberately cultivate. How could I have advanced so suddenly? Ronin pondered in confusion. Promotions can happen in any setting. Some achieve it while sleeping, others while fighting. However, there is a prerequisite: the accumulation of long-term training. Once a certain level of accumulation is reached, a breakthrough will occur at some point, and a warrior will naturally advance, Sister Yu explained. Chapter 45, The Disparity. Reflecting upon it, Ronin realized that he had been promoted to a junior warrior for 2 months. And during this time, he had been unsealing the original radiant stones every night, drawing in the sealed energy, and had never ceased his use of battle energy. Thus, his current promotion seemed entirely justified. Is advancing once every 2 months considered fast? Ronin inquired. Gazing at Sister Yu. It's fairly average, Sister Yu replied, trying not to dampen Ronin's spirits too much. Each warrior practices different battle energy techniques. Some techniques accelerate the cultivation speed, leading to quicker promotions. Your technique, as your father mentioned, is notoriously slow in the early stages. If you've advanced in just 2 months, consider yourself fortunate. But I have still advanced, Ronin exclaimed, taking a deep breath, unable to contain his excitement, and shouted to the heavens. Sister Yu observed him quietly, knowing that after bearing the stigma of being a waste for so long, this moment of promotion was the best reward for Ronin's diligent training. The exhilaration after promotion is incredible. Ronin jumped in place. I no longer need to control it. The battle energy actually operates autonomously along the path of the nameless battle technique. It seems that I can cultivate anywhere from now on. Previously, while the battle energy was obedient, it still required Ronin's control. That it would only follow the path of the nameless battle technique when he was unsealing the original radiant stones. However, after his recent advancement, he discovered that the battle energy within him was operating of its own accord. As soon as he voiced this thought, Sister Yu's expression changed. What? What happened? Ronin was startled by Sister Yu's seriousness. Did you just say the battle energy operates autonomously? Sister Yu asked urgently. Yes. That is impossible, Sister Yu stated emphatically, gripping Ronin's arm tightly. Suddenly, Ronin felt a cool energy flowing into his body through his arm. He did not resist, understanding that Sister Yu was examining his condition. After a long moment, Sister Yu finally released him, scrutinizing him as if seeing him for the first time. Sister Yu, why are you looking at me like that? It's making me feel quite anxious, Ronin admitted, feeling uneasy under her gaze. The battle energy is truly operating autonomously. Sister Yu's voice trembled slightly. Her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief and a hint of envy. Is there a problem with that? Didn't your battle energy operate autonomously when you advanced? Ronin asked, feeling a bit anxious himself, fearing he might have some issue. Do you know what rank of battle energy would operate autonomously within one's body? Sister Yu countered with a question. Ronin shook his head. I advanced to junior warrior at 10, beginning my cultivation of the battle energy technique. It was only after I advanced to senior warrior, after 6 whole years of cultivation, that such a fortunate event occurred. Sister Yu looked at him with an expression as if he had struck gold. Senior warrior? You were 16 then, just like me, Ronin reflected. While our ages may be the same, our strengths are not. Sister Yu paused. Let me explain why I was so astonished earlier. Ronin quickly assumed a posture of attentive listening. Once a warrior's battle energy operates autonomously, it brings immense benefits, allowing for cultivation at any time and place, significantly shortening training durations. This is something every warrior dreams of achieving. However, attaining this level is exceedingly challenging. You must understand that initially, controlling battle energy is arduous, and guiding it to operate along the technique's path is even more difficult. Ronin nodded, fully aware of this. Had it not been for the unsealing of the original radiant stones, he might still be clueless about cultivation. Controlling them is already a daunting task, let alone making them operate autonomously. Achieving such a level requires extensive accumulation, allowing the battle energy to familiarize itself with the technique's path, to remember the operational patterns. This accumulation takes an extraordinarily long time. I took 6 years, and among those I know, the most gifted took at least 4 years. Yet you have only 2 months since you began cultivating the technique. Sister Yu's face was one of despair. feeling profoundly disheartened standing next to her brother, her heart heavy with imbalance. So am I not incredibly impressive? Ronan initially thought nothing of it, assuming everyone was like him, but Sister Yu's words made him realize the extent of his fortune. 2 months versus 6 years. What a staggering disparity. Not just impressive, you are utterly extraordinary. Sister Yu declared, originally, your nameless battle technique was slow in the early stages, but now, with this advantage, you can greatly reduce your training time. Ronan grinned widely, nearly unable to close his mouth. If the members of the Ron family were to learn of this, I wonder how their attitudes toward you would change. Sister Yu scoffed, originally a waste. Yet now this so-called waste not only could cultivate the battle energy technique, but it also made it operate autonomously within a mere 2 months. What an enviable advantage. Given time, who could say Ronan wouldn't become a martial king, a martial emperor, or even reach the pinnacle of warriors, the realm of the martial deity? Don't say such things. Ronan waved his hand. Having not disclosed even his ability to unseal radiant stones or craft radiant stone jewelry to anyone, let alone the fact that his battle energy operated autonomously, I certainly won't tell them. Unless I lose my mind. Sister Yu had always held disdain for the arrogant elders of the Ron family. But you must inform father. He has worried far too much about you. I know, Ronan nodded. That evening, when Ronan personally conveyed this news to Rong Ning's lips trembled with excitement. Wiping the corners of his eyes with his large hand, he cursed, "Damn it, dragons give birth to dragons. Phoenixes hatch phoenixes. How could my son be a waste? I knew this day would come. I have always known." Rong Ning, a man of great prowess, faced mountains of knives and seas of fire without flinching, enduring countless injuries and narrowly escaping death multiple times. Yet upon learning of his son's small achievement, he could not help but shed tears. Ronan felt deeply moved, wanting to share all his secrets with his father and sister. But he held back. That it was not out of a desire for secrecy. Rather, historically, no warrior had ever unsealed radiant stones, and Ronan feared they would worry about him. After all, countless oddities had occurred in his life. And he was no longer the Ronan of the past. He had merely inherited this body and all its emotions. Chapter 46. Sister Yu's injury. Since that day of promotion to intermediate warrior, Ronan had received unexpected benefits. First and foremost was the lethality of the soul-piercing strike. The battle energy within him was now several times more abundant than before, and this simple martial skill wielded much greater power than it had just days prior. The potency of martial skills has always relied on the support of battle energy. Secondly, the time required to unseal original radiant stones had drastically decreased. Previously, it took Ronan at least 15 minutes to unseal a 3-star radiant stone. But now, he could unseal 2 in that same time frame. This meant that in the same duration, Ronan could absorb more sealed energy, converting it into battle energy within his body. The third benefit was, of course, crafting radiant stone jewelry. During this period, Sui had been urging him relentlessly. As everyone underestimated the popularity of radiant stone jewelry, the demand was nothing short of frenzied. Everyone knew that the Su family's jewelry store only supplied about 20 pieces of radiant stone jewelry daily, and those who arrived late were sure to miss out. Eventually, people began to queue outside the Su family's auction house, regardless of day or night, through rain or shine, just to purchase a piece of radiant stone jewelry. According to Sui, the line extended 3 streets away, with many having queued for days, inching forward ever so slightly. After advancing to intermediate warrior, even the time taken to craft radiant stone jewelry was reduced. Now, with the same amount of time, Ronan's output was double that of before, allowing him to create over 40 pieces of radiant stone jewelry each night. This result pleased Sui immensely, who even made a special pot of chestnut and young chicken soup for Ronan. This is homemade. A small token of appreciation for the esteemed master. I am the master, Rong Ning thought to himself. After Sui departed, Rong Ning relished the delectable chestnut and chick soup, savoring every drop. To his surprise, the young lady's culinary skills were quite impressive. She varied the ingredients and tonics, making it a feast that captivated Rong Ning's palate. During this period, Rong Ning had indeed gathered a considerable number of magical array diagrams from the Luo family's library. However, he was deeply disheartened to discover that aggressive magical arrays were exceedingly rare, and even when they existed, they were of a very rudimentary nature. The diagrams he found were primarily simple auxiliary magic arrays. This left Rong Ning feeling quite vexed, prompting him to subtly inquire with Sister Yu. She informed him that those powerful magical arrays were treasures fiercely guarded by mages, often never even shared with their apprentices, let alone disseminated to the outside world. Albeit if they were low-level arrays. Each night, Luo Ning diligently studied them, tirelessly pursuing knowledge. Yet, after much contemplation, he finally identified a critical issue. Aggressive magical arrays inscribed onto radiant stones simply failed to function. For instance, when inscribing the most basic fireball spell array onto a red radiant stone, no fireball would materialize. Conversely, the auxiliary magical arrays yielded great benefits. The wind-based Swift Shadow and the earth-based Power Augmentation were incredibly useful to Luo Ning at this stage. Holding the wind radiant stone inscribed with the Swift Shadow array, he felt a refreshing breeze envelop him, significantly enhancing his speed. With the earth radiant stone inscribed with the Power Augmentation array, he sensed a robust elemental energy coursing through him, empowering each punch and kick beyond his previous capabilities. However, alongside these advantages came a glaring drawback of inscribing magical arrays onto radiant stones. Once the array was fully inscribed, it would immediately begin to operate, continuously drawing elemental energy from the stone that it would only cease when the stone's energy was depleted or the array was destroyed. Luo Ning conducted an experiment and discovered that the elemental energy contained within a 3-star radiant stone was just sufficient to sustain an auxiliary magic for an entire day. As with all things, benefits came with their share of drawbacks, and Luo Ning never expected fortune to fall into his lap. These two modest magical arrays could prove invaluable when he faced Luo Fu in their duel. Luo Ning was determined. After all, he was already challenging himself at the level of a novice warrior, so employing a few tricks was hardly questionable. As the day of the duel approached, Luo Ning intensified his training regimen. One morning, upon arriving at the training grounds and spotting Sister Yu, he was taken aback. Her right hand was wrapped in bandages, suspended from her neck. What happened? Luo Ning rushed to inquire, recalling that she had been perfectly fine the night before. It's nothing, Yu replied nonchalantly. If it's nothing, how did you get hurt? Is it serious? Luo Ning was anxious. It's not serious. I just cut myself a bit while practicing swordplay. Yu's complexion seemed somewhat off. You can injure yourself while practicing swordplay. Luo Ning scrutinized her eyes. And you're not left-handed. So how did you hurt your right arm? Yu's expression indicated that there was more to the story than met the eye. I really did injure myself, she said, flustered, her face reddening, her gaze darting around. Tell me, who harmed you? Luo Ning's eyes turned steely. You don't need to worry about it. Yu's tone softened as she patted Luo Ning's head. I can handle my own affairs. Hearing this, Luo Ning felt utterly defeated, as those words echoed what he had said to her just days prior. But I'm a man, and you're a woman. It's different, Luo Ning countered. Don't worry, I won't rush to seek revenge for you. Anyone who could hurt you must be formidable. I just want to know who they are. Luo Ning was uncertain about Yu's strength, but he understood that she was not someone to be trifled with. Luo Fu would never harm you. He simply couldn't. Could it be a senior from the Luo family? Luo Ning recalled a minor conflict between Yu and his second uncle, Luo Yinglai, during their time in the hall. I won't tell you, but I can assure you that the person is not from the Luo family. Don't entertain any ill thoughts. Yu cautioned him, visibly concerned. Throughout the day, Luo Ning struggled to focus on his training, his mind sifting through all the acquaintances he and Yu had, yet he could not pinpoint the culprit. Just wait until I find you. You'll be in for it, he vowed silently. By the time evening training concluded, Luo Ning wandered back to his room, somewhat distracted. As he reached the doorway, a sudden meow pierced the air, and he felt something soft beneath his feet. Looking down, he quickly jumped back, realizing he had stepped on a cat's tail. This cat was rather peculiar, entirely white with a black tail, lying at his door and not fleeing despite being stepped on. It simply opened its mouth and meowed loudly. Chapter 47. The Black-Tailed White Cat. Luo Ning had never encountered a black-tailed white cat before. It was quite small, no larger than 2 palms. Little creature, why are you lying at my door? Luo Ning crouched down to nudge the cat. Meow. The little cat extended a paw, gently resting it on Luo Ning's hand, its violet blue eyes misty. This affectionate gesture melted Luo Ning's heart. Upon closer inspection of the cat's paw, he was horrified to find it covered in blood, with numerous cuts. Oh my, Yu is injured, and you are too. Luo Ning gently scooped up the cat, his anger surging as he examined it further. The little cat had injuries on both paws and several wounds across its body, as if it had been slashed by a blade. Who could be so cruel, so heartless? Luo Ning shouted in fury, appalled that even a small cat could be so mistreated. Meow meow, the crisp, soft cries tugged at Luo Ning's heartstrings. Fortunately, his room always had the herbal bath preparations ready, so he took the little cat inside. As he tended to its wounds, Luo Ning was shocked by the sheer brutality of the abuse. Without counting meticulously, he estimated that the little cat bore at least 30 wounds, the cruelty of which was simply unspeakable. The cat remained obedient, allowing Luo Ning to clean its injuries, occasionally letting out soft cries and glancing back at him, which deepened his sense of affection for it. After cleaning up, Luo Ning stripped off his clothes and jumped into the bath with the cat. What had initially been a calm little creature suddenly became agitated, struggling to escape his embrace, its cries growing increasingly desperate. "Where do you think you're going? This medicine will help heal your wounds." Luo Ning held the cat tightly against his chest, gripping its forepaws to prevent it from hurting itself. Tears streamed from the cat's eyes. Since adopting this black-tailed white cat, Luo Ning's life had become more vibrant and colorful. This cat, whose previous owner remained a mystery, was obedient and gentle. However, it had some peculiar habits. For instance, when Luo Ning allowed it to sleep on his bed, it would invariably run to the floor instead. Moreover, ever since that day he bathed it, the moment bath time arrived, it would vanish without a trace, only to reappear later, meowing insistently around Luo Ning. Additionally, apart from its closeness to Luo Ning, it exhibited a wary attitude towards everyone else. One day, when Xiao Wu came over and saw the cat, she was instantly enamored and attempted to cuddle it, but before she could get close, the little creature puffed up its white fur, arched its back, and bared its teeth at her, displaying a fierce demeanor. Xiao Wu was left heartbroken. Sue, being much bolder, disregarded the cat's hostility and attempted to pick it up, nearly getting scratched in the process. "Why is it only friendly with you?" Sue asked, feeling aggrieved. "Haha, perhaps it's because I have a kind heart," Luo Ning boasted. Meow. The little creature shot him a disdainful glance. "By the way, how much have we sold in total during this time?" Luo Ning recalled the matter at hand and asked. "You'd be shocked." Sui held up 2 fingers. "In just a few short days, we sold 200,000. So much." Luo Ning couldn't help but lick his lips. Never has any item sold as well as this. Do you know that radiant stone jewelry has spread throughout the entire Cater Empire? People from many other cities have come just to purchase a piece. Sui's face radiated with excitement. "That's wonderful. Your Su family must have gained quite a reputation too." "Yes," Sui nodded, her family enjoying a surge in status during this period. "I've run out of raw radiant stones. You need to send a batch over quickly. Still 3-star ones." "3-star will suffice." Luo Ning agreed. Considering his current abilities, he could potentially unlock 4-star stones, but it would certainly take longer, which wasn't cost-effective. He needed to manage his time wisely, so 3-star stones were the best option for now. Once his strength increased further, he would contemplate 4-star stones. As for the payment for the raw radiant stones, "Just deduct it from my share," Luo Ning instructed. The gold coins obtained from the previous auction, along with the proceeds from selling radiant stone jewelry, had yet to be collected by Luo Ning, as they were still being safeguarded by Sui. It is not that Luo Ning is unwilling to take it. Rather, he has suddenly come into possession of over 100,000 gold coins. If Rain's sister and his father were to discover this, they would undoubtedly pursue the matter with relentless inquiry. It would be wiser to leave the coins in the custody of Sui, allowing him to access them whenever he pleases. Sui's efficiency is remarkable. That very evening, she delivered 200 3-star original shining stones to Luo Ning. Upon inspecting these stones, he discovered one that was particularly unique. This stone emitted a gentle, pure white light, markedly different from the others. It was as if amidst a myriad of colors, a single green hue stood out, instantly capturing Luo Ning's attention. "Is this of the water element?" Luo Ning scrutinized the stone for quite some time, but could not reach a definitive conclusion. Typically, white stones are associated with the water element. However, this stone was excessively white, almost absurdly so. Regardless, he decided to unseal it first, as the elemental energy contained within would reveal its true nature once freed. The little cat sat upright before Luo Ning, its eyes wide and fixed on him. Every night, it behaved this way. Whenever Luo Ning began to unseal a shining stone, it would come to observe, occasionally attempting to paw out a few stones to play with. Holding the original shining stone in his hand, Luo Ning activated his inner fighting spirit, enveloping the stone with it, gradually eroding the sealing energy. The little cat stared intently, not blinking. Moments later, the seal was completely consumed, and the elemental energy within finally revealed its brilliance. However, the outcome left Luo Ning utterly astonished. The elemental energy was incredibly gentle, akin to a refreshing spring breeze, yet it was not of the water element. Although Luo Ning was not a mage, he had encountered numerous shining stones, if not 1,000, certainly several hundred, gaining a modicum of understanding about various elemental energies. Yet this time, the elemental energy contained within this stone was unlike anything he had encountered before. What element is this? Luo Ning pondered over the stone for an extended period but could not fathom its nature. It was not advisable to inquire with Su Yi, lest he tarnish the esteemed reputation of the illustrious master he claimed to have studied under. Meow. The little creature seemed to scoff disdainfully. Suddenly, a fragment of information he had come across in the library resurfaced in his mind, and Luo Ning's excitement surged. Could it be of the light element? Chapter 48. Mind Link on the Starry Continent. 7 elemental types of shining stones are quite common, including water, wood, earth, ice, wind, fire, and thunder. Beyond these prevalent stones, there exist rarer varieties, each imbued with a plethora of peculiar elemental energies. Even the most well-versed jewelers would not dare to claim they have encountered every type of shining stone. These scarce varieties can be utterly worthless, while others are worth their weight in gold. The stone in Luo Ning's possession was one of these rarer types, belonging to the light element, traditionally favored by monks on the Starry Continent. The sacred light prayers and healing light of monks are both manifestations of light element magic. Due to its rarity, it is exceptionally valuable. This light element shining stone is worth at least 10 times that of other stones of comparable rank. Luo Ning chuckled with delight, realizing that Su Yi must have overlooked the stone when she delivered it. Before unsealing, light element stones closely resemble those of the water element. Only after unsealing do the differences in elemental energy become strikingly apparent. He had stumbled upon an incredible windfall. Luo Ning contemplated the potential uses of this light element stone. Surely, it would not be wise to fashion it into jewelry for sale, as such treasures are far too rare. This was his first encounter with one, and he could not afford to squander it as he pondered. An idea suddenly struck him. Beneath the passage he had read about light shining stones, there was a diagram of a light element magic array. At the time, Luo Ning had not paid it much heed. Having never encountered a light element stone before, he had merely glanced at it and noted that it was a magic array known as Mind Link, though he was uncertain of its specific purpose. Given that he was not short on funds, he decided to inscribe this light element stone with the magic array and see what effects it might yield. Resolute in his decision, Luo Ning carefully tucked this soul light element stone into his pocket. The little creature cast him a glance, meowed softly, and then jumped down to curl up beside him, preparing to sleep. Speaking of this little cat, Luo Ning realized he had never seen it eat. He would often bring food for it, but it never deigned to glance at it. He had overheard the kitchen servants grumbling about a thief in the house, as food had been mysteriously disappearing each night. The following day, after training concluded, Luo Ning seized the opportunity to delve into the library's records. To his astonishment, he discovered that this Mind Link light element magic was once a renowned contract spell, having gained considerable popularity on the Starry Continent. This magic was primarily utilized by monks, who, although a type of mage, aspired for peace and possessed no offensive capabilities. When adventuring, monks undoubtedly faced greater dangers, thus the Mind Link was born to be why using it. Monks with low combat power could forge a mental contract with a fierce magical beast, making it their ally for protection. According to the records, 1,000 years ago, a monk's kindness touched the heart of a dragon, leading to a contract between them through the Mind Link, resulting in the monk becoming a dragon-riding monk. What an incredible feat! Luo Ning's blood surged with excitement. Although formidable, this contract magic was notoriously difficult to cast. It required a profound connection. You are in my heart, and I am in yours, with their blood intertwining as a medium to break the barriers of the mind, allowing for true communion. However, success was not guaranteed. It was merely a possibility. The complexity of the casting meant that, should one succeed, the benefits would be immeasurable, as both parties would become steadfast companions through thick and thin. Such a powerful contract magic faded from history over time due to its formidable difficulty. The incantation had been lost to time, and no one remained who could perform it. The Luo family library contained only the magic array diagram. a precious piece of documentation transcribed from other texts. Now that Luo Ning understood the essence of this magic, he could not contain his excitement. How marvelous it would be to use this to forge a mental contract with a powerful magical beast. Unable to resist the tantalizing temptation, Luo Ning immediately began studying the mind-link magic array. The complexity and intricacy of this magic array far surpassed his expectations. The previous diagrams he had seen, whether for Fireball or Swift Shadow, contained some peculiar patterns and symbols, but were relatively straightforward. In stark contrast, this magic array was on an entirely different level, but a circular design etched with hexagons. It was filled with intricate patterns and text that Luo Ning found utterly incomprehensible. After much effort, he could not commit the array to memory. Frustrated, he glanced around to ensure he was alone, then tore the magic array from the page and stuffed it into his pocket, whistling as he left the library. That evening, Luo Ning laid the magic array diagram before him and began to practice with some common shining stones. The little creature remained seated before him, its gaze fixed on the magic array, seemingly intrigued by it. "Don't you dare scratch it," Luo Ning warned, lifting the little creature by the scruff and tossing it a distance away. "Meow." The little being protested, but soon returned to sit in front of Luo Ning, adopting a docile demeanor, perfectly still. "I'm afraid of you," Luo Ning declared, choosing to ignore it. Despite its occasional eccentricities, the little creature was generally obedient. The complexity of the mind-link magic array meant that Luo Ning could not inscribe it quickly. Lacking deep knowledge of magic, he only recognized the shapes of the patterns and symbols, making memorization quite challenging. After several attempts, he was unable to inscribe the entire magic array onto the shining stone. His best effort resulted in only half of it being recorded. Chapter 49. Successful inscription, however. This was of little concern to Luo Ning, as he had an abundance of shining stones. Moreover, using his fighting spirit to shape the stones and inscribe the magic array meant that even in failure, he could still recover and repurpose the materials. Luo Ning toiled until the late hours of the night without success and ultimately had to concede for the time being. He needed to recharge for the training scheduled for the following day. The little creature, having stayed awake with him, seemed to share in his diligence. Its obedient and perceptive nature endeared it even more to Luo Ning that he mused that should its owner come looking for it, he would first deal with the perpetrator who had mistreated the little creature before returning it. However, at this moment, Rong Ning resolutely decided not to return it. "The little creature is mine." In the following nights, Rong Ning engaged in a fierce struggle with the mind-link magic diagram. Several times, he even thought he had succeeded, only to discover upon comparing it with the original diagram that either a pattern or a word was incorrect. Frustrated, he had to start over. After numerous trials, Rong Ning had committed every detail of the mind-link magic diagram to memory. Ultimately, perseverance rewarded him, and he successfully engraved it. After meticulously comparing it with the original and confirming there were no errors, Rong Ning felt a surge of excitement as he began the official engraving. Having spent the initial days practicing with stones from other elemental systems, he now felt confident enough to use the Soul Light Element stone. The practice had indeed borne fruit. At the very least, Rong Ning recognized the complexity and intricacy of the magic diagram, and that the surface area of a single stone was insufficient to accommodate such extensive content. Thus, Rong Ning first shaped the light element stone into a flattened circular form using his fighting energy, increasing its area and simplifying the subsequent work, with a mindset that allowed for the possibility of failure and reclamation of the material. Rong Ning began engraving the mind-link magic diagram on the light element stone without any psychological burden. Almost without needing to reference the original, he deftly maneuvered his fighting energy within the stone, bringing forth the patterns and words one by one. This endeavor lasted over an hour, and when Rong Ning finally withdrew his fighting energy, the once pliable stone instantaneously hardened. At that moment, he clearly saw the engraved patterns on the stone emanate a glimmering light, coursing rapidly through the intricate lines, as if the stone itself had taken on a life of its own. Rong Ning was now entirely certain of his success. If it had failed, the magic diagram would not have displayed such a transformation. Exhaling softly, he picked up his masterpiece and scrutinized it carefully. A light element stone, now shaped into a round disc the size of a child's palm, bore a hexagonal pattern, flanked by numerous characters and designs that corresponded perfectly. According to the records, these two corners were the places where the blood of both parties would merge to establish the mind-link contract. Once the blood from both parties was dripped into these locations, the entire magic diagram would come to life, and if conditions were met, Both would sign the contract. The process of dripping blood was also crucial. One side must use their own blood, while the other must be that of a magical beast, with no room for error. Otherwise, congratulations, you would find yourself bound to the will of a magical beast. Although successful in his task, Rong Ning fell into deep contemplation while holding the light element stone. Where could he find a sufficiently powerful magical beast? Magical beasts were not rare, but powerful ones certainly were. Moreover, even if he found the desired beast, how could he fulfill the conditions for signing the contract? Rong Ning was particularly concerned about the stipulation of, "You have me in your heart, and I have you in mine." This condition was essential for both parties to meet. Otherwise, the attempt would fail. The monks could sign contracts with magical beasts because they possessed light element magic, allowing for simple mental communication to inquire whether the beasts wished to become their contract partners. However, he lacked such ability. It would be unrealistic to expect to utter sweet nothings to a snarling beast, which would not comprehend a word. With this thought, Rong Ning suppressed his excitement and stored the light element stone close to him. It seemed this was of no use for now. He would wait to see if he could find a powerful magical beast in the future. Counting the days, he realized there were only half a month left until his duel with Luo Fu. From the day they faced off in the hall until now, 2.5 months had passed. During this time, Rong Ning felt he had undergone a remarkable transformation under Yu Jie's training. His physique had become extraordinarily robust, with strength beyond measure, and he had learned a skillful combat technique. The soul-piercing stab had always been Rong Ning's hope for determining victory. Now, it was the only combat technique he could employ. And whether he could overcome Luo Fu depended solely on it. Since advancing to an intermediate warrior, Rong Ning's execution of the soul-piercing stab had become increasingly lethal, tirelessly absorbing the sealing energy from the original stones each night. Which was not without merit. That evening, as Rong Ning continued his routine of unsealing the original stone and consuming its energy, the little creature sat in front of him as usual. The room was silent, to the point where even the little creature seemed to hold its breath, with only the sound of insects chirping outside. Suddenly, the little creature perked up, tilting its head to listen intently for a moment before gracefully leaping down from the bed. In the blink of an eye, it vanished from Rong Ning's sight. When Rong Ning finally reacted and looked around, he could no longer find its trace. Where could it possibly be going at this hour? Rong Ning searched the room anxiously, but found no sign of it. The time they had spent together had made him somewhat attached to this understanding and obedient little cat. Just as he was growing worried, a knock sounded at the door. "Brother, are you asleep?" Rong Ning shivered and hurriedly jumped onto the bed to hide a pile of stones. Muttering, "No, just a moment," he managed to stash all the stones under the bed before finally opening the door. That Yu Jie eyed him suspiciously as she entered uninvited, glancing around. "Were you hiding something just now?" Rong Ning had no retort for Yu Jie's keen perception. Blushing, he rubbed his hands together and replied, "No, not at all. Your face tells me you're lying." Yu Jie shot him a look. "Is there really anything we can't discuss between siblings?" Chapter 50. Fighting energy pills. "I truly did not hide anything," Rong Ning insisted firmly. "I might get angry," Yu Jie declared playfully. Adopting a stern expression, realizing he could not deceive her, Rong Ning held his breath, his face turning crimson as he sheepishly admitted, "It's just some simple novels, the kind with illustrations." He spoke in a hushed tone, awkwardly scratching his face. The way he scratched his face had a rather rogue-like charm. "You little rascal." Yu Jie blushed instantly, understanding what Rong Ning had been reading. Although such material could not be found openly, it had a substantial market in the underground, especially for young people like Rong Ning's age. Having ventured outside for a decade, Yu Jie had seen it all and was far from someone with a narrow perspective. "You should read less of that stuff," she advised him awkwardly. Yes, Rong Ning nodded vigorously. "You've grown up." Yu Jie patted his head. "In half a month, you'll be holding your coming-of-age ceremony. How about letting our father arrange a match for you with a girl?" That won't be necessary, Rong Ning thought to himself, realizing he had yet to fully mature. "I think that Sui girl would be a good match," Yu Jie suggested, her eyes glinting mischievously. "Haha, Yu Jie, don't tease me," Rong Ning laughed, the earlier awkwardness dissipating with her words. "I'm serious." Yu Jie's expression turned solemn. "I see that you two have a good relationship. She comes to see you almost every day and even makes you soup." "That's just her showing concern for my training. It's a small gesture," Rong Ning deflected, knowing full well that the soup was not meant exclusively for him. "If she didn't tea like you, would she make you soup every day?" A young lady from the Su family, a 16-year-old high-level magician, a daughter of privilege. Why would she do something so thankless? Yu Jie shot him a disbelieving look. "You really don't understand women's hearts." Rong Ning chuckled awkwardly, remaining silent. So let me ask you, do you like her? Yujia pressed, noticing her brother's silence. I do like her, but we haven't reached that stage yet. Right now, we're just ordinary friends, Rong Ning admitted candidly, feeling no embarrassment in doing so. She likes you too. I can tell from the way she looks at you. Yujia, Rong Ning trailed off, unsure of how to respond. Just think about it. I'm a training failure. And she's a privileged daughter. How could she possibly like me? I'm not even handsome. You're quite handsome. It's just that many people haven't noticed, Yujia replied earnestly. As a woman, I understand. Women don't only look at outward appearance. The most important aspect is inner depth, especially for beautiful women. Although I know I possess a certain inner charm, if you keep saying things like that, I'll feel embarrassed. Rong Ning pinched his nose. A man's attractiveness can manifest in many ways. Your perseverance and determination are your most radiant qualities. Rong Ning found it quite strange. What was Yujia up to tonight? She kept piling on compliments. Let us not dwell on this. She wouldn't be interested in me. Besides, the Su and Luo families have never seen eye to eye. Rong Ning waved his hand dismissively. Su Yi indeed lacked the airs of a young lady and was quite approachable, a good girl, but Rong Ning knew that without their collaborative project, he wouldn't have become so familiar with her. Humph. Yujia scoffed. In this world, the only things that can ensnare a person are teeth and love. As long as she perceives your charm, she will inevitably fall in love with you. What do the Su and Luo families matter? Everything is mere paper. Let me serve you some cooked rice, so you won't need to wade through those chaotic novels anymore, Yujia said calmly. Luo Ning was taken aback. He was genuinely startled by Yujia's proposal. Did you come to see me tonight just to say this? He asked, bemused at why Yujia had never visited him at night, and he had not anticipated that this was her purpose. Of course not. Luo Yu tapped her forehead. You distracted me, and I almost forgot. As she spoke, Luo Yu pulled out a small box from her pocket and placed it solemnly in front of Luo Ning. What is this? Luo Ning inquired, taking the petite brocade box into his hands. Open it and see. A gentle smile graced Yujia's face. When Luo Ning carefully opened the box, he was instantly captivated. Inside lay a round object, approximately the size of a thumbnail, radiating a pure white light. Though small, Luo Ning could distinctly feel the elemental fluctuations emanating from it. It felt as if it were suppressed. He sensed an immense reservoir of elemental energy within, yet it remained locked away. A night pearl? Luo Ning asked, somewhat clueless. Hee, Yujia chuckled. It's normal not to recognize it if you've never seen one. What is it then? Luo Ning asked, lifting the orb with curiosity. It's a Duki pill. Luo Yu revealed the final answer. This is a Duki pill. Luo Ning was taken aback, his mouth agape. It seems you've heard of it. Of course I've heard of it. Luo Ning nodded. The Duki pill was renowned throughout the continent. Nearly every warrior should have heard of it. It is used to enhance a warrior's internal Duki and elevate their rank. Each Duki pill is exceedingly precious and nearly impossible to acquire. Many warriors spend their entire lives without ever encountering one. Such a rare item is crafted by the great alchemists of the Starry Continent. Alchemists hold a noble profession, divided into two branches, potion alchemy and item alchemy. Potion alchemy involves creating various useful medicines. Like this Duki pill, which is the product of a potion alchemist. Item alchemy, on the other hand, focuses on crafting valuable items, such as magical artifacts. The process of refining a Duki pill demands a high level of skill from the alchemist, at the very least. They must attain a significant rank. Although the resulting Duki pill is of great value, it holds little benefit for more powerful warriors. The reason is simple. The essential material required to produce a Duki pill is the Yao stone. The Yao stones available in the market are generally of 3 to 4 stars, with 5 to 6 star stones being rare and 7 to 8 star stones belonging only to the realm of legend. A Duki pill crafted from 3 to 4 star Yao stones, when considering the elemental loss during the refining process and waste during absorption, offers only marginal enhancement to a warrior in comparison to the financial cost. For some, it is simply not worth it. Hence, slightly stronger warriors refrain from using such items to bolster their strength. The exorbitant price of the Duki pill is attributed to the unique properties of the Yao stones required for its creation, which are among the rarest. This particular Yao stone does not belong to any specific category. It is an attribute-less Yao stone. It is colorless and contains the purest elemental energy. ensuring that anyone using it will not clash with the elemental energy it harbors. It is far rarer than the light-type Yao stones Rong Ning encountered previously. Moreover, crafting a Duki pill sometimes requires more than one Yao stone, along with various other costly medicinal materials and the alchemist's time and effort, thus naturally inflating the price of the Duki pill. The high cost and its unsuitability for high-ranking warriors make mass production impractical. This elixir is ideally suited for someone in Rong Ning's current situation. The foundation has been laid. Yet the strength remains low. Using a Duki pill to enhance his abilities is the best course of action. Despite this, powerful individuals still cherish the Duki pill, while it may not yield significant results for them. It can be reserved for friends and family. There are always those in need of it. This Duki pill was crafted by a master alchemist using a 5-star Yao stone as the primary ingredient. It should be quite beneficial for you at this stage, Yujia said, gazing at Rong Ning. Where did you get such a thing? Rong Ning looked at Yujia with admiration. After all, this was the illustrious Duki pill, and crafted from a 5-star Yao stone no less. I helped an alchemist during an adventure, and in return, he made this for me, Rong Ning replied. What she didn't mention was that even with her assistance, purchasing this item had cost her a staggering 16,000 gold coins, her entire fortune. Rong Ning was overwhelmed with gratitude, gripping Yujia's small hand, his eyes glistening with tears. This immense kindness will never be forgotten. Less of the melodrama. Rong Ning playfully scolded him, giving him a pointed look. You have just over 10 days left. Make sure to absorb the energy within the Duki pill well. From today onward, you have an extended holiday. When the time comes, you must ensure to knock out Luo Fu's teeth. That is a certainty. Rong Ning felt a surge of confidence after more than 2 months of arduous training and receiving such a valuable Duki pill. He thought that if he let Yujia down, it would be better to end it all. Prepare yourself. Once you're ready, let me know. Absorbing the Duki pill requires careful attention. It is not as simple as merely consuming it, Yujia instructed. After bidding farewell to Yujia, Rong Ning sat on his bed, brimming with excitement, cradling the brocade box containing the Duki pill, his eyes unwilling to blink. He yearned to consume the Duki pill immediately. Yet he ultimately restrained himself, aware that he had matters to attend to first. Meow. The little creature emerged from an unknown corner, clutching a small fried fish in its mouth, golden in color. Have you been stealing food from the kitchen again? Sooner or later, someone will catch you and give you a beating, Rong Ning scolded, exasperated by its antics. He had offered it food, yet it still preferred to pilfer from the kitchen. Rong Ning found the little creature rather irritating. Carefully stowing the brocade box away, he had no time to unseal the original Yao stones. Instead, he gathered all the Yao stones he had accumulated over this period and began crafting Yao stone jewelry with all his might. Rong Ning spent the entire night awake, and throughout the following day, he remained in his room, with Xiaowu bringing him meals. For a full day and night, he expended his internal Duki relentlessly, crafting Yao stone jewelry. Whenever his Duki ran low, he would unseal the original Yao stones to draw in the sealed energy, and once he was sufficiently replenished, he would return to crafting. On the 3rd morning, when Su Yi arrived to see Rong Ning, she was startled by his pallor. What happened to you? Are you sick? Su Yi asked, placing her small hand on Rong Ning's forehead. No, just a bit tired, Rong Ning replied. Handing her a large bundle, Su Yi took it with both hands, but found it surprisingly heavy, nearly dropping it to the ground. When she opened it, her eyes widened in shock. So much. Su Yi looked at Rong Ning in disbelief, wondering if the master had taken some sort of medication. How could he have produced so many Yao stone jewelry pieces at once? 350 pieces. This should last your jewelry shop for a while. The master will be entering seclusion soon, and I will accompany him, so I want to be able to provide you with more jewelry, Rong Ning explained. How long will that take? Su Yi asked urgently. Uncertain. Perhaps a few days. It won't be too long, Rong Ning replied, uncertain himself. Don't overexert yourself. Your complexion is quite concerning. Su Yi expressed her worries. Hearing her words warmed Rong Ning's heart. With everything in place, he took a good nap during the day to compensate for the sleep he had missed over the past few days. When he awoke that evening, he felt invigorated, and the Duki within him appeared to be even more abundant, likely due to the intense usage over the last 2 days. He made his way to Luo Yu's room, cracking his knuckles. Yujia. I'm ready, let us begin. Follow me, Luo Yu said, not wasting any words as she led him outside. In the stillness of the night, Luo Ning found himself once again brought to the training grounds. Just as he was about to voice his confusion, he suddenly felt a terrifying pressure bearing down on him. In an instant, every hair on his body stood on end, and without a moment's thought, he activated his speed to dodge the inexplicable attack at the last second. Not bad. Luo Yu nodded in approval. It seems you have some sense of danger. Your training has not been in vain. Why are you attacking me? Luo Ning exclaimed, realizing the white petals that had just struck him. This is part of the preparation for absorbing the Duqi pill. First, deplete all the Duqi in your body. Luo Yu beckoned him. Unleash your full strength and attack me. Luo Ning took a deep breath, summoning all his Duqi, and declared, Here I come. Before his words had fully registered, he charged forward. In the blink of an eye, Luo Ning was upon Yu Jie, without a hint of hesitation, throwing a punch towards her abdomen. Compared to the strength of his attacks 2 months prior, this one was magnitudes more powerful. Luo Yu effortlessly blocked his strike with a single finger. Luo Ning chuckled softly, his clenched fist suddenly unfurling, the outstretched fingers just grazing Yu Jie's abdomen. Soul-severing thorn. A pristine white petal materialized, interposing itself before Luo Ning's fingers. With a resounding thud, the icy blossom shattered, and Yu Jie gazed at Luo Ning with a look of incredulity. You actually know how to employ deceit. Chapter 52. Born to fight, just average, Luo Ning replied nonchalantly, simultaneously pivoting into an arc and slipping to Yu Jie's flank. As Luo Yu turned, poised to deliver a lesson to her audacious younger brother, she was taken aback to discover that he had executed another evasive maneuver, now appearing on her opposite side. A second stage evasive maneuver. Luo Yu was genuinely astonished. Such a ruse could not escape Yu Jie's keen perception, and it was certainly insufficient to harm her. Although she successfully neutralized Luo Ning's assault, she was profoundly moved by her brother's performance. I don't recall having taught you such advanced techniques, Luo Yu remarked while deflecting Luo Ning's strike. The second stage maneuver is an extension of the basic evasive step. Though your execution is still somewhat unrefined, you have managed to employ it. Is this what you call a second stage maneuver? Luo Ning vigorously expended his internal energy, testing the soul-severing thorn against Yu Jie repeatedly, shattering one icy blossom after another. I suddenly recalled this technique during my last skirmish with those individuals. The evasive step can indeed be executed in succession. Precisely. As long as you master the evasive step, you can use it continuously in battle, catching your opponent off guard while evading their attacks. That is the essence of the second stage maneuver. If there is a second stage, are there not a third and a fourth? Luo Ning innocently inquired. Yu Jie laughed softly. There aren't that many. Regardless of how many times you employ it, it remains a succession of evasive steps. It is simply the second stage. Though the two siblings conversed, their hands never ceased moving, the training ground resounding with the echoes of explosive clashes. Luo Yu found herself thoroughly impressed by her brother. He seemed to be born for combat, employing both overt and covert tactics. He struck left and right, occasionally launching unexpected attacks. Even when it appeared he was retreating, the strikes still found their mark. Luo Yu lost count of how many icy blossoms had shattered upon her. How did he conjure so many clever tricks? Luo Yu felt utterly exasperated. She was convinced that had they been of the same rank, she would have succumbed to his swift and enigmatic assaults in mere moments. He resembled a seasoned warrior, his strikes both menacing and relentless. Was he truly a mere intermediate warrior? If one were to disregard his internal energy and focus solely on his techniques, one might easily mistake him for a martial arts master. Luo Yu finally comprehended how those 4 advanced warriors had fallen to Luo Ning's onslaught days prior. Wasting internal energy was a simple endeavor. After a full hour, Luo Ning collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. I can't go on. Yu Jie, I've lost all my strength, he gasped, drenched in sweat. That's enough. Luo Yu approached and hoisted him up effortlessly. With a whoosh, 2 crystalline wings, resembling intricately carved azure feathers, re-emerged behind Yu Jie, shimmering with an ethereal glow under the moonlight. Luo Ning felt as though he were soaring. Looking down, he realized he truly was being lifted by Yu Jie, ascending into the air. Once they reached his room, Yu Jie gently set him down. The azure wings vanished in an instant, dissolving into specks of luminescence. Remove your clothes, Yu Jie instructed before turning to leave, busy with her tasks. She diligently added hot water and various unknown herbs to the bath in her room, while Luo Ning lay on the bed. Blinking up at her, he noticed something amiss. The little creature had scurried off to who knew where. After Yu Jie finished her preparations, she returned to the bedside, picking up Luo Ning and tossing him into the bath. She then retrieved 2 wooden planks from the side and pressed them over his forehead. These planks resembled shackles, leaving only Luo Ning's head exposed. When absorbing the energy from the internal energy pill, a significant portion of its energy dissipates. This method allows the lost energy to infuse the potion, enabling you to reabsorb it into your body, Yu Jie explained as she took a jeweled box containing the internal energy pill, opening it with a flourish. "Open your mouth." Luo Ning obeyed, revealing his mouth as the pill, gleaming like a priceless pearl, was flicked into him. With a soft thud, he swallowed it. Initially, there was no reaction. He and Yu Jie exchanged glances, the room enveloped in a hushed silence. However, mere moments later, Luo Ning's expression changed dramatically. "It's so hot." He nearly leapt up, his abdomen feeling as if seared by a branding iron, the pain excruciating, as an immense, unimaginable energy erupted within him, rapidly spreading throughout his body. "Don't move." Luo Yu firmly pressed him down. "Quickly circulate your internal energy technique." Enduring the searing agony, Luo Ning shut his eyes and activated the unnamed internal energy technique, guiding the overwhelming energy throughout his body. What had felt empty moments before was now brimming with vitality. The internal energy he had painstakingly depleted returning to him. Moreover, the energy stored within the internal energy pill continued to surge forth, flooding into Luo Ning's being. The effects of 2 months of rigorous physical training began to manifest. The adage, "the greater the courage, the greater the harvest," held true. Physical strength was indeed the foundation for storing internal energy. In a mere quarter of an hour, Luo Ning sensed that every inch of his skin, every part of him, was filled with vibrant internal energy. Yet this was merely the beginning, for the energy from the internal energy pill was ever flowing. The excess energy that he could not absorb overflowed from his body, spilling into the bath. The speed at which he circulated the unnamed internal energy technique reached unprecedented levels. Luo Ning operated like a high-speed engine, absorbing even more energy with each cycle, transforming it into his own internal energy. Gradually, the pain brought on by the energy emanating from the pill became imperceptible. Not that it had ceased to hurt, but Luo Ning had grown numb to it, too preoccupied to care. All he knew was that he had to accelerate the circulation of his internal energy technique, absorbing more energy to prevent the effects of the internal energy pill from waning. Seeing her brother gradually stabilize, Luo Yu felt a wave of relief. She had done all she could. The rest depended solely on his efforts. Luo Yu never doubted her brother's patience and perseverance. They were his strengths. The internal energy pill would yield its maximum potential through his absorption. In this regard, Luo Yu felt she could not compare to him. Chapter 53. Reflecting on the past. Gazing into the future, the wastage of energy during the absorption process of the internal energy pill was indeed excessive. Luo Ning could sense this. Even as every part of his being became saturated with internal energy, the pill's energy continued to flow. The surplus energy had nowhere to settle, inevitably spilling out into the bath. Were it not for Yu Jie's clever strategy to retain that energy, the pill's effectiveness would have been reduced to a mere fraction. All Luo Ning could do was exert himself to the utmost in circulating the internal energy technique. Time ticked by slowly, stretching out as though it had been ages, yet it felt like merely an instant. Finally, the energy contained within the internal energy pill was entirely expended. Luo Ning instinctively exhaled in relief. But the ordeal was not over. He needed to continue circulating the internal energy technique to absorb the energy that had overflowed into the bath. The intensity of energy absorption he experienced when unsealing the original luminous stone paled in comparison to this instance. The sheer volume of energy obtained was staggering. It was no wonder the internal energy pill held such renown, especially one forged from 5-star luminous stones. Reflecting on this, Luo Ning felt a sense of acceptance. Without such formidable effects, it would not be so sought after by the denizens of the starry luminous continent. His strength was increasing, and the pace of this enhancement was swift, though he had only recently ascended to the rank of intermediate warrior. He keenly sensed himself steadily progressing towards becoming an advanced warrior. This feeling was ethereal, difficult to articulate. It was as if an invisible barrier lay before him. Crossing it would grant him the advancement he sought. Luo Ning felt himself drawing ever closer to that threshold. Yet reality was often cruel, and he ultimately failed to breach it. after the overflow of energy from the bath was fully absorbed. 3 whole days had elapsed. Despite going without food or drink during this time, Luo Ning felt no hunger, only slight thirst and dizziness, likely the result of soaking in the bath for too long. With a swift motion, he pried apart the wooden planks shackling his neck and leapt out of the tub, splashing water everywhere. Stretching his limbs, he felt an indescribable surge of power coursing through him. Closing his eyes, he briefly savored the sensation of abundant internal energy within him. Compared to just a few days prior, his internal energy had expanded several-fold. Luo Ning sensed that he was but a membrane away from achieving the rank of advanced warrior. Shattering that membrane would lead to his elevation. Having diligently trained for nearly 3 months since becoming a warrior, he had only just attained the intermediate rank. Yet this brief 3-day absorption equated to at least 6 months of training. Luo Ning felt immensely satisfied. Luo Yu, too, breathed a sigh of relief. Having accompanied her brother for 3 days, witnessing his successful absorption allowed her to finally set her mind at ease. This power is not something you have cultivated on your own. Thus, your body may not be well acquainted with this fighting energy. You should take a day to rest. In the days to follow, you must allow your body to adapt swiftly to this energy, Sister Yu advised. I am not tired, Luo Ning declared, swinging his fists, each strike accompanied by a sound as if the air itself were being torn apart, exuding an impressive aura. You absolutely must rest for a day, Sister Yu insisted, effortlessly lifting Luo Ning onto the bed. The energy you have absorbed is excessive, and your body has yet to acclimate. If you recklessly utilize fighting energy now, it could lead to muscle strains. Is that so? Then I shall rest for a day, Luo Ning conceded, acknowledging the wisdom in her words. Ever since arriving in this world, he had scarcely experienced such leisure. After Sister Yu departed, he lay alone on the bed, his heart brimming with excitement, rendering sleep impossible. Just then, the little creature reappeared, and Luo Ning seized it without hesitation, cradling it in his arms. Meow, the little creature whimpered helplessly. My strength has increased, Luo Ning exclaimed, holding the little creature before him, joy radiating from his expression. Meow, Sister Yu treats me so well. Should I not be honest with her? Luo Ning's gaze dimmed, a pang of guilt washing over him for concealing certain matters from Sister Yu and his father. This was not something he could discuss with anyone, so he could only confide in the little creature. Secrets held within one's heart for too long can weigh heavily on the soul. Anyway, you wouldn't understand, but I'll share it with you, Luo Ning said as he set the little creature down. Embracing it close to his chest, he recounted events from Earth, the gunshot, the mysterious gem shattering, an awakening in this world, ultimately discovering his ability to unseal the origin stone and continuously grow stronger. He reflected on the past few months. Initially restless, the little creature began to settle down, lying motionless against Luo Ning's chest, as if it were quietly listening. Point 2. Completely different civilizations, utterly distinct social structures, bizarre martial arts, and dazzling magic. After nearly 3 months, Luo Ning had finally adapted to this society. From this day forth, I shall be Luo Ning of this world, he declared, casting off the shackles that bound his thoughts, as if taking an oath. With a sense of relief washing over him, he embraced the little creature, pressing its small head against his face in affectionate play. Meow meow. The little creature suddenly erupted in fury, its paws flailing against Luo Ning's face. Despite the commotion, it inflicted no harm, retracting its claws completely. Oh, quite the bold one. Luo Ning chuckled, prodding it with a finger and vigorously scratching its armpit. The corners of the little creature's eyes curved into crescent shapes, its feline mouth stretching into a broad grin. The scene was quite peculiar, leaving Luo Ning startled. Can cat smile? When he rubbed his eyes and looked again, the little creature had risen, shaking its fur, casting a resentful glare at Luo Ning before gracefully leaping off the bed, as though the previous moment had never occurred. Goodness, Luo Ning patted his chest. You nearly scared me to death. Not to mention, the little creature walked with an elegance and nobility that was almost silent. After lying in bed and resting all day, Luo Ning felt a surge of restlessness, desperately seeking an outlet for his pent-up energy. Thus, at the break of dawn the next day, he hurried to the training grounds, practicing martial techniques against a wooden post alone. The progress he made was astounding. After absorbing the energy from the fighting energy pill, his use of the soul-piercing strike had become remarkably impressive. With a single strike, he could shatter the wooden post from end to end. However, he could not achieve the level of mastery exhibited by Sister Yu. When she employed the soul-piercing strike, the post would display a smooth, bowl-sized hollow, free of any splinters. Such control over fighting energy required a certain level of mastery. For now, Luo Ning could only rely on sheer brute force. Chapter 54. The little cat is hurt. When dawn broke, Sister Yu arrived. I knew you would be here. Luo Yu understood her brother's temperament well, so she did not bother searching his room. Heading directly to the training grounds, Luo Ning wasted no time and immediately began practicing with Sister Yu that he needed to acclimate his body to the sudden surge of fighting energy as quickly as possible. As the battle commenced, Luo Yu found herself overwhelmed by her brother's relentless and tempestuous onslaught. Of course, she was holding back. Given her strength, if she truly unleashed her power, Luo Ning would not stand a chance. Compared to their earlier encounters, Luo Yu found herself deploying more ice flowers to counteract Luo Ning's ferocious attacks. He resembled a frenzied bull, his assaults unyielding and immensely powerful. With successive strides, he unleashed attacks that rendered him nearly invisible to Sister Yu, leaving only fleeting afterimages in his wake. Time and again, he managed to strike her from unexpected angles, shattering one dazzling ice flower after another. The combat persisted from the morning until noon without pause. And Luo Yu, exasperated by her brother's relentless determination, finally pleaded, "Let us eat first. We can practice more after." All right. Luo Ning nodded, seizing the opportunity to launch another soul-piercing strike at her from behind while her attention was diverted. Without looking back, Sister Yu conjured yet another ice flower, blocking the attack. "You ambushed me again," she said, twisting her head with a feigned expression of anger. Hee, all's fair in war. Luo Ning scratched his head, feeling a bit sheepish, for ambushing someone from behind was hardly a noble act. Yet, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. During their training sessions, he had never truly landed a hit on her. Strength is built gradually. Do not rush the process. It took me 10 years of adventure to reach my current level. Sister Yu discerned her brother's thoughts. I understand. Sister Yu was about to say more when her brow suddenly furrowed, her gentle expression transforming into one of fierce intensity. With a swift motion of her delicate hand, an enormous ice flower materialized on a tree at the edge of the training grounds. At the same time, wings sprouted from her back, and she flew towards it with a speed Luo Ning had never witnessed before. In midair, Luo Yu drew her sword from her waist and slashed forward, sending petals swirling through the air, enveloping the tree in a flurry of floral chaos. Luo Ning stood frozen, having never seen Sister Yu exhibit such a serious demeanor. Nor had he ever witnessed her in such earnest combat. What has happened? By the time Luo Ning rushed over, Sister Yu had sheathed her sword, and the once vibrant tree now stood frozen, encased in ice. Humph, Luo Yu scoffed, glancing around with a discerning eye, softly murmuring, "You ran quite fast. What happened?" Luo Ning asked, bewildered. "It's nothing," Luo Yu replied, turning back to him with a smile. "Do not dwell on it. If it were truly nothing, why the commotion?" Luo Ning regarded Sister Yu with suspicion. "Is someone harboring a grudge against you?" "There are many who bear grudges against me," she answered nonchalantly. "You didn't tell me about the injury you sustained last time." Luo Ning pondered for a moment before speaking. "I know that someone of your caliber is sensitive to hostility. Was there someone spying on you just now? Did that person harm you?" A flicker of surprise crossed Sister Yu's eyes, though it was quickly concealed. Luo Ning, however, keenly detected it. "Really, it's nothing. Focus on your training. I can handle my own affairs," she reassured him. The ability to injure Sister Yu and escape her notice under her own attack indicated a high level of skill. Even if they were not her match, they were certainly formidable opponents. Luo Ning understood his own limitations and recognized he could not involve himself in this matter. However, he resolved that if the opportunity ever arose, he would make sure to deliver a thorough beating to that individual. In the following days, Luo Ning dedicated himself tirelessly to training, with Sister Yu as his constant sparring partner. The energy absorbed from the fighting energy pill, which had initially felt misaligned within his body, gradually integrated with him through continuous practice, truly becoming a part of Luo Ning that he felt no fatigue. The process of growing stronger exhilarated him. Becoming an addictive pursuit, he rose early each day, training late into the night. Unfortunately for Sister Yu, despite her considerable prowess, her own body began to show signs of strain. Occasionally, she would experience bouts of discomfort, and the toll of accompanying Luo Ning's early mornings and late nights began to take its toll on her complexion. Moreover, Luo Ning's aptitude for grasping combat techniques was swift. He could unleash his full potential, necessitating Sister Yu to expend more and more energy to counter his attacks, though Sister Yu concealed her weariness. Luo Ning remained oblivious to her struggles. One evening, after returning from training, Luo Ning noticed the absence of the little creature. It usually remained comfortably in the house, meowing a few times upon his return. Yet today, it was nowhere to be found. Luo Ning felt no concern. This had happened multiple times before, and the little creature would often vanish only to reappear later. After bathing, Luo Ning lay on his bed. Contemplating the day's training outcomes he pondered. He gradually drifted into slumber. Hours passed, and he was abruptly awakened by the sound of anguished cries. It was the little creature. Luo Ning, sensitive to its cries, immediately sat up in bed. Listening closely, he realized the little creature was right beneath the bed. "Where have you run off to this time?" Under the ethereal glow of the moonlight streaming through the window, Luo Ning discovered the trace of the little creature and swiftly scooped it up into bed. However, once Luo Ning released his hold, he sensed something was amiss. His hand was coated in a sticky, warm substance, which trickled down onto the bedding. Upon scrutinizing his palm, Luo Ning was instantly horrified. Blood? A copious amount of crimson fluid stained the bed. The small creature lay motionless, its cries soft and feeble. Panic surged within Luo Ning as he leapt from the bed to ignite the beast oil lamp. Wrapping the small creature in clothing, he placed it upon the table, leaning closer to the light for a better look, and inhaled deeply. Beneath the creature's abdomen was a wound, an inch long, neat and even, indicative of a sharp instrument strike. Blood gushed from the injury, and Luo Ning, in a fluster, pressed down on it. Who could have harmed it? At that moment, Luo Ning could no longer concern himself with that. It was evident that the creature was losing blood rapidly, and his immediate task was to staunch the flow. In a frantic rummage about the room, he finally unearthed a vial of coagulant powder. He paid little heed to the quantity within as he uncorked the bottle and scattered its contents over the small creature's wound. Meow! The previously weak creature was jolted by the sudden sting, leaping up, prompting Luo Ning to swiftly restrain it. The clothing used to swathe the creature was drenched in blood, and Luo Ning's heart raced with worry. He was uncertain how much blood a creature of such petite stature could afford to lose. Though their time together had been brief, its spirit and understanding had deeply touched him, and Luo Ning could not bear the thought of it perishing. He held the small creature down. Luo Ning wrestled with his own mounting fury. He could not fathom the cruelty of one who would repeatedly harm such a fragile kitten. Perhaps it was the discomfort of being restrained or the irritation from the coagulant that caused the creature to writhe beneath Luo Ning's grasp. Its awareness dulled by blood lost, in a moment of desperation, it turned its head and sank its teeth into Luo Ning's hand. He remained still, gazing down at it with tender eyes. The creature met his gaze, once fierce but gradually softened, replaced by a misty, violet hue in its eyes. Luo Ning's heart was stirred. He recalled the first time he encountered the little creature, its eyes fixed on him with that same intensity. Slowly, the small creature released its grip. Drip, drip. A few soft sounds echoed as droplets of blood fell from Luo Ning's wound, staining the clothing on the table. Meow. The small creature lay back down, issuing a weak call, prompting Luo Ning to extend his hand to support it. With its tiny paws, the creature gently pushed against Luo Ning's injured hand, guiding it towards itself, and then extended its delicate pink tongue to meticulously lick the bite marks it had left. As if seeking forgiveness, this act pierced Luo Ning's heart with anguish. He could feel the life force ebbing from the small, understanding feline before him. Its body was growing increasingly cold. "Please don't die." Luo Ning parted his lips to speak, but found no words. As the creature licked his hand, it kept its gaze fixed on him, revealing a depth of guilt and remorse within its eyes. Gradually, it managed to curl the corners of its mouth, as if offering Luo Ning a smile. When Luo Ning had first witnessed this smile days prior, he found it oddly unsettling. Now, it brought him to the brink of tears. As the final smile settled upon the kitten's face, its movements ceased, and its eyelids gradually fluttered closed, the once upright head slowly drooping onto the table. Staring blankly at the small creature for a moment, Luo Ning opened his palm to wipe at the corners of his eyes. A wave of bitterness flooding his throat. The blood it had lost was immense. On the bedding, the table, and the clothing used to wrap it, all soaked in blood. I'm sorry, I couldn't save you, Rong Ning murmured to himself. Yet, when he released his grip and opened his eyes once more, he was met with an astonishing sight. A swirling, ethereal light began to emanate from the table, accompanied by a powerful surge of energy radiating from its source. This light was emerging from beneath his clothing, obscured from clear view. Rong Ning swiftly lifted the garment, and a small object clattered onto the table. In that instant, his eyes widened in disbelief. The luminous stone inscribed with the mind link, magic circle began to pulsate with energy. Rong Ning had always kept this precious light-affiliated stone close, tucked away in his clothing pocket. In his haste to tend to the injured kitten, he had overlooked it. Now, the stone was stained with blood. The magic circle whirled into motion, the intricate symbols and characters spiraling faster and faster, as if animated by their own will. The stone radiated an intensely bright white light, enveloping him in a sensation of rejuvenation and vitality. Gradually, the pure white glow was overtaken by crimson hues, the bloodstains on the luminous stone dissipating as if merging with it. How had it come to life? Rong Ning's mind was a whirlwind, unable to grasp the implications. Calm down. He pinched himself hard, recalling what he had read in the tomes. For the mind link magic circle to activate, blood from both parties bound by a contract was necessary, and the condition, "You have me in your heart, and I have you in mine," must be fulfilled. In this room, there were only himself and the kitten. The blood was naturally theirs. Rong Ning gazed at the wound on his hand, bitten by the little creature, marveling at the coincidence. The condition had been unconsciously met. He had worried for it, and it, after biting him, had looked at him with remorse. This undoubtedly satisfied the requirement of, "You have me in your heart, and I have you in mine." The symbols and patterns within the magic circle had reached a frenzied speed, blurring into a whirlwind that persisted for several minutes. Suddenly, the rapid motion came to an abrupt halt, everything falling into stillness. The once pristine white stone was now a deep crimson, emanating an eerie glow. With a sudden burst, a beam of light shot forth from the stone, flashing before Rong Ning's eyes before darting into the kitten's forehead. The creature, lying motionless on the table, suddenly shivered. Rong Ning rubbed his eyes, staring wide-eyed, ensuring he was not mistaken. Tentatively, he extended a finger to test for breath beneath the kitten's nose, and his heart soared with relief. It was still breathing. This meant it was alive. "Damn it! You nearly scared me to death," Rong Ning exclaimed. Moments ago, the creature's gaze had been so forlorn, so tragic and helpless, that he had truly believed it had perished. As he relaxed, he became aware of the cold sweat trickling down his back. Once Rong Ning had pieced together the events that had just unfolded, he threw himself onto the table, cradling the luminous stone in his hands, weeping uncontrollably. "My mind link magic circle. How could you have vanished so abruptly? Woe is me. I had hoped to use you to capture a powerful, illustrious beast." After his outburst, he wiped his eyes and stood up again. Gazing at the small creature for a spell, he thought that perhaps this was not so bad. While the kitten may not be a formidable or striking beast, it was undeniably perceptive. The magic circle could always be recreated. It was merely the light-affiliated stone that was scarce. Just as Rong Ning found solace in his loss, a sudden change occurred with the small creature. It emitted a gurgling sound from its throat, its previously closed eyes fluttering open as it struggled to jump off the table, wobbling as it attempted to escape. "Where do you think you're going?" Rong Ning asked, carefully placing it back on the bed. The little creature disregarded its injuries, persistently squirming, intent on making its way outside. Rong Ning spread his arms to block its path. "Are you out of your mind? You're in no condition to be wandering about," he scolded, both exasperated and heartbroken, seeing no way past Rong Ning's obstruction. The small creature resorted to its pitiful demeanor, its eyes welling with tears. "Humph, that trick won't work on me. It's dangerous out there. From now on, you're staying here to recuperate," Rong Ning declared, nostrils flaring. The little creature seemed at a loss, pacing anxiously on the bed. Suddenly, it collapsed onto the bedding. "Don't scare me like that," Rong Ning exclaimed, leaping forward to check on it. What unfolded next was nothing short of astonishing. In the blink of an eye, the small kitten began to elongate and grow larger, every trace of its former self vanishing in a matter of moments. The transformation was so abrupt that Rong Ning could only watch in awe, his mouth agape in disbelief. The first sight that captured Rong Ning's attention was a pair of pristine, smooth legs, swiftly followed by a rounded, pert posterior, and then the elegantly curved back. The originally black short fur of the kitten cascaded down. Now hanging straight, as Rong Ning focused his gaze, he beheld a girl with flowing black hair, entirely unclothed. She sat on the bed, her back to him, tilting her head back slightly, letting out a soft, melodious hum, her voice enchanting and dulcet. While her long hair, akin to a waterfall reaching her waist, swayed gently, the tips brushed against Rong Ning's already numbed face. This cannot be real. A shiver ran down his spine, and he felt a chill enveloping him. He could never have imagined encountering such a situation. A ghost. The first thought that crossed Rong Ning's mind was this. He wished to flee, yet his feet felt as if they were rooted to the ground at that moment. The girl slowly turned her head, and Rong Ning's pupils dilated to their utmost. He dreaded witnessing something horrifying. However, when he discerned her features, the fear that had once gripped his heart dissipated like mist. The girl, with one small hand clasped tightly beneath her chin, her teeth gently closed, wore an expression of helplessness and unease. She possessed an angelic visage, exquisitely crafted, with a round face where each feature was delicate and translucent, coupled with her cascading black hair. Her beauty exuded an almost bewitching allure. Yet, what truly instilled a sense of safety in Rong Ning was her eyes. They were large and beautiful, expressive, revealing the tumult of emotions she experienced: helplessness, fear, and panic. Rong Ning swallowed hard, utterly at a loss for words. "You need not be afraid." She seemed to perceive his thoughts, her voice ringing clear and bright, cutting through the silence of the night like a clarion call. Rousing Rong Ning from his daze, that he awkwardly nodded. "Could you lend me a piece of clothing?" A flush crept onto the girl's cheeks. Rong Ning smacked his forehead, suddenly recalling her state of undressed, in a flurry of rummaging. He produced 2 articles of his own clothing, but he was mindful, deliberately omitting the thick overcoat, opting instead for 2 thin, snug garments. The girl donned her attire. Rong Ning feigned nonchalance, sitting at the table, his ears attuned to the soft rustling sounds while he sipped water to quell the rising heat within him. He couldn't help but steal furtive glances at the girl's rounded, pert form. Once she was dressed, she gracefully descended from the bed, her delicate feet bare, and seated herself before Rong Ning. His heart raced with a frantic rhythm. A mere glance was all it took for Rong Ning to find himself unable to look away. She wore only one of the garments, not out of reluctance, but because the other was unnecessary. Her petite frame rendered Rong Ning's shirt as a dress, cascading down just above her knees. Yet, even this oversized garment could not conceal her alluring attributes. The fabric was stretched taut across her chest, while her smooth, white legs were partially exposed to the air, prompting Rong Ning to swallow hard once more under the guise of drinking. Although he had previously acknowledged her beauty, it was only upon closer proximity that he realized her face was breathtakingly exquisite, rivaling even that of Yu Jie and Su Yi, perhaps even surpassing them. Each of them was unique, yet this girl's face bore an unblemished, youthful innocence, reminiscent of a child untouched by the passage of time. However, as his gaze drifted downward, Rong Ning took another sip of water. "You must be the cat, right?" he ventured, finally breaking the silence after steadying himself with a glass of cool water. The girl nodded, her long black hair swaying slightly. A thought crossed Rong Ning's mind. He felt an urge to silence her, for having spent these days in her company, she had surely witnessed all of his secrets. "I do not know how you achieved this, but there is one thing I wish to understand." Rong Ning's expression grew serious. "Why did you approach me?" Now that he pondered it, the girl indeed bore the suspicion of having deliberately sought him out. Otherwise, there was no reason for her to lie at his doorstep, allowing him to step on her, particularly with the pitiable gaze she had displayed. Everything indicated her intent was to draw near to him. Rong Ning was not so conceited as to believe that his demeanor could attract such a stunning beauty. Such fortune was unfathomable. "You are quite the observant man." The girl smiled faintly, her pale face illuminated with a charming glow. "Do not flatter me. If I could not discern that, I would truly be a fool." Rong Ning waved his hand dismissively. Though a sudden wave of anxiety washed over him, he feared the answer she might provide. "If I were to tell you that my approach was to kill your sister, what would you do?" The girl gazed at him timidly, her expressive eyes fluttering. This was it. What he had feared had come to fruition. The strange behaviors of the kitten, coupled with the 2 injuries she had sustained, had initially not connected in Rong Ning's mind with Yu Jie. Yet, upon reflection, it was evident that both incidents coincided with Yu Jie's appearances, and whenever she was near, the kitten would promptly hide. Rong Ning could vaguely infer that her approach was linked to Yu Jie. "I might just slap you dead." Rong Ning suddenly stood, his expression fierce as he glared at the girl before him. Indeed, your bond with your sister is quite strong. The girl's gaze dimmed in an instant, her head lowering as she gently brushed her hair. Her sorrowful expression caused Rong Ning's anger to diminish significantly, and he found himself recalling the obedient little kitten. Yet your eyes tell me you are reluctant. No amount of shouting will bolster your resolve. The girl lifted her head again, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. How perceptive she was. Rong Ning awkwardly settled back down. Tell me, why do you wish to fight Yu Jie? The injuries you sustained were surely at her hands. Yes, the girl nodded. I do not intend to kill her. I merely seek to reclaim something from her. She simply refuses to return it, leaving me no choice but to confront her. What is it? Rong Ning inquired. Have you ever heard of the Cat-Eye clan? The girl countered with a question. Rong Ning focused on her eyes, noting the violet-blue irises akin to the kitten's. I have not, he admitted honestly, shaking his head. It is understandable that you have not, the girl smiled slightly. The Cat-Eye clan is a rare race, and I am one of its members. We possess feline-like eyes and share certain behaviors and traits with cats, hence the name bestowed upon us by the people of the continent. This continent was home to a myriad of human factions and diverse species. Rong Ning realized how little he had truly seen. Does every member of the Cat-Eye clan possess the ability to transform into a cat? Rong Ning asked. Please do not interrupt, the girl chided lightly, giving him an exasperated look. Though our clan is small in number, we are renowned for our beauty. Nearly every girl of the Cat-Eye clan possesses a beauty that leaves the men of the continent envious. Like you, Rong Ning found himself filled with admiration for this extraordinary race, quickly silencing himself as he noticed her preparing to glare at him again. Because of this, we are compelled to reside in the most secluded corners of the continent to avoid unwanted attention. We often relocate as a group to evade the clutches of human traffickers. Wait, why would traffickers pursue you? Rong Ning was left bewildered. It is precisely our beauty that brings us calamity. Each girl of the Cat-Eye clan is worth a fortune, coveted as slave girls by wealthy men. Over the years, countless sisters have mysteriously vanished, and I can only imagine their fates. The girl spoke through clenched teeth. With your strength, why fear traffickers? Rong Ning was perplexed, though unsure of her capabilities. He could surmise something. Not every member of my clan possesses my strength, the girl clarified. Just half a year ago, a group of adventurers from the continent invaded our territory. They were immensely powerful, and I was injured by them. Countless clan members scattered in fear. Many of our male kin were brutally slain, and their target was our female members. How did you ultimately resolve that crisis? Rong Ning felt a tightening in his chest. At the critical moment, your sister appeared. The girl glanced at Rong Ning. She saved us, driving away the invaders. Yu Jie is incredible. Rong Ning felt a swell of pride. Each of us in the clan is eternally grateful to her, treating her with the utmost respect and hospitality, regarding her as our most honored guest. The girl reflected on the events of 6 months prior. She stayed with us for a month before departing. If Yu Jie is your benefactor, why do you now wish to fight her? On the very day after she left our territory, we discovered that a significant item had gone missing, but a sacred relic of immense importance to our clan. Rong Ning scratched his chin, struggling to fathom that Yu Jie could engage in such unscrupulous behavior. What was that item? He inquired. It was a statue of a cat, a symbol of our clan's spirit. Every race possesses its own civilization, and Rong Ning could faintly comprehend a bit about this wondrous race. Since your sister had resided with us for a while, we were also vaguely aware of her whereabouts, which is why I pursued her to this place. Your sister is quite easy to locate. She creates quite a commotion in the city every day while dragging you along. Rong Ning scrutinized the girl before him, glancing left and right, when suddenly a memory struck him. One evening, when he felt famished and ventured into the kitchen in search of sustenance, he seemed to have glimpsed the silhouette of a petite woman with flowing hair on the rooftop. At that moment, the figure vanished, and Rong Ning thought he had merely imagined it. Now, he could ascertain with certainty that the silhouette belonged to this girl, as her physique and hair matched perfectly. I sought out your sister to demand the sacred artifact from her, but she claimed not to possess it. After a brief exchange of words, we ended up fighting. And that's when you got injured, right? Rong Ning inquired. I was no match for her. The girl stuck out her tongue. Aren't you capable of transforming into a cat? Why not ambush her in that form? Rong Ning suggested, albeit rather foolishly. That was precisely my intention, the girl lamented. I am practicing the most arduous combat technique within my clan, which allows me to transform into a cat at a certain level, making it ideal for stealth and assassination. However, even when I transformed into a cat to launch a surprise attack, she spotted me. Left with no choice, I had to seek refuge with you, hoping to get closer to your sister through you. Your calculations are rather astute, Rong Ning scoffed lightly. My combat technique is only suitable for covert attacks, in a direct confrontation. I am utterly no match for your sister. I managed to injure her during my first ambush, but attempting again today would yield no opportunity whatsoever. Chapter 58. Schwerer, Rain's sister can be quite ruthless. She genuinely intended to kill you. Rong Ning reflected on the girl's injuries, his tone softening. Are you unaware that cats possess 9 lives? She is quite measured in her actions. Such injuries would only require me to rest for a year and a half. But they are not lethal, the girl explained, frustrated. What do you plan to do now? Will you seek out Rain's sister for that artifact again? Rong Ning asked. The girl fixed her gaze upon him, her eyes unwavering. I can only rely on you. Rely on me for what? Rong Ning chuckled. I am not your anything. Before he could finish his statement, he fell silent. The events of the night were so bizarre that he had forgotten the mental link magic circle was already in effect. The girl brushed her bangs aside and leaned closer to Rong Ning, revealing a small mark on her forehead, identical to the mental link magic circle, albeit significantly smaller. Do you not realize that I already belong to you? The girl said, her cheeks flushed, her voice diminishing as she spoke. This declaration was utterly enthralling, causing Rong Ning to catch his breath. Upon calming his mind and thoroughly assessing the situation, Rong Ning indeed discovered a subtle mental connection with the girl before him. Isn't this magic circle only effective against magical beasts? Rong Ning was taken aback, his face flushed with embarrassment. Who could have anticipated that the mental link would connect him with a girl, and such a captivating one at that? I am not entirely sure. It may be because I transformed into a cat at that moment. The girl lowered her head, logically. I should loathe you now, as I must obey the commands of someone I am not very familiar with from here on. But I simply cannot bring myself to feel any animosity. Rong Ning swallowed hard, his mind flooded with thoughts of inappropriate scenarios. The girl possessed such formidable allure. Surely, she must be quite adept at this. Though I am uncertain of your thoughts, I know they are rather salacious. The girl lifted her head and glared at Rong Ning. Nonsense. I was merely contemplating how to retrieve that item from Rain's sister for you. Rong Ning vehemently denied. You truly are a good person, the girl responded, deeply touched. By the way, what is your name? After all this time, Rong Ning realized he had not even inquired about her name, which felt somewhat unethical. The clan members call me Schwerer, the girl replied. Her name perfectly encapsulated her snowy complexion, delicate enough to shatter like fragile glass. How old are you? Rong Ning continued his inquiry. 20, the girl chuckled. I am older than you, so you must heed my words from now on. Nonsense, Rong Ning huffed. The contract dictates that I can command you. Are you planning to order me to do things I do not wish to do? Schwerer bit her lip, her expression one of pitiful innocence. Of course not. I could never be that kind of person. Rong Ning feigned seriousness. Then you must listen to me, Schwerer said, rising to sit upon Rong Ning's lap, her voice sweet and soft, utterly enchanting. You should know that seduction has little effect on me, Rong Ning asserted, though his blood surged in response. The warmth of Schwerer's pert form pressed against his thigh, and the sight of her smooth, fair legs only intensified his excitement. Do you not think it morally questionable to entice a man who is still underage? Rong Ning inhaled the fragrant aroma emanating from Schwerer, staring intently at her. I am not enticing you. I am merely drawing closer to my master, Schwerer replied with an air of innocence. Rong Ning felt a rush of blood at the mere mention of the word master. Just as he was about to tease her further, he noticed Schwerer's brow furrow once again, her petite hand pressing against her abdomen. Following her gaze, Rong Ning spotted a crimson stain seeping through her clothing. Have you bled again? Rong Ning asked. Concerned, Schwerer nodded. While the energy from the luminous gemstone entered my body during the contract signing and healed some injuries. Your sister's attack was simply too formidable. You brought this upon yourself by being so flirtatious and trying to seduce me. Rong Ning chastised her, lifting Schwerer effortlessly and placing her gently on the bed. Let me take a look, he said as he prepared to lift her garment. You cannot. Schwerer panicked, clutching the edges of her clothing tightly. Her face flushed as she turned her head away, whispering, I am not wearing any pants. Rong Ning felt embarrassed as well. After a moment's thought, he grabbed a bedsheet and wrapped it around Schwerer from the waist down. Only then did she release her grip, gently lifting the hem of her oversized garment. A finger-length wound came into view. This injury appeared slightly improved, likely due to the healing effects of the luminous gemstone's energy. Though it was still bleeding. This needs to be treated promptly, otherwise, it will leave a scar, Rong Ning remarked. What should we do? Schwerer panicked. Wait for me a moment, Rong Ning considered. Retrieving several would attribute gemstones from his storage. In this world, not only does the energy from luminous gemstones heal injuries and relieve fatigue, but would attribute energy possesses similar effects. While Rong Ning could not devour the energy from the gemstones, he could still channel it to heal Schwerer's wound. Placing the gemstone on Schwerer's flat abdomen, Rong Ning's hands trembled. Her skin, smooth as jade, was highly stimulating. The thought of the hidden beauty beneath the sheet only heightened his excitement. Nevertheless, Rong Ning's willpower was strong, allowing him to suppress his desires as he carefully guided the wood attribute energy to flow over Schwerer's wound to be safe. He sprinkled a bit of hemostatic powder on top as well. Gradually, the bleeding ceased, and signs of healing began to emerge. The wood attribute energy was indeed potent, though it proved challenging for Rong Ning. The energy within the gemstones could not be devoured like sealing energy. He could only coax it out little by little. Working meticulously on Schwerer's injury, a task demanding great precision and skill. Once Rong Ning completed his efforts and looked up, he discovered Schwerer had closed her eyes, her breathing steady, fast asleep. Sleep well, Rong Ning murmured. Feeling exhausted himself, he shifted her slightly deeper into the bed and lay down beside her, fully clothed. Chapter 59. The deadline has arrived. Throughout the night, Rong Ning found himself immersed in a vividly sensual dream. Envisioning himself entangled with a woman of formidable allure. Upon awakening the next morning, Rong Ning felt the softness and warmth of delicate skin in his arms. Glancing down, he was astonished to find a girl with a doll-like face and a cascade of black hair curled up like a small cat in his embrace. One of her long, fair legs shamelessly resting on his abdomen. His misfortune, Rong Ning's large hand was situated on her thigh. Almost instinctively, he spread his fingers and caressed her. In that instant, clarity washed over him. Just moments ago, he had believed he was dreaming, but now he recalled that he had signed a mental link contract with a cat, which had transformed into a tender girl. Schwerer's long eyelashes fluttered, her breath tickling Rong Ning's neck, creating a delightful sensation. What a thrilling morning it was. Rong Ning wished it could last forever. If you are awake, it is time to rise, Rong Ning declared, shattering Schwerer's pretense of slumber. Her face instantly turned a rosy hue, and in a flurry, she shrank back beneath the covers, mumbling, I do not know how I ended up sleeping like this. Today, I will go seek Rain's sister to reclaim that statue for you. Your injuries have yet to heal, so do not wander about. Rong Ning, while dressing, reminded her, Thank you. Schwerer said, her face filled with emotion. Isn't it too much? Didn't we sign a soul bond contract? Rong Ning, Schwerer said, her expression hesitating. What is it? Forget it. Perhaps I should wait a few more days before asking her. Schwerer contemplated aloud. Why? Rong Ning queried. Puzzled, he thought to himself that she had suffered grievously for that very thing, nearly losing her life, and yet now she wished to wait a few days? Aren't you supposed to spar with someone in a few days? Let's discuss it after that. I don't want you to be distracted by this matter. As you wish, Rong Ning nodded, recognizing the young girl's thoughtfulness. After all, waiting a few days was inconsequential. He could inform Yujia about Schwerer's situation after resolving matters with Luofu. In the following days, Rong Ning not only had to train but also took on the responsibility of caring for the injured Schwerer. Back when Schwerer was merely a cat, she would disdainfully refuse to eat anything placed on the ground, sneaking into the kitchen to steal food. Now, Rong Ning had even arranged for the kitchen to prepare nourishing soups, bringing them to her daily. Schwerer had a rather amusing habit when it came to eating. She could not tolerate anything too hot. You truly are like a cat, aren't you? Rong Ning remarked, watching her blow on the hot soup, her delicate features radiating youthfulness. It's too hot. My tongue can't stand it, Schwerer replied. The attire Schwerer wore was purchased by Rong Ning from the city market, accentuating her curvaceous figure. She was not tall, barely reaching 1.60 meters, likely a head shorter than Yujia. Yet her bosom was larger and her rear more pronounced, with a waist that twisted alluringly. The creator had seemingly endowed Schwerer with the figure that every woman would envy. Possessing such a physique, Schwerer also bore a cherubic face, and Rong Ning had often been tempted to pinch her cheeks. Wondering if they were as soft as they appeared, to be honest, since Schwerer entered his life, Ronin's once monotonous existence had blossomed into a vibrant tapestry. Each night, he continued to unseal the luminous stones and craft jewelry from them. As supplies were beginning to dwindle at Sui's place, the Schwerer proved to be the perfect assistant. While Ronin engaged in his work, she quietly stood by, handing him the luminous stones, having discovered Ronin's remarkable secrets during her time as a cat. Schwerer found nothing particularly surprising, although she was bewildered by how a jeweler could continuously train and grow stronger like a warrior. Was he truly still a jeweler? This notion completely shattered her preconceived ideas. As days passed, the 3-month deadline approached, marking the day Ronin and Lufu had agreed to duel. The coming-of-age ceremony was an essential rite of passage for every descendant of the Luo family, an incredibly significant milestone in their growth. Upon completing the ceremony, the heirs of the Luo family could obtain what they desired and make reasonable requests of the family, all of which would be granted if deemed reasonable. Reflecting on how much had changed since his arrival in this world 3 months ago, Ronin couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion at the vast transformations. That morning, before dawn had broken, Yujia and Xiaowu burst into Ronin's room in a flurry. Schwerer, unable to contain herself, transformed into a cat and leaped out the window. She had always been sensitive to Yujia's presence and harbored a certain fear of her. Before Ronin could fully awaken, he found himself seized by Yujia. "What is the matter? What is happening?" he mumbled, rubbing his sleepy eyes. "Young master, the young lady has instructed me to give you a proper makeover today," Xiaowu giggled. Holding a plethora of dazzling garments, "Stand straight," Yujia commanded, accepting the clothes from Xiaowu as she addressed Ronin. There were several outfits, and Yujia personally dressed him, making him spin in place after each ensemble for her and Xiaowu to critique. Ronin felt like a puppet. After a considerable effort, they finally settled on an appropriate outfit, and Ronin noticed that Yujia had also changed her usual attire, opting for something more elegant, which was a refreshing surprise for him. Yujia looked stunning in anything, and she wore a pair of red jasper earrings that Ronin had gifted her previously. This revelation filled Ronin with satisfaction. "Yujia, what if I lose today?" Ronin inquired. Yujia, fastening his belt, looked up and replied resolutely, "You will not lose. I have trained you well, and I know your capabilities. But what if something unforeseen occurs?" Ronin asked with a smile. "There will be no unforeseen events." Yujia paused. "Are you lacking in confidence?" "Of course not. I was merely asking casually," Ronin replied. Taking a deep breath at Teodate, he had only truly fought once, defeating 4 seasoned warriors, yet he lacked experience facing a martial artist. Most importantly, Ronin did not wish to disappoint Yujia after 3 months of her guidance and unwavering support. "If you do lose." Yujia seemed to sense Ronin's unease and smiled warmly. "Sister will take you on an adventure. The world outside is far more exciting than the Luo family, so do not burden yourself with worries." Chapter 60. A gathering of heroes once fully attired. Ronin excused himself under the pretense of needing to relieve himself, ushering Yujia and Xiaowu out. He then stealthily retrieved a belt he had designed, which Schwerer had crafted by hand. Not only was Schwerer beautiful, but she was also quite skilled, and the belt she made was top-notch in both aesthetics and practicality. This belt was meant to hold the luminous stones inscribed with auxiliary magic arrays. The night prior, Ronin had specifically inscribed a magic array for swiftness and strength enhancement, and now was the moment to put it to use. After placing the magical stones into the belt and securing it snugly around his waist, ensuring no signs of it were visible, he finally stepped out of the Luo residence. Today should have been a day of great festivity for the Luo family, yet the atmosphere felt oddly subdued. Compared to 3 months ago, the mood was considerably more somber. The servants were aware that today was the day of the so-called coming-of-age ceremony for the worthless young master, and thus they were rather indifferent, especially recalling the impending duel between Ronin and Luofu, which elicited some sympathy for Ronin. Only Luo Yingxiong was loudly directing the servants, his booming voice echoing from afar. Yet, the inevitable had arrived. The elders of the Luo family had gathered, and regardless of their opinions, the ceremony must proceed. They sat in the hall, sipping tea and engaging in idle chatter, all with an air of indifference. Luo Yingxiong snorted as he glanced at these relatives, who regarded him with disdain, firmly believing that his precious son would astonish everyone today. This was a father's confidence. Ronin was dressed flamboyantly, his attire vibrant and his hair impeccably straight. With Yujia having considered every detail of his appearance, accompanied by Yujia and Xiaowu, Ronan made his way to the Luo family hall. The young masters and mistresses of the Luo family had gathered outside, led by Luofu. Upon seeing Ronan approach, Luofu scoffed. "So, you finally have your day." Luofu had waited far too long for this moment. He vividly recalled the punch he received 3 months ago, and the moment Ronan raised the bidding for himself at the Su family auction. The thought of Sui getting along so well with this individual ignited a fire of jealousy and fury within him. Today, he would expel Ronan from the Luo family, ensuring that this fly would no longer buzz in his ears. Luofu harbored a resolve to see this through. Ronan, coldly regarding Luofu, understood that their current enmity was not due to Xiaowu. Xiaowu was merely a pawn picked up by Luofu. Without her, it could have been anyone else. Luofu's suspicion and tyranny guaranteed that Ronan, as a legitimate bastard, could not remain in the Luo family. "If you beg for mercy now, I might consider canceling our duel, as long as you leave the Luo family," Luofu said with a mocking expression. "We should have been able to coexist peacefully. How did we come to this?" Ronan sighed as he looked at his cousin. The conditions surrounding this duel struck him as excessively childish. However, given that the confrontation had been thrust upon him, Ronan could not simply retreat. "Everyone is here. Let us proceed with the ceremony," his uncle, Luo Yinglai, called out impatiently from within the hall. He believed that his son would easily defeat this worthless young master and that once Ronan was gone, the Luo family's assets would belong to Luofu. What belonged to his son would naturally belong to him. Just as Luo Yinglai finished speaking, a panicked servant rushed in, shouting, "Su Kuang and his daughter Su Yi have arrived to witness the ceremony." Luo Yinglai nearly stumbled, almost losing his balance. Su Kuang had come. The elders of the Luo family exchanged glances, all standing up in unison. Luo Yingxiong also regarded Ronan with a look of astonishment, while Ronan himself was utterly clueless. All he knew was that Su Kuang was Su Yi's father and the current head of the Su family. At present, the Su family has nearly monopolized the entire jewelry industry in Noki City by leveraging the unique Yaostone jewelry. Much to the chagrin of my uncle, Luo Yinglai, who finds himself increasingly vexed by the Su family. The reason is simple. The business of the Luo family jewelry store, which was once flourishing and robust, has been declining day by day. Previously, the Luo family's jewelry store was financially strong and firmly established as the leader in Noki City, but ever since the Su family introduced Yaostone jewelry, they have taken its place. This situation has left Luo Yinglai feeling quite disgraced, leading him to harbor complaints against Su Kuang, A.S. rivals in the business realm. It seems unreasonable for him to attend the coming-of-age ceremony of an unknown individual at the Luo family. "Did you invite him?" Luo Yinglai hastily exited the hall, turning to Luo Yingxiong with a questioning gaze. "I invited him? Nonsense." Luo Yingxiong rolled his eyes. Just as they were conversing, a burly man with a square head and a face full of flesh appeared at the end of their line of sight. Although he was dressed impeccably, it did little to mask the thuggish demeanor and brutishness etched on his face, his gaze sharp as a knife. Luo Ning's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. He had never encountered Su Yi's father, but he had imagined what he might look like. With a girl as stunning as Su Yi, her father should not be lacking in appearance either. While he might not resemble the likes of Panin, he ought to be a handsome man. Yet, the irony of imagination versus reality struck him hard when he saw his father and uncle descending to greet the stocky, brutish man. In that instant, tears streamed down Luo Ning's face. "Sue, could it be that you were adopted?" Su Kuang's physique was so large that it entirely obscured the figure of Su Yi walking behind him. However, when Su Yi emerged from behind him, Luo Ning's eyes lit up. It was evident that Su Yi had deliberately dressed up for the occasion. The young lady showcased her charm fully, appearing delicate and fragile beside Su Kuang, resembling a scene of a bandit abducting a woman. The visual spectacle was incredibly stimulating. While the adults engaged in polite conversation, Su Yi gracefully approached Luo Ning with a warm smile, her face radiating gentleness. Luo Fu's breath quickened, and his expression soured that he felt a twinge of jealousy. During his own coming-of-age ceremony, he had not received such treatment, yet here was Luo Ning's ceremony with Su Yi in attendance. Had their relationship progressed to such a degree, before Luo Ning could greet Su Yi, he was taken aback to see someone following her. Upon closer inspection, he exclaimed, "Master Ma?" Chapter 61. The threat of Su Kuang following closely behind Su Yi. Like a humble servant, was Master Ma, a jeweler who served the Luo family. He wore a furrowed brow, appearing somewhat distracted. Master Ma, you are here as well. Luo Ning immediately felt a surge of respect for the jeweler, who had never regarded him with disdain. Master Ma seemed to awaken from a stupor. Upon seeing Luo Ning, he blinked in confusion, realizing he had arrived at the Luo family's hall. What is wrong with Master Ma? Luo Ning asked with puzzlement. Looking at Su Yi, the young lady playfully stuck out her tongue and leaned in to whisper in his ear, he wishes to meet the master who crafts Yao stone jewelry. Their intimate exchange left Luo Fu, who was preparing to approach them, with a frozen expression on his face. He felt as though he might vomit blood. Master Ma seemed to have found a glimmer of hope, grasping Luo Ning's arm and urgently saying, Young Master Luo, please help me plead my case. Ever since I saw those exquisite Yao stone pieces, I've realized how limited my own abilities are that I long to meet that master. But Miss Su refuses to tell me. You two are so close. Please help me. At this moment, everyone in Noki City knew that only Su Yi could gain access to the master who produced Yao stone jewelry. The adults' pleasantries finally came to an end, and Su Kuang stepped forward, placing a hand on Master Ma's shoulder, sighing. Master Ma, you might as well give up on this hope. Even I, as her father, have no sway over her. You mean you haven't met that master either? This revelation astonished the others. Given that the Yao stone jewelry was sold by the Su family, as the patriarch, Su Kuang should have known the identity of that master, yet the reality was quite the opposite. Only my daughter knows. Su Kuang glanced at Su Yi. She looked directly at Luo Ning, who met her gaze, and they shared a knowing smile. Who could have imagined that the master behind the Yao stone jewelry stood before them? Master Ma clenched his teeth and declared, I am willing to become that master's disciple, serving him for life. This declaration sent a shockwave through the hall, plunging it into silence. A top-tier jeweler capable of processing 6-star Yao stones. Master Ma was sought after by various factions wherever he went. Yet he had uttered such words because of Yao stone jewelry. Luo Yinglia's face turned crimson with urgency. Master Ma, you mustn't do this. The Luo family cannot afford to lose you. If Master Ma were to leave, the Luo family jewelry store would surely face ruin. I, too, wish to pursue my dreams, Master Ma declared resolutely. The number of Luo family elders shot furious glances at Su Kuang. The mysterious master was aligned with the Su family, and if Master Ma truly became his disciple, he would undoubtedly become part of the Su family. Everyone assumed that this was a grand spectacle orchestrated by Su Kuang. That Su Kuang scoffed. Don't look at me like that. I'm merely here at my daughter's request to attend Luo Ning's coming-of-age ceremony. Other matters do not concern me. My daughter holds young Master Luo in the highest regard, constantly mentioning his name. Out of curiosity, I came to see for myself. Su Yi's face flushed, and she twisted her body in a playful manner, exclaiming, Father, haha. Su Kuang scrutinized Luo Ning, his eyes roaming over him. Under such scrutiny, Luo Ning felt as though he were being eyed by a venomous snake, uncomfortable all over. Not bad, Su Kuang nodded. 3 months ago, you were nothing. Now you are already a mid-level warrior. It seems you have endured considerable hardship. The scars on your arms tell me you are a diligent man, though your looks leave much to be desired. Luo Ning rolled his eyes. He felt that standing alongside Su Kuang, he, too, was a refined and handsome young man. A man shouldn't be judged by his appearance, young lad. Su Kuang patted Luo Ning's shoulder with familiarity. Work hard. Capable individuals can achieve anything, regardless of their looks. Uncle Su is absolutely right. Luo Ning thought Su Yi's father was quite an interesting character as they exchanged knowing glances and burst into laughter, sharing a moment of mutual admiration. Once their laughter subsided, Su Kuang pulled Luo Ning aside. Does Uncle Su have any advice? Luo Ning inquired, puzzled. Don't be so familiar. I am not your uncle yet. I merely gave you face just now, Su Kuang whispered. Luo Ning listened quietly, aware that Su Kuang had something important to convey. I've heard your name long before. The illegitimate son of the Luo family, a wasteful young master who has spent 10 years in cultivation yet remains insignificant. I don't know what means you used to captivate my daughter Yi, but now she mentions your name daily. Just hearing Luo Ning makes me want to kill someone. Luo Ning cleared his throat, feeling somewhat uneasy as he distinctly sensed the jealousy in Su Kuang's words. I'm just a child. Previously, her eyes were only for me. Not even the most handsome and wealthy young masters in Noki City could sway her heart. That I truly, don't know how you managed it. Su Kuang spoke with a hint of melancholy, though she denies it. I know she has begun to like you. Uncle Su, please don't joke around, Luo Ning said, feeling flustered. Can you not wear such a smug expression while saying that? Su Kuang tightened his grip slightly, causing Luo Ning's bones to creak. You both are of age now. I have long been mentally prepared, but I never expected her choice to be in youthful exuberance. One indeed has the freedom to pursue dreams. I have no intention of interfering with you. Let your relationship develop as it may. You may regret it later, but growth always comes at a cost, and these are the most precious and pure memories of one's youth. Luo Ning nodded in agreement, thinking, if you truly don't want to interfere, why pull me aside for this? As expected, after a deep breath, Su Kuang continued. However, even if I don't wish to interfere, do you truly believe that, based on your current strength and performance, you are worthy of my daughter? A good horse deserves a good saddle, and you, my boy, are not yet qualified. I haven't planned anything with ye, Luo Ning replied, feeling a bit frustrated as Su Kuang glared at him. I could easily slap you to death right now. You've stolen her attention and affection, yet you speak so irresponsibly that I came here partly to fulfill Yi's request and partly to observe you in person. You have a match with that Luo Fu today. Correct? If you can defeat him, I will not interfere with you too. And what if he defeats me? Luo Ning countered. I'm sorry, my young lad, but I would ensure you spend the rest of your life in bed, effectively severing Yi's hopes. Su Kuang's expression was entirely serious, showing no signs of jest. Chapter 62. What a disgrace. I will defeat him. Ronan smiled as he brushed aside the large hand that Su Kuang had draped over his shoulder. Yet it was not an act of affection towards Yi. Su Kuang stared blankly at Ronan before bursting into laughter. Young man, having a personality is commendable. However, a man with only personality and no capability often meets a dismal fate. Su Yi leaned her head curiously. What are you two discussing? Uncle Su has imparted a few underhanded tricks to me, Ronan replied softly. You both are quite mischievous, Su Yi said, shaking her head gently. Meanwhile, Master Ma was encircled by several elders of the Luo family, with Elder Luo Yinglai leading the charge, persuading him with reason, emotion, and temptation not to abandon the Luo family, urging him against becoming a disciple of that esteemed master. Master Ma remained stubborn, his neck stiff as a log. Ignoring the elder's words, Ronan approached and beckoned to him, causing Master Ma to lean down and listen intently. Ronan whispered a few words, and to everyone's astonishment, Master Ma's gloomy expression transformed into a broad smile. Are you serious? Of course, Ronan affirmed with determination. Very well, based on your words, I shall remain with the Luo family for life. At your service. Master Ma's laughter rang out heartily. The elders were left aghast, having spent considerable effort without swaying Master Ma in the slightest, yet Ronan's few words had effortlessly turned the tide, leading to such a surprising proclamation. An esteemed jeweler pledging to stay with the Luo family indefinitely was nothing short of exhilarating. What had Ronan said to him to wield such formidable influence? Luo Yinglai and the other elders exchanged glances, all aware that a person of Master Ma's stature would not indulge in falsehoods. His words were indeed solid facts. Well then, let us commence the ceremony. Ronan adjusted his attire and strode purposefully towards the sacrificial area, leaving a crowd in a state of bewilderment. This lad. Su Kuang found himself regarding Ronan with newfound respect. The ceremony proceeded as it had 3 months prior, beginning with the veneration of the ancestors of the Luo family, bowing in respect to those enshrined in the hall. Following this, Ronan was stripped of his clothing and immersed in a large tub filled with herbs, as the elders encircled him, reciting the family rules in unison, each wielding a whip to strike Ronan with every proclamation. Ronan noted that his second uncle, Luo Yinglai, struck the hardest, and he suspected that were it not for his father's presence, the uncle would have unleashed his full fury. Once the ceremony concluded, it was well past noon, and the group returned to the hall. Su Kuang had grown somewhat impatient, having consumed numerous cups of tea, eager to discern what extraordinary ability this young man, Ronan, possessed that could captivate his beloved daughter's heart. Once all were seated according to seniority, the family patriarch, Luo Yingxiong, rose to address them. Today marks yet another exhilarating occasion, as a young master of the Luo family is to undergo the coming-of-age ceremony, poised to shoulder the family's legacy and forge his own illustrious path. Originally, He could have made a reasonable request of the family. However, 3 months ago, he had already advanced that request. Luo Yingxiong fixed his gaze upon his son, Ronan. Do you still stand by your request? Indeed, Patriarch. Ronan rose to respond. And you, Luo Fu? Luo Yingxiong turned to inquire. I have awaited this for quite some time. Luo Fu replied with a cold smile. Since you both are resolute, I shall have nothing further to say. However, I wish to remind you that you are brothers, both young masters of the Luo family, not adversaries. You are still quite young. Perhaps, in time, you will come to find today's events rather amusing. Ronan observed his cousin grimacing in disdain. So be it. You shall rely solely on your bare hands, for we old-timers will observe your performance and ultimately determine the victor. As Luo Yingxiong spoke, Luo Fu had already stood, stepping into the center of the hall. Ronan shed his superfluous garments, baring his torso as he joined the fray, their gazes clashing without a hint of retreat, filling the hall with an electrifying tension. Patriarch Su, who do you believe will emerge victorious in this contest? Luo Yinglai asked Su Kuang, seeking conversation out of boredom. It's hard to say, Su Kuang responded, aware of Luo Yinglia's underlying motives. One is a warrior, while the other is a martial master. The disparity in their ranks is evident. This contest seems little more than a farce. Luo Yinglai chuckled. Youth is often accompanied by impetuousness, leading to foolish endeavors. Not necessarily. The level of a warrior does not strictly define one's strength. It is merely a vague classification, Su Kuang remarked with a smile, ever supportive of the young man whom his cherished daughter had chosen. Oh, Patriarch Su appears quite confident, Luo Yinglai noted. How about we place a wager? I shall bet on Luo Fu's victory. The other elders had been eavesdropping and, upon hearing the opportunity to gamble, were quick to join in, each pledging 5,000 gold coins on Luo Fu's triumph. What sort of conduct is this? Luo Yingxiong exclaimed, slamming his hand on the podium. Is this how you elders of the Luo family should behave? As the two youths locked eyes, engaging in a battle of wills, it was indeed a comical spectacle for the adults to wager while the children prepared to clash. Chastened by Luo Yingxiong's reprimand, the elders lowered their heads in shame. Both boys are young masters of the Luo family, and yet you so blatantly favor one side. It is utterly unacceptable. Luo Yingxiong's words were laden with indignation. I shall wager 200,000 on Ronan's victory. At his proclamation, the previously embarrassed elders were left dumbfounded. The Luo family had 4 elders, each having pledged 5,000, totaling a mere 20,000. Su Kuang couldn't help but laugh. It seems I have unwittingly placed a bet without realizing it, regardless of the outcome. I stand to gain nothing. I too shall wager 200,000 on Ronan's victory. Su Yi chimed in cheerfully. So shall I, Luo Yu quickly added. This left Su Kuang astonished, suddenly hoping for Ronan to be thoroughly defeated. Chapter 63. It should be coming to an end. Ronan and Luo Fu were not oblivious to the happenings around them. However, their focus was solely on each other. Luo Fu appeared exhilarated, as if he had long awaited this moment. Breathing heavily as a visible aura of energy enveloped him. The release of combat energy was a capability attained only after advancing to martial master, serving to significantly shield the user from harm. Compared to the 4 advanced warriors encountered the previous night, Luo Fu's released energy was undeniably more robust and substantial. Although Luo Fu was uncertain of Ronan's true strength, he dared not underestimate him and promptly unleashed his energy. This proved to be an astute decision. The instant he released his energy, Ronan sprang into action. The figure before him blurred. Luo Fu barely registered the movement before he felt a tremendous force strike his waist. With a resounding crash, Luo Fu was sent flying. The previously intact shield of energy surrounding him now displayed a conspicuous void at his waist. The soul piercer. Ronan's strike landed, yet it failed to yield significant results, as the protective energy surrounding Luo Fu neutralized the blow entirely. Nevertheless, Ronan's attacks were relentless once unleashed. While Luo Fu was airborne, Ronan charged forward, launching a flurry of strikes without pause, before Luo Fu could even touch the ground. He was sent soaring once again, utterly unable to discern the source of Ronan's assaults. His only recourse was to fervently channel energy to mend his damaged defenses. The hall was soon filled with a breathtaking spectacle. All eyes riveted upon the unfolding events. While Luo Yinglia's heart raced with anxiety, Ronan moved like a gust of wind, leaving behind only fleeting shadows, while Luo Fu resembled a toy tossed into the air. Unable to land, the sounds of impact echoed continuously, each blow eroding Luo Fu's protective energy. How has his speed increased so dramatically? Sister Yu pondered, well aware of Ronin's capabilities. She found it perplexing. For just days ago, Ronin's speed had not been so impressive. Yet today, it had escalated considerably. A mid-level warrior effortlessly overpowering a novice martial master was indeed a remarkable sight. However, the adults present recognized that while Ronin's attacks appeared formidable, they could not inflict sufficient damage as long as Luo Fu's energy remained intact. After all, Ronin's martial skills were still rather rudimentary. Luo Fu, being a martial master, was not without his own capabilities. Just as Ronin was reveling in his onslaught, Luo Fu suddenly began to spin mid-air. With this rotation, the energy he released took on the form of a blade. Ronin, prepared to strike, quickly withdrew his hands and leaped back. From Luo Fu's movements, he discerned the shadow of the spiral slash. Seizing this opportunity, Luo Fu finally extricated himself from his predicament and descended to the ground. His entire body ached, although Luo Ning's martial skills had not inflicted any significant damage. The impact of the punches was undeniably painful. Luo Fu's eyes were reddened with fury, and he was incensed. He understood that his opponent's movements were swift, certainly faster than his own, and that ethereal footwork was undoubtedly a manifestation of skilled martial technique. He was compelled to engage in a direct confrontation. In an instant, Luo Fu resolved to teach this adversary a lesson. Upon touching the ground, he dashed towards Luo Ning, swiftly closing the distance, and unleashed a powerful punch infused with fighting spirit towards Luo Ning's face. At such a close range, even if Luo Ning wished to employ evasive footwork, it would be futile. With no other choice, Luo Ning braced himself to take the blow. Luo Fu successfully executed his plan. Yet the outcome was entirely unforeseen. As their fists collided, Luo Fu's confidence crumbled in an instant, and the expression of arrogance and ferocity on his face transformed into one of disbelief. For he felt a force far greater than his own emanating from the collision, and he was involuntarily propelled backwards. How could this be? Before he could fully process his astonishment, his body, propelled backwards, abruptly surged forward again, only to find that Luo Ning had grasped his arm and was pulling him ahead. The jarring reversal nearly caused Luo Fu to spit blood. In the next moment, he felt a fist rise from below, striking his chin. Once more, he was sent flying, his vision exploding with stars, leaving him in a dazed state. Luo Ning followed suit, leaping into the air, executing a graceful spinning kick that connected with Luo Fu's waist, sending him crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Everything seemed to freeze in that moment. Luo Fu lay motionless on the ground, while several elders of the Luo family blinked in disbelief, unable to comprehend what they had witnessed, that a mid-level warrior had managed to so thoroughly defeat a junior martial artist in a head-on confrontation. The entire hall fell into a deathly silence. By the heavens, I'm about to bleed profusely, Su Kuang lamented, feeling immense pain over the gold coins slipping through his fingers, though he never truly expected Luo Ning to be reduced to a pulp. The young man's performance was utterly beyond his expectations. Was he truly just a mid-level warrior? His speed was astounding, his strength formidable, and his timing impeccable. Such prowess could not possibly belong to a novice on the battlefield. Are you pulling my leg? Could he possibly be a high-level martial artist? Su Kuang turned to his precious daughter, looking bewildered. Sue pouted. He really is just a mid-level warrior. The duel should be over now, right? Luo Ning inquired, glancing at the still motionless Luo Fu. His own fists were bruised and painful. While he had inflicted damage on Luo Fu, the latter's fighting spirit had left its mark as well. Martial artists, after all, were still more formidable. However, this was likely the end of it. Luo Yingxiong slowly rose, casting a look of approval at Luo Ning before turning to the others and asking, "Do you have any objections?" The elders exchanged glances. At this point, even if they wished to shield Luo Fu, it was impossible. The facts were evident, and throughout the encounter, Luo Fu had not displayed a single commendable performance. Chapter 64. Mutual Destruction. It is not over yet. Luo Yinglai suddenly declared coldly, as if to validate his words. The seemingly incapacitated Luo Fu slowly stood up, though slightly swaying. His injuries were not as severe as Luo Ning had imagined. The kick he had delivered was aimed at a vital area, even with the protection of fighting spirit. Luo Fu should not have been able to rise. The trickle of blood escaped from the corner of Luo Fu's mouth. his hair slightly disheveled, as he glared at Luo Ning with venomous eyes. The intensity of his gaze suggesting a desire to devour him whole, he could hardly believe that a mid-level warrior had managed to reduce him to this state. Hatred and fury surged within him, and he resolved to teach Luo Ning a proper lesson. With a sudden whoosh, the previously waning fighting spirit erupted from Luo Fu, its intensity far surpassing that of before, transforming his very aura. In that moment, Luo Ning felt an overwhelming pressure. Do not think that over these 3 months, you alone have grown stronger, Luo Fu stated, taking a deep breath. You little brat. Sister Yu exclaimed indignantly. He has been concealing his true strength. 3 months prior, Luo Fu had been merely a junior martial artist. Since his humiliating defeat at the Su family's auction and subsequent confinement by Luo Yinglai, he had diligently trained and astonishingly advanced to the rank of mid-level martial artist. Junior martial artists could only project their fighting spirit for basic defense, while mid-level martial artists could employ their externalized fighting spirit for various techniques. Initially, Luo Fu believed he could easily subdue Luo Ning without taking the duel seriously. However, after being knocked down, he recognized the reality. If he did not unleash his full power, he would truly lose this time. Luo Ning was never one to hold back. Upon sensing his opponent's shift, he charged forward, intent on decisively defeating Luo Fu as he had before. Luo Fu merely regarded him coldly. In the briefest of moments, Luo Ning had closed the distance, executing a sidestep to strike Luo Fu beneath the ribs. Soul piercer. Yet, at that instant, Luo Ning was astonished to find that he could not release the technique. His fist was entirely enveloped by Luo Fu's fighting spirit, and his own energy could not penetrate. Attempting to retract his hand, Luo Ning found himself ensnared by Luo Fu's fighting spirit, which clung to him like taffeta. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Luo Fu seized the opportunity, delivering a palm strike towards Luo Ning's neck. Luo Ning reacted swiftly, bending low and angling his elbow outward, striking Luo Fu's chin. Luo Fu staggered from the blow, and with that momentum, Luo Ning managed to break free from the binding energy. Well done, Su Kuang exclaimed in excitement. Though the duel between these two youths appeared trivial to the adults, Su Kuang recognized that Luo Ning's ability to devise such a strategy to escape his opponent's grasp in such a short span of time was no small feat. His cognitive agility and quick reflexes were exceptional, with every movement seemingly effortless, yet perfectly coordinated. This is quite dire. Luo Ning felt a swell of frustration. Ever since Luo Fu had risen again, he sensed something was amiss. The only martial technique he possessed was suited for close combat, yet the clinging fighting spirit surrounding Luo Fu rendered his advantages null, with no time to think. Luo Fu charged. After being suppressed for so long, he was eager to reclaim the upper hand. Though Luo Fu's attacks were not particularly swift or forceful, Luo Ning dared not confront them head-on. Opting instead to evade around him, he understood the significant energy expenditure involved in projecting fighting spirit. So he resolved to employ a strategy of attrition, aiming to deplete Luo Fu's energy first. Luo Fu was no fool. He recognized that in a prolonged engagement against someone as agile as Luo Ning, he stood to gain little. Yet, he remained patient, waiting for the opportune moment. At last, the chance presented itself. As Luo Ning executed another sidestep, his movements faltered ever so slightly. In that fleeting instant, Luo Fu seized him tightly. The fighting spirit enveloping Luo Fu erupted, shrouding half of Luo Ning's body. Luo Ning's speed suddenly diminished, and in the next moment, he saw Luo Fu's sinister grin as he struck towards his face. Unable to evade, Luo Ning gritted his teeth, shut his eyes, and braced himself for the impending blow. Simultaneously, he lunged forward, grabbing Luo Fu by the neck and yanking him down, propelling himself upward with a knee strike. With a resounding impact, both combatants collided with tremendous force, sending them hurtling backwards. Luo Ning shook his head and rose from the ground. Feeling a warm fluid trickle from his nostrils, dripping down to his mouth and pooling on the ground. Wiping his hand across his face, he found it stained with blood. Luo Fu fared little better. The force of his own knee striking his chin had him spitting blood as well. A mutual destruction. The adults stood frozen, astonished. In such a critical moment, Luo Ning had managed to achieve this feat. Had they been in his position, they would not have been able to do the same at their level of power. His grasp of combat rhythm and understanding of the rules had transcended his own rank. Pot! Luo Fu spat out another mouthful of blood, accompanied by a stream of saliva tinged with crimson. As a tooth was expelled along with it, Luo Fu was truly enraged. Hatred and fury extinguished the last remnants of his composure, leaving him as frenzied as a bull, his eyes blazing with rage. "You are finished." Rofu inhaled deeply, forcefully pushing off the ground with both feet, launching himself into the air like an eagle soaring through the sky, descending upon Rong Ning with intent. At that moment, Rong Ning's vision was obscured by a flurry of golden stars, rendering everything into a double image. Despite being acutely aware of Rofu's intent to strike, he could not discern which direction to flee. Just as Rong Ning blinked fervently, his sight momentarily clearing, a horrifying scene unfolded before him. Suspended in midair, Rofu concentrated his entire fighting spirit into his hands, and a long sword, entirely forged from this energy, materialized before him. Grasping the sword with both hands, a sinister grin stretched across his face as he aimed it directly at Rong Ning's head. Chapter 65. The blooming lotus. Rofu's swift maneuvers sent shivers down the spines of all present, leaving them utterly unprepared for such an eventuality. "You've lost your mind," roared Rong Ning, the first to spring to his feet and rush toward the two young men. Though he held disdain for the illegitimate son, he recognized him as the clan leader's son. He had repeatedly cautioned against any lethal actions during the duel, yet now, if that sword forged from fighting spirit were to pierce Rong Ning, his fate would be sealed. Upon Rong Ning's rise, the elders who had previously sat composed also stood, their collective tension palpable. In an instant, the hall of the Luo family was ablaze with chaotic energy. Everyone united in a singular purpose: to halt the duel before Rofu could harm Rong Ning. "Rofu, you seek death," hissed Sister Yu, her voice thick with menace as two ethereal blue wings sprouted from her back, causing the temperature within the grand hall to plummet. This duel had already been grossly imbalanced, with Rofu enjoying a substantial advantage as a mid-level martial artist, and yet he dared to escalate the situation further. From all directions, the four elder members of the Luo family, Luo Yingxiong, Luo Yu, and even Su Kuang, charged forth, but despite their formidable strength, time was of the essence. All eyes were fixed on the approaching sword, inching ever closer to Rong Ning, and no one was certain they could intervene before it struck. Luo Yu concentrated her own fighting spirit, resolved to freeze Rofu into an ice sculpture if it became necessary. Rong Ning, meanwhile, appeared paralyzed by fear, rooted to the spot as he watched the impending doom unfold. Closer, ever closer, he could distinctly sense the murderous intent bearing down on him, sending chills through his spine. That it was not that he did not wish to evade. He simply could not ascertain in which direction to move. All he could comprehend was that Rofu wielded a sword aimed directly at him. All martial techniques are manifestations of a warrior's intentions, coalescing their fighting spirit to achieve desired outcomes. In theory, as long as one possesses sufficient insight and strength, a warrior can master all martial techniques. In that moment, Sister Yu's earlier words echoed in his mind. "Stop this at once." The furious shout of his father reverberated in Rong Ning's ears. When Rofu's sword drew perilously close, mere inches from Rong Ning, everyone's hearts raced. Luo Yu prepared to unleash her technique to freeze Rofu in place, but just as she was about to act, she sensed an immense surge of energy emanating from Rong Ning. "Get away!" With Rong Ning's thunderous roar, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. If Rong Ning's previous display during the duel had elicited surprise, what transpired now was enough to leave all in utter shock. That a colossal lotus, entirely composed of fighting spirit, materialized where Rong Ning stood. Though the energy forming the lotus was thin, it presented itself flawlessly before the onlookers. "Ah!" A blood-curdling scream escaped Rofu as he was sent reeling backward, his garments shredded by the lotus's razor-sharp petals. The adults who had rushed forward to assist quickly halted in their tracks, stunned into silence. "Luo Yu," Rong Ning glared at Sister Yu in outrage. "This has nothing to do with me," Sister Yu retorted. Turning away, the lotus bore a striking resemblance to her own technique, the ice bloom, leading Rong Ning to mistakenly believe it was her doing. However, upon closer inspection, the thinness of the energy suggested that such a technique could not have been conjured by her. "Do not tell me he managed to create this himself," Su Kuang exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "I believe that is the case," Sister Yu nodded. That a heavy silence enveloped the room as the elders of the Luo family turned to Sister Yu, questioning, "Did you teach him such advanced techniques? Is this not a disservice to him? His fighting spirit is far too weak to execute such a move." "I have never taught him," Sister Yu shook her head, slowly approaching Rong Ning, who had collapsed. His fighting spirit completely drained, rendering him weak and unable to move, though his mind remained alert. Rong Ning swiftly scooped him up. You did not teach him? Rong Ning's expression mirrored disbelief at Sister Yu's claim. Indeed, I have only performed the ice bloom technique once in his presence. Everyone swallowed hard, fully aware of the implications of her words. Sister Yu had merely demonstrated the technique once, yet Rong Ning had managed to replicate it, executing it as a mid-level martial artist. By heaven! Su Kuang exclaimed, unable to restrain his astonishment, only to be sharply pinched by Su Yi. I am envious. Su Kuang's eyes glistened with a hint of jealousy. Not only Su Kuang, but everyone present felt the pangs of envy. They had endured considerable hardships to master a single martial technique, requiring extensive training to perfect their execution. Yet the reality unfolding before them struck a severe blow to their spirits. Rong Ning's innate talent and understanding ranked among the finest throughout the entire starry continent. Did I win? After a moment of gathering his strength, Rong Ning finally found his voice, the earlier sensation of weakness still lingering uncomfortably. Sister Yu glanced toward the far side of the hall, where Rong Ning cradled the now unconscious Rofu. You have won, Sister Yu affirmed, reaching out to caress Rong Ning's face, her delicate fingers trailing softly across his skin. That's a relief. That's a relief. A weight lifted from Rong Ning's heart. After 3 months of arduous training, he had not let Sister Yu down. Father, you should entertain the guests. I will take Rong Ning back to his room to rest. Sister Yu gently took Rofu from her father's grasp. He needs proper recuperation now. Agreed. Rong Ning nodded, aware that Su Kuang was still present, and as the clan leader, he must maintain his composure. Clan leader Su, I apologize for the farce you have witnessed. It truly is unbecoming. Rong Ning offered a polite remark. Is this still a farce? Su Kuang rolled his eyes. Now regarding Rong Ning with newfound respect, he suddenly considered that his beloved daughter's affections for this young man might indeed be a wise choice. Chapter 66. The joyous feast. Sister Yu's embrace was soft, warm, and utterly enchanting, particularly the faint, lingering fragrance that danced at the tip of Rong Ning's nose. With several deep breaths, Rong Ning felt his previously feeble body regain a semblance of vitality. Sister Yu appeared delicate and fragile. Yet she bore Rong Ning effortlessly as she walked toward his room, her brow furrowed in concentration. Her beautiful eyes, concealed beneath long lashes, remained vigilant against any threats. Just moments prior, as Rofu's sword of fighting spirit had nearly struck Rong Ning, Sister Yu had sensed an unfamiliar presence lurking amidst the hall's occupants. This aura was all too familiar to her, yet it seemed frantic. After Rong Ning's narrow escape, that presence vanished without a trace. What on earth was that? Sister Yu murmured softly. Are you speaking to me? Sister Yu, Rong Ning inquired, opening his eyes. Indeed, I was saying you performed admirably, Sister Yu replied, her face radiating a gentle smile. How did you conjure that lotus? I am unsure, Rong Ning admitted, still bewildered at the memory of his actions. I was struck by Rofu. My vision blurred, and I could see nothing clearly. I only knew that if I did not defend myself, I would surely perish. And thus you recalled the technique I once demonstrated. Yes, Rong Ning nodded. Only that technique offered comprehensive defensive capabilities. In my panic, it simply emerged. Sister Yu found herself at a loss for words. All martial techniques stem from a warrior's imagination, harnessing their fighting spirit to manifest into tangible forms. Rong Ning's performance had clearly demonstrated this principle. Very few could summon such potent techniques without rigorous training. Those who did were deemed prodigies among prodigies. Yet Rong Ning's previous decade of mediocrity seemed at odds with such brilliance. However, over the past 3 months, Sister Yu had witnessed significant changes. She could only surmise that her brother had, in some inexplicable manner, experienced a sudden epiphany. Continuing their journey, Sister Yu carefully placed Rong Ning upon his bed. Yet he clung tightly to her slender waist, reluctant to release her. Sister Yu shot him a playful glare, prompting Rong Ning to finally loosen his grip. Rest well. There are many matters to attend to outside. I will return to keep you company once I am finished. Sister Yu gently draped a blanket over Rong Ning, her expression akin to that of a caregiver soothing a child. Once Sister Yu stepped outside, Rong Ning, who had appeared fatigued, suddenly opened his bright, twinkling eyes, instantly revitalized. His injuries were not as grave as they seemed. He merely felt a bit drained, having expended his energy in executing the lotus martial technique. which had depleted his internal fighting spirit. The figure flitted past the window, and Shuai nimbly darted in, leaping onto Luo Ning's chest and playfully licking his cheek with her petite pink tongue, exclaiming, "Meow." While Shuai could not speak in her feline form, the bond of their minds allowed Luo Ning to clearly sense her concern. "Don't worry, just rest for a while," he replied, laboriously lifting his hand and gesturing to a spot. "Please fetch me some luminous stones." Shuai obediently scampered over and, after a flurry of movement, brought a radiant stone to Luo Ning's side with her mouth. The Luo family was currently abuzz with excitement. Luo Yingxiong's face was split into a wide grin that never seemed to fade. Luo Ning's performance in the duel had left everyone utterly astonished. Seizing the moment, Luo Yingxiong decided to host a banquet, as all the provisions were readily available, wishing to share his joy with everyone. Roasted piglets were brought forth by the servants, and bottles of cherished wine were unearthed by Luo Yingxiong. Amidst the clinking of glasses, the Luo household radiated a festive atmosphere. Su Kuang was equally jubilant. Shoulder to shoulder with Luo Yingxiong, both of them flushed with drink, boasting loudly, their voices resonating like gongs. Although this duel had cost Su Kuang a fortune of several 100,000 gold coins, it mattered little in comparison to the future happiness of his daughter. The little girl certainly had an eye for character. Su Kuang's prior impressions of Luo Ning were thoroughly overturned, just based on that half-self-created martial technique. Su Kuang felt himself utterly captivated at Luo Ning's age. Su Kuang had been preoccupied with thoughts of charming, beautiful girls. "Your son is quite impressive, truly remarkable," Su Kuang bellowed. "How about a match for your daughter?" Luo Yingxiong appeared somewhat inebriated. Yet his mind was quite clear. Long ago, he had wished for Su Yi to become his daughter-in-law. The young lady was not only beautiful, but also graceful and capable, a gem that was hard to find. "Compared to my daughter, he still has a long way to go." Su Kuang wiped the corner of his mouth. "He must continue to strive to catch my eye." Indeed, indeed. A flicker of delight passed through Luo Yingxiong's eyes. This was promising. Luo Yingxiong could discern from Su Kuang's words that he held some admiration for Luo Ning. The parents on both sides had no objections, and the two young ones frequently played together, naturally falling into the tender age of budding romance. Yet, that little rascal was proving to be quite stubborn. Despite Luo Yu's subtle hints, he stubbornly refused to admit any feelings for Su Yi. Luo Yingxiong felt it was time to lend a gentle push. Having once experienced the shyness of youth himself, he understood that some matters required boldness. Otherwise, when the opportunity passed, regret would come too late. Reflecting on his own youth, Luo Yingxiong couldn't help but shed tears of nostalgia. Su Kuang had indulged in drink to the point of dizziness, and as he stood quietly by, Su Yi was about to offer her assistance when Luo Yingxiong whisked her aside. "Uncle Luo, is there something you need?" Su Yi inquired softly, holding a glass of water. "Are you worried about Luo Ning and want to check on him?" Luo Yingxiong asked with a smile. Su Yi's small face flushed crimson as she replied, almost inaudibly, "No." "Ha ha." Luo Yingxiong laughed heartily. "There's no shame in admitting it, though my son may not be the most handsome. I know that a remarkable girl like you does not judge a man solely by his appearance. That would be most unbecoming of you." Of course, Su Yi felt the weight of his compliment and realized that to disagree would be too beneath her dignity. A man's looks are of no use. Strength is paramount. Luo Yingxiong laughed as he offered a cup of fine wine to Su Yi. She quickly waved her hands. "I don't drink alcohol, Uncle Luo." Chapter 67. A passionate collision. "Just have a drink." Luo Yingxiong's expression turned serious, his old eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Luo Ning, this child, has brought me much concern over the years. Now he has finally made me proud that my joy can only be shared with those who care for him, and you are one of the few." Su Yi initially intended to decline, but upon hearing Luo Yingxiong's words, she felt it would be impolite not to partake. Reluctantly, she accepted the wine glass, sticking out her tongue and saying, "I might not be able to drink it. It's merely grape wine. It won't get you drunk." "Come," to Luo Ning. As he spoke, Luo Yingxiong downed his cup in one go. Su Yi barely had time to react. With a wry smile, she could only frown and down her own portion. "All right. Go check on Luo Ning. He needs someone to keep him company now." "Then I shall go." Su Yi nodded. She had wanted to visit him earlier, but had hesitated. Now, with the perfect excuse, she slipped away. Watching her retreating figure, Luo Yingxiong wiped a tear from the corner of his eye. "My son, for your sake, I have tarnished my reputation. Do not become a coward. At last, Luo Ning had shaken off the feeling of lethargy. After absorbing some of the sealed energy from the luminous stones, his internal fighting spirit had returned somewhat. Shui Er, return to your original form. It's rather inconvenient to converse like this, he said while drawing energy from the stones. Shui Er meowed softly before burrowing under the blanket, and after a peculiar wave of energy, she emerged, wrapped in the bedding, her youthful face framed by black hair. Are you hurt anywhere? She asked, holding the blanket to prevent any accidental exposure. Just a punch to the nose, Luo Ning replied, sniffling, still feeling a faint ache. How pitiful, Shui Er said, leaning in closer, her big eyes fixed intently on Luo Ning's nose, and she gently touched it with her delicate hand. Fortunately, you're still as handsome as ever. Luo Ning's gaze inadvertently lingered on the soft skin of Shui Er's chest. Her modesty was unable to conceal her proud features, revealing a deep valley. Luo Ning couldn't help but swallow hard. Your nose is bleeding again, Shui Er exclaimed in alarm. Haha, it's nothing at all. Luo Ning's lips twitched as he wiped his nose. Suddenly realizing that asking Shui Er to transform back at that moment was a grave mistake, in a fluster, Shui Er hastily found some cotton and unceremoniously stuffed it into Luo Ning's nostrils. He caught fleeting glimpses of spring, and the blood from his nostrils flowed even more freely. Just as they were in a flurry, a series of knocks sounded at the door, accompanied by Su Yi's voice. Luo Ning, I've come to see you. Luo Ning immediately jolted, staring blankly at the bundled Shui Er. Oh no, Shui Er cried. I can't transform back right now. What do we do? Luo Ning panicked. There's a time interval before I can change back. Shui Er shrank deeper into the bed, looking helpless. What now? Hi. Luo Ning decisively pointed to the space beneath the bed. Get in there. Shui Er nodded vigorously, disregarding her appearance, and dashed under the bed. Luo Ning, what are you doing? Hearing the commotion inside, Su Yi grew anxious, unsure if something had happened to Luo Ning. With a slight push, the door swung open. Closing it behind her, she turned the corner and saw Luo Ning seated upright on the bed. Su Yi couldn't help but laugh. What happened to you? Luo Ning, rubbing his nose, cast a furtive glance under the bed. My nose is bleeding. I was looking for something to plug it with. If you're injured, you should rest properly and not move around. Otherwise, you'll bleed even more, Su Yi scolded, approaching the bed and unceremoniously pushing Luo Ning back down, tucking the blanket around him. Are you thirsty? Hungry? She asked, placing her hand on his forehead. I didn't feel thirsty until you asked. Now I think I might be, Luo Ning admitted. I'll get you a glass of water. Su Yi stood up, skillfully pouring a glass of clear water and bringing it to Luo Ning's lips. Why is your face so flushed? Luo Ning inquired, observing her. Sui patted her own cheek. I just had a glass of wine from Uncle Luo. And this is what happened. You mustn't laugh. I'm not laughing. It's just that you look adorably rosy, Luo Ning remarked, like a ripe apple. Su Yi's face reddened further, not only turning crimson, but also beginning to feel warm. Her hands trembled as she held the cup, causing tea to spill over Luo Ning's chest. Flustered, she quickly set the cup down and began to wipe it away, her soft hands gliding over Luo Ning's skin, bringing him a sense of comfort. Gradually, Su Yi's actions came to a halt, her hand resting on Luo Ning's chest. He could feel her trembling. What's wrong? Luo Ning asked, increasingly puzzled. Are you feeling hot? Su Yi lightly bit her lip, her bright eyes lingering on Luo Ning's broad and sturdy chest. It's not hot, Luo Ning replied. Why do I feel so hot? Su Yi lowered her head, a rosy blush gradually spreading to her neck. Her calves trembled uncontrollably. Perhaps the door is closed, and there's no ventilation. Luo Ning noticed the change in Su Yi's demeanor. A veil of dreamy haze slowly descended over her lowered gaze, just after speaking. A sudden pain surged in his chest. Looking down, he realized it was caused by Su Yi's sharp nails, which were now clutching his muscular chest tightly, while her other hand gripped the bedsheet with fierce intensity. What's wrong with you? Luo Ning was alarmed. I don't know. Su Yi shook her head vigorously, her flowing hair brushing against Luo Ning's cheek. Waves of uncontrollable agitation surged within her, assaulting her innocent heart. Her mind was overwhelmed with bashful thoughts, especially as her small hand clutched at Luo Ning's firm muscles. Intensifying her confusion, Sui knew she should leave this place quickly, Yet she couldn't bear to release her grip, and her trembling legs had lost all strength, rendering her unable to move away from this spot. Her body collapsed softly, her ample bosom pressing against Luo Ning's chest, her warm breath whispering against his ear. Instantly, a beguiling atmosphere enveloped the room that I in that moment. Luo Ning was utterly bewildered. Chapter 68. An unfortunate situation. Luo Ning placed a hand on Su Yi's shoulder, attempting to support her, only to feel her entire body shudder violently. Though she quickly suppressed the tremors, Su Yi's body was taut, her legs tightly pressed together, her teeth clashed rhythmically, producing a sound reminiscent of cracking seeds. Her head buried deeply in Luo Ning's chest, with only her hair quivering. "What's wrong with you?" Luo Ning felt utterly helpless. He couldn't lift Su Yi, who seemed utterly boneless, soft and pliant. "Luo Ning." Su Yi's voice was a soft murmur, imbued with an enchanting allure. Luo Ning felt increasingly uneasy. "I'm so hot," Su Yi said, gently tugging at her clothing, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin to the air. "What is wrong with you?" Luo Ning hurriedly helped her put on her clothes again, only for Su Yi to pull them down once more. This time, it was even more outrageous, as the fabric was yanked down to below her chest. Su Yi's body was scorching hot, akin to a red-hot iron, and the blush that had only graced her face had now spread to every visible inch of her. "What is happening?" Luo Ning was utterly confused. A medley of emotions swirling within him, glee intertwined with a hint of panic. He vaguely sensed something amiss. "Luo Ning." Su Yi slowly lifted her head, her misty, enchanting eyes fixed on his face, her lips a luscious crimson, filled with longing, struggle, and urgency. "Slap me." Su Yi's voice trembled as if struck by her own enchantment. "I can't bear to." Luo Ning quickly shook his head. "Please, just slap me." Su Yi leaned closer, her voice laden with desperation. Seeing the conflicted expression on Su Yi's face, so close yet so full of struggle, Luo Ning fell silent. The unfolding events were beyond his expectations. He understood what her current behavior signified. Luo Ning also realized that Su Yi wished to escape this place, yet she was reluctant to do so. The only way she could think of to quell her desires was to have him slap her, allowing shame to vanquish her current cravings. "What on earth do you want?" Luo Ning pondered briefly, realizing that the drink Su Yi had consumed was likely the source of the problem. Sister Yu had once told him about the plans to consummate their relationship, but that had merely been talked. He never anticipated that, at this critical juncture, someone would actually take action. It made no sense that Su Yi would find her way to his room after drinking. Everything suggested that this had been orchestrated. The scene was undeniably intoxicating, and Luo Ning was deeply entranced, yet his steadfast willpower and self-control were not mere illusions. Slowly, he raised his hand, gazing at Su Yi's alluring face so near to him. He knew that if he truly struck her, their relationship would likely be irreparably altered. Just as Luo Ning gritted his teeth, preparing to act, Su Yi uttered a heated syllable from her lips. Accompanying her voice was a fragrant aroma that wafted into Luo Ning's nostrils. He felt himself teetering on the brink of collapse. This lingering, melodious sound bore immense power, completely shattering Luo Ning's psychological defenses. He lowered his hand, turning his head aside. "I cannot bring myself to do it. Whatever will be, will be. Who fears whom?" Luo Ning's resignation to reality influenced Su Yi as well. She cast aside her modesty and self-respect, wrapping her delicate arms around Luo Ning's neck, her fervent lips crashing against his. Warmth and moisture enveloped him, as if he had plunged into a vat of honey. Su's heavy breaths were irresistibly seductive. Luo Ning could only feel two soft, intoxicating forms pressing against his chest. Su's movements were clumsy and unrefined. The surge of desire left her unable to control herself, only knowing to seek what she desired. However, such pursuits required finesse and experience. After a prolonged engagement, Luo Ning noticed she had made no significant headway, merely brushing her teeth and lips against his. "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts." Luo Ning grimaced. "Don't bite me." "Woo-woo." Su Yi suddenly whimpered, resembling an innocent child gazing at something she adored, but unsure how to attain it. After much effort, Luo Ning managed to disentangle himself from her bites, grasping her waist with both hands, lifting her onto the bed. This made it even easier. Su Yi merely tugged a few times, and her upper garments vanished, leaving only a purple bodice as the last line of defense. Luo Ning lay half atop her, restraining her impatient movements. Sue seemed eager, wrapping her arms around Luo Ning's neck and pulling him down. When Luo Ning's lips met her luscious, blood-red ones, and his tongue ventured within, Sui's urgency gradually subsided. The sweetness was akin to savoring candy, as Luo Ning guided Sui, channeling her pent-up desires. Initially, Sui was somewhat perplexed, only knowing to suckle, but after a few moments, she seized the initiative, demanding from Luo Ning. Her small hands were busy, first stripping away her own remaining garments, then discarding Luo Ning's clothing as well. Luo Ning's hands roamed over her smooth expanse. Climbing to the peaks of her softness, Sue let out a series of satisfied gasps. Yet this was still insufficient. The inner torrent of desire had been fully ignited, and such actions could not resolve everything. Sui's lovely legs grew increasingly restless, shifting about on the bed. However, Luo Ning still maintained some restraint. After all, Shuer was hiding beneath the bed, and the thought of her presence dampened Luo Ning's own desires. Chapter 69. To pursue the collision, the bedclothes lay in disarray. The room permeated with an exceptionally decadent scent. Shuer curled up, hiding beneath the bed, eavesdropping for half the afternoon. Her face was aflame, and she was sweating profusely. She could hardly fathom encountering such a situation. Having never seen a pig run after eating one, she could glean from the sparse dialogue between her master and that woman what was transpiring, especially with the sounds of intense collisions and heavy breathing emanating from the bee. It was utterly shameless, utterly debauched. Shuer hugged her knees, drawing circles on the floor with her small hands, for reasons she couldn't articulate. She felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. Luo Ning was somewhat fatigued. After nearly 2 hours of exertion, he had touched and kissed to his heart's content, yet he could not take that final step. This sensation left him feeling quite anxious. Sue's once fervent desires had also begun to wane significantly. Although she continued to demand, her awareness was much clearer than before. Luo Ning, do you love me? Sue inquired. Reclining beneath him, both were entirely unclothed, their undergarments having been discarded who knows where. I do. Luo Ning responded emphatically, fully aware that a man must not waver at such a moment. Why do you love me? Sue pressed on. Your inner beauty captivates me. Your pure and kind heart touches me far more than your appearance. Luo Ning replied smoothly. Sue beamed with satisfaction, her face alight with joy from his clever flattery. Then I want you to tell me, who is the master craftsman behind the dazzling gemstone jewelry? Luo Ning was momentarily taken aback. Sue caught the fleeting expression on his face, and a hint of sorrow crossed her features. I am already yours. Is there still any secret between us? It's not that. Luo Ning hesitated, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts amidst the myriad of emotions swirling in his mind. Sue smiled slyly. That master is you. I sent it. How did you know? Luo Ning stared at Sue in astonishment, utterly speechless at the girl's exquisite perceptiveness. Honestly, I wasn't sure at first. Sui's delicate hand gently glided across Luo Ning's chest, her entire being clinging to him like a playful kitten. But a master of such immense power, rivaling even the progenitor of the radiant stone, why would he hide behind you and obey your commands? He surely doesn't lack for wealth, nor does he need to produce radiant stone jewelry. With his abilities, he could acquire whatever he desires. Luo Ning nodded in agreement, especially since every time I urge you for goods, you always manage to deliver. You know. There were instances when our Su family's jewelry store had stock, and I merely wanted to test my suspicions that it turns out that no matter how insistently I pressed, you consistently brought forth the radiant stone jewelry on time. Such a master surely would not possess such a temperament. With his resources and pride, he could not possibly endure such urgings. So you thought of me. Otherwise, do you think I was brewing that soup for someone else? Sue shot Luo Ning a flirtatious glance. Little rascal. Luo Ning playfully smacked Sue's pert backside. The young lady squirmed, burying her head beneath Luo Ning's armpit. I was merely speculating before. After a moment, Sue lifted her head again. But today, I am certain. What happened today that made you so sure? Luo Ning couldn't help but wonder. What you said to Master Ma. Sue grinned mischievously. They may not know what you told Master Ma to make him so happy and insist on staying with the Luo family. But I do. Did you ask him? Of course, girls always have certain advantages. Sue leaned closer. extending her soft pink tongue to lightly lick Luo Ning's chest. You told Master Ma that he could meet that esteemed master. You spoke with such conviction. Your relationship with that master seems a bit too intimate. Connecting it to my previous conjectures, who else could that master be but you? Only oneself can truly be one's own master. You are quite astute. But stop enticing me. Be careful, or I might really devour you. Even the most patient of men have their limits, Luo Ning threatened. You wouldn't dare, Su Yi teased, sticking out her tongue and continuing her gentle kisses, until I agree. You won't lay a finger on me. You possess that self-control and willpower, which is precisely what I admire about you. Hearing this from Su Yi, Luo Ning felt a sense of bashfulness, even if he wished to act. He could only allow her to indulge in her whims. I know I've undoubtedly been drugged, but I don't regret what happened today. Su Yi had reached Luo Ning's earlobe. Luo Ning, kiss me again. The effects of the drug seem not yet fully dissipated. And I'm starting to feel warm again. When can we truly? Luo Ning asked, rubbing his hands together, feeling quite embarrassed. Let's wait until we both grow up a bit more. After all, I'm still just a young girl. You're not that young either. Luo Ning seized Su Yi's ample bosom. Just as Luo Ning and Su Yi were lost in their indulgence, a series of footsteps echoed from outside. Luo Ning's movements immediately ceased, his ears perked up in vigilance. He was all too familiar with that sound. What's wrong? Su Yi inquired. Puzzled, did you lock the door? Luo Ning asked anxiously. Su Yi shook her little head like a rattling drum. I simply closed it behind me when I entered. Sister Yu is here. Luo Ning felt a sudden wave of dread wash over him. Huh? Su Yi instantly sobered up, to be honest. She felt a bit intimidated by the Luo family's eldest daughter, who was comparable in beauty to herself. Quick, get dressed. Su Yi panicked, but after their earlier excitement, their clothes were strewn about haphazardly by the time Su Yi found her outfit. The footsteps were already at the door. There's no time. Luo Ning barely had time to slip on his underwear. I'll hide. Su Yi decisively jumped off the bed, clutching her clothes, and without needing Luo Ning's guidance. She spotted the space under the bed and quickly crawled in. Luo Ning could only watch as Su Yi's flawless figure slowly vanished from sight. Too late to stop her. The corners of Luo Ning's mouth began to twitch. Chapter 70. I swear, that is not mine. Su Yi, bare-skinned and clutching her clothes, had completed a series of impressive acrobatic maneuvers in an instant, utterly defying the conventional notion that a magician's frail body would lack coordination. Once concealed, Su Yi patted her ample bosom with her small hand and exhaled softly. Her heart raced fiercely. Even during her intimate encounter with Luo Ning, it hadn't raced this wildly. And her cheeks were flushed. This situation made her feel as if she had been caught in a compromising position. Just as she began to collect herself, her elbow brushed against something soft. As a woman, she was all too familiar with such softness. Su Yi felt a jolt of electricity shoot through her, slowly turning her head, only to find a pair of violet-blue eyes smiling back at her from the darkness. Terrified, Su Yi instinctively opened her mouth to scream, but Shui, quick as a flash, covered her mouth and threatened, "If you dare to scream, I'll scratch your face." This statement carried weight. Su Yi blinked rapidly, pitifully nodding in response. Shui snorted softly, don't make a sound. I won't harm you." Shui was filled with frustration, having spent nearly an entire afternoon hidden under the bed, subjected to unbearable noises and movements. Just moments ago, when Su Yi was about to crawl in, she had a fleeting desire to transform into a cat. Yet, for reasons unknown, she resisted the urge. She felt a sense of stubbornness. Why should she be the one to remain in the darkness beneath the bed? Who are you? With the faint light filtering in from outside, Su Yi finally discerned the outline of another girl beneath the bed, who was nearly completely naked, wrapped only in a thin blanket, strikingly similar to her current state. This revelation eased much of Su Yi's fear. Naked women generally posed little threat. Shui's voice was low. Don't make any noise. Breathe as quietly as you can. That sister of his has a nose sharper than a dog's. If she discovers us, it will be the end for you. The moment Su Yi recalled Luo Yu's icy expression, she nodded vigorously. The door creaked open, revealing Luo Yu's silhouette. Luo Ning, I brought you something to eat. Sister Yu entered, holding a steaming bowl, and gently kicked the door shut behind her. Today was Luo Ning's coming-of-age ceremony, and Sister Yu had been busy all day. After finally wrapping up her chores, she remembered her brother had yet to eat. Having selected a variety of sumptuous and nutritious dishes, she eagerly brought them to Rong Ning. The moment the door opened, Rong Ning leapt onto the bed, the blanket having been claimed by Shui air, leaving the bed bare. In a moment of desperation, Rong Ning snatched a large pillow and placed it strategically to cover himself. Finally concealing his modesty, Sister Yu, Rong Ning greeted her with an expression of extreme awkwardness. The steaming bowl rested in Sister Yu's delicate hands, and she showed no signs of noticing anything amiss. Gracefully sitting beside the bed and gently saying, "Eat something." "Okay," Rong Ning replied, steeling himself. However, Sister Yu had no intention of letting him serve himself. She skewered a piece of tender meat with a fork, blew on it lightly, and then offered it to Rong Ning's lips. "How are you feeling now? Is that weakness any better?" Sister Yu asked, feeding him. "Much better." Rong Ning quietly inched deeper into the bed. The first time using such a powerful martial technique can be overwhelming, as it drains a significant amount of your internal energy, Sister Yu smiled. "But once you recover, you'll discover the benefits. Your energy will surely increase substantially this time." "I can already feel that," Rong Ning realized, noting that his capacity for energy seemed to have grown considerably since yesterday. However, the energy within him was still insufficient, so the sensation wasn't particularly intense. "Sister Yu, I can eat by myself." Rong Ning felt embarrassed at the thought of needing someone to feed him at his age. "It's no trouble at all," Sister Yu replied. Dismissing his suggestion, the two siblings continued to feed each other while chatting, and several times Rong Ning wanted to urge Sister Yu to leave quickly, but the words stuck in his throat. He feared that his attempts to cover up would arouse her suspicion. By the time Rong Ning finished the bowl of delicious food, a quarter of an hour had passed. Sister Yu gently wiped the corners of Rong Ning's mouth with her handkerchief, her usually icy demeanor appearing to soften. As her gaze shifted, Sister Yu curiously asked, "Why are you holding the pillow?" Rong Ning chuckled awkwardly, at a loss for words. Sister Yu's enchanting eyes swept back and forth across the bed, and to her astonishment, she discovered that the clothes which Rong Ning should have been wearing were now in disarray, piled haphazardly on the bed, along with a large pair of shorts. Sister Yu's charming face instantly flushed crimson. "You are completely undressed." Rong Ning scratched his chin and nodded. "It was a bit warm, so I took my clothes off." "You could have at least informed me before stripping off," Sister Yu chided, glaring at Rong Ning. She propped herself against the edge of the bed, preparing to stand, but unexpectedly her little hand slipped, and she stumbled, almost toppling over. Fortunately, Sister Yu's reflexes were exceptionally quick, allowing her to regain her balance. "Why is it wet here?" Rong Ning bent down, curiously staring at a small, oval patch of dampness on the bed, the very spot that had caused her to slip moments ago. Rong Ning watched the dampness with dread, feeling as though his heart had sunk. Rong Ning's expression was filled with confusion as she extended a finger, gently touching the wet spot. "Don't touch it," Rong Ning urgently exclaimed, but it was too late. A woman's curiosity is notoriously strong. Not only did Sister Yu touch it, but she also rubbed it between her fingers and brought it to her nose for a sniff. Rong Ning buried his face in his hands. "It's sticky." Rong Ning furrowed her brows but then relaxed. "Thank goodness. I thought I had accidentally spilled something oily on the bed." As the words left her lips and she caught sight of Rong Ning's current expression and his state of undress, Sister Yu's thoughts took a sudden turn. Her face turned a deep shade of crimson. She was not an ignorant woman, but she had simply not anticipated that direction. "Little rascal," Sister Yu scolded through gritted teeth. "Sister Yu, that isn't mine. I swear, truly," Rong Ning declared solemnly, his face serious, his expression overly pained. Sue, hiding beneath the bed, covered her little face with her hands, wishing she could find a hole to burrow into. Chapter 71. Let the storm come even more fiercely. You should get dressed first. Rong Ning felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. She regretted her earlier foolishness in touching that thing. Rong Ning nodded vigorously, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Sister Yu, holding an empty bowl, stumbled to the door, and just as she opened it, she quickly slammed it shut again. Rong Ning was startled and hurriedly used a pillow to shield his vital areas. "What happened?" he asked, seeing the panic on Sister Yu's face. "Dad and Su Kwang are coming this way." Sister Yu had never felt this nervous before. She felt guilty and afraid, even though she had done nothing and thought nothing. The fact that her brother was naked was undeniable. Rong Ning was momentarily dumbfounded. "They aren't coming to find me, are they?" Su Kuang drank too much and kept saying he wanted to find you for a drink. Dad has been stopping him. Why do they have to come at this moment? What does he want to drink with me for? I'm not familiar with him. Rong Ning was on the verge of despair. Today seemed to be a series of unfortunate events. People who drink too much act on impulse. No, I need to find a place to hide. Don't tell them I was here. You said decisively, already springing into action. Rong Ning looked up and saw Sister Yu grasping a beam in the room. Resembling a cat in agility, but in the blink of an eye, she fell back down, saying, "No good, my hands are too slippery, and there are no hidden spots above." Rong Ning inhaled deeply, hesitating to make any suggestions. Sister Yu turned around and quickly found a perfect hiding spot. "I'm hiding under the bed. Remember my words. If Dad asks about me, just say you haven't seen me." After instructing him, Sister Yu swiftly darted beneath the bed. Her movements were fluid, her speed remarkable, far surpassing Schwerer and Su Yi. She didn't even touch the bed frame and had already vanished from sight. Truly a master, Rong Ning was now completely numb. He felt like a dead pig unafraid of boiling water. It wouldn't matter if more people arrived. Only, the space beneath the bed felt rather vast today. "Who is it?" Sister Yu's cold snort suddenly echoed from under the bed, followed by a cacophony of thuds, mixed with muffled grunts from Schwerer and Su Yi, sending the bed shaking. Moments later, the world fell silent. "Everyone, please be a bit more gentle and peaceful," Rong Ning said stubbornly. "Don't move around. And don't make noise, otherwise, I will scratch your faces." Sister Yu threatened coldly. Sue and Schwerer nodded repeatedly. Seizing the opportunity, Rong Ning hurriedly slipped on the large pair of shorts, now feeling secure. He thought he could never part with these shorts again, even deciding to wear them while bathing. Just then, a loud shout from Luo Yingxiong echoed from outside. "Rong Ning, I came with your Uncle Su to see you." Luo Yingxiong felt a bit anxious. He had just given Su Yi a little something to send her to Rong Ning's room. But not long after the banquet started, Su Kuang insisted on finding Rong Ning for a drink. This couldn't be allowed. Luo Yingxiong had tried every means to delay Su Kuang's actions under the pretense of drinking games. But Su Kuang's thoughts matched his rough exterior. He was single-minded, compelled to act on whatever crossed his mind. After the two had drunk to the point of dizziness, Su Kuang still wanted to find Rong Ning. Luo Yingxiong figured enough time had passed, so he didn't obstruct them, merely calling out as they approached Rong Ning's room to give him a heads up. When Luo Yingxiong saw his son bare-chested upon opening the door, he finally relaxed. This appearance indicated that everything was under his control. "Uncle Su," Rong Ning greeted with a smile. "Good lad," Su Kuang exclaimed, lifting 2 jars of wine with his right hand and patting Rong Ning on the shoulder with his left. "Didn't he expect you to be so muscular?" Su Kuang's face was flushed, and his eyes were somewhat dazed, the smell of alcohol pervasive in his speech. Come. Today, you are the main character. How could drinking be complete without you? Your father wouldn't let me come find you. He must think little of me." "That is not true. Not true." Luo Yingxiong quickly waved his hands, casting a significant glance at Rong Ning. Rong Ning rolled his eyes. The events of the day could be said to have been instigated entirely by his father. If it weren't for him giving Su Yi something, they wouldn't have ended up in this predicament. Allowing the 2 elders into the room, Su Kuang unceremoniously sat at the edge of the table. Placing the 2 jars down with a thud, Luo Yingxiong's eyes darted around, and when he spotted his son's clothes strewn chaotically across the bed, he couldn't help but smile knowingly. "Say nothing, just take a drink." Su Kuang pushed one of the jars toward Rong Ning. Rong Ning sighed, grabbing the jar and gulping down a large mouthful, while Luo Yingxiong anxiously shouted from the side, "Drink a little less. You're quite weak right now. Too much isn't good for you." This statement held 2 layers of meaning, known only to the father and son. However, Su Kuang bellowed, "Isn't it just a fight? Drinking a bit is no big deal. Rong Ning isn't a girl. Being rough and tough is what makes a true man." As he spoke, tears suddenly welled up at the corners of Su Kuang's eyes. "You little rascal, you're quite a good person, but you took my E away, which I find hard to accept. E is only 16. I'm not ready yet." Rong Ning cleared his throat and handed the jar back to Su Kuang. This wild man drank without hesitation, the liquid cascading down his chest. When he drank to the point of heartache, Su Kuang's voice grew louder as he wiped his old face, stating, "I don't oppose your relationship with E. But that doesn't mean I agree." Rong Ning straightened, understanding that Su Kuang's visit was not merely for drinking. I'll give you 2 years. You're currently an intermediate warrior. Within 2 years, if you can advance to a martial lord, I will personally deliver ye to your doorstep. Su Kuang, that's a bit unreasonable. I assent it. Luo Yingxiong immediately objected. Beyond warrior, there are martial masters and martial experts. And then martial lords. Crossing such a vast gap in 2 years seems almost impossible. What's the matter? Su Kuang rolled his eyes and slammed his hand on the table. My Yi is a genius. She is already a high-level mage. Only a genius deserves her. If you can't do it, then don't come to steal my Yi. The moment those words left his mouth, Luo Yingxiong fell silent, pursing his lips. Indeed, a 16-year-old high-level mage is exceedingly rare, to put it bluntly. Even a mere martial lord could barely match her. Chapter 72. The Darkness Before Dawn. Advanced to martial lord within 2 years? I agree. Luo Ning straightened his back, slapping his chest with a resounding thud. Su Kuang's bleary eyes lit up instantly as he grasped Luo Ning's hand, laughing. You said it yourself. If you can't do it, don't blame me for breaking you and Yi apart. Luo Yingxiong opened his mouth, glancing between Su Kuang and Luo Ning, but could not utter a single word. Let me first see if I can truly advance to martial lord in such a short time. If not, then Yi will be taken away. Luo Ning thought to himself. Agreeing hastily to such a seemingly unreasonable demand was not just to instill confidence in Yi and Su Kuang. Luo Ning had his own plans. His current strength was still too weak. Even releasing a slightly powerful martial technique left him exhausted for half a day. It was time to find some motivation to spur himself to strive harder. With the assistance of alcohol, Su Kuang rambled on in Luo Ning's room for quite some time, adopting the tone of a senior attempting to impart wisdom to Luo Ning. Most of his discourse revolved around Su Yi. Luo Ning, growing increasingly impatient, shot his father meaningful glances. Luo Yingxiong, understanding the hint, seized Su Kuang's collar and dragged him away just as he was getting animated. Luo Ning hurriedly locked the door behind them and then ambled over to the table. Exhausted, before taking a seat while his gaze fixated intently on the space beneath his bed, more troublesome matters loomed ahead. The room was enveloped in a profound silence until, after a while, a rustling sound emerged from beneath the bed. And the figure of Yu Jie gradually materialized. A cold smirk adorned Yu Jie's face as she grasped what appeared to be a toy in each hand, with one hand clutching a girl by the neck. Schwerer stealthily cast a glance at Luo Ning. Then, her face flushed with embarrassment, began to nibble on her fingernails. However, Su Yi suddenly broke free from Yu Jie's grasp and dashed to Luo Ning's side, disregarding any sense of modesty as she pounded her fists against Luo Ning's chest, exclaiming, "You fool! Why did you agree to such an impudent request?" Luo Ning grasped her small hands, looking down at her. "He is your father. I must comply with any request he makes." Tears glistened in the corners of Yi's eyes. "What if you cannot fulfill it? Are we really to be separated?" That won't happen." Luo Ning smiled. "I knew you weren't the type to be irresponsible." Su Yi's tears transformed into laughter. "Are you certain you can manage it? Are you not aware that there exists something in this world called elopement?" Luo Ning chuckled mischievously. "You are quite the scoundrel." Su Yi playfully pummeled Luo Ning's chest. Cough. Cough. Yu Jie cleared her throat twice from the side, effectively halting their affectionate antics. Sue, her face flushed with embarrassment, hurriedly leaped onto the bed to put on her clothes to in Luo Ning's room. Yu Jie sat upright on the bed, facing Luo Ning, Schwerer, and Su Yi, who were lined up in a row from left to right. Yu Jie's piercing gaze swept across the faces of the 3 children, who all hung their heads low, with Yi and Schwerer biting their lips in shame. Even Luo Ning, typically thick-skinned, felt a bit uncomfortable, especially under Yu Jie's scrutinizing gaze, which made him feel particularly apologetic. The oppressive silence enveloped the room, the air thick with an enduring scent of licentiousness. Yu Jie. Luo Ning was the first to break the silence. "Despicable, utterly despicable." Yu Jie erupted suddenly, her small hands striking the bed. Producing a sharp sound, the 3 children instinctively shrank back. "Especially you two." Yu Jie fixed her gaze on Luo Ning and Su Yi. "How old are you to engage in such behavior?" The mere thought caused Yu Jie to blush. This incident is not her fault. Luo Ning straightened his back and declared, "Is it not your fault?" Yu Jie shot him a glare. "Nor is it his fault." Su Yi interlaced her fingers shyly and murmured, "It was." Uncle Luo who drugged me, huh? Yu Jia was momentarily stunned. My father gave her a drink, slipped something into it, and sent her here to see me. Luo Ning explained why Yu Jia felt as if her heart were about to shatter. As an elder, how could he engage in such immoral actions? However, considering his father's temperament, it was indeed a possibility. Moreover, what we did is not as you imagine, Luo Ning added, his voice lacking conviction. Not like that, Yu Jia inquired, her face reddening, her previous fury evaporating. Not at all. Both Luo Ning and Su Yi shook their heads in unison. You are still young, merely 16. Yu Jia said earnestly. Such matters can lead to infatuation and even obsession, which is detrimental to your health. Yu Jia, you must trust my self-control, Luo Ning proclaimed proudly. Enough, enough, I shall not pry into your affairs for now. Yu Jia then turned her attention to the ever-quiet Shuer. Who can tell me what is going on? Why is she hiding here? I want to know too. Su Yi chimed in, her inquisitive gaze darting between Shuer and Luo Ning. She was already here when I hid under the bed. In an instant, Su Yi found herself aligned with Yu Jia. Under the intense glare of the two girls, Shuer felt overwhelmed and quickly hid behind Luo Ning, clutching his shirt's hem, timidly peeking out. Luo Ning, can you provide me with a reasonable explanation? At that time, she was also unclothed. Su Yi huffed indignantly. The air thickened with tension. There is a misunderstanding. Things are not as you think, Luo Ning stammered. Brother, I never realized you were such a rake, Yu Jia remarked coldly. I demand an explanation. Su Yi's chest rose and fell with agitation. Call me again, and I'll scratch your face. Shuer shot back from behind Luo Ning, her head peeking out defiantly at Su Yi, and nearly burst into tears, stomping her foot. Luo Ning, she is bullying me. And what of it? Shuer puffed out her cheeks, sticking her tongue out at Su Yi. You little brat, how brazen. Yu Jia slapped her palm down, reaching for Shuer from Luo Ning's side. Shuer displayed remarkable agility, ducking her head just in time to evade Yu Jia's grab. Unrelenting, Yu Jia swiftly turned her hand, grazing Shuer's hair, her palm poised to strike Shuer's shoulder. Chapter 73. The showdown. Truly, as a member of the Cat's Eye clan, Shuer evaded Yu Jia's attack with a remarkably contorted movement. In an instant, the room was a flurry of motion, both Yu Jia and Shuer demonstrating astonishing speed, engaging in a dance of dodges and counterattacks without ever making contact. They had sparred before. Both well acquainted with each other's habits, relying solely on their speed in this exchange, Su Yi stomped her foot, waving her hand, manifesting an ice arrow that formed in her palm. Yu Jia, step aside. I intend to pierce her face. Su Yi wore an expression of vengeful delight. Cease this at once. Luo Ning's booming voice echoed. Shaking the very dust from the rafters, the three girls froze mid-action, turning to regard him. Luo Ning's face was a mask of fury as he growled, What on earth are you doing? Can we not sit down and discuss this calmly? Is it truly necessary to resort to violence? You are all my dear family. Injuring one another pains me deeply. The last statement stirred a sweet sensation in everyone's hearts. Shuer, return to me, Luo Ning commanded. Okay, Shuer complied obediently, returning to stand beside Luo Ning. And you? Luo Ning turned a stern gaze upon Su Yi. Your magic is meant to confront foes, not to target allies. Su Yi turned her head away, grumbling inwardly. This is the enemy. My rival. Yu Jia, let us sit down and converse. I promise to share everything you wish to know, Luo Ning finally conceded, showing Yu Jia a modicum of respect. Very well, Yu Jia nodded in agreement. After all the commotion, both Yu Jia and Su Yi grew increasingly curious about Shuer's identity. Why Yu Jia knew Shuer's background, but was perplexed as to how this girl had entangled herself with her brother. The four gathered around the table in Luo Ning's room, each occupying a corner, all eyes fixed on Luo Ning, awaiting his words. Shuer, these two are well known to you. I believe no introduction is necessary. Luo Ning cleared his throat, however. You two must be quite curious about Shuer's identity. I know she is a girl from the Cat's Eye clan. Yu Jia crossed her arms, stating, What I do not understand is why she was hiding under your bed. And you seem quite familiar with each other. What is the Cat's Eye clan? Su Yi blinked, puzzled. It is a rare race. Observe her eyes, Yu Jia elucidated. This is a unique trait of the Cat's Eye clan. They are quite scarce, typically residing deep in the mountains and forest. It is normal that you have never encountered one. Such an enchanting gaze, Su Yi remarked after a moment of contemplation, feeling a tinge of jealousy at the captivating allure of Shuer's eyes. Yujie, before we proceed, I must share a secret with you. Luo Ning took a deep breath, realizing he could no longer keep the secret hidden. Among those present were his closest confidants, and only by revealing this secret could he explain Shuer's presence. Do you have many secrets? Yujie shot him a knowing glance, aware that her brother often engaged in activities he preferred to keep concealed. Shuer, please fetch some stones. Luo Ning instructed to Shuer complied eagerly, retrieving several origin stones and placing them before Luo Ning. Are these origin stones? What do you intend to do? Yujie questioned. Bewildered, Sui straightened her posture, knowing what Luo Ning was about to do. Though she had never witnessed it before, Luo Ning smiled, not responding to Yujie's inquiry, and picked up one of the origin stones, channeling his energy to initiate the unsealing process. The original luminous stone in the possession of Rong Ning could hardly sustain its presence for much longer. Under the astonished gaze of Rangi, the stone, seemingly covered in dust, gradually transformed into a resplendent gem, shining with brilliance. The elemental energy, sealed within, began to exhibit fluctuations to Rangi's eyes widened in disbelief. Moments later, when Rong Ning set the luminous stone down, Rangi could scarcely believe her eyes. It truly has been unsealed, she murmured. Conversely, Sui, having mentally prepared herself, managed to suppress her astonishment upon witnessing the spectacle. Brother, are you a jeweler? Rangi inquired, her voice trembling slightly. I am a warrior, Rong Ning replied. However, I possess the ability to unseal the original luminous stone. That is impossible. Despite having extensive experience and knowledge, when faced with the undeniable reality, Rangi found herself in a state of confusion. How could a warrior unseal a luminous stone? Yet jewelers cannot strengthen themselves through cultivation. I can, Rong Ning asserted. Raising the stone, I can absorb the sealing energy from the stone and convert it into my own fighting spirit. My heavens, Rangi was utterly stunned. Brother, you have kept this from me for so long. I did not intend to deceive you. The truth is simply too extraordinary, Rong Ning confessed, feeling a twinge of shame. Numerous times, I contemplated revealing this to you and father, but I never knew how to articulate it. I understand, Rangi nodded. You are not to blame. No one has ever undergone such an experience. Rong Ning's abilities extend far beyond this, Sui chimed in, eager to showcase his talents. What other abilities? Rangi quickly inquired. The crafting of luminous stone jewelry, Shuer eagerly revealed. I have witnessed it many times. Sui shot her a resentful glare, and both girls simultaneously huffed in annoyance. Turning their heads away, Rong Ning once again held the unsealed luminous stone, channeling his fighting spirit to envelop it. Minutes later, the once incredibly hard stone became as pliable as rubber in his hands. Having witnessed this transformation, Rangi was rendered completely numb. The soft luminous stone continuously morphed in shape, ultimately crystallizing into an exquisite ring, when the patterns of a scepter and a serpent appeared upon the ring. Rangi stared at Rong Ning in disbelief. The mysterious jewelry master circulating outside is actually you? The act of crafting luminous stone jewelry was a first for Sui as well, watching the clueless Rong Ning. Her fondness for him grew. Oh, the time taken to create a piece of luminous stone jewelry has significantly decreased, Rong Ning remarked with a hint of joy. Brother, you have everyone in Nosai City in the palm of your hand. I doubt anyone could have imagined that the esteemed master revered by many is none other than the young master Rong Ning of the Luo family, Rangi exclaimed, her expression brimming with excitement and pride, for Rong Ning was her brother, her kin. Chapter 74. Explanation. You did well to conceal your identity. It was a necessary choice, Rangi stated after a moment of contemplation. Now, people throughout Nosai City and beyond are eager to discover who that master truly is. This master has stirred the interest of many powerful factions. I was merely concerned about unnecessary troubles, which is why I refrained from revealing my identity, Rong Ning explained. Father likely remains unaware of this, does he not? I haven't dared to tell him, Rong Ning admitted, awkwardly scratching his head. All right, I will find an opportunity to clarify your secrets to father, Rangi said, affectionately ruffling Rong Ning's hair. Do not feel guilty. He is your father, and he will understand everything you have done, and he will take pride in your current abilities. Just as Rangi felt now. Despite Rong Ning having kept secrets from her, when she learned the truth, there was no trace of displeasure. This is the essence of family. While the siblings conversed, Schwer and Yi exchanged glances, their eyes locked in a silent battle. Sitting opposite each other at the table, they were perfectly positioned for a battle of gazes. Originally innocent, Schwer was listening attentively to the exchange between Rong Ning and Rangi. However, when she noticed Su Yi fixated on the newly crafted ring in Rong Ning's hand, she became alert if memory served. This was the first luminous stone jewelry crafted live by Rong Ning. Su Yi lifted her eyelids, understanding the unspoken message in Schwer's gaze. After a brief moment of silence, the two girls simultaneously extended their hands with remarkable speed, reaching for the ring in Rong Ning's grasp. Slap! Two sharp sounds echoed as Rangi swiftly swept her fingers across the backs of the girls' hands. Startled, Schwer and Yi promptly withdrew their hands as if shocked by electricity. "Mine," Rangi declared, unhesitatingly seizing the ring from Rong Ning's hand and adorning her finger with it. Schwer and Yi were left feeling aggrieved. Yet they dared not resist. "It's all right. I still have several pieces of jewelry that Rong Ning gifted me," Yi said proudly. Schwer pouted, tugging at Rong Ning's clothing, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "I'll make you something tonight." Rong Ning, unable to withstand the pleading gaze from Schwer, felt his heart soften in an instant. Schwer's face brightened with joy. "No more interruptions," Rangi asserted, tapping the table. "I still wish to hear about this cat-eyed girl." Rangi possessed an innate authority as soon as she spoke. Even Rong Ning complied, let alone Schwer and Yi. Rangi sensed that this young girl shared an extraordinary bond with her brother, one that transcended the ordinary. "My name is Schwer," she quickly introduced herself to Rangi. "I know you are Schwer," Rangi replied with a cold glance. "Your skills are commendable, though your methods are a tad unscrupulous." Schwer immediately lowered her head, intertwining her fingers nervously. "Not only can I craft luminous stone jewelry, but I can also inscribe magical arrays upon the stones," Rong Ning stated. Moving to the bedside to search for the belt he had worn during the ritual. After a prolonged search, he finally retrieved the belt with 2 luminous stones embedded within it. The magical arrays on the stones were still active, emitting faint waves of energy. These waves could only be detected upon close inspection. Rangi held one of the stones, still in a daze, while Su Yi quickly deduced the wind system's shadow of swiftness and the earth system's power augmentation. "Indeed," Rong Ning nodded. "The one I hold must be the shadow of swiftness." "Correct." Rangi could distinctly feel a light, ethereal energy enveloping her, making her movements feel significantly more agile. "No wonder your speed increased so much during the duel with Luo Fu. How is this achieved?" Su Yi, being a mage, was particularly intrigued by such matters. "Do not ask me. I am just as bewildered by this process that I do not grasp the principles. I only know that inscribing the magical array onto the luminous stone activates it," Rong Ning admitted with a hint of embarrassment. "You have struck gold. If you were to sell such a thing, you would undoubtedly become the wealthiest person on the continent." Su Yi, having profited tremendously from the sale of luminous stone jewelry, was now envisioning the potential profits from this new discovery. "This cannot be sold," Rong Ning shook his head. "Once the magical array is fully inscribed, it will begin to operate, and once the energy within the stone is completely expended, it becomes worthless." "So it can only be used by you?" Su Yi inquired. "Yes, and I also do not intend to sell them. Crafting a single luminous stone piece has already exhausted me." "What does this have to do with Schwer?" Having encountered enough bizarre events for one day, Rangi was striving to maintain her composure. "Schwer," Rong Ning snapped his fingers. Obediently, Schwer extended her small hand, brushing her bangs aside. Instantly, a small, intricate, arcane symbol appeared on her forehead, visible to Rangi and Su Yi. Both women stood up, leaning closer to scrutinize the symbol. "What is this?" Rangi asked Su Yi, furrowing her brows. Su Yi examined it for some time, growing increasingly puzzled yet familiar with it. Suddenly, her complexion drained of color as she exclaimed, "The psychic link magic array?" "Correct. But alas, there is no prize. It is indeed the psychic link magic array," Rong Ning confirmed with a nod. This revelation left even Rangi astonished. The legendary psychic link magic, though long lost, was widely acknowledged for its formidable power. It is a magic that could elevate a mere mortal to a revered status in an instant, provided one could tame sufficiently powerful magical beasts. This magic had been lost for centuries, and countless people mourned its disappearance while many sought its truth in hopes of reviving its glory. Yet now, this magic array was vividly present before Su Yi and Rangi. "Wait, The signing of the psychic link magic requires a human and a magical beast. How could the two of you have completed this magic? Sui immediately grasped the critical point. Because, at the time of signing this magic, Schwer was merely a cat. Rong Ning scratched his chin and explained. Rangi narrowed her beautiful eyes, staring intently at Schwer. Have you successfully cultivated the secret technique of the Cat-Eyed Clan? Chapter 75. The Secret of the Cat-Eyed Clan. What is this secret technique? Schwer inquired. Her brow furrowed in confusion. The ability to transform into a cat. Yu Jie replied solemnly. The stern and austere expression on Yu Jie's face instilled a sense of unease in Rong Ning. Although he could not quite pinpoint the source of his discomfort. I can transform. Once I cultivate my combat skills to a certain level, I can become a cat. Schwer explained innocently, while Yu Jie scoffed. Turning her gaze to Rong Ning. First, tell me about your relationship with Schwer. Rong Ning nodded and briefly recounted how he had inadvertently acquired a radiant stone of light, stumbled upon a mind-linking magical array, and how Schwer had transformed into a cat to approach him. He also mentioned the fateful night when their blood accidentally mingled with the radiant stone, triggering the magical array and sealing their contract. Given the context of his previous actions, Rong Ning's explanation seemed reasonable. However, the multitude of unexpected twists and delightful surprises made it hard for anyone to fully believe the truth of it all. Wait a moment, Sui interjected. Somewhat bewildered. Is Schwer the black-tailed white cat I saw earlier? Indeed. Rong Ning confirmed with a nod. Sui's expression turned fierce as she glared at Schwer. Why didn't you let me hold you back then? You wanted to scratch me. Schwer haughtily snorted. Why did she come to you? Sui directed her question back at Rong Ning, puzzled by the appeal of a man who appeared rather unremarkable. For my sake, Yu Jie interjected. This reminds me. Rong Ning rubbed his forehead. Yu Jie, while it's acceptable that you were a guest in their territory, they did not treat you poorly. Why did you leave with their belongings? That was something crucial to Schwer's clan. I am aware that it is of utmost importance to their clan. Yu Jie shot Rong Ning an irate glance. Sister Yu, please return it to me, Schwer pleaded, her voice sweet. I promise I won't fight with you again. Yu Jie sighed deeply. You have sought me out countless times. I naturally know what you desire. It is not that I wish to deny you, but rather that I cannot. Why not? Isn't it an item belonging to the Cat-Eyed Clan? Not only was Schwer perplexed, but even Rong Ning and Sui found Yu Jie's current demeanor rather unsympathetic. Having taken something from them, she spoke with such audacity, which was quite unlike her. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the three, Yu Jie's irritation flared. Do you think I desire it for myself? That trinket is of no use to me whatsoever. Then return it. Rong Ning urged. I lost it, Yu Jie said, her expression betraying an unnatural awkwardness as she scratched her cheek. What? Schwer panicked. Where did you lose it? In the Biluo River. Schwer stood frozen, her expression blank and bewildered. What place is that? Rong Ning and Sui inquired, confused. It's not far from where our clan resides, but the river is deep and long, and it is home to some ferocious river beasts, Schwer explained. Moreover, there are also creatures known as shrimp people living there, Yu Jie added ominously. Rong Ning was unfamiliar with what shrimp people were, but he assumed they resembled humanoid shrimp, much like the Cat-Eyed Clan's description. Is it possible to retrieve it? Rong Ning asked. Do not attempt to find it. That object is nothing short of a nightmare for the Cat-Eyed Clan. Yu Jie waved her hand dismissively. But everyone has told you that it is a sacred object of your clan, right? The ones who informed you are your elders, correct? Yu Jie sneered coldly. Schwer nodded. Now I will tell you that it is not a sacred object, but rather something imbued with malevolent power, Yu Jie stated, locking her gaze onto Schwer. Have you not noticed the multitude of cats within your clan? Have you ever pondered where they came from? From cat fathers and cat mothers. Schwer's cheeks flushed. Have you seen it with your own eyes? Yu Jie pressed, her tone turning accusatory. No. Schwer shook her head. Have you considered why many young siblings in your clan often go missing? Do not tell me it is because they were seized by wicked adventurers. Schwer fell silent, wishing to respond as such. I do not deny that the women of the Cat-Eyed Clan possess perfect youthful beauty and voluptuous figures, indeed making them the prime targets for those adventurers. But what of your men? Compared to your women's beauty, the men of the Cat-Eyed Clan are, frankly, a mockery of creation. Adventurers have no reason to capture your men. Are their men truly that unattractive? Luo Ning blinked in surprise. One glance, and I'd lose my appetite for 3 days, Yujie scoffed. Is it truly that terrifying? Luo Ning gasped. Those men may have been taken by magical beasts. We dwell in remote, secluded mountains and forests. Shui's voice was barely audible. It seemed even she could not convince herself of her own words that why Yujie's questions had unearthed doubts that Shui had long kept hidden. Now I shall reveal the truth to you. Yujie's expression turned grave once more. The young men and women of your clan who have continuously vanished, aside from being captured by adventurers or devoured by magical beasts, many have transformed into cats, just like those you see within your clan. Shui's face drained of color, her body trembling. But the cat-eyed clan's transformation into cats can be reversed, can it not? Luo Ning was puzzled by Shui's fear. Shui can. But they cannot, Yujie clarified. They will remain cats for eternity, deprived of their humanity. That cannot be true. You are deceiving me, Shui protested, clenching her fists. I am not lying, Yujie retorted with a sneer. Did your elders not tell you that if you cultivate your combat skills to a certain level, you can transform into a cat? Shui nodded. That is a falsehood, Yujie asserted with finality. During my stay within your clan, I inadvertently overheard a conversation that contained the truth. The ability to transform into a cat is not a result of your combat skills, but rather a secret technique exclusive to your clan. So it is indeed a secret technique. Luo Ning recalled Yujie's earlier words. Yes, that is their secret technique. In theory, every member of the cat-eyed clan can cultivate this technique, but the success rate is dismally low that if successful, one can transform into a cat and back into a human. But if one fails, they will remain a cat forever. What is the success rate? Luo Ning furrowed his brow, suddenly feeling that the elders of the cat-eyed clan were quite unreasonable. Less than 1%, among 100 members of the cat-eyed clan. It is unlikely that even one will succeed, Yujie raised a finger. If this continues, will the cat-eyed clan not face extinction? Luo Ning was astounded. They have their own means of procreation. Their elders select suitable young individuals to cultivate this secret technique. While those deemed unsuitable are left to reproduce, Shui is fortunate. She succeeded and avoided the fate of becoming a cat, but many others have failed. Why do they persist in this practice? In a word, survival. Yujie sighed. You cannot fathom the life of the cat-eyed clan. It is both simple and arduous. Danger lurks everywhere in their environment, and for survival, they must continue this practice, allowing young members to cultivate the secret technique. Once the technique is successfully mastered, that member's power will significantly increase, thereby providing some measure of protection. What is Shui's current strength? Luo Ning inquired curiously, having asked Shui the same question days prior, only to find that she herself was uncertain. By the classification of warriors, she should now be a high-level martial artist. What? Luo Ning exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment if Shui was a high-level martial artist. What strength did Yujie possess to have seriously injured her? A martial king? A martial emperor? Luo Ning suddenly realized that he had previously underestimated Yujie. During my month-long stay among you, I witnessed many members of the cat-eyed clan who had transformed into cats. Their eyes were filled with a sense of regret. Though they had become cats, they retained their human consciousness. They possess thoughts and do not wish to live that way for eternity. So you stole the cat statue and tossed it into the Biluo River? Luo Ning asked. Yujie nodded. Every individual has the right to choose their own way of life. They should not have their destinies decided for them without their knowledge. I discarded that object to see how those foolish elders of the cat-eyed clan would deceive the young members. Shui trembled, as Yujie's revelation struck a chord within her, leading her to start believing these claims. Do you still wish to ask me for that item? Rain's sister gazed at Snow and inquired. You have lost everything. What more do I need? Snow let out a desolate laugh. Luo Ning could not help but exhale in relief. But I must search for it. It is my duty, Snow asserted, raising her head with determination, tears tracing her cheeks. If things are truly as you say, I will destroy it with my own hands. That my siblings should not live their lives as mere cats. They deserve to pursue their own desires. A profound silence enveloped the group. Even Yi, who had previously held reservations against Snow, shifted her chair closer to her, wrapping an arm around her shoulder in comfort. Do not cry. Snow's sobs grew louder as she buried her face in Yi's shoulder, her tears soaking Yi's clothing. Foolish child, Rain's sister remarked, shaking her head. Luo Ning pressed his lips together, at a loss for words. Reflecting on the situation, a shiver of fear ran down his spine at the thought that had Snow failed in her cultivation of that secret technique, she might have been condemned to a lifetime as just a cat. The elders of the Cat-Eye clan were indeed a bit too harmful. After what felt like an eternity, Snow finally ceased her weeping, and twilight approached. Luo Ning had been exhausted from the day's tribulations. As they bid farewell, Su Yi pulled Luo Ning aside, looking at him with a pitiful expression. Will you be sleeping with Snow tonight? She was well aware of the mental bond Luo Ning had forged with Snow, rendering separation impossible. We are far apart. There is no contact whatsoever, Luo Ning replied sternly. I am the one who is aggrieved. Yi pouted her lips. I am the one who is aggrieved. Snow dried her tears. Once again bickering with Yi. You both possess jewelry made by Luo Ning, and that garment binding your chest. Yet I have nothing. But you can be with him at all times. I cannot. No, I cannot rest easy knowing you will sleep together tonight. Yi insisted stubbornly. There is nothing to worry about, Rain's sister interjected. Snow will sleep with me tonight. Please no. Luo Ning felt utterly forlorn. It is settled then. I have no expectations for your self-control. Gentlemen, Rain's sister declared, pulling the reluctant Snow away. Snow looked back repeatedly, yet dared not oppose Rain's sister. Master, sleep well alone tonight. Luo Ning's heart shattered. Once Rain's sister and Snow vanished from sight, Su Yi enveloped Luo Ning's neck in an embrace, planting a smooch on his cheek, leaving him drenched in saliva. I am leaving too. See you tomorrow. Damn. The once lively room was now left desolate, and this stark contrast left Luo Ning in a state of melancholy. That entire night, Luo Ning struggled to find rest. Alone, he had never minded sleeping, yet since Snow's arrival, he had grown accustomed to the fragrant aura that enveloped him. Now, without it, he felt disoriented as he drifted in and out of a stupor. A sprightly figure leapt onto the bed, and Luo Ning opened his eyes to find Snow peering at him mischievously. What are you doing here? Luo Ning exclaimed in excitement, pulling Snow onto the bed. I snuck away. Snow curled up in his embrace, her demeanor betraying a hint of exhilaration akin to that of a thief. If Rain's sister finds out, you will surely face her wrath, Luo Ning teased, pinching her nose. She is asleep, Snow replied, wrinkling her nose and snuggling closer. Just as they were enjoying their conversation, the door burst open with a resounding bang, and Rain's sister, clad in her night attire and wielding her sword, stormed in with an air of menace. The chilling blade emitted an eerie glow even in the dim light. Sister Rain, I was wrong, Snow hastily exclaimed. Humph. Without a moment's hesitation, Rain's sister seized Snow and whisked her out the door, leaving behind only traces of lingering fragrance. Chapter 77. Master Ma is fading fast, having cultivated good habits over time. Luo Ning rose before dawn, donned his attire, and made his way to the training grounds. Today, he sensed an invigorating force pulsating within him, a phenomenon he could only describe as power. The energy he had exhausted the previous day had fully returned, and not only that, but it seemed to have multiplied. The quality and quantity of his energy appeared to have undergone a remarkable transformation. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he began to circulate the energy within him, and a faint layer of energy enveloped his body, akin to a translucent eggshell shielding him. This was a phenomenon he had never experienced before, and it dawned on him that he had unintentionally ascended once more to a high-ranked warrior. Luo Ning was not surprised. He had sensed something amiss yesterday, though he had been uncertain. Now, witnessing it firsthand, he realized his intuition had not betrayed him. After consuming a chi pill, his strength had surged immensely, propelling him to the pinnacle of a mid-ranked warrior when he had clashed with Luo Fu. The explosive release of energy had likely triggered his ascent. After pondering for a moment, Luo Ning inhaled deeply, stamped his foot, and shouted at In the next instant. A colossal lotus flower erupted from the ground, centering around Luo Ning. This magnificent lotus was entirely composed of energy, its petals gleaming with a chilling radiance. Compared to yesterday, this lotus was undoubtedly denser. Releasing this martial technique required a substantial amount of energy, and Luo Ning felt a significant drain, yet it was not as excessive as the previous day. He still retained some vigor, but that was not the end. The lotus stood still for a moment before suddenly fracturing into countless shards, each petal resembling a razor-sharp blade as they scattered in all directions. Swish, swish, swish. A flurry of whistling sounds followed as the petals sliced through the air, leaving a trail of vacuum in their wake, gouging marks into the ground. Luo Ning observed with satisfaction. This technique was designed for widespread, indiscriminate destruction, boasting tremendous power, yet he realized he still lacked sufficient energy to fully harness its potential. Confidently, he believed that with enough energy, he could amplify the lotus several times over. That a series of clinking sounds reached his ears, and turning to the side, he saw Rain's sister, sword in hand, deflecting some of the petals. While Snow stood quietly beside her, beaming with delight as she watched him. Every martial technique has its own name. You ought to give yours one. Rain's sister approached him slowly. Isn't this merely a borrowed technique of yours? Luo Ning wiped the sweat from his brow. No. This is a technique of your own creation. It is distinct from mine. You have both the right and responsibility to name it, Rain's sister insisted. Let us call it Wrathful Lotus, he declared, envisioning it as an ultimate counterattack. Rain's sister nodded in approval. Frankly, she held a deep admiration for her younger brother. His relentless training could previously be attributed to preparing for a duel with Luo Fu. Yet now that the battle had been fought and victory claimed, he still rose early to train. Sister Rain, teach me more techniques. I have ascended again. Luo Ning eagerly displayed his energy, enveloping his body. Initially, Luo Ning expected Rain's sister to readily comply, given their sibling bond. Yet surprisingly, she furrowed her brow in contemplation for a long while before replying. Let me think. Before Luo Ning could utter a word, Rain's sister added, Last night, I informed our father about your situation. He is quite angry. The consequences are serious. He feels we have grown up and concealed matters from him, unlike when we were obedient children. And he feels hurt. What should we do? Luo Ning felt a pang of guilt for his actions. Do not worry. He is merely throwing a small tantrum. I will prepare some food for him. And you can take it over. Everything will be fine. Rain's sister chuckled softly. Without delay, as Rain's sister busied herself in the kitchen, Luo Ning could only watch helplessly, squatting on the ground to count ants. Meanwhile, Snow assisted diligently, her nimble hands earning her compliments from Rain's sister, which made her beam with joy. Indeed, as Rain's sister had predicted, when Luo Ning cautiously delivered the food to their father's room, he asked no questions, merely enjoying the meal while praising his son for his capabilities. After all, he was still a father, and Luo Ning felt a warm glow in his heart. Just as Luo Ning exited his father's room, he encountered his breathless uncle Luo Yinglai. His uncle wore an expression of urgency, and upon seeing Luo Ning, it was as if he had found a savior, grasping his arm tightly. Luo Ning, come with me at once. What is it? Luo Ning had never seen his uncle so close before. Master Ma is fading fast, his uncle gasped. Beads of sweat dotting his brow. What? Luo Ning's heart sank. He thought he must have misheard. Master Ma from the jewelry shop is on the brink of death. He wishes to see you, his uncle reiterated. Luo Yingho emerged from the room, his face heavy with concern. What is wrong with Master Ma? I am not entirely sure. I arrived at the jewelry shop this morning, and they reported that Master Ma is gravely ill. He only wishes to see Luo Ning. Luo Yinglai explained as he dragged Luo Ning forward. Luo Yingho sensed the gravity of the situation as well. Master Ma was the cornerstone of the Luo family's jewelry business. If he were to pass, it would spell disaster for them. Luo Ning furrowed his brow. Just yesterday, Master Ma had seemed perfectly fine. How could such a drastic change occur overnight? Luo Ning suddenly recalled an incident from the first time he encountered Master Ma at the Luo family's jewelry store. Master Ma appeared pallid, his complexion resembling that of an unhealthy individual, as he coughed incessantly. Even a slight elevation in his voice would leave him gasping for breath. Did he harbor some hidden ailment? Outside, waiting for Luo Ning, Yu Jie and Shui Er felt a wave of tension wash over them upon hearing his words. Luo Ning, hold on to me. I'll take you there, Yu Jie decisively declared. Understanding that there was no time for a leisurely escape, Luo Ning nodded and leaned against Yu Jie's back. With a whoosh, two ethereal blue wings unfurled behind Yu Jie, and with a gentle flap, they lifted off the ground, soaring at remarkable speed towards the city. Shui Er swiftly darted aside, her agile form disappearing in an instant from the sight of Luo Yingxiong and Luo Yinglai. The two elderly gentlemen blinked in astonishment, exchanging incredulous glances. That girl is incredibly fast. Who is she? Luo Yinglai queried, utterly perplexed, having never encountered the youthful beauty before. None of your concern, Luo Yingxiong retorted with an eye roll, darting off in the direction of Luo Yu. Chapter 78. Poisoned or injured? Nuachi City bustled with its usual vibrancy today. Sue had taken special care to adorn herself beautifully, joyfully making her way towards the Luo residence. She was determined not to allow Shui to remain by Luo Ning's side unaccompanied. Thoughts of Shui ignited a twinge of insecurity within Sue. The girl was not only sweeter in appearance, but also possessed a more alluring figure. The curves of her chest and hips were undeniably captivating. Although they were rivals, Sue found it impossible to harbor resentment toward Shui. Her beauty was simply too enchanting, captivating even Sue herself. Lost in thoughts about what Luo Ning might be doing, Sue was suddenly alerted by the vendors nearby shouting, "Look up at the sky." Following the crowd's gaze, she was struck by a fleeting flash of ethereal blue light. Accompanied by a chill in the air, despite its ephemeral nature, she discerned Yu Jie and Luo Ning. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, the vendors erupted in chaos. "Watch where you're walking. Why are you trampling on people's roofs?" In the next moment, a timid yet familiar voice chimed in. "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." The sweet tone and youthful visage of Shui rendered the vendors unable to maintain their eye. Sue spotted Shui hurrying towards her. "Shui," she called, waving her hand. Shui turned, spotting Sue, and promptly leaped down from the roof. "What is going on? What are you all doing?" "We're heading to the jewelry store." Without further ado, Shui grasped Sue's hand. Dashing off. "Slow down." Poor Sue, a sorceress and the daughter of the Su family, had never run this fast before, being dragged along by Shui, struggling to keep pace as she felt as though she were flying. The atmosphere in the Luo family jewelry store was somber. Everyone was acutely aware that Master Ma's condition was deteriorating, casting a heavy pall over their spirits. Luo Yu landed with Luo Ning at the entrance. All eyes turned towards them. The servants exhibited a noticeable shift in their demeanor towards Luo Ning. News of the duel from the previous day had spread throughout Nuachi City, and everyone knew of Luo Ning's extraordinary martial prowess and his victory in a moment of crisis. Moreover, his ambiguous relationship with the esteemed daughter of the Su family had elevated his status. In short, this illegitimate son was poised for greatness. Consequently, the previous disdain had vanished, replaced by respect and admiration. However, this did not prevent the servants from admiring beauty. Luo Yu's distinctive appearance captivated the staff, many of whom were witnessing the daughter for the first time. Truly, she was a stunning beauty. Many found themselves lost in daydreams, imagining how delightful it would be to have such a wife. Before their admiration could fully unfold, Shui and Sue appeared at the entrance of the jewelry store, presenting yet another pair of breathtaking beauties. The servants, alternating their gazes between the two, felt as though they were in a dream. They could only hope that this dream would never end. Luo Ning hastened into the jewelry store, where Luo Sihai, the manager, approached him. The last time Luo Ning had purchased 100 two-star radiant stones, it was from him that time. Luo Sihai had looked down upon this young master, but now he bore a demeanor of utmost respect. "Where is Master Ma?" Luo Ning inquired, skipping any pleasantries. "In the bedroom. Please follow me, young master," Luo Sihai replied, leading the way with deference. The three beautiful young ladies followed closely behind Luo Ning. They traversed through the main hall, proceeded to the backyard, and after a few turns, arrived at a door. "Has Master Ma suffered any injuries in the past?" Luo Ning pondered aloud after a moment of contemplation. "We inquired, but Master Ma would not divulge," Luo Sihai responded, a hint of shame in his voice. "We dared not press further on matters he was unwilling to discuss." Suddenly, a harsh bout of coughing echoed from within, a sound that tugged at the heartstrings. Luo Ning gestured for Luo Sihai to step aside before pushing the door open. The room was dimly lit. This must be Master Ma's bedroom, while he had a grand house outside the city, complete with over 20 beautiful maids provided by the Luo family. He typically resided here due to his busy schedule, returning to his own home only for a few days each month for rest. One could not help but reflect on the significant sacrifices Master Ma had made for the Luo family. Without his expertise, the jewelry store would never have achieved such prominence. "Luo Ning," a frail voice called from within. "Master Ma." Luo Ning rushed to the bedside, and upon a quick glance, he was taken aback. Master Ma was relatively young, in his 40s, yet his face was now ashen, and he appeared extraordinarily aged, as if he had aged decades overnight, now resembling a dying old man. Despite this, Master Ma was impeccably dressed, aware that his time was near, and determined to maintain his dignity even in death. Luo Ning also noticed something unsettling. Dark, shadowy tendrils seemed to writhe across Master Ma's exposed skin, including his face. "What has happened to you, Master Ma?" Luo Ning asked anxiously. "There is no need for concern. This is a fate I must confront," Master Ma replied with a melancholic smile. "I have long anticipated this day, though I did not expect it to arrive so swiftly. Have you been injured or poisoned?" Luo Ning's concern deepened as he observed the dark energy flowing across Master Ma's body, a sensation that felt eerily familiar. No. Master Ma shook his head gently. "I am neither injured nor poisoned. Let us set this aside for now. Can you fulfill the promise you made to me? I only wish to meet that master, to seek answers to the questions weighing on my heart. That can be arranged at any time." Luo Ning nodded, his heart heavy with sorrow at the prospect of impending loss. "Young Master Luo Ning, you are a kind-hearted child. However, I can no longer serve the Luo family. I must apologize for the conditions we previously agreed upon." Master Ma coughed violently once more. "Do not concern yourself with it," Luo Ning soothed. Gently patting his chest, he understood the conditions to which Master Ma referred. Yesterday, he had promised to arrange a meeting with that master, and Master Ma had boldly declared his intention to remain with the Luo family for life. At this moment, Luo Ning remained vigilant, subtly channeling a hint of his own energy through the contact with Master Ma. To his astonishment, his energy penetrated Master Ma's body and began to consume a portion of the dark energy. Luo Ning quickly withdrew his energy, ensuring that this detail remained unnoticed by Master Ma. What could this mean? Luo Ning was engulfed in confusion. Chapter 79. Disguised as Luo Ning grappled with his bewilderment. His father and second uncle burst into the room. It was evident that Master Ma was in a critical state, yet his eyes, which should have appeared dull, remained bright and focused on Luo Ning, unwavering in their intensity. "Shui, go fetch the master." Luo Ning decided to employ a clever ruse. Thanks to their telepathic bond, Shui immediately grasped Luo Ning's intentions. "I'm too afraid to go," she replied timidly, her vulnerable expression making her plea irresistible. "The master can be quite fierce. He scolded me last time. When I say go, you go. Why are you hesitating?" Luo Ning shot a sidelong glance at her. "Perhaps you should go yourself. He only treats you kindly," Shui retorted, defiantly lifting her chin. Luo Yu and Su Yi exchanged wide-eyed glances, silently observing the pair's clumsy performance. Had the circumstances been more suitable, the two girls would have surely burst into laughter. "Luo Ning, this is Master Ma's final wish. You must consider," second uncle interjected, adopting a tone of unprecedented inquiry. Luo Ning clenched his teeth, feigning a deep-seated grievance as he tightened his fists and declared, "I will go. I will accompany you," came the prompt response from Yu Jie and Su Yi. "I'll go too," Shui chimed in bravely. The four young ones hurriedly dashed out, leaving the three adults behind. Master Ma, visibly moved, repeatedly murmured, "Luo Ning is truly a good person." Luo Yingxiong was utterly mortified. He was acutely aware of Luo Ning's background. As a father, he understood that Luo Ning's performance was not intended to elicit gratitude from Master Ma, but merely to conceal his own identity. "Master Ma, please rest well and refrain from speaking for now." Luo Yingxiong stepped forward, draping a blanket over Master Ma's frail form. "What a pity. I am unable to fulfill my agreement with Luo Ning." After the four exited the room, Yu Jie finally inquired, "What shall we do now?" "We need to find clothing. Something large and black, preferably capable of enveloping my entire body and face." Luo Ning scanned the surroundings and quickly spotted the location where Master Ma had unsealed the original radiant stone last time. Upon entering, the room was indeed deserted. "I will get it for you right now." With a flourish, Yu Jie unfurled her wings and soared into the sky. "What happened to that old man?" Shui asked, sensing a trace of Luo Ning's unease. However, she could not discern his true thoughts. "I am unsure myself," Luo Ning pondered, feeling that the situation was rather peculiar. "Master Ma appears to be just over 40. How could he?" Sigh. Su Yi also sighed heavily. "He will not perish." Luo Ning picked up a piece of original radiant stone from the table, channeling his energy to envelop it. The sealing energy on the stone was instantly devoured. His intuition was indeed correct. The black energy coursing along Master Ma's skin was strikingly similar to the sealing energy. "He has become like that." Su Yi gazed at Luo Ning in confusion. As long as I am here, he will not die. Luo Ning set down the original radiant stone. I simply cannot comprehend how all of this transpired. What transpired? Did you not notice? Master Ma's body yesterday did not appear as withered as it does today. Yet, just earlier, his muscles and skin seemed to age decades in an instant, losing their vitality, and there was a layer of black energy flowing over his body. Shui Er and Yi shook their heads in unison. What black energy? Can you not see it? Luo Ning was taken aback. The two girls exchanged glances. Is there black energy? This made the situation even more intriguing. That layer of black energy on Master Ma's body was so distinctly visible, yet only he could perceive it. Presumably, Luo Yingxiong and Yu Jie could not see it either. Otherwise, their meticulousness would have prompted inquiries at first glance. This black energy resembled signs of poisoning, but Luo Ning knew it was anything but. What is going on? Su Yi inquired. I can only speculate. I am uncertain of its veracity, and it is difficult to say at this moment. Before long, Yu Jie returned, bringing with her suitable attire. The clothing was indeed large and spacious, thoroughly enveloping Luo Ning from head to toe, leaving only his eyes exposed. Yu Jie had been quite thoughtful, even stuffing the garments with various odds and ends, ensuring that Luo Ning's silhouette was utterly concealed. Moreover, the dim lighting in Master Ma's room guaranteed that Luo Ning's identity would remain hidden. The clothing can be changed, and the physique can be altered, but what about your voice? Yu Jie asked as she adjusted Luo Ning's attire. You cannot avoid conversing with Master Ma. The moment you speak, this disguise becomes futile. Do not tell me you intend to lower your voice. Such a crude tactic is only effective against strangers. Let us not forget that there is also Uncle Er and Master Ma in the room. Uncle Er can be sent away, but Master Ma cannot. But we have Shui Er, do we not? Luo Ning chuckled, pulling Shui Er closer. I need not speak at all. Shui Er will convey everything I wish to express. The two exchanged glances and chuckled mischievously. Damn that psychic link. Su Yi stomped her foot, feeling that Shui Er had gained an unfair advantage. Henceforth, Luo Ning's thoughts would be an open book to her. As Luo Ning re-entered the room with the three girls, he found Master Ma struggling to sit up. His murky eyes brimming with excitement, Luo Ning's astonishment. He even attempted to rise. Fortunately, Luo Ning was quick enough to restrain him. Master Ma's excitement caused his teeth to chatter as he spoke with a tremor in his voice. Master Ma, please lie back down. Shui Er stepped forward, allowing Luo Ning to nod in agreement. Master Ma slowly reclined once more. Uncle Er glanced around, unable to catch a glimpse of the Master's true visage, the moment the door had opened. There had been a hint of light, but Luo Yingxiong promptly closed it again, leaving Luo Yingxiong feeling quite vexed. Nevertheless, faced with the illustrious master, Luo Yingxiong dared not show any disrespect. He quickly bowed and respectfully greeted. Greetings, Master. As Luo Yingxiong offered his greeting, he noticed his brother standing awkwardly, unmoving. This was to be expected, for Luo Yingxiong recognized that the so-called master was his beloved son. However, Luo Yinglai did not share this sentiment. He discreetly kicked Luo Yingxiong. Just as Luo Yingxiong was about to retort, he suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Reluctantly, he bent down, gritting his teeth as he uttered, Greetings, Master. That little rascal, you will pay for this when we return home. Luo Yingxiong silently vowed. Chapter 80. The Secret of the Gem Master. Master, I have finally laid eyes upon you. Master Ma's tears streamed down his face, overwhelmed with emotion, as he clutched Luo Ning's hand tightly. Master Ma, Shui Er chimed in sweetly. Standing beside Luo Ning, the master cannot speak. I shall express his thoughts on his behalf. He wishes for you to find peace. Everything will be all right. Master Ma looked at Luo Ning with a mix of admiration and lament. Heaven is often envious of those with exceptional abilities, while bestowing upon them great gifts. It simultaneously robs them of others. Luo Ning discerned the helplessness concealed within Master Ma's words and seized the opportunity to extricate his hand from Master Ma's grasp. Master Ma, could you enlighten us on how all of this transpired? You seemed well just yesterday. Shui Er inquired, her voice ringing clear. Son, Master Ma let out a faint sigh. It is a consequence of my own overreach. Ever since I encountered the master's creations, I became utterly captivated. It was then that I realized my once proud identity as a gem master was but a farce. Before the master, any gem master would feel utterly inadequate. Master Ma spoke slowly, pausing intermittently to cough lightly. Yet Luo Ning listened intently. I desired to attempt crafting the master's extraordinary pieces, those divine ornaments of radiant stone. Master Ma contemplated for a moment. I did not pursue this for monetary gain. I merely wished to deepen my understanding of this field. And then you failed. Did you? Shuai pressed. Indeed, I failed, time and again. Master Ma managed a sorrowful smile. I experimented with many methods I had never employed before. These methods proved futile, failing to enable me to create such radiant stone ornaments. But they brought upon me a dire consequence. My inner radiant energy was depleting rapidly, far too much. At this, Master Ma lifted his gaze to Luo Ning. The master must understand that radiant energy is the lifeblood of a gem master. Akin to the fighting spirit of a warrior, excessive depletion places a severe burden on the body. Regrettably, I did not take the time to rest and allow my inner radiant energy to recuperate. Luo Ning listened silently, uncertain of the repercussions of excessive radiant energy depletion. However, from his own experiences over the past few days, he knew that depleting fighting spirit rendered one exceedingly weak, incapable of moving. Last night, I attempted once more. And when the final vestige of radiant energy was exhausted, I became, as I am now. Master Ma coughed violently once more. I am nearing my end. I can distinctly feel that malevolent force spreading throughout my body. Master, I have but one request. May I witness the process of creating those radiant stone ornaments? Master Ma gazed at Luo Ning, filled with anticipation. This was a gem master's final wish, one that any person should honor. Yet, Luo Ning declined. What? Master Ma's eyes brimmed with disappointment. He simply could not fathom why, when this master could meet him before his demise, he could not allow him to witness the birth of radiant stone ornaments. Because you still have a chance to live. Shuai replied brightly. What? Upon hearing this, Master Ma was momentarily stunned before he comprehended the implication. Even Luo Yingxiong and Luo Yinglai, standing nearby, were taken aback. Master Ma's brief words drew Luo Ning's attention to a detail. He mentioned that those malevolent forces were spreading throughout his body. If Luo Ning's intuition was correct, those forces were the very black energy he had perceived. The master wishes to inquire if you can see anything flowing along the surface of your body. Shuai asked. Master Ma raised his hands before him, scrutinizing them for some time before shaking his head. Even Master Ma, a gem master, could not perceive it. Luo Ning was taken aback. Though I cannot see it, I can feel it. Master Ma offered a faint smile. The radiant energy within a gem master is a double-edged sword. It can unseal the original radiant stone, but in the process of unsealing, some sealing energy will inevitably flow into the gem master's body. No one knows the true nature of these sealing energies. Even the ancestor of the radiant stones, Masatlanki, has been unable to unravel this mystery. Throughout the years of toil endured by the jeweler, these sealing energies continuously infiltrate the body, proving detrimental to its well-being, as they ensnare all, akin to the sealing of radiant stones. The master must be acutely aware of the intricacies involved. Jewelers have always relied on the aura within them to suppress these sealing energies. At this point, Rong Ning suddenly comprehended. Your aura has been depleted excessively, rendering you incapable of restraining these sealing energies. Is that so? Shuai inquired. Indeed, Master Ma affirmed with a nod. This is a well-known secret among jewelers and a fate that each must confront. There comes a day when a jeweler can no longer suppress the sealing energies with their aura. At that moment, their body will be sealed, leading to death. That my persistence has merely expedited this day. The revelation shocked everyone in the room, Rong Ning included. This secret was one they had never encountered before. Luo Yingxiong and Luo Yinglai finally grasped why jewelers often had short lives and frail bodies. This was indeed a contributing factor. Being a jeweler is a sacred vocation. We sacrifice our vitality to unseal the original radiant stones for the people of the continent. Despite the significant drawbacks, it is a path that many aspire to. For it bestows wealth and status. No one is willing to relinquish their identity as a jeweler. Perhaps it is the innate greed of humanity at play, which is why, despite knowing this secret, they continue to uphold the title. Everything became clear to Rong Ning. The black energies he observed were the sealing energies embedded within Master Ma's body, which had erupted last night, sealing away his vitality, thus causing him to appear so aged overnight. However, Rong Ning found it rather peculiar, as he had also been consuming those sealing energies without experiencing any discomfort, and it even enhanced his own strength. Master, you mentioned I could continue to live. Is that true? Master Ma asked with a hint of hope in his voice. Rong Ning nodded vigorously, confirming his earlier speculation that the sealing energies had imprisoned Master Ma's vitality. As long as he consumed those energies, everything would be fine. Truly worthy of the title Master, what must I do? Master Ma inquired eagerly. Rong Ning turned and glanced at Shuer, who promptly instructed the others. Please, everyone, step outside and wait a moment. The master prefers not to be disturbed. Luo Yingxiong's eyes narrowed. Had he not been exercising restraint, he would have relished the opportunity to chastise his son. Nevertheless, he understood that these words were primarily directed at Luo Yinglai. May I stay? Yi quietly asked Luo Yu. No, Luo Yu retorted, pulling Su Yi out with her. Chapter 81. Saving a life once everyone had exited. Only Rong Ning, Shuer, and Master Ma remained in the room. Master Ma's persistent cough and shallow breaths had not ceased. This jeweler, merely 40 years of age, was stepping closer to death. Rong Ning gradually stood. Reaching to unfasten Master Ma's garments to reveal his chest, Shuer timely interjected. Master Ma, please remain still. As Rong Ning placed his hands upon Master Ma's chest and began to circulate his energy to consume the dark sealing energies. The once feeble Master Ma suddenly began to resist vehemently, exclaiming, No, Master, you must not do this. It was as if he had been seared by a branding iron, nearly springing from the bed. This reaction took Rong Ning by surprise, and he looked at Master Ma in confusion. Master Ma's voice trembled. A jeweler can indeed delay death for another jeweler, just as one would unseal an original radiant stone, but it comes at the tremendous cost of one's vitality. You cannot proceed with this. The sealing energies within me are the most stubborn remnants, accumulated over the years. They are poison. Your actions will only shorten your own lifespan. To speak frankly, Master Ma was akin to a human original radiant stone. His body saturated with vast amounts of sealing energies that had entrapped his vitality and life force. Rong Ning recalled Master Ma mentioning that his aura had awakened at the age of 20. Unsealing the original radiant stone for 2 decades. For 2 decades, the sealing energies he had accumulated must indeed be substantial, that in Master Ma's view. If Rong Ning were to expel the sealing energies, the repercussions for Rong Ning would be significant. You are the pride of our jewelers. The pride of the entire starry continent. I cannot allow my life to compel you to do this. If it comes to that, I would rather perish immediately. Master Ma spoke these words without hesitation. His voice resolute. This was not the utterance of a selfish individual. Rong Ning discerned this. Although Master Ma's rank was not particularly high, his unwavering determination was commendable. Rong Ning extended his hand, pressing Master Ma back down. Shuer, covering her mouth to stifle a laugh, reassured. Do not worry, Master Ma. The master will not be harmed by those sealing energies. He possesses his own methods. Only then did Master Ma begin to calm down, though disbelief remained evident in his murky eyes. Is that truly possible? The master says that anything is possible, Shuer declared earnestly. With Master Ma finally at ease, Rong Ning resumed his task of consuming the energies. As he activated his energy, he immediately began to absorb vast quantities of sealing energies, which transformed along the path dictated by the unnamed energy technique into a part of his own being. Rong Ning was astounded. The sealing energies within Master Ma were overwhelmingly vast, and in terms of purity and quality, they surpassed that of ordinary radiant stones. Previously, when Rong Ning had helped Su Yi unseal a 6-star semi-finished ice radiant stone, the sealing energies he encountered had left him incredulous. Yet this time, the situation was entirely different. Rong Ning boldly estimated that the sealing energy stored within Master Ma's entire being could rival that of an 8-star original radiant stone, or perhaps even higher. Although the sealing energies were abundant and highly pure, Rong Ning's strength had also significantly escalated, allowing him to absorb the sealing energies at an even swifter pace. A torrent of immense energy flowed into his body, continuously filling every conduit through which his energy could traverse. Simultaneously, Master Ma could distinctly sense the changes within his body. The once numb and unfeeling chest began to awaken, tingling as if the muscles were rejuvenating. The earlier gasping gradually faded, and Master Ma's breathing steadied, eventually lulling him to sleep. When Master Ma awoke again, an indeterminate amount of time had passed. You are awake? Shuer inquired. Master Ma nodded, glancing around and realizing that the once dim surroundings had become markedly clearer. Overcome with emotion, he sat upright. Inhaling deeply, he discovered that he was no longer gasping as before. Examining his hands closely, he noted that the previously withered and aged hands now bore a hint of vitality. Though still wrinkled and reminiscent of an elderly person's hands, they were vastly improved from before. He gently clenched his fist, feeling a surge of strength within. "I am still alive," Master Ma murmured. "Having believed mere hours ago that death was inevitable. You shall live for many more years," Shui smiled. "Master." Master Ma suddenly knelt by the bed, his voice choked with emotion, tears glistening in his aged eyes. Rong Ning was at a loss, fully aware of the implications of being knelt before by someone significantly older than himself. It could indeed shorten his own lifespan. Fumbling, he attempted to help Master Ma to his feet. But Master Ma remained steadfast, refusing to budge. "Master." Master Ma wept joyfully, wiping a tear from the corner of his eye. "Thank you." "No need for thanks." Shui chimed in to assist, yet she could not budge Master Ma. And feeling awkward about resorting to force, she floundered in confusion. "Please, accept me as your disciple. I have no demands and will not trouble you to teach me how to craft radiant stone jewelry. My life is a gift from you, and I simply wish to serve you henceforth." "That is not permissible." Shui firmly rejected Master Ma's request. "Why? Just consider me as a servant. The master does not take disciples. He has never done so. And never will," Shui declared with utmost seriousness. Master Ma paused, realizing he could not press the matter, and could only sigh. "Any jeweler before you is but worthy of acting as a mere apprentice." "Master Ma, the sealing energies within you have not yet been entirely purged. Today, only a small portion has been expelled. Rest well and refrain from exerting yourself. The master will return daily to assist in expelling the energies until they are completely eradicated." "Thank you, Master." Master Ma replied respectfully. After bidding farewell to Master Ma, Rong Ning, clad in a black robe, slowly exited the door, deliberately holding his head high and striking a pose of superiority. Luo Yinglai, who had been waiting outside, hurriedly bowed in respect. "How is Master Ma faring now?" Luo Yinglai asked anxiously. "He is well. He merely requires time and rest," Shui responded. Truly worthy of the title master, extraordinarily skilled. Luo Yinglai flattered. The master paid him no heed. Walking past him, which left Luo Yinglai feeling exceedingly embarrassed that he contemplated following the master, but was abruptly halted by Luo Yingxiong's grip. "What are you doing? Come with me to see Master Ma." Chapter 82. Luo Fu has departed as Luo Ning removed his voluminous black cloak. He let out a sigh. "It's so stifling. It makes me feel as though I'm a thief, sneaking around. You may wish to appear above board, but at that point, it's likely the entire city of Noki will be in pursuit of you." "Sister," you chuckled softly. "This won't do." Luo Ning frowned. "Dressing like this every day to visit the jewelry store might be bearable once or twice. But over time, it would inevitably attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Let us bring Master Ma to the Luo residence that I will speak to father about it tonight. After all, Master Ma is half a member of the Luo family, and having him stay at our home would facilitate your efforts to rescue him." "Sister," you suggested. "That sounds good." Luo Ning nodded in agreement. "Master." Shui looked at Luo Ning with concern. "Are you certain that treating Master Ma like that won't endanger yourself?" "What is going on?" Sister Yu and Su Yi immediately inquired. They had been absent from the room earlier and were unclear about the details. Upon hearing Shui's words, they too grew anxious. Shui succinctly recounted the events that had transpired in the room. Once she finished, Yi immediately retaliated with a flurry of playful punches, exclaiming, "You fool! Why would you gamble with your own life?" Luo Ning caught her small hand and gently pulled her into his embrace. Calming her down, Sister Yu fixed a penetrating gaze on Luo Ning. "Are you completely confident?" "I would not undertake such an action without assurance," Luo Ning replied, nodding. "I am not a fool. I would never wager my life on a whim. Rescuing Master Ma merely adds an ally to the Luo family, and my principles have not reached such lofty heights. Are you truly certain it won't put you in harm's way?" Su Yi twisted in Luo Ning's arms, looking up at him with concern. "Certainly not. Have you forgotten how I cultivate my abilities? I enhance my strength by absorbing sealed energy. Master Ma's current condition is akin to a substantial tonic for me." The mere thought of the sealed energy within Master Ma's body sent a shiver down Luo Ning's spine. He had yet to encounter any high-grade radiant stones. The finest he had received was the 6-star ice radiant stone that Su Yi had given him, which was still a semi-finished product. If I could completely absorb the sealed energy within Master Ma, my strength would undoubtedly advance significantly, Luo Ning remarked. As long as it poses no risk to yourself, that is what matters, Sister Yu said earnestly. The four of them continued their conversation as they made their way to the Luo residence. But upon reaching the front gate, an unexpectedly desolate figure approached them. Despite the loneliness and melancholy that surrounded him, the figure strode forward with unwavering determination. Luo Fu, Sister Yu questioned, puzzled. Luo Ning looked up to see his cousin, who had always been at odds with him at this moment. Luo Fu carried a travel bag on his back and wore a long sword at his waist, giving the impression that he was about to embark on a journey. Upon spotting Luo Ning and the others, a flash of embarrassment crossed his face, and after a brief pause, he approached them. Where are you headed? Luo Ning inquired, perplexed that on Luo Fu's face was a long scar, a remnant from their duel a few days prior when he had been injured by a lotus petal. I am leaving the Luo family, Luo Fu replied, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Luo Ning and Luo Yu exchanged glances and suddenly recalled their discussion 3 months ago regarding the terms of their duel. The loser was to depart from the Luo family forever. Luo Ning had not anticipated that his cousin would genuinely follow through. No one is asking you to leave the Luo family, Luo Ning said. Looking at Luo Fu rubbed his nose and replied nonchalantly, this is a man's promise. Childish, Sister Yu scoffed. How old are you to dare call yourselves men? To put it bluntly, your duel appeared to us as nothing more than a childish quarrel. Luo Fu's face flushed crimson, but I still lost, and to an opponent weaker than myself. After a moment of agitation, his emotions settled once more. A loss is a loss. Thus, I must leave the Luo family. You may choose to overlook it, but I cannot bear to remain here. Does your father know? Luo Yu asked. I haven't told him. Luo Fu turned his head away, a tinge of guilt on his countenance. Please inform him that I, Luo Fu, shall return, carrying honor and respect, and I will not bring him shame again. After speaking, Luo Fu cast a glance at Sui Yi, hesitating several times before ultimately striding forward with purpose. Be cautious during your adventures. Sister Yu called after him. Luo Fu waved his hand dismissively. When I left years ago, I was in a similar position as you are now. I am a grown man. What is there to fear? As Luo Fu's figure gradually faded from view, Luo Ning couldn't help but feel a sense of wistfulness. Have you noticed? He has matured significantly, Sister Yu remarked with a gentle smile. Growth always comes at a price. Luo Ning nodded in agreement. I appreciate this quality in you. It reflects a maturity that belies your years, Sister Yu praised. You are not one to act impulsively. Individuals like you tend to think calmly in times of crisis. Why didn't you stop him? Shuer asked, perplexed. It would have been futile. He possesses his own pride. For him, leaving is the best choice. Luo Ning gently shook his head. However, I suspect Uncle will be saddened for a while. Let us not dwell on that. Sister Yu, quickly teach me some new combat techniques. My fighting spirit is brimming, and I wish to vent it, Luo Ning said, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Sister Yu furrowed her brow. Let us discuss this later. Again with the later? Luo Ning felt a pang of disappointment. This was the second time Sister Yu had declined his request. Reluctantly, he took Sui Yi and Shuer to the training grounds to practice real combat. Yi, an ice mage, and Shuer, who excelled in speed, made for a captivating trio. Their continuous exchanges of attacks allowed Luo Ning to solidify his current strength. The next day, Luo Ning brought Master Ma to the Luo residence, specifically arranging for him to stay in a tranquil location. This setup would not only aid in Master Ma's recovery, but also allow Luo Ning to conceal his identity. Master Ma treated Luo Ning's disguise as a master with utmost reverence, adopting the demeanor of an apprentice, which left Luo Ning feeling somewhat embarrassed. During the healing process, Master Ma's ramblings revealed to Luo Ning many secrets of the jewelry-making profession. Insights he had previously been unaware of. For instance, while all jewelers could unseal original radiant stones using their radiant energy, each jeweler specialized in different areas. Some excelled at unsealing, managing to release higher-grade radiant stones with minimal energy expenditure, while others were adept at cutting, capable of shaping radiant stones into various forms. However, they could not achieve the masterful craftsmanship that Luo Ning displayed in creating radiant jewelry. Their cuts were often rough around the edges. These cut radiant stones were extensively utilized in the jewelry industry, transformed into ornaments favored by women, often fetching high prices. Chapter 83. I cannot teach you. The most absurd aspect was that some jeweler's radiant energy could react to radiant stones, providing feedback to the jeweler about the location of the stones. This feature, seemingly trivial, proved immensely valuable in this continent. Numerous sites mined original radiant stones, and ordinary people were unable to discern where these stones might be found. They could only dig endlessly, hoping their luck would yield results. However, with the assistance of jewelers possessing such abilities, they could use their internal radiant energy to identify locations rich in original stones, significantly conserving both manpower and time. The ranking of jewelers was strictly regulated. Each level could only unseal original radiant stones of a corresponding lower rank. For instance, Master Ma was a high-ranking jeweler and could only unseal stones of 6 stars or lower. 7-star stones were beyond his reach. Yet, not all jewelers awakened to their full potential like Master Ma, with some remaining as lower-tier jewelers who made up the vast majority of the profession. Their abilities offered little in terms of unsealing original radiant stones, as they could only manage stones of 3 stars, 4 stars, or even lower. However, any jeweler, regardless of how lowly ranked, might still shine brightly. They could cut stones with radiant energy or determine the source of radiant stones based on energy reactions, making them highly sought after. In essence, Master Ma's self-reflective musings greatly expanded Luo Ning's knowledge. The vivid tapestry of this world ignited the fervor within him. For men, an intrinsic desire for adventure resided deep in their bones. He felt an undeniable urge to venture forth and explore, for until now, his perspective and experiences had been confined to the small city of Noki, leaving him feeling like a frog in a well. Once this thought emerged, it rapidly spread throughout Luo Ning's mind. After one healing session for Master Ma, he turned to Shuer and asked, "When do you plan to seek the sacred relic of the Cat-Eye clan?" Shuer's eyes dimmed momentarily. She had been contemplating this very issue for days. While she believed in Sister Yu's words regarding the secret of the sacred relic, she understood that it was her duty and responsibility. She had left the Cat-Eye clan's habitat with the sole purpose of retrieving this sacred relic. However, she felt a twinge of reluctance. The chain of spiritual magic had bound her closely to Rong Ning, and none could unravel this enchantment. Even if she wished to seek the sacred artifact, she found it hard to part from Rong Ning. "Perhaps I will leave in a month," Shuer replied softly, her eyes cast downward. "No need to wait. Let us depart in a few days," Rong Ning said while gently patting her shoulder. Shuer's body quivered slightly at his words, and she lifted her gaze, her eyes brimming with sorrow, her heart aching as if pierced by needles. Yet, she suppressed her emotions and nodded, saying, "All right, then I shall leave in a few days." "I will accompany you," Rong Ning stated matter-of-factly. "What?" Shuer could scarcely believe her ears. "I mean I will go with you to find the troublesome sacred artifact," Rong Ning said, looking at her with a puzzled expression. "What's wrong? You look so surprised. Are you truly willing to accompany me?" Shuer grasped Rong Ning's hand tightly, refusing to let go. "Of course," Rong Ning replied, a bit bewildered by her reaction. "We are now one entity and cannot be separated. Since you aim to find the artifact, it is only natural that I join you." "You are so kind," Shuer exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude, as she threw herself into Rong Ning's embrace. "But before that, I must learn some skills from Sister Yu." Rong Ning contemplated inwardly. Currently, he only possessed 2 lethal martial techniques. The Soul Piercer still lacked sufficient power, while the Angry Lotus was formidable, yet its after effects were too pronounced. These 2 techniques could handle ordinary ruffians, but against skilled opponents, he would likely find himself at a disadvantage. Although Shuer was a high-level martial master, a man should not rely solely on a woman for protection. It would be best to acquire techniques that possessed strong lethality without excessive energy consumption. Rong Ning resolved. This time he would relentlessly persuade Sister Yu to teach him a skill. However, when the confident Rong Ning expressed his request, Sister Yu immediately rolled her eyes at him. "There is no such technique." "How can there be none?" Rong Ning asked, taken aback. "The power of a martial technique is directly proportional to the energy consumed. What kind of excellent technique exists in this world? What am I to do?" "I need to take Shuer to find that artifact in a few days," Rong Ning insisted, feeling that Sister Yu was reluctant to teach him, fearing he might aim too high. "The 2 techniques you possess are quite commendable, especially the one you created yourself," Sister Yu sighed lightly. "You simply have yet to discover their intricacies. I haven't found anything good. Using the Angry Lotus leaves me utterly exhausted and unable to move." making me an easy target. Fool, sister, you chastised him, tapping his forehead in frustration. Who told you to release all your energy at once? If you do that, no matter how strong you are, you will merely be a fool. Can you not control the output of your energy? Rong Ning stared blankly at Sister Yu, realizing he had gleaned a hint of understanding from her words. Moreover, it's not that I do not wish to teach you now, Sister Yu said seriously, looking at Rong Ning. Rather, I cannot teach you, nor do I dare to. Why not? Rong Ning asked, perplexed. You are a genius. One day you will create more techniques of your own that I do not want to bind your development with the knowledge I possess. Although this would make you strong, there are many powerful individuals in this world. You must forge your own path and surpass those who are already strong. Do you understand what I mean? Rong Ning nodded. But how will I know when I can create other techniques? When the time comes, you will naturally be able to create them, Sister Yu replied with a mischievous smile, leaving an unspoken thought lingering in the air that one's potential often erupts at the most critical moments. Rong Ning was that type of person. A stable life would only stifle his talents. Thus, when Sister Yu learned of Rong Ning's intention to venture out, she did not oppose him at all. It is good that you wish to go out, but you must first communicate with your father and that girl. Su-yi, Sister Yu advised. Chapter 84. Communication. Speaking with his father posed no substantial issues. Although Rong Ning's father, Luo Yingxiong, felt some reluctance at his son's departure, he nonetheless offered strong support that a sheltered environment does not yield strong seedlings. The most beautiful flowers often bloom in the wild. A man must venture out to hone his skills. However, when Rong Ning conveyed this news to Su-yi, the little girl immediately pouted. Please don't cry. I'm not going away forever, Rong Ning stammered. Flustered, as comforting girls had never been his forte, Su-yi remained silent, gazing at Rong Ning with wide eyes, a glance that made him feel uneasy and guilty. I'm just taking Schwerer to find that artifact. I'll return as soon as we find it. It won't take long. Rong Ning emphasized the word soon. Su-yi blinked rapidly, her beautiful eyes shimmering with emotion. Oh, Rong Ning's eyes darted around, and he sighed dramatically. What's wrong? Su-yi finally spoke up. Once I leave, without you by my side, I will surely miss you, Rong Ning remarked, feeling a prickling sensation on the back of his hand. At least you have a bit of conscience, Su-yi said, breaking into a smile as she leaned against Rong Ning. She then looked up and asked, so, you want to just be with Schwerer, right? Her eyes were filled with concern. My heart still belongs to you, Rong Ning declared passionately. Women in love can be blind, and Su-yi was no exception. She bloomed with joy at Rong Ning's sweet words, yet still insisted on lecturing him about not being with Schwerer, forbidding him from doing this or that, asserting that anything involving Schwerer was off limits. Rong Ning nodded repeatedly, thinking to himself that once he stepped out into the world, he wouldn't remember all these restrictions. He had contemplated bringing Su-yi along, as she was a high-level sorceress and could be of great assistance on the journey. However, this young lady had been pampered at home since childhood and was unlikely to fare well on a long trip, especially considering her father, Su Kuang. If he caught wind of Rong Ning absconding with his precious daughter, this brutish man would likely wreak havoc on the Luo family. When are you leaving? Su-yi, having rambled on for a while, finally remembered to ask the important question. I will depart once I completely absorb the sealing energy from Master Ma. Master Ma had improved significantly over the past few days. Rong Ning had already absorbed more than half of the sealing energy, and vitality was gradually returning to him. Not only that, but Master Ma also felt a strange sense of robustness, as if his body had become much stronger than before, and he no longer coughed incessantly. His vision had also improved considerably. He held the master in the highest regard and respected him immensely. Even though the master insisted he did not accept disciples, Master Ma had always regarded himself as a disciple, grateful for the master's life-saving grace. Master Ma felt he must do something to repay him. 5 days later, after Rong Ning absorbed the last remnant of sealing energy from Master Ma's body, he took a deep breath, feeling as though a great weight had been lifted. The sealing energy that had accumulated in Master Ma's body for over 20 years had been fully consumed, and he now appeared revitalized, looking decades younger, his external appearance no longer matching his actual age. Master Ma, before he could express his gratitude, Schwerer spoke up beside him. What does the master wish to convey? Master Ma inquired respectfully. The master wishes you to observe the process of creating those radiant stone ornaments, Schwerer said. Master Ma's expression instantly turned serious. This had been his dream for a long time. And it was precisely because of this that he had nearly lost his life. The last time he was on the brink of death, the master had declined his request, but now that the master had taken the initiative to mention it, Master Ma knew the master had something to say. Standing respectfully to the side, Master Ma focused intently on the master's actions. The liberated radiant stone was held in the master's hand. He did not appear to perform any extraordinary actions. Yet within moments, the radiant stone astonishingly softened like a piece of gum. Master Ma's pupils widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend what he was witnessing. That a jeweler knows best the hardness of radiant stones, as they deal with them daily. As a top-tier jeweler, Master Ma had seen many spectacles, yet he had never experienced anything as shocking as this. The softened radiant stone, under some mysterious energy, began to change shape. And in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a finely crafted ornament, immediately adorned with the emblem of a staff entwined with a serpent. This sacred and enigmatic symbol was unmistakably authentic. Only the master could create such a masterpiece. Rong Ning handed the ornament to Master Ma, who received it with trembling hands. The master wishes to inform you that the radiant energy within jewelers serves various purposes. Your domain does not lie in crafting radiant stone ornaments, so do not attempt it recklessly in the future, Schwerer stated clearly. I understand. Thank you, Master. Master Ma nodded that he finally comprehended how radiant stone ornaments were created. The Master's radiant energy could actually soften the radiant stone. This was an astonishing revelation. Master Ma estimated that throughout history, no jeweler had possessed such remarkable energy within them. To think that I could actually attempt to craft jewelry from luminous stones is nothing short of folly. In hindsight, Master Ma reflects on his recklessness with a tinge of regret. Master, I have another request, he states. My life is indebted to you. Whatever you desire, I shall comply. Master Ma replies emphatically. That is reassuring. Schwerer smiles gently. I would like to ask you to keep an eye on the Luo family's jewelry business in the future. Of course, I have made a promise to that child, Rong Ning. Master Ma affirms, then suddenly inquires, Are you leaving, Master? Yes, I must depart from this place and journey to my next destination. When will you leave? Master Ma asks, momentarily taken aback. But I leave now, Schwerer replies, and as she speaks, Rong Ning rises, adopting a dignified posture befitting a master, silently striding towards the door. Schwerer hastily follows suit. Master Ma gazes at their broad silhouettes, and, with a thud, kneels, respectfully exclaiming, I bid you farewell, Master. Chapter 85. Farewell. My esteemed father-in-law, the day of departure has finally arrived. The entrance of the Luo family estate. A gathering of people has assembled to bid farewell to Rong Ning and Schwerer. Luo Ingxiong grips Rong Ning, incessantly advising him on matters to be wary of during their travels, much to Rong Ning's growing irritation. Does he truly regard me as a child? Sister Yu also pulls Schwerer aside, whispering something that causes Schwerer to blush and nod repeatedly. For this journey, Rong Ning has invested considerable effort in preparation, selecting 2 fine steeds, adorning them with exquisite and comfortable saddles, and even securing a pouch of gold coins upon the horse's back, alongside an assortment of local delicacies from Nuachi City to share with Schwerer along the way. Naturally, a water pouch is essential as well. After all, with horses to bear the load, it will not be burdensome. However, in the end, all of this was confiscated by Sister Yu. Since you are embarking on an adventure, you ought to set out empty-handed. Riding on horseback with such a weight of gold coins, do you think you are merely going on a leisurely trip? Sister Yu scolds Rong Ning. Seizing an opportune moment when Sister Yu is distracted, Rong Ning discreetly hides 2 gold coins in his pocket. It is no easy feat. Time passes slowly as the group stands idly at the entrance, having exhausted their farewells. Yet Rong Ning shows no signs of departure. Are you going or not? Sister Yu's patience wanes. Yes, I am going. Right now. Rong Ning grits his teeth in determination. Why not wait a moment longer? Schwerer gazes at him with pleading eyes, aware of his hesitation. No need. Rong Ning waves his hand dismissively, though a hint of sorrow lingers in his heart. Sue, having promised to see him off today, has yet to appear despite the prolonged wait. When I return, I will surely give you a thorough scolding. Rong Ning thinks to himself, just as they are about to wave goodbye to the gathering. A running figure suddenly bursts into view at the end of the path. Rong Ning's spirits lift. The little girl has finally arrived. However, Sue appears somewhat breathless, her steps unsteady, nearly stumbling in her haste, causing Rong Ning to worry. Slow down. No one is chasing you. With flushed cheeks and panting heavily, Su Yi reaches Luo Ning and grabs him, exclaiming, "We must hurry." Hurry for what? Luo Ning, perplexed, follows her lead. "My father is chasing after me," she explains breathlessly. "I want to leave with you. He wouldn't allow it and confined me at home, but I managed to escape with the maid's help." Luo Ning is deeply touched, never expecting such determination from someone of her stature. Artisan, this unwise, he halts. Contemplating, Su Yi turns to face him, resolute. "I have thought about this for days. I want to go with you." There is no hesitation in her voice. A thunderous voice suddenly booms from a distance, filled with indignation. "Do not run. I won't confine you anymore. Just come back." "Oh no, my father is coming." "Quickly, let us go." Su Yi grits her teeth and pulls Luo Ning forward. "You both go. I will handle this." Sister Yu brandishes her sword, her wings unfurling as she ascends into the air. Casting a watchful eye over the approaching Su Kuang. Yu Kuang moves swiftly, calling out several times before reaching Sister Yu that if you wish to pass, you must first speak to me, she declares, elegantly waving her sword, causing a flurry of ice flowers to descend and completely block Su Kuang's path. "Those who obstruct my way shall perish." Su Kuang, now enraged, roars, his aura transforming into the shape of a fierce lion. "Let us speak amicably. There is no need for violence," Luo Yingxiong interjects, stepping in to restrain Su Kuang. Meanwhile, Luo Ning has already pulled Su Yi far away that he realizes Su Yi has made her decision. There is no turning back now. As they run, Su Yi glances back, calling out, "Father, I will return after a short while of fun. Please do not worry." Su Kuang's eyes well with tears. "How can I not worry?" After uttering this, he glares at Luo Yingxiong with a fierce expression, threatening, "Let go of me. I must pursue my precious daughter. I will not let go." Luo Yingxiong shakes his head defiantly. "Will you release me? If you don't, I will strike you so hard that your mother won't recognize you." Su Kuang spits vehemently. "Does your mother even recognize you anymore?" Luo Yingxiong retorts, rolling his eyes that Su Kuang nearly explodes with rage. Swinging his fist at Luo Yingxiong in an instant, the two men are entangled in a fierce brawl, the scene becoming increasingly chaotic, with grunts and loud clashes echoing as their energies collide. The servants of the Luo family watch on gleefully from the entrance, abandoning their chores to enjoy the spectacle of the two family heads clashing. Su Kuang realizes that he cannot escape Luo Yingxiong's grasp today. Amidst their struggle, he threatens Luo Ning. "Listen here, boy. If you dare to harm my daughter in any way, I will raze your Luo family to the ground." Luo Ning, having led Su Yi to a distant hillside, turns to face Su Kuang amidst the commotion and waves his hand, calling out, "Farewell, my esteemed father-in-law." Su Kuang nearly faints at the utterance. Seizing the moment, the elders of the Luo family finally intervene, swiftly separating Su Kuang from Luo Yingxiong. Both men, battered and bruised, have long since lost any semblance of dignity. Su Kuang, heartbroken, laments, as daughters grow up, their affections stray. "Enough, enough." Luo Yingxiong wipes the blood from his nose and pulls Su Kuang up. "One day, Yi will marry, and she cannot remain by your side forever. Besides, my Luo Ning is no less worthy. I cannot accept this." Su Kuang stands defiantly, spitting blood. "Cease your lamenting. Come, I shall treat you to a drink." Luo Yingxiong slings an arm around Su Kuang's shoulders, displaying a warm camaraderie. "You may gloat now. If I had a son, I would surely entice your daughter away." Su Kuang mutters bitterly. Sister Yu snorts derisively, casting a disapproving glance at Su Kuang in her heart. She muses, "With your capabilities, any son you might have would surely be a disappointment. Hardly deserving of my attention. What are you looking at? Get back to work." Luo Yingxiong bellows at the Luo family servants gathered at the entrance, who promptly scattered in the distance. Su Yi, linking arms with Luo Ning, skips along joyfully as if liberated from a cage. "Who do you think would win in a fight between my father and yours?" she asks. "That I am the victor." Luo Ning chuckles. "You are such a scoundrel." Su Yi playfully pinches Luo Ning's arm. Chapter 86. A dismal predicament as expected of a young lady of noble birth. It has not been long since their departure when Su Yi's feet begin to blister, causing her to wince in pain. "Oh dear," she exclaims with a delicate gasp, collapsing onto the ground, her ankle appearing swollen. "What is the matter?" Luo Ning approaches, crouching to inspect her ankle, which is reddened, and inflamed. Luo Ning, Sui whines, her tone laced with a charming plea. I can't walk any longer. Let me carry you. Luo Ning offers, extending his arms. That I'll do it. Shuer interjects, her cheeks puffed in indignation as she strides between Luo Ning and Sui, unceremoniously hoisting Sui onto her back. Sui, as light as a feather, finds herself effortlessly supported. That I don't want you to carry me, she protests, wriggling uncomfortably. If you keep squirming, I shall scratch your face. Shuer threatens. This statement carries weight, prompting Sui to cease her movements, appearing rather forlorn. So fierce, she mutters under her breath. Luo Ning holds a map meticulously drawn on sheepskin, studying it for a moment before speaking. Our current objective is the Silver Needle Pine Forest. Shuer, you are familiar with the way, correct? The map, crafted by Sister Yu, is quite detailed, as Luo Ning requires precise directions for his quest to find the sacred relic of the Cat's Eye tribe at the Biluo River. The map marks several significant locations, with the Silver Needle Pine Forest being the first waypoint. I remember, Shuer nods, having passed through that forest on her way from their resting place. That's settled then. Luo Ning carefully tucks the map away, placing it close to his heart, and clears his throat, announcing, there is good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? The good news. The bad news. The two girls offer starkly contrasting responses, glaring at one another thereafter. The good news is that from today onwards, we shall take charge of our own destinies, having become a part of the multitude of adventurers on this continent. Rong Ning snapped his fingers. And what about the bad news? Sui inquired. Rong Ning sighed, rummaging through his pocket. The bad news is that I currently possess only 2 gold coins, along with a pouch of dried melon and a water skin. Apart from that, I have no valuables. Where did you get the dried melon? Shuer gazed at Rong Ning with curiosity. Recalling how all their belongings had been confiscated by Sister Yu moments ago, the dried melon is a local delicacy from Nuachi City, resembling a watermelon but covered in white fuzz. I hid it away. Rong Ning rolled up his pant leg and extracted a small pouch. Did none of you bring any money? How come you only have 2 gold coins? Sui was taken aback. Sister Yu took it all, saying that adventurers should be self-reliant and not carry too many possessions. With just 2 gold coins, how will we survive? Sui blinked rapidly. After all, Miss Su was accustomed to spending at least 10 gold coins a day while at home. 1 for the master, 1 for me, Shuer replied. What about me? Sui pointed to herself. I left with nothing. That pouch of dried melon is yours then. I don't want it. Sui shook her head vigorously. Then I'll give you 1 gold coin. And the dried melon will be mine, Shuer proposed. All right. After agreeing, Sui immediately thought of another issue. But on this journey, there won't be anywhere to spend the gold coins, will there? You are quite clever. Little girl, Shuer gently patted Yi's cheek. Sister Shuer, your hair is so soft. Miss Su suddenly began to flatter. Why is it so smooth to the touch? What do you use when you wash your hair? Nothing special, Shuer replied. Your skin is also very fair and tender. Much better than mine. Sui continued to fawn over her, extending her small hands to shield Shuer from the sun. Sister Shuer, let me block the sun for you so you don't get tanned. Your skin is quite nice too. Shuer felt her vanity swell, realizing that this little girl was not so troublesome as she had initially thought. Sister Shuer, I'm so hungry, Sui whined. Let's find a spot to rest, and I will get you some dried melon, Shuer promised. After walking for a while, they finally discovered a shaded area, where the 3 of them leaned against the tree's shade to rest. The dried melon was divided into 3 portions, 2 larger ones and 1 smaller. Rong Ning handed the 2 larger portions to the girls, claiming the smaller one for himself under the pretext of scouting for any nearby dangers, secretly stashing the dried melon in his bosom. When Rong Ning returned, he found that both girls had saved a little food. Why aren't you eating? He asked. We saved it for you. They exchanged knowing smiles. I'm full. Rong Ning patted his stomach, which made a noise. You both eat. In truth, Rong Ning was quite hungry. He had only found a few grass roots to chew on during his brief excursion, lamenting the lack of wild fruits in the area. He never expected that their first day of adventure would prove so dismal. Shuer, how did you survive when you traveled alone to Nuachi City? There were hardly any signs of habitation along the route, let alone places to spend gold coins. I hunted wild beasts and sometimes foraged for wild fruits. But finding food in such desolate places is quite a challenge. Once we reach the Silver Needle Pine Forest, it will be different. There are plenty of wild beasts to catch. How far are we from the silver needle pine forest? Rong Ning asked. At our current pace. We should arrive in about 2 days. Schwerer glanced at Sui, who immediately stood up defiantly. I can walk by myself now. I won't be a burden to you. The difficulties they faced made Miss Su realize that adventuring was far different from life at home. Everything now depended on their own efforts. Although her feet were blistered and twisted from the journey, Sui felt no regret as evening approached. Rong Ning discovered a water source and decided that they would spend the night there. It was a small lake, covering several hundred square meters, with crystal clear water. Initially, Rong Ning thought any place with water would suffice for the night. But little did he know that this lake would bring him unexpected delight. Near the shore, many water chestnuts grew, and a few fish swam joyfully, occasionally creating splashes. This is splendid, Rong Ning exclaimed with relief, shedding his clothes and diving in. Before long, he emerged triumphantly, holding a handful of water chestnuts. Here, eat. Rong Ning broke open one water chestnut, divided it in half, and handed it to the 2 girls while taking another for himself. So tender and sweet, Sui remarked delicately. Wait, tonight I'll prepare something hearty for you. Rong Ning retrieved the small stash of dried melon he had hidden earlier, carefully breaking it into pieces and wrapping them in parchment. What are you planning to do? Sui asked, shoving a peeled water chestnut into Rong Ning's mouth, her brow furrowed in confusion. Fishing, Rong Ning replied, winking at her. Schwerer approached. But you have no fishing line or hooks. How will you fish? Even worse, I lack a fishing rod. Sui laughed uncontrollably. Who said fishing requires all those things? Rong Ning shrugged, holding the pouch of dried melon carefully as he approached the shore. Both girls followed, eager to see how Rong Ning intended to fish. Lend me a hand and create some ice spears, Rong Ning instructed while scattering the dried melon into the water, which floated on the surface due to its lightness. Began chanting a spell, and in the blink of an eye, a 1-foot-long ice spear appeared in her hands. The proximity to the lake and the humid air significantly reduced the time it took for Sui to cast her magic. Is this all right? She asked. Too short. This can only be used as a dagger, Rong Ning remarked, taking the small ice spear and swinging it a few times, finding it lacking in heft. I understand what you're trying to do. Schwerer suddenly grasped Rong Ning's intent after observing for a moment. I see it too, Yi chimed in as she continued crafting the ice spears. Before long, Sui fashioned an ice spear about 2 meters long, roughly the thickness of a thumb, its tip sharp and glimmering with cold light. Make more. Rong Ning tested the spear's weight, finding it suitable. The incantations never ceased, and almost every 10 seconds, handed Rong Ning another spear, filling his arms with them. Give me some too, Schwerer said, noticing that several fish in the lake were eagerly gobbling up the scattered, dried melon. That should be enough, Rong Ning whispered. Now. On the count of 3, Schwerer and I will throw our ice spears together. Schwedge nodded solemnly, each of them holding a few ice spears. Rong Ning squinted, gently beginning his countdown. Now, at Rong Ning's command, 2 ice spears sliced through the air. Plunging into the water with a whoosh, the splash of crimson quickly spread across the lake's surface. Splash, splash, splash. Within moments, Rong Ning had thrown all the ice spears he held into the water, causing ripples to dance across the once tranquil lake. Sui hurriedly shot her own gathered ice arrows into the water. What happened? What happened? Once the commotion subsided, the lake's surface bore only a few traces of blood, with no sign of the fish. Causing Sui to grow anxious, Rong Ning dove into the water, and shortly after, he surfaced, grinning, with a nearly melted ice spear in hand, its tip skewering a plump fish. The fish was still alive, thrashing about vigorously, splashing Rong Ning with water droplets. I got one, I got one. The 2 girls erupted in joyous cheers. There are more. Rong Ning tossed the large fish onto the shore and dove back into the water. The fish were surprisingly resilient. Even after being pierced by the ice spears, they would still thrash and attempt to escape. After considerable effort, Rong Ning managed to capture 6 large fish, tossing them onto the bank. The 2 girls, forgetting their decorum, each hugged a few fish, laughing heartily. The fish here are so fat, Rong Ning exclaimed, surveying his bounty, each fish weighing around 4 to 5 pounds, with large heads and round bellies. That's because no one comes here to disturb them, Schwerer nodded, bending down to draw a dagger from her boot. I'll go clean them. Miss Su, feeling hesitant, stuck out her tongue. I'll peel the water chestnuts. I'll gather some firewood, Rong Ning declared. Tonight, we'll stuff the fish with water chestnuts and roast them. It will surely be delicious. Schwerer glanced at Sui. and both girls beamed with delight. After Schwer returned with the cleaned fish, Rong Ning also brought back a sizable bundle of firewood, while Sui sat on the ground, diligently peeling the water chestnuts. The sight of their self-sufficiency stirred a pang of melancholy in Rong Ning, yet it was overshadowed by a profound sense of fulfillment. Miss Su had likely never experienced such hardship throughout her life. The plan to roast fish was promising, but a serious challenge loomed before the trio. They had no means to start a fire. "Did you not bring flint?" Sui blinked at Rong Ning and Schwer. This was a grave oversight, indeed. Rong Ning gently patted his weathered face, a wave of frustration washing over him as he realized his inexperience. "It's all right. I can start a fire by friction," he reassured the two girls. Though uncertainty lingered in his heart, the primitive task of creating fire in such a manner felt like a mere legend to him, and he was unsure if he could succeed. Nevertheless, there was no choice but to attempt it. "How do you start a fire by friction?" The girl's curiosity was piqued. As he explained the principles, Rong Ning took Schwer's dagger, carefully shaving off some powder from the dry twigs, preserving it with utmost caution. Once finished, he found a flat piece of wood, placed the dagger on the ground, and laid the twig atop it, vigorously rubbing a finer twig against a specific spot. Following his instructions, the two girls occasionally sprinkled some of the powdered twigs onto the friction point. "So, will this really create fire?" Sui asked with uncertainty. "In theory, yes," Rong Ning replied, exerting considerable effort. Before he could finish speaking, a thin wisp of smoke suddenly rose from the twigs. "Come on." The two girls clenched their fists in encouragement, watching Rong Ning labor so intensely. Sui felt a pang of regret for being an ice mage rather than a fire mage. As the smoke thickened and sparks occasionally flickered, tension mounted among the three. Finally, when Schwer sprinkled some more powdered twigs, a flame erupted with a whoosh. "Quick, bring some small twigs that ignite easily." Rong Ning encircled the flickering flame with his hands. Soon, the small flame grew into a larger blaze, ultimately transforming into a roaring campfire. "Rong Ning, you are incredible." Sui's eyes sparkled with admiration. "And how did you come up with that fishing technique?" To the pampered Sui, everything felt utterly astonishing. Rong Ning felt a surge of pride. "Should I also tell you about my childhood habit of sneaking fish from other people's ponds?" Chapter 88. The Attack That Night. The three of them indulged in a sumptuous meal, the fish stuffed with sweet water chestnuts, making it all the more delectable. Schwer devoured an entire large fish by herself, her appetite rivaling Rong Ning's, leaving Sui utterly astonished. "Sister Schwer, aren't you afraid of gaining weight from eating so much? Don't you know that cats love fish?" Rong Ning chuckled, observing Schwer, whose face flushed under the campfire's glow. "Sister Schwer isn't a cat," Sui remarked. Puzzled, "Let me share another secret with you." Rong Ning beckoned Sui closer. "Sister Schwer is just like a kitten. She can't eat hot food because her tongue is so delicate. The food must be warm before she can consume it," he whispered. Sui burst into laughter, genuinely surprised to learn that Schwer had such cat-like habits. "Bad master," Schwer huffed, kicking Rong Ning playfully as she stood up. "I'm going to take a bath." "Me too." Sui quickly set down her things. "Can I join you?" Rong Ning grinned mischievously, only to be met with the girls' exasperated glares. Deciding against going, Rong Ning reclined on the ground, pondering how the girls would have to wash their clothes, now reeking of fish. However, he was still faced with many concerns. Where would they sleep tonight? The area was teeming with insects and mosquitoes. His thick skin could withstand it, but he felt sorry for the two girls. Realizing this was only their first day out, Rong Ning acknowledged his lack of foresight. "Jia, you must have known these things but chose not to remind him, wanting him to learn from experience." The thought made Rong Ning's teeth grind in frustration. Just as he was lost in these thoughts, a sudden shriek from Sui pierced the air. Rong Ning's heart raced, and in a single motion, he sprang up, but before he could dash over, the sound of an arrow slicing through the air whizzed past him. Thud! A muffled sound resonated beside him as he turned to see an arrow embedded in the ground. Quivering slightly, Rong Ning blinked in shock as a chill ran down his spine. Without a second thought, he kicked the campfire, extinguishing it in a flash, plunging the surroundings into darkness. The faint moonlight illuminated the area as Rong Ning darted to the side, crouching down to hide. What was happening? His mind was a whirlwind of confusion. He had realized someone had shot an arrow at him, and had it not been for Sui's scream, he might have been struck. Straining his ears, he could hear the sounds of a fierce battle near the lake. accompanied by the discharge of magic. His anxious heart began to ease, knowing Schwerer possessed the strength of a high-level martial artist. And with Sui casting spells, the two girls should be safe. However, the trouble lay with him. In the pitch-black night, a skilled archer was keenly watching his every move. An assassination, a robbery. Luo Ning couldn't decipher their motives. The fact that they could simultaneously attack both him and the girls suggested a meticulously crafted plan. Had they been following him since he left Nuachi City, in this desolate wilderness? It seemed improbable to encounter someone so easily. Whoosh! Another arrow zipped through the air, and Luo Ning, having learned from his previous misfortune, was now highly attuned to the sound. Almost instinctively, he rolled to the ground just as another arrow flew past him. Thanks to the dim moonlight, he finally caught sight of his assailant 50 meters away. After releasing an arrow, the archer shifted position, inadvertently exposing himself. This archer clearly wasn't a novice. He understood the basic principle of shooting an arrow and shifting positions. Yet, it was precisely this knowledge that led to his exposure. Luo Ning was consumed with anger. Anyone would feel this way after such a sudden attack. There was no fear or trepidation. Only rage as he charged toward the direction where the archer was concealed. Whoosh! A third arrow came flying, aimed directly at Luo Ning's face. The archer, 50 meters away, demonstrated considerable skill with his 3 shots. Luo Ning's hair stood on end as he sensed the impending danger, yet he refrained from using his fighting spirit, knowing that its glow would further reveal his position, just as the arrow was about to strike him. He sidestepped, narrowly avoiding it. But at that moment, a 4th arrow was already on its way. Luo Ning grunted as he tumbled through the air, landing on the ground. The archer stood coldly, a smirk of mockery gracing his lips, convinced that no one could survive his rapid-fire assault. What a pity for this young man. The archer began to approach Luo Ning, exuding an air of triumph. His excessive confidence left him entirely unguarded as he neared Luo Ning. Crouching down to inspect if the young man had anything of value. Was then he noticed the glint of mischief in Luo Ning's eyes, who had the 4th arrow clenched between his teeth. The archer felt a jolt of panic surge through him, instinctively drawing his dagger while retreating hastily. His reflexes were swift. As a seasoned hunter, he possessed skills befitting his profession. However, as he retreated, he stumbled, tripped by Luo Ning's outstretched leg. Flailing, the archer swung his dagger, but as he regained his footing, a powerful hand seized his throat, constricting with such force that he struggled to breathe. Luo Ning swiftly grasped the archer's dagger-wielding hand, forcefully twisting it. Crack! The sound of breaking bones accompanied the archer's agonized cry as his hand fell limp, the dagger clattering to the ground. But Luo Ning was not finished. He pivoted, delivering a harsh kick to the archer's kneecaps. The archer's legs bent at unnatural angles, and he collapsed to the ground. "I'll deal with you when I return," Luo Ning declared, clutching the enemy's dagger, hastily heading toward the lake. The sounds of battle had subsided, and even the magic spells cast by Su Yi were no longer audible. This eerie silence filled Luo Ning with unease. Chapter 89. Rest assured, I am a man of my word. Upon reaching the scene, Luo Ning discovered the reality was somewhat different from his fears. At the lakeside, shards of ice littered the ground, a chilling aura permeating the air, clearly indicating that Sui had unleashed a powerful spell. Moreover, 3 figures lay on the ground. 2 were motionless, while the 3rd was struggling to crawl away, desperately attempting to escape. The faint scent of blood wafted through the air. Luo Ning, hearing her voice, Sui turned and rushed into his embrace, burying her head against him, too fearful to lift her gaze. Her voice trembled with panic, and her petite form quaked in fright. Schwerer stood tall, surveying the enemies who had attacked them moments ago, then lifted her small foot and delivered a swift kick to one of their necks. The sickening crack echoed as the man convulsed a few times before falling still. The sight of Schwerer's decisive action sent a chill down Luo Ning's spine. Usually delicate and frail, Schwerer exhibited such resolute behavior. The survival rule of the Cat-Eye clan is simple. Either avoid being killed by enemies or eliminate them first. Schwerer lifted her youthful face, glancing at Luo Ning with a hint of shyness. "Are you hurt?" Luo Ning asked anxiously. "No." Schwerer shook her head, wiping her dagger on a corpse before sheathing it in her boot. "Who were these people?" Luo Ning furrowed his brow. "I don't know. E and I were just about to undress for a bath when they suddenly ambushed us." Schwerer replied, equally perplexed by why the lakeside stood several large trees, ideal for concealment. These assailants had descended from them moments ago. I was also attacked. Luo Ning placed Yi into Schwenner's arms and crouched to inspect the 3 corpses. Their injuries were not severe, except for one, who had several ice arrows embedded in him, a clear signature of Miss Su's handiwork. However, the other 2 bore only a singular fatal wound to the chest. Blood gushed forth from their wounds like a fountain, painting a rather gruesome scene. One strike, and they were dead. Schwer had been quite ruthless. They are all dead, Luo Ning stated. One escaped. Schwer pointed in a direction. There were originally 4 of them. Luo Ning surmised that had it not been for Yi, Schwer would have undoubtedly pursued the fleeing assailant. After searching for some time, Luo Ning managed to scavenge a few items from the corpses, 2 flint stones for starting a fire, some luminous stones, and a few gold coins, and valuable clues were to be found. Why did they attack us? Miss Su finally mustered enough courage to ask, her voice trembling. There are typically 2 motives, revenge or robbery, Luo Ning replied. Straightening up, I suspect the former is more likely, he continued, noting the absence of any valuables on the deceased. Let us go. There is still a survivor over there. With that, Luo Ning moved toward another direction, and Schwer tightly held on to Yi's hand, following closely behind. The archer, whose legs and one arm had been broken, remained on the ground, groaning intermittently from the pain. When Luo Ning approached, the archer quailed in fear. Even in the darkness, he could see the fury blazing in Luo Ning's eyes. Tell me, why did you attack us? Luo Ning demanded in an uncompromising tone. Your companions are already dead. Can you let me go? The archer's forehead glistened with beads of sweat. You lack the leverage to negotiate. Speak, and I might consider sparing your life. Luo Ning placed his foot on the archer's broken knee and applied gentle pressure, eliciting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. We came for Miss Su. The archer confessed under duress. The revelation confirmed Luo Ning's suspicion. So, you have been tailing us since we left Nochi City. Yes, the archer nodded. Did Yi provoke you, or were you simply captivated by her beauty? Luo Ning sneered. Miss Su did not provoke us, but Su Kuang did. The archer gritted his teeth as he spoke. Do elaborate, Luo Ning urged, realizing that this mess had been caused by his father-in-law, who had unwittingly embroiled him in a predicament. The narrative unfolded like a commonplace tale. 5 men, seasoned adventurers, had once roamed the world, accumulating valuable treasures. Growing weary of their precarious lifestyle, they decided to purchase a shop in Nochi City to engage in business. Initially thriving, their enterprise soon fell prey to Su Kuang's oppression, leading to its ultimate collapse and leaving them buried in debt. Had it ended there, it might have been merely a tale of misfortune. However, these men, accustomed to risking their lives, resolved that if Su Kuang sought to make their lives miserable, they would reciprocate in kind. With the opportunity presented by Yi's companionship with Luo Ning, they devised a plan to abduct her and extort money from Su Kuang. They believed this scheme would be straightforward, underestimating Luo Ning's capabilities. Yet, the outcome had surpassed their expectations, even now. The archer struggled to comprehend how Luo Ning had managed to shoot the 4th arrow, biting it between his teeth, and feign being hit to close the distance. As for Miss Su, a sorceress, it was unfathomable how she had managed to kill one of her assailants. The archer's gaze fell upon Schwer, the sweet-looking girl with enchanting violet blue eyes, whom they had overlooked as a potential threat. That is how it transpired. The archer licked his lips, casting a feeble glance at Luo Ning. Have you finished? Luo Ning restrained his rising fury, recalling the 4 lethal arrows that had sought his life. Had he not trained with Sister Yu to enhance his reflexes, he would have been unable to evade them in such dim lighting. I have. The archer swallowed hard, using his only uninjured hand to brace himself as he attempted to crawl away. You promised not to kill me. I never intended to kill you. Luo Ning crouched down, gently grasping the archer's hand that supported him, feeling the urgency behind it. Rest assured, I am a man of my word. Chapter 90. The fleeing Fan Yi for reasons unknown, despite the gentle touch of the young man before him. The archer felt a chill enveloping him, as if he were covered in goosebumps that he sensed the latent threat hidden beneath Luo Ning's soothing tone. Tell me, was that hand earlier used for drawing your bow or for shooting arrows? Luo Ning inquired. Narrowing his eyes, the archer swallowed, afraid to answer, opting instead for silence. Luo Ning slowly lifted his pinky finger, applying a gentle yet firm pressure. Agonizing pain surged through him, and he involuntarily cried out as sweat dripped from his brow into the corners of his eyes. Finally, the archer spoke. "What difference does it make? If you use that hand to shoot arrows, I would sever it with your dagger, piece by piece." The archer managed a pained smile. "I'm left-handed. That hand is for drawing the bow. Congratulations. Your answer has pleased me." Rong Ning grinned. The archer exhaled in relief, only to hear a series of sharp cracks emanating from his hand. When he turned to look, he was horrified to find that all his fingers had bent backward, perfectly aligned with the back of his hand. Only then did the pain fully register in his mind that Schwerer could no longer bear to watch. Even she, who showed no mercy in battle, found this treatment more brutal than simply killing the archer. "Go. I said I wouldn't kill you," Rong Ning said, standing up and brushing off his clothes. The archer began to wail, attempting to rise and flee, but with both legs broken, he collapsed again, frantically using his elbows to push himself away from Rong Ning. He was not the only one fleeing. Fan Yi was running as well. His legs trembled uncontrollably, a manifestation of his fear of death. The bloody imagery lingered in his mind, and the echoes of his companions' dying screams haunted him. He could hardly believe the horror he had witnessed that night. The petite girl with black hair and violet blue eyes had effortlessly plunged a sharp dagger into his companion's chest, drawing it out with a spray of blood. Meanwhile, his skilled companions had not even had a chance to retaliate. A seasoned adventurer, Fan Yi had seen his share of perilous situations, and the plan to kidnap Su Kuang's daughter had been meticulously crafted. They had tracked her here, waiting until nightfall to strike, choosing the moment when their targets were satiated and relaxed. Yet, when the time came to act, the outcome was overwhelmingly one-sided. Fan Yi had always been cautious. Upon witnessing the girl kill the first of his companions, he realized that this seemingly inconspicuous child possessed an unparalleled strength that far surpassed his group's capabilities. Without hesitation, he turned to flee. After running a short distance, he heard the archer's anguished cries, prompting him to run even faster in the pitch-black night. Only the faint moonlight filtered through the clouds. Fan Yi stumbled several times, his body shaking uncontrollably. In his panic, he glanced back and felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, no one was pursuing him, and he had managed to escape with his life. But what of his 4 companions? Fan Yi fell to his knees, lamenting fiercely, shedding tears in memory of his fallen comrades, who had shared dreams of a prosperous future but were now lost. Once his grief subsided, he slowly rose, casting a glance toward Nochi City, a place he could never return to. Setting aside the mountain of debts he owed, the knowledge that Su Kuang would surely seek vengeance for today's events left him with no choice but to flee. Resolutely, Fan Yi picked a direction and began to walk forward, step by step. The provisions of food and fresh water that he had carried with him had been lost along the way. And by the time midday arrived the next day, Fan Yi found himself both parched and famished. The horrifying scene from the previous night still echoed vividly in his mind, leaving him utterly exhausted. He feared that he might perish from hunger in this desolate wilderness. The scorching sun caused him to feel dizzy, and he fancied he heard the sound of hooves striking the ground. Was he succumbing to auditory hallucinations? Shaking his head vigorously, he lifted his gaze once more, and his eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld a throng of individuals on horseback. Surely, they must be a band of adventurers. A surge of joy washed over Fan Yi, as he realized he could implore them for water and sustenance. "Help!" he shouted, summoning the last remnants of his strength as he sprinted toward them, his parched lips crying out. The group noticed him, turning their steeds in his direction. Initially, the horses ambled slowly, but as they approached, their pace quickened, transforming into a full gallop. Furthermore, those mounted drew their weapons, which glimmered menacingly in the sunlight. Fan Yi halted in his tracks, his heart racing as he caught sight of the sinister grins on the faces of the riders and the weapons they wielded. His pupils dilated in horror. These were not noble adventurers. They were a band of professional brigands. He turned on his heel and fled. But how could a man outrun a horse? Before long, he found himself encircled by several of them. The riders cackled gleefully, circling him like vultures. The murderous smiles on their faces sent a chill down Fan Yi's spine. What do you want?" he stammered, realizing the futility of his question. Their intentions were writ plainly upon their faces. "We wish to play a game with you." One of the horsemen chuckled, licking his long blade with his tongue. "You will start running now, and in 15 minutes, we shall pursue you. The one who catches you first will be rewarded with 1,000 gold coins." "And what about me?" Fan Yi asked weakly, his lips twitching. As a participant in this contest, you will receive a bloody hole as a keepsake. Can I refuse? Fan Yi was drenched in sweat, fully aware that in this land, there existed malevolent adventurers who thrived on murder and plunder. It was clear he had the misfortune of encountering them. You may, the horseman replied with a serious nod. The game begins now. You may choose to run or not. We shall make our move in 15 minutes. Wait, Fan Yi interjected, a glimmer of desperation in his eyes. Do not kill me. I can offer you ladies and riches. The group exchanged glances, then erupted into laughter. I am serious, Fan Yi insisted earnestly. Chapter 91. Professional brigands. The Silver Needle Pine Forest had finally arrived. After being attacked that fateful night, Rong Ning had led the two girls to retreat from that place, and it was not until the following morning that they paused to rest. After pushing forward for another day, Rong Ning caught sight of a dense jungle in the distance. A wave of freshness enveloped him, accompanied by the vibrant hues of green and the sweet melodies of birdsong. In an instant, the trio felt as though they had stepped from hell into paradise. At last, we have arrived in this cursed place. Rong Ning exhaled deeply. While this new environment was fraught with danger, he no longer had to worry about food, a concern that weighed heavily on his mind. Barely within the Silver Needle Pine Forest, Rong Ning spotted two gray rabbits darting past him. His eyes gleamed with hunger as he charged forward, swiftly capturing one, twisting its neck with a decisive motion to end its life. The other rabbit watched from a distance, whimpering in distress. They were likely a pair. Why did you kill one? Miss Su scolded. Rushing over to Rong Ning, he handed the dead rabbit to Schwer, then dashed towards the other rabbit, which stood frozen in place, and seized its neck, dispatching it with a flick of his thumb. Alas, a pair of star-crossed lovers, Rong Ning chuckled. Miss Su glared at him, visibly upset. Survival of the fittest, that is the law of nature, Rong Ning replied earnestly. If we do not hunt them, we shall go hungry. If you wish to eat, then do so. I will not partake. Miss Su turned her head away. Yet, when Schwer roasted the two rabbits, she could not resist sampling a few bites. In the face of survival, even her misplaced sense of compassion was rendered insignificant. Next time, do not kill a pair, Miss Su remarked, feeling it a touch cruel. As long as they do not leap into my path, it matters not, Rong Ning retorted, thoroughly enjoying his meal. Master, Schwer furrowed her brow. Do you not find something strange? What seems strange? Rong Ning replied, tearing into a rabbit leg. Why do I feel as if I am being watched since entering the Silver Needle Pine Forest? His action ceased as he recognized that, at a certain level of strength, one's instincts become highly accurate. Could it be the individual who fled from us a few nights ago? Rong Ning glanced around, the wind rustling through the trees. That it was only natural for the survivor of a massacre to seek revenge. That seems unlikely. What could he accomplish alone? Schwer dismissed his concern. Perhaps I am merely being overly cautious. Just as they spoke, Rong Ning suddenly heard the sound of a horse neighing. However, it was peculiar, as if the horse's mouth was muffled, producing a muted and unclear sound. He exchanged glances with the two girls, who also appeared attentive. The expressions in Schwer and Miss Su's eyes confirmed that what he had heard was not a figment of his imagination. Rong Ning sprang to his feet, alertly scanning the surroundings, discarding the rabbit leg. There are others nearby, Schwer whispered. They must have covered the horses' mouths to prevent them from making noise. Rong Ning nodded. This was a necessary precaution when planning an ambush. There was no need for speculation. The horse's call had revealed the presence of the bandits lurking within the Silver Needle Pine Forest, and they boldly emerged into the open one after another. A dozen brutish men, their eyes gleaming with lust, stepped forth, fixating hungrily on Schwer and Miss Su, their lips smacking in anticipation. Miss Su inched closer to Schwer, her fragile demeanor igniting a glint of desire in the eyes of the brigands. The bandits encircled Rong Ning and his companions, yet they did nothing but leer at them. Moments later, the circle parted to reveal a burly man with a face full of flesh. Boss, there are indeed beauties here, one of the men exclaimed excitedly. And two super beauties at that. The others howled in approval, their weapons glinting ominously. Fan Yi burst forth, wearing a sycophantic expression as he gazed at the brigands. I did not deceive you, did I? It's you. Schwer scrutinized Fan Yi for a moment before recognizing him as the one who had fled that night. The cat-eyed clan possessed night vision akin to that of daylight, allowing her to remember his features. Indeed it is. Fan Yi stood tall, feigning a tragic expression. You killed 4 of my brothers. Today, I shall avenge them. It was 3, Schwer corrected him. One of them was slain by me. Rong Ning positioned himself protectively in front of Schwer, glaring at the corpulent brigand leader, recognizing him as the ringleader of this band. The brigand chief had been regaled by Fan Ye's tales of the girl's beauty, his mind racing with anticipation. Yet, upon seeing them in person, he realized Fan Ye had not exaggerated. Their true beauty surpassed his wildest imaginings. Particularly the young girl with flowing black hair and an innocent visage. The sight of her stirred a primal urge within him, and he could hardly contain his desire to possess her and relish the look of torment on her face. The ambush had been Fan Ye's suggestion. He had assured the brigands that the two beauties would undoubtedly pass this way, thus eliminating the need for a fruitless search. Merely waiting in silence would suffice. The outcome proved Fan Ye's presumption correct. The brigand leader regarded Fan Ye with newfound respect. Perhaps he could be integrated into their ranks as a subordinate. Are you here to avenge those men? Rong Ning unsheathed the dagger he had acquired that night, his gaze icy as he surveyed the bandits. Avenge? The brigands erupted into laughter. We have no such inclination. We simply heard that the heirs of two prominent families from Noki City were in the vicinity and came to pay them a visit. So, you seek wealth. Rong Ning felt a glimmer of hope. If they were motivated by riches, they might not resort to lethal force. Certainly, but as for these two girls, let us indulge ourselves first. The brigand chief laughed heartily, gesturing for his men to charge at Rong Ning and his companions. The brigands, being professionals, remained cautious, aware that these three youngsters had dispatched 4 of Fan Ye's companions in a single night and thus retained some measure of strength. As they rushed forward, they formed groups to assault different targets, prepared for any retaliation.